Lu Chen traveled through the world of metaphysics and obtained the signing summoning system. Ding! Congratulations to the host for signing and successfully and obtaining a clan. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving a disciple who has obtained a primary summoning card, successfully summoning 2 powerful people of the goddess of transformation realm. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving a disciple who has obtained an intermediate summoning card and successfully summoned 5 great sage realm powerhouses. Chapter 1 Acquiring 2 Transformation God Realm. The Southern Wilderness Region. Qingzhou. The Great Zhou Dynasty. Buried immortal mountain range. Here the big mountains towering. Flat land uplifted to the sky and the clouds flush. Standing on the top of the mountain on the sea of clouds within reach. The scenery is quite beautiful. And the aura is even more dense to the general as if you can touch with your hands. If there is a cultivator here will be shocked. This is not a forbidden place? How could the aura be so abundant? Above the top of a mountain. At this time, a man in white is looking at a mountain peak in front of him with a mute expression. Magnificent, towering, ancient and rustic vicissitudes of the ancient buildings. His face changed, and he could not help but break out into tears. Ah, dog system, you returned my immortal king cultivation. Ding! Host, please don't give up on yourself. Pick yourself up and believe in the light. The system was losing its way, persuading the man in white. Treadmill. Ding! The clan system is bound successfully. As long as the host makes the clan bigger and stronger, the immortal king cultivation will soon be able to dream. Cultivate too. Hearing the voice in his head, the man in white was even more stunned. Saying that there is cultivation for swinging? And now you're giving me a clan bond? Is this to make me work for you? System, are you sure you're the strongest system in the heavens? What's the use of you giving me a whole big villa on top of a mountain? I want to be a great emperor. I want to be the immortal emperor. I want to dictate the ages. Ah! Dog system. Ding! Kunlun clan. The clan site has completed its embryonic form. Please host within 3 days to recruit to the disciples. Note, the host can obtain a random summoning card for every talented disciple he receives. Note, the summoning card can summon a powerful person from the heavens. Fixed reward sect residency perfection once. The voice in his head stopped paying attention to him and directly forced a wave of very silver tasks down. Lu Chen looked at the face of the big bio in front of him and fretted. Just a day ago, he crossed over to this metaphysical world, and signed up for the immortal king cultivation, and as a result, before he had time to be happy, he was taken back by this dog system. Now he was also forcibly bound to a sect, allowing him to recruit disciples within 3 days. Treadmill. Lu Chen was so upset that he cursed the system. But fortunately, this system is still a bit of silver. Did not do things absolutely, at least did not say that if you do not finish the task will be karma waste. Ding! A genius has been detected in front of the sect. Please go to the host as soon as possible to be included in the sect. Kunlun sect. In front of the sect gate at the bottom of the mountain, Lin Yun looked at the 2 straight clouds of ancient stone pillars in front of him carving the word Kunlun, and suddenly his face changed drastically, and he couldn't help but exclaim in shock. This burial immortal mountain range. It's a forbidden land. Could it be that there are still clans in existence? Should I go up and check out? Just as Lin Yun was thinking, a voice came from the heavenly staircase behind the stone pillars. Only Lu Chen, who was dressed in white, walked down with his arms folded. Young man, I see that you have marvelous roots and bones. Your physique is extraordinary, and you even have the qualifications of a divine king. A great emperor can be expected in the future. Are you willing to join my Kunlun sect? Lu Chen looked at Lin Yun with a bemused face and said with an air of a great powerhouse. Lin Yun froze. Unusual physique? A great emperor is within reach? Then my clan still called me a waste who couldn't open a spirit vein and expelled me from the clan? Kunlun sect? I originally came to the burial immortal mountain range to look for a chance. And it looks like this Kunlun sect is not simple. The sect is actually within this forbidden land. Lin Yun thought darkly. At this time, Lu Chen looked at the skeptical Lin Yun. His heart panicked a batch, thinking you quickly agree. As long as he could take in a talented disciple he would be able to obtain a summoning card. And when he summoned a great emperor, wouldn't he walk horizontally in this world? That, please, may I ask what kind of strong people are in your sect? Lin Yun asked weakly, although he was a waste in his family and no clan was willing to accept him. But the person in front of him spoke as if he was either a god king or a great emperor, as if he had seen it before. What a big mouth. My Kunlun sect has countless strong men, powerful beyond compare. If you enter my Kunlun sect, there will be strong men who will teach you one-on-one cultivation to help you become a supreme powerhouse. Hearing Lin Yun's words, Lu Chen immediately blew up his calf and said with a serious face, Hey, in his previous life, He read so many novels of the red-haired monster. What god king emperor immortal emperor that is not blowing to the mouth to come well? Really? Lin Yun didn't dare to look at Lu Chen with disbelief. A peer-to-peer teaching by a great powerhouse? Even a holy land wouldn't dare to say that, let alone the fact that he couldn't open a spirit vein. Naturally so, if it weren't for the seat's observation of your extraordinary physique, you wouldn't be qualified to enter my Kunlun. Lu Chen said frankly. That works. Hearing Lu Chen's words, Lin Yun thought that he might as well give it a try. Anyway, no clan was willing to accept him, a wastrel who couldn't open his spirit vein, and who had been abandoned by his family. So perhaps joining this Kunlun sect would have a way of allowing him to open his spirit vein. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully receiving a talented disciple, activating the strongest sect system of the heavens, obtaining a primary summoning card, a cultivation card, and fixed rewards for the success of the sect disciple pavilion perfection. After Lin Yun's words just fell, Lu Chen received the system's reward, and his heart was so excited that he hated to cry out. I'm going to take off. Lu Chen's previous life was the last generation of the 21st century funeral family patriarch on the blue planet. In the hipster male clan of people, then the dance was backstab line for chili powder, respiratory tract infection and died. Being a strong dancer is really despicable. Even the person with the soul was brought to this world by the system and was saved by this go system forcibly bound, and now was also recovered cultivation. What's even more outrageous is that now, this dog system directly forced him to arrange a wave, directly giving him a whole seat sect out. If it wasn't for his ability to fool around, this kid would have left long ago. I'm afraid, Patriarch, is my Kunlun on top of the mountain? Lin Yun couldn't help but ask as he looked at the heavenly staircase leading to the direction of the mountain top. Not bad, go follow me into the clan. Lu Chen stood with his arms folded and said indifferently. He then turned his body around and dashingly walked towards the heavenly ladder. Seeing this, Lin Yun spread his legs and hurriedly followed. Inside the clan, Lin Yun's eyes widened, looking at an ancient magnificent loft towering into the clouds in front of him. His heart was shocked beyond measure. Sovereign city does not deceive me. It always feels like there's something missing, even though the bravado is incomparable. Lin Yun said doubtfully. But, Millie, there is no popularity. Lin Yun immediately exclaimed. The main hall of the clan. System, quick, use the cultivation card. Lu Chen rubbed his hands excitedly in place and hurriedly said. Ding! The use of the cultivation card was successful. Congratulations to the host for gaining 1,000 years of cultivation. When the system's voice rang in his head just dropped, a powerful force violently appeared in Lu Chen's body, which instantly filled his entire body, passing through the 5 meridians and 8 veins from bottom to top, opening the 5 major divine deposits of the human body. Asterisk 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 asterisk. So cool, Lu Chen couldn't help but exclaim. Suddenly, Lu Chen felt the power in his body surge, and a Dao palace appeared behind him, with runes flowing on it, emitting an ancient aura, only to see a silhouette that looked the same as Lu Chen sitting in the Dao palace. Immediately after, the shadow of the Dao palace behind him gradually merged into Lu Chen's body and disappeared in the blink of an eye. The realm of transformation. Lu Chen sensed the powerful strength in his body and his face was delighted. Although the immortal king cultivation had been withdrawn by the system before he could experience it, but now at least there was cultivation in place. The spirit transformation realm now has the ability to defend itself as well. A glint flashed across Lu Chen's eyes. According to the information given to him by the system, he also knew that this world was a big world called Xianwu continent, which was vast and immense, where the strong were honored and countless sects and dynasties stood. There are even mighty people who can move mountains and fill up the sea, split the sky and split the earth, and have countless mighty powers when they wave their hands. The immortal martial continent realms are bodybuilding, chi gathering, spirit vein, spirit sea, divine deposit, Dao palace, transformation of the divine, cave void, heavenly king, sage, great sage, divine king, quasi-emperor, and great emperor. The immortal martial continent had a total of 6 major domains, and Lu Chen was now in the southern wasteland domain, Qingzhou, within the Great Zhou Dynasty, in the forbidden burial immortal mountain range. Patriarch, magnificent. Millie, no one is angry. While Lu Chen was thinking, a loud yelling voice came from outside the main hall. Raising his eyes, he saw Lin Yun rolling and crawling in. Lin Yun, what's going on? Being so flustered in the sect hall, it's a loss of face for my Kunlun. Lu Chen looked at Lin Yun and said in a dignified manner. It was hard to believe that this kid had hit a ghost. Sovereign, 4. Why can't I see anyone else within the clan? Lin Yun was very uneasy in his heart at the moment. It was reasonable to say that this huge clan couldn't possibly not have a single person, not even a ing dog. Where's the promised strong man to teach me to cultivate? The big boys can get into the fanbase if they're interested. Wow. PS/. The author is also writing for the first time. Please can the big boys give a good review? It would be nice to give the author a nod for love. A million thanks from the author. Thank you. Chapter 2, Guard Elder, Cave Void Realm. Ahem. That's because most of my Kunlun Sect's powerhouses are still dormant and have yet to awaken. Lu Chen didn't blush and looked at Lin Yun with a serious face. This kid. I'm afraid I didn't think I'd been tricked into a den of thieves. So when I use my summoning card, I'll get a great emperor to come out and not scare you to death. System. Use the summoning card, Lu Chen said in his heart. Ding. The primary summoning card was successfully used. Congratulations to the host for summoning 2 Transformation Spirit Realm clan guards, who are currently on their way to the host. The system's clear and cold voice sounded in his mind, causing Lu Chen's eyes to flash a trace of essence. Don't get me a great emperor even if it's not. At least a god king will do. System. What are the levels of the summoning cards? Ding. Summoning cards are categorized into primary, intermediate, advanced, emperor level, and immortal level. Note, primary cards can summon characters below the Heavenly King realm. Intermediate cards can summon characters from the Heavenly King realm to the Great Saint realm, and advanced cards can summon characters from the Divine King realm to Great Emperor powerhouses. As for the Emperor and Immortal levels, when the host's strength arrives, the system will prompt the host. Hiss. According to the system, as long as he obtained a high-level summoning card, then he would be able to summon a God King realm or even a Great Emperor powerhouse. At that moment, Lin Yun was just about to make a sound when he felt a wind blow by his side. 2 gray figures steeply appeared outside the hall, then instantly appeared beside Lin Yun, instantly scaring Lin Yun so much that his entire body trembled, thinking that a ghost had come. Wang Ming, Wang Xian, meet Patriarch. Both of them bowed their heads to Lu Chen respectfully at the same time. The 2 of them were precisely the 2 major transformation god realm powerhouses that Lu Chen had summoned. As for Lin Yun, who was trembling on the side, after hearing the words of the 2 men, he was suddenly agitated and his voice trembled as he said to Lu Chen, Patriarch, are these 2 seniors my Kunlun elders? Lin Yun looked at Wang Ming and the 2 of them, his face agitated. It seemed that the Patriarch really hadn't lied to him. The Kunlun sect really did have strong people. Not bad, although the strongest members of my Kunlun sect are all in slumber. They will all awaken in this life. And then it will be the time when my Kunlun sect will shake the world and dominate the heavens and the worlds. Lu Chen domineering incomparable road. Also did not and Lin Yun too much explanation. Just afraid that he said that 2 Wang Ming is only a guard. Only afraid that Lin Yun this kid will not believe. If I didn't have the system, I wouldn't believe it myself. Lin Yun's face was excited and inwardly shocked after hearing Lu Chen's domineering words. It really is a great hidden sect. I, Lin Yun, will rise. Patriarch, there is someone coming from the bottom of the clan's mountain. The burly man Wang Ming sensed someone in front of the mountain gate and immediately said respectfully towards Lu Chen, below the clan's mountain. Luo Lingxue's face was pale as she covered her wounds, a look of worry surfacing on her pretty face. I don't know if father has ever repelled by foam. Today, if I, Luo Lingxue, don't die, I will definitely overthrow your Yu Hua dynasty. Luo Lingxue secretly swore in her heart, and a pair of beautiful eyes flashed a shocking killing intent. It was hard to imagine that such a stunningly beautiful woman would burst out with such a shocking killing intent. Just as Luo Lingxue was about to continue her escape, a voice came. This girl, I see that you are so heavily injured. You can enter my Kunlun to heal and rest. Who? Come out. The voice that suddenly rang out made Luo Lingxue couldn't help but shout. After a long time of fleeing, it made her spirit extraordinarily tense. Ha ha, there's no need for the girl to be alarmed. The voice rang out again. And Luo Lingxue sniffed and looked ahead, only to see, in her not far away steeply appeared a few silhouettes. The man at the head of a white coat, body long and straight, appearance of the rich god is handsome, sword eyebrow and starry eyes, although there is no breath on the body surfaced, but a temperament of transcendent, one does not dare to underestimate. The man in white was none other than Lu Chen, and behind him were the 2 Lin Yun and Wang Ming. There's actually no aura fluctuation on this person, but why has it appeared here? Luo Lingxue looked at Lu Chen, who had a superb temperament, and couldn't help but say in her heart, this is a forbidden place. How can an ordinary person enter here? Immediately after, when she looked at the Wang Ming duo behind Lu Chen, her face changed and her heart trembled fiercely. As for Lin Yun, he was directly ignored by her. Lin Yun, I'm a future great emperor. Understand? Although there was no aura emerging from the man in white, the two people behind him gave her the feeling of facing her own ancestor. Unfathomable. Especially when the two of them were led by this man in white. Could it be that this young man was a senior who hid his cultivation? Thinking of this, Luo Lingxue's eyes flashed with a touch of determination. Luo Lingxue clenched her teeth, stepped forward and bowed towards Lu Chen's few people, respectfully saying, "My youngest daughter has met seniors. I wonder if the Kunlun sect that seniors referred to as seniors sect?" Hearing the words of the woman in front of him, a smile appeared at the corner of Lu Chen's mouth. Not expecting that this woman would take the initiative to ask him about the Kunlun sect, which saved him from having to introduce it. Ding! A talented disciple has been detected beside the host. Please ask the host to take him into the clan and complete the system mission to receive one random draw and a primary summoning card. Genius again? Do geniuses like to come to this deserted hellhole to play nowadays? Lu Chen stood with his arms folded in a strong stance and looked at her and said blandly, "Not bad. This seat is Kunlun sect patriarch. Lu Chen. The Kunlun clan?" Hearing Lu Chen's words, Luo Lingxue's eyes flashed a color of doubt. This burial immortal mountain range was within the territory of her great Zhou dynasty, and she basically knew about countless large and small forces, but she had never heard of such clans as the Kunlun sect. Could it be a hidden clan? Luo Lingxue thought secretly in her heart. Then a flash of aura flashed through her eyes, as if she had made some sort of decision. "Senior, I want to join the Kunlun sect." Luo Lingxue looked at Lu Chen and respectfully said. She had no choice now. She had been arranged by her own father to be escorted out of the royal capital by two clan elders, and she had been chased by the people of the Fei Hua dynasty along the way, and if it wasn't for the two clan elders who had led away the people of the Fei Hua dynasty, it would have been impossible for her to walk here. Perhaps joining this Kunlun sect in front of us can solve this crisis of the great Zhou dynasty. Lu Chen gave her a very mysterious feeling, and the two Wang Ming behind her, even more so, gave her a kind of pressure that she only had when facing her own ancestor directly. Good. Later you will be glad you chose today. Hearing the woman's words, Lu Chen said blandly with his face unchanged, but in reality, he was ecstatic inside. Phew, received another talented disciple. With his current transformation spirit realm he could naturally tell that the cultivation of the woman in front of him had actually reached the spirit sea realm, which was definitely at the genius level. Viewing this woman's age as only 17 or 18 years old, I'm afraid that she belongs to the heaven's pride level in this Qingzhou. No wonder it looks like she has injuries. I'm afraid someone is trying to strangle her in the cradle. Late generation Luo Lingxue, meet the patriarch. Luo Lingxue clenched her silver teeth and immediately rushed Lu Chen to bow respectfully. She had now joined the Kunlun sect and wondered if the patriarch would be willing to go to bat for her to save the great Zhou dynasty from this crisis. Luo Lingxue secretly thought in her heart. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully receiving a talented disciple, completing the system mission, obtaining a primary summoning card, and one random draw. Fixed reward, the Sect Guard Elder Hall has been perfected successfully. After Luo Lingxue joined the Kunlun sect, Lu Chen's system's cool voice resounded in his head. System, what can I get from the raffle? Lu Chen secretly inquired. Ding! The random lottery can draw spiritual weapons, pills, imperial soldiers, and also characters, etc., etc. Aren't characters only summonable? Are the draw ones different? Yes, host. Random draws and summoning cards are different regardless of level realm restrictions. Hearing what the system said, Lu Chen was thrilled. That didn't mean that all the great emperors could be drawn. However, Lu Chen soon realized that something seemed to be missing, and hastened to secretly say, by the way, system, shouldn't there be a strong person like an immortal among the raffle? It was no wonder that Lu Chen would ask this. After all, when he first came to this world he at least managed to get an immortal king cultivation. He just hadn't experienced it yet. Ding! What fairy? Host, are you dreaming? Make good use of the Kunlun sect, and you'll know if there are any immortals in the future. Cam. System, use random draw. Lu Chen cursed in his heart and continued. Ding! Successfully used random draw once. Congratulations to the host for drawing the clan guard elder Chen Bashan. Cultivation level K Void Realm. Is it embodied? Embodiment? Now! Lu Chen's eyes immediately lit up. He did not expect to be able to draw a Cave Void Realm cultivator this time, knowing that the southern desolate domain was at the southernmost tip of the immortal martial continent, and the aura was not as strong as other large domains, and the harmonized spirit realm might not be considered as a strong person in the southern desolate domain, but in the great Zhou dynasty, It was definitely the existence of an ancestor in general. Not to mention the cave void realm on top of the harmonized spirit. Ding! Guard Elder Chen Bashan has materialized and will appear in the Sect Guard Elder Hall. Kunlun Sect. A terrifying aura instantly appeared, followed by a green-clothed man's figure appearing in the middle of the Sect Guard Elder Hall. At this time, under the Kunlun Sect's mountain, behind Lu Chen, Wang Ming and Wang Xian's faces changed at the same time. The two of them had just suddenly sensed a terrifying aura appearing, and although it disappeared instantly as soon as it appeared, it was still sensed by the two of them. At this time, both of them looked at Lu Chen at the same time, but realized that Lu Chen was always breezy. With that, the two seemed to understand something in their hearts, and their awe for Lu Chen grew even stronger. System, use the primary summoning card. Ding! The primary summoning card has been used successfully. Congratulations to the host for successfully summoning a harmonized spirit realm clan guard. Wang Lin. Another transformation god realm. Lu Chen was also satisfied inwardly. After all, the primary summoning card could only summon cultivators below the Heavenly King realm. Fortunately it didn't get a Dao Palace realm out. Otherwise he would have to greet the system for all 18 generations. After completing the system's summoning draw, Lu Chen looked at Luo Lingxue and said indifferently, Lingxue, you're afraid that your identity isn't simple. Tell me what's going on. Now that Lingxue has become his Kunlun's disciple, something is wrong with that disciple, and he, as the patriarch, should deal with it, otherwise it will chill the disciple's heart. Yes, sovereign. Upon hearing this, Luo Lingxue gave a respectful salute towards Lu Chen before she gritted her teeth and said angrily, Chapter 3 The Great Zhou Dynasty. My disciple was originally the 7th princess of the Great Zhou Dynasty. 3 days ago my Great Zhou and Yu Hua Dynasty had a national war. Originally my Great Zhou King and Yu Hua Dynasty were equal in strength, but I didn't expect that there was a traitor within the dynasty who wanted to take its place, and even shamelessly joined hands with Yu Hua Dynasty, and just today it has been fought under the king's capital. My father, mother, in order to be able to preserve my Great Zhou heritage, originally intended to let the two clan elders escort me all the way to the Holy Land of Taichou. I did not expect that just after I left the royal capital, I was discovered by the Fei Hua Dynasty, which dispatched a Daogong Realm 9th heavenly stronghold to chase after my disciple, and in order to allow me to escape, the two clan elders lured away the Fei Hua Dynasty's people, so that my disciple was able to walk to the door of the Kunlun clan to meet the patriarch. Sovereign, that Yu Hua Dynasty is simply like, every time it passes through a city, it slaughters and destroys the city, and wherever it passes through, it is miserable, and they don't even spare the ordinary people. If possible, disciple will definitely overthrow the Yu Hua Dynasty with his own hands. Humph, what a feathered dynasty, treating mortals like grass. Lingxue, don't worry, as long as this seed is here, no one in this world can touch you. Lu Chen's eyes flashed with a stern color as he faintly said. At this time Lu Chen's heart surged with monstrous anger. He knew that the cultivators pretended to be celestial, never put the mortals in the eyes, but he did not think that these cultivators who fight with the fate of the heavens was so tragic slaughter of mortals. Fei Hua Dynasty at this time in the heart of the Lu Chen has already been on the blacklist to be wiped out. Hearing Lu Chen's words, Lingxue's hearts quietly relieved. Boom, boom. As soon as the words fell, Lu Chen and the others heard a loud bang coming from not far away. Sniffing and looking at the top of a mountain not far away, two figures swept toward them at breakneck speed. Immediately after that, a voice came out from the two figures. Princess, what are you doing here? Quick, go! A gray-clothed old man hurriedly shouted after seeing Luo Lingxue, and then two old men with disorganized breath appeared in front of the crowd. It was none other than the Great Zhou Dynasty clan elder that Spirit Snow had spoken of. Lingxue was instantly excited to see the two old men and rushed forward. Lingxue has met the two clan elders. Where are the clan elders of the Yu Hua Dynasty? The people who came were the Great Zhou clan elders who escorted Lingxue out of the royal capital, and at this time, the two clan elders saw the woman's pale face surfaced with the color of remorse. They shouldn't have come towards the burial immortal mountain range, having wanted to die with the people of the Feathering Dynasty before they died. However, they didn't realize that their own princess hadn't traveled to the Holy Land of Taichu and was still within the Great Zhou. Princess, quickly go! That Dao Palace realm powerhouse of the Yu Hua Dynasty is about to come after us now. Luo Tian and we wanted to pull the people of the Yu Hua Dynasty into the burial immortal mountain range together to die together. I didn't think that you, princess, would appear here. We are guilty and ashamed of our ancestors, failing to preserve a trace of my Great Zhou bloodline. The two Great Zhou clan elders immediately lost their voices in pain. The two Great Zhou clan elders didn't care about the four Lu Chen, and again, They couldn't sense a single aura fluctuation on the four of them, and although they didn't know why their own princess was with them, at this point, there was no more time for them to think about it. The lack of aura fluctuations was either a small cultivator below the Dao Palace realm. As for above the Dao Palace, he didn't think about it. It was because there was only one god transformation realm within the Great Zhou dynasty, the Great Zhou Old Ancestor. If he knew that Lu Chen's trio was at the god transformation realm, it was estimated that he would be scared out of his wits. As soon as the old man's words fell, Lingxue's delicate body trembled, not realizing that the Fei Hua dynasty was really going to chase her all the way in order to kill her, a princess of the Spirit Sea realm. Just then, suddenly a strong aura appeared and came towards the crowd with a mighty pressure, and then a middle-aged man clad in golden battle armor appeared in the air. The two mole crickets ran fast. The battle-armored man teasingly looked at the two clan elders. Well, Great Zhou dynasty princess? I didn't expect to get all the effort. You don't obediently run to the Holy Land of Taichu, but you're still waiting for death within the Great Zhou dynasty. It was then that the battle-armored man noticed Lingxue by Lu Chen's side, and his eyes shaded as he said, Luo Lingxue is the proud daughter of Great Zhou. At only 17 years old, she broke through the Spirit Sea realm, and the Taichu sacred ground naturally looks at her with the intention to be included in the sacred ground. Moreover, word had spread that the Holy Land would be recruiting disciples a year later, and Luo Lingxue could directly become a disciple of the Holy Land without having to pass the test. It was conceivable that once this news came out, it was possible that the Great Zhou dynasty would become the top power in Qingzhou. The Yu Hua dynasty is afraid of the emergence of a top genius in Dezhou, and then the Yu Hua dynasty might be pressed headlong by Dezhou. This is what the Yu Hua dynasty doesn't want to see, so it launched a national war to strangle Lingxue in the cradle. Princess, go, quickly go. The old man of the broken arm clan spat blood from his mouth before he could finish speaking. His breath weakened beyond measure. Seeing this, Lingxue looked towards Lu Chen and hurriedly cried and begged, Patriarch, Lingxue begs you to save the two clan elders. Although he didn't know how strong Lu Chen was, she saw that from the time the man in battle armor had appeared. Lu Chen's expression had always been calm, and there hadn't been a single fluctuation, which meant that Lu Chen was powerful and had no fear of the person in front of him, or else Lu Chen didn't know about the power of the man in battle armor in front of him. But for now, Lu Chen was her only hope. Wang Ming, kill the person in the way in front of you. Lu Chen looked indifferently at the battle-armored man with his arms crossed and said to Wang Ming, Yes, Sovereign. Lu Chen's words just fell. Ha ha ha, a few mole crickets. Not knowing the heights of heaven really dare to say anything. The man in battle armor froze for a moment when he heard Lu Chen's words, then snorted. He didn't think that anyone among Lu Chen's crowd was stronger than him, but he was the ninth heaven of the Dao Palace realm, and within the Great Zhou dynasty, who would dare to be an enemy of him if the god of transformation didn't come out? And he had probed a few people early on, and there wasn't a hint of aura fluctuation. He didn't expect that a few mole crickets would dare to speak out against him and provoke his majesty, and immediately, a flash of ruthlessness surfaced on his face angrily. Griffin, seek death. The man in battle armor stood in the air, raising his hand and transforming his spiritual energy into a huge palm, pressing down on the crowd. He was going to slap these ants to death. Bang! With a loud bang, before the giant palm could fall, it was dispersed by Wang Ming with a wave of his hand. How is that possible? The battle-armored man's face immediately changed. He was the ninth heaven of the Dao Palace realm. And even though the palm just now was nothing more than a casual slap, it was by no means easy for even the eighth heaven of the Dao Palace to try to dissolve it. I must know that the cultivation of a realm, seemingly a small difference, but as if the Rift Valley, he didn't expect that his casual slap would be dissolved by the person in front of him with a wave of his hand. The battle-armored man froze for a moment, his face changed, and he said in his heart that it was not good. I didn't expect this person to hide so deeply. Then before he could react, a strong aura that was incomparably strong, just like the sky pouring down from Wang Ming's body diluted out, instantly pressuring the man in battle armor to fall down from the air. Put. Transformation. Transformation God Realm. The man in battle armor fell from the air and knelt on the ground, spitting blood from his mouth, looking at Wang Ming in fear with a trembling voice. Senior, I am a person from the Yu Hua dynasty, as long as Senior can spare me. Before the words fell, Wang Ming stretched out a finger towards him, and in an instant, it blasted down infinitely enlarged in his eyes. I'm from the Yu Hua dynasty. If you dare to kill me, the old ancestor will never let you go. Bang! Wang Ming directly blasted him out instantly with a single finger. A few moments later, the realm of transformation. Hiss. At this time, Lingxue was incredibly excited inside and couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air in disbelief, although she felt that the Kunlun sect could possibly be a hidden sect. However, she didn't expect the Kunlun sect to have a transformation god realm powerhouse. At this moment, his eyes became awe-inspiring as he looked at Lu Chen, and even the transformation god obeyed his words. Then wouldn't his strength be above that of a transformation god? Thinking about this, she was glad in her heart that she had just made the choice to join Kunlun. She took a deep breath and couldn't help but look at Lu Chen darkly. I wonder if Patriarch will step in to save my great Zhou. At this time, the two great Zhou clan elders reacted. Their faces shocked as they hurriedly bowed their heads toward Wang Ming and respectfully said, "Greetings, Senior. I didn't know about Senior's heavenly might earlier. Please forgive me, Senior." They hadn't even looked at a few people before, but it turned out that it wasn't that they didn't have any cultivation, but that they were too weak to sense each other's breath. Chapter 4, Kunlun enters the world. Shaking the dynasty. "Senior, please don't blame the two clan elders." Seeing this, Lingxue slowed down from her shock and also hurriedly spoke out. "What is the transformation of God? Shedding the mortal body, condensing the divine soul to reach a higher level of life. Under the transformation of God are all ants. How could this make Lingxue calm down? If the great Zhou dynasty didn't have a god transformation realm ancestor sitting on its side, it was afraid that it would have long been annexed by other forces. No defense." Wang Ming waved his hand and did not care. After all, now that this little girl was a disciple of the Kunlun sect, there was no need to mind such trivial matters. "Let's go. Lingxue, take your two clansmen and follow me into Kunlun first. If the people of the Feathered Dynasty dare to come to my Kunlun sect, then they will be destroyed." "Say it." Lu Chen turned around in a dashing manner and walked towards the mountain, and the crowd hurriedly followed him when they saw this. "Princess, what kind of sect is this Kunlun sect? When did you become a disciple of this Kunlun?" "Yes, Princess, with your natural talent it is only fitting that you enter the holy land of Taichu." The two clan elders on the way up the mountain whispered suspiciously in a hurry. Even though Wang Ming was at the God Transformation Realm, there were God Transformation Realm ancestors in his great Zhou, not to mention that they had never heard of any Kunlun sect. Could it be a hidden clan? The two men looked at each other, a thought just surfacing within them, then casting it away. If there was a hidden sect in the great Zhou dynasty, would old ancestor not know about it? Hearing the words of the two clan elders, Lingxue's eyes flashed with a hint of complexity, and then her eyes resolutely said, "Clan elder, I'm not sure, but I'm already a disciple of the Kunlun sect, so don't mention the matter of the Taichou sacred ground again. Fang Zongmaster even went so far as to offend the Yu Hua dynasty for my sake." Lingxue is a member of the Kunlun sect in this life. A few moments later, an ancient and vicissitude. Magnificent and majestic. Sea of clouds floating on the pavilion. Ancient buildings suddenly appeared in front of the Lingxue trio. Looking at the scene in front of them, feeling the aura on the top of the mountain is even more dense to the extreme. The three people's pupils suddenly shrunk, and sucked in a mouthful of cold air and their hearts violently trembled. Hiss! This is a forbidden place. How can the aura be so rich? Could it be that this Kunlun sect is really a great hidden sect? The trio's eyes flashed with a tremor as they thought inwardly. Lin Yun looked at the shocked trio, then got carried away and smiled with the corners of his mouth rising, itching to go up and brag about it. "See, this is the strength of my Kunlun, and I, Lin Yun, am the Kunlun sect's senior brother. Kaga. Let your little girl just ignore me." At this time, Lin Yun learned Lu Chen's hands behind his back, raising his head to look forward, coupled with his naive appearance. His body's aura of a king and queen was undoubtedly on display. Looking at the three people's hearts secretly laughed. Looking at the three people's shocked performance, Lu Chen nodded with considerable satisfaction, couldn't help but secretly say, "Luckily, the system sent me a clan. Otherwise I'm afraid it would be a bit difficult to fool this little girl. Just me decorating this position. Definitely the highest configuration in the clan. Not to mention you, little girl." But those two little old men were confused. I'm afraid that even a transformation god would be confused if he came. The corners of Lu Chen's mouth rose slightly as he thought of this, and he smiled in his heart. However, he only received 2 disciples now, and this system doesn't send out quests, so the only way to barely make ends meet this way is to rely on accepting disciples into the sect. Although there were already 3 transformation spirits and 1 cave void realm cultivator. However, one should still keep a low profile. Ghosts know these dynasties, sects. There is not an old immortal buried in the ground waiting for others to set off his old nest. Then suddenly he emerges from the dirt screaming, "Who dared to strike worry my slumber?" Lu Chen felt really at this time. The revolution has not yet succeeded. Comrades still need to work hard. Lingxue. This is my Kunlun sect. Lin Yun. It's your eldest senior brother. In the future if there's anything you don't understand you guys can communicate more. Lu Chen looked at Lin Yun towards Lingxue and introduced him. Lingxue. Meet eldest senior brother. The words just fell. Lingxue then arched her hand towards Lin Yun with a nod and a smile. He. Senior sister doesn't have to be polite. Lin Yun laughed nervously as he rubbed the back of his head with his hand. Suddenly there is a fairy-like senior sister. Lin Yun at this time with a dream-like and that silly smile. Looking at Lin Yun's lack of interest, Lu Chen was instantly filled with black lines. Alas. I hope that Lin Yun will go out in the future and not say that he is a member of his Kunlun sect. He can't afford to lose this person as a patriarch. Just as Lin Yun was still giggling. No good. The two clan elders of the Great Zhou trembled and exclaimed under their breath. Hearing the old man's voice, Lingxue's heart vaguely had a bad premonition. Her pretty face immediately surfaced a touch of worry and hurriedly asked, Clan elder, isn't it true that something has happened to my father and mother? Princess, I'm afraid my Great Zhou won't survive this time. The two clan elders, their faces pale with grief, said back towards Lingxue. Luo Tian and I received a transmission note from the State Lord. The Feathered Dynasty has sent out a god transformation realm. Hearing this, Lingxue's face turned pale and her whole body was powerless as she fell back 2 steps. Because the Great Zhou old ancestor was in seclusion recuperating from his injuries. Now that the Feathered Dynasty had sent out a goddess of transformation realm, no one in the entire Great Zhou would be able to stop it. Country Lord, let the old immortal and Luo Tian bring the princess forward immediately, to the holy land of Taichu. Speaking here the old man's tone was a slight change in demeanor. His eyes couldn't help but look towards Lu Chen. The meaning is unclear. Lu Chen did not care when he heard the old man's words. After all, they were a holy land, and although Kunlun also had transformation spirits, the old man didn't think that the Kunlun sect would be able to shelter Lingxue and make an enemy of the Yu Hua dynasty. Although the Yu Hua dynasty was an even match with the Great Zhou on the surface, both having a god of transformation sitting in the town. It was rumored that the Yu Hua dynasty also had a god of transformation realm ancestor serving as an elder amongst a hegemonic level power. Hegemony level forces were simply not comparable to the Great Zhou dynasty, which was why they still felt that the Kunlun sect couldn't protect Luo Lingxue after seeing that Wang Ming was at the transformation god realm. Patriarch, Lingxue is willing to beg you to save my Great Zhou. Now her only hope was the Kunlun sect. Even though Kunlun wasn't a hidden sect, it had the transformation god realm, so she thought that it wouldn't be too simple. Ding! Congratulations to the host for activating the clan mission. The Yu Hua dynasty is unworthy of its position and has massacred millions of mortal beings. Please overthrow the Yu Hua dynasty within 3 days. Completing the mission will earn you a random draw once, rewarding you with 10 pieces of war soldiers. Listening to the clear cold voice ringing in his mind, Lu Chen's heart was thrilled. Finally the mission appeared. Then his eyes condensed and sent out a killing intent. When my Kunlun sect enters the world, I'll take you, the Feathered Dynasty, to sacrifice the flag. Don't worry, you are now a disciple of my Kunlun. This seat will ensure that you are unharmed. Lu Chen stood with his hands behind his back and said indifferently, Wang Ming, you and Spirit Snow's clan, make a trip to the Great Zhou royal capital. Lingxue is my Kunlun sect disciple. Then her clan Kunlun, should help. Hearing Lu Chen's words, Lingxue was excited, not expecting Lu Chen to be willing to step in and help Great Zhou. Patriarch, disciple is really worried about the safety of father, mother, and queen. Disciple is willing to travel to the royal capital with senior Wang Ming. Lingxue clenched her teeth and said, Yuan relax. Wang Ming going forward is sufficient. You just came to Kunlun. I'll let Lin Yun take you to familiarize yourself with it first. Lu Chen also knew her mood. With Wang Ming's god of transformation cultivation, he believed that it would be sufficient to cope. Chapter 5, Kunlun strikes. Royal capital of the Great Zhou. At this moment, a huge palace located in the center of the royal city. The original gorgeous and magnificent royal palace was now in a state of disrepair, and it was hard to imagine what kind of great battle could destroy such a huge palace. At this moment, above the royal palace, a figure wearing a black shin suit, embroidered with a dark gold auger dragon pattern, with a domineering and incomparable aura, was exchanging blows with a black figure. By Feng, you chaotic traitor. In vain my Great Zhou trusts you so much. Luo Wushuang's eyes hissed with desire. You deserve to die. The Dao Palace Realm Perfection aura was released, instantly suppressing the ground as the void trembled. Ha ha, Luo Wushuang. Your Great Zhou's luck has run out. Today is the time of your demise. At that sound, Bai Feng laughed instead of being afraid. As the great Zhou Xingui general, Bai Feng's cultivation had already reached Dao Palace perfection 100 years ago. If he wasn't afraid of the great Zhou ancestor, he would have plotted a rebellion long ago. Now that the state master of the feathered dynasty had stepped in to stall that old undead, he wasn't afraid of Luo Wuxuan at all, lord of the land. Just as Luo Wuxuan roared to quell the rebellious thieves in front of him, a voice rang in his ears. The people who came were none other than the two clan elders and Wang Ming. State Lord, this is Senior Wang from within the princess's clan. The three of them landed in front of Luo Wuxuan. The old man's face showed joy as he raised his hand towards Wang Ming to introduce them to the State Lord. Clan seniors? Could it be the Holy Land of the beginning? Luo Wuxuan glanced at Wang Ming and his pupils shrunk violently. His expression trembled as he was inwardly shocked. The realm of transformation. Wang Ming didn't hide his cultivation, and his body's transformation god aura flowed out from him. Immediately, he spoke out in a hurry. Luo Wuxuan has met Senior. I don't know if the Senior is. Alright, let's settle the matter at hand first. I still have to rush back to resume my orders to the Patriarch. Wang Ming glanced at him. At this time, Bai Feng also looked at Wang Ming. His face panicked and his mouth trembled. Transformation. God of transformation powerhouse. No way. Great Zhou clearly had just one transformation god. Where did this come from? And it's still on the side of Great Zhou. His arrogance from earlier was instantly gone, turning into a look of panic. Fear of being slapped to death by the person in front of him. I wonder if the elder, which clan is Senior from? With trembling hands, he bowed his head and arched his hand to Wang Ming and said, he can't help but panic. This was a powerful person of the goddess of transformation realm. Even in the Yu Hua dynasty, only the state master had such a cultivation level. If he had offended a transformation god, the feathered dynasty wouldn't have seen fit to mess with such a powerful enemy for his sake. Before he could finish, Wang Ming took a step in the air. The transformation god realm pressure was released. The void under his feet instantly stirred up ripples, crushing and collapsing and distorting the surrounding space. Immediately after that, he raised his hand towards White Wind and grabbed it in the void. A heaven-shaking aura instantly enveloped his entire body, and immediately his entire body wanted to split, falling from the air and kneeling on the ground dying. Hiss! The three state lords sucked in a cold breath. Luo Wuxuan had seen his own family's old ancestor strike, but the aura was definitely not as alarming as Wang Ming's. Old ancestor is the ninth heaven of transformation. What kind of sect did Lingxue join? Elder, spare your life. White Wind knelt on the ground, spitting blood and begging for mercy. I have no enmity with Senior 4. Why do you want to help Great Zhou? Oh, indeed there is no grudge. I just don't like the look of you. Put. No grudges? Not cool? White Wind sprayed out another mouthful of blood, his eyes wide with dismay. Boom. Suddenly a shocking loud noise came. Immediately after that, two pale figures instantly appeared in the void. One of the chi and blood withered, wearing a golden-colored auger dragon robe. Old man roared. Yu Hua dynasty really wants to be immortal with my Great Zhou. GGG. Luo Yuan. Who let you produce a genius in Great Zhou? If I feathered, don't stifle it, do I let it grow? The grey-clothed old man's mouth was cold and sorrowful. It turned out that waging a national war was nothing more than an excuse, and White Wind was nothing more than a pawn of the feathered dynasty. In order for him to stall Luo Wuxuan, master of the state, help me. When Bai Feng saw the state master appear, it was as if he had seen a lifesaver, and his face was agitated as he hurriedly begged for help from the state master. Rimu was the state master of the Yu Hua dynasty. Waste. The state master looked at White Wind with a gloomy face. Yu Hua dynasty, in order to be able to overthrow the Great Zhou 100 years ago, to secretly cultivate White Wind, but used countless resources to let him break through the palace of Dao perfection. But I didn't expect the anomaly of Luo Lingxue to come out, and that's why I planned ahead. Hearing the words of the state master, Bai Feng's face was as ugly as if he had eaten a dead fly. Luo Yuan, today is the day of your Great Zhou's demise. The feathered state master's face was gloomy as he looked at the Great Zhou old ancestor and said grimly, Buzz. A terrifying aura instantly erupted from the feathered state master and swept out towards the crowd. This time, apart from Wang Ming and the Great Zhou ancestor, Luo Wuxuan and several others were instantly crushed and almost fell to their knees on the ground. Luckily, Wang Ming waved his hand, and the few people immediately felt the oppressive aura disappear. A few people immediately felt their whole body relaxed, their faces were happy, and they said gratefully to Wang Ming, Thank you Senior for making a move. Aha. As for White Wind, he was suppressed to the point of trembling. More a dead dog on the ground. Luo Yuan felt this terrifying aura. His pupils shrunk violently, and then his expression was incredibly grave. 9 heavens of the realm of the transfigured god. He was also, but now that his blood chi was withered and the injuries in his body could not be suppressed, otherwise how could he allow the feathered dynasty to go unchecked in Great Zhou? The words fell. The state master who stood in the void raised his hand, instantly transforming his spiritual energy into a giant palm that covered the sky. It pressed towards Luo Yuan with terrifying might. Rumble. Luo Yuan's face changed drastically. His cultivation of the ninth sky of the spirit transformation realm exploded out from his body without reservation at this moment. Waving his hands, the surrounding spiritual energy violently converged into a giant sword and swung it. Bang! A shocking huge explosion rang out, only to see that the giant sword was dispersed by a terrifying palm. No good. The large palm that covered the sky did not even fall violently. The great Zhou old ancestor raised his hand and waved the surrounding aura to converge, instantly building a spiritual barrier to resist. There was a loud bang. The spiritual barrier was instantly slapped to pieces. Put! Great Zhou old ancestor was slapped down to the ground. His body violently flew backwards and smashed countless halls of the royal palace, fell to the ground in a breath shriveled, spitting blood. Elder ancestor. Seeing his own old ancestor being knocked down, Luo Wuxuan roared out of his mouth. With that, he hissed at the feathered kingdom master with anger. Old thing, you feathered dynasty is bullying people too much. The feathered kingdom master stood in the void, a cold smile on the corner of his mouth as he looked at the ants in front of him. Jia jia jia. Weak mole crickets only get angry. Die. This was followed by another slap. Bang. The feathered kingdom master's great palm of spiritual energy scattered with a loud bang. Wang Ming struck out. Although he was only at the first level of the transformation god, he was an invincible existence in the same realm. That's right, but all the strong people summoned by the system were invincible in the same realm. The 9 heavens of the transformation spirit can be destroyed with the flip of a hand. The state master froze. Looking towards Wang Ming, his face was gloomy, then his eyes went cold. I didn't realize there was a bigger mole. He could see through Wang Ming's cultivation at a glance. After all, he was an existence of the 9th sky of God transformation. A small transformation spirit first sky, and you dare to make a move to stop this seat. Seek death. The state master's face was gloomy and the corner of his mouth was cold, and he raised his hand to press a palm. His hallowed 9th heavenly hall of transformation spirit was actually blocked by a tiny 1st heavenly hall of transformation spirit in a single strike, which made him incomparably furious, and he must kill the mole cricket in front of him. Wang Ming let out a cold snort. If you were at the cave void realm, I might not be able to defeat you, but with you at the 9th level of the transformation spirit, I'll suppress you just the same. In an instant, a shocking aura erupted from Wang Ming's body, and then his figure disappeared in place, steeply appearing in front of the feathered kingdom master, and then a finger was pointed out, and in an instant, the surrounding spiritual energy fiercely converged on the tip of the finger. A finger pointed out. Boom! After all, he was at the 9th heaven of the spirit transformation realm and quickly reacted, but a finger in front of his eyes caused his complexion to change drastically, as if he was facing the heavens, and a sense of fatality struck him. Bang bang bang. Ah! No! How can it be? The power of a finger was like a heavenly tilt, instantly grinding the flesh and soul of the Yu Hua dynasty's state master to a clean slate. Hiss! This is the goddess of transformation realm? How could it be so strong? The eyes of several people in the state lord were shocked beyond measure. The great Zhou old ancestor, who was originally covered in wounds, was suddenly in a state of shock. Chapter 6, Exterminating the Feathered Dynasty 1. Buried Immortal Mountain Range. Kunlun Sect. Disciples Peak. Senior sister. I see you are worried. I think you must be worried about the clan. A young girl with a long purple fairy dress, 3,000 green silk draped down the waist. Face worried Ting Ting, you stood on the disciple peak looking at the direction of the great Zhou royal capital. At that moment a voice came from behind him. It's Lin Yun. Lingxue has met eldest senior brother. Spirit Snow turned and nodded and arched his hand. Eldest brother, do you know the origin of the clan? Kunlun gave him too much of a mysterious feeling, and she had never seen anyone else within the sect. Is it really a hidden sect? The strongest members of the sect were all asleep. Otherwise there wouldn't be only 2 disciples. Her and Lin Yun. He. Senior sister, I've only just entered the clan and don't really know the origins of the clan. But the patriarch said that the clan's strongest people are all in slumber. Lin Yun smiled nervously with his hand on the back of his head. Lingxue was speechless in her heart when she saw this. How was this eldest brother like a simpleton? She really didn't know if she was tricked by the patriarch. Lucas, it's a lull. Shoo. Several figures swept through the air. It then landed in front of the two men. Father, elder ancestor. As soon as Lingxue saw that it was her father and old ancestor, her original worried expression disappeared and turned to joy. Lingxue, your father and I and my old ancestor are all fine. It's fortunate that seniors have stepped in or else my great Zhou would have died today. Luo Wuxuang sighed. At this time, Lingxue looked at the injuries on the body of the great Zhou old ancestor. Her soulful eyes instantly covered in haziness, and she was just about to open her mouth. Old ancestor. Seeing this, the great Zhou old ancestor hurriedly opened his mouth and said, Lingxue girl, there is no need to worry. A little bit of a small injury. The old ancestor is not yet in his eyes. Just then, Wang Ming, bring them to meet me in the main hall. A voice came as if it was a divine decree. The main hall of the clan. Lu Chen's eyes narrowed slightly as he sat high on the main seat, with no breath fluctuations on his body, but giving off an unfathomable feeling. This is the patriarch of the Kunlun sect? So young. Luo Wuxuang and the great Zhou old ancestor looked towards Lu Chen, and at that moment, their hearts were turning over in huge waves. What was even more frightening was that he couldn't actually see through the young man in front of him. A trace of shock flashed in Luo Yuan's eyes. I, Luo Yuan, have met Patriarch Lu. Luo Wuxuang has met Patriarch Lu. On the way here, they had already asked Wang Ming about the situation of the Kunlun sect, and now they were really shocked to see Lu Chen with their own eyes. Moreover, this Kunlun sect was still in the middle of a forbidden land. No wonder they had never heard of the Kunlun sect within the Great Zhou dynasty. Is it really a hidden clan? It's only come out now? This time, thanks to your clan seniors for stepping in to save my Great Zhou dynasty from the danger of extinction. If there is a need, my Great Zhou dynasty will definitely contribute to help. Lu Chen laughed in his heart when he heard this. You have only one old ancestor of the God transformation realm in Great Zhou. It's better to let his old man retire. He also knew the strength of the Great Zhou dynasty from Luo Lingxue's mouth, and that the strongest person was only an old ancestor with the ninth heaven of the spirit transformation realm. Nothing. Lingxue is now a disciple of my Kunlun. As it should be. Lu Chen said indifferently. Spirit Snow's heart was incomparably glad for her previous decision when she heard this. Patriarch Lu, Senior Wang killed the state master of the Yu Hua dynasty. I'm afraid that the Yu Hua dynasty won't let up this time. Rumor has it that there's also an old ancestor within the dynasty, and according to the rumors it's highly likely that he's broken through the cave void realm. Speaking here, Luo Wuxuang's face changed. His voice was heavy and incomparable as he said, if there really was a cave void realm out there, Great Zhou would only be overthrown in a matter of moments. Although Wang Ming had powerfully subdued the state master of the Yu Hua dynasty, he was ultimately not a cave void, and it was rumored that cave void powerhouses could tear the void with their hands in cross space, which was incomparably powerful. The cave realm? Lu Chen was also extremely shocked inwardly. However, the surface remained breezy, as if the cave void realm powerhouses were nothing but ants. I didn't expect this feathered dynasty to be so strong. The cavernous void realm was also present in Kunlun now, and Lu Chen had already planned to have Chen Bashan make a move to directly exterminate the Fei Hua dynasty so that the mission would also be accomplished. At this time, the system's voice rang in his head, causing Lu Chen to be puzzled. The host can just let Wang Ming take the shot. The cultivators summoned by this system are all invincible in the same realm. Hearing the cool voice in his head, Lu Chen couldn't help but stare. Originally, he wanted Chen Bashan to make a move, but he didn't expect that Wang Ming's few people would be invincible in the same realm, so he could temporarily not have to reveal that the Kunlun sect had a cave void realm powerhouse. After all, right now even he didn't know if there were any cultivators above the cave void realm in Qingzhou. Let's get the situation in Qingzhou clear first before we do that. As for the Yu Hua dynasty, Lu Chen is definitely going to destroy it. Thinking of this, a hint of killing intent flashed in Lu Chen's eyes. Wang Xian. This time, you and Lord Luo will be the ones to make a trip to the Yu Hua dynasty to destroy it and raise my Kunlun's divine might. Now that he could complete the system mission by destroying the Yu Hua dynasty, Lu Chen thought for a moment. Exterminate. Exterminate the Yu Hua dynasty. Hearing Lu Chen's words, Luo Wuxuang and Luo Yuan's eyes were even wider, their eyes full of incredulity, thinking that they had heard wrong. He really didn't expect Lu Chen to want to destroy the feathered dynasty. Even Lingxue's small mouth was slightly open when she heard this, her eyes filled with shock. A dynasty that can be destroyed just like that? Lin Yun looked at the shocked ground, a few people on the sidelines. His heart snickered, secretly said, Gaga, little pussy, now you know the power of my Kunlun sect, so what if the dynasty, as usual, extinguished? In fact, even he was shocked by Lu Chen's words. It was a dynasty. Patriarch Lu. It's highly likely that old man Yu Hua has broken through to the cave void realm. Luo Lingxue looked hesitant for a moment. Oh, Lord Luo, don't worry. My Kunlun sect is not afraid of anyone. Any force in this world. Lu Chen slowly stood up, his body revealing a touch of domineering and incomparable aura. The words fell. A touch of amazing aura emerged from Wang Xian's body and instantly appeared beside Luo Lingxue. Go on. Lead the way. When the crowd felt the aura emanating from Wang Xian's body, they were shocked. Their eyes widened, and their hearts were shaken beyond belief as they said, "It's another transformation god realm." The one who was most shocked was the great Zhou old ancestor, who looked at Wang Xian with eyes filled with scorn. This was because he could see that Wang Xian was clearly only at the first level of harmonized spirit cultivation. However, he sensed that Wang Xian had an amazing and terrifying power within his body. This caused him to be even more shocked by the Kunlun sect, unable to believe what kind of sect could have such a powerful god transformation realm. And surprisingly, it was in the burial immortal mountain range. Even he didn't know when the Kunlun sect appeared. This time, Han Dynasty of Central Asia, c. 2nd century AD, on a splendid hall within the national capital. A middle-aged man with a domineering face and wearing a golden augur dragon robe sat on the dragon chair. He vaguely had a powerful and domineering aura that permeated around the grand hall. He was none other than the lord of the Yu Hua dynasty, Yun Sanqiang. Suddenly, Yun Sanqiang's face suddenly changed, his expression trembling in shock. Surprisingly, he couldn't sense the state master's divine thoughts. This was the secret technique of his feathered dynasty, and the state master had left a divine thought in him for the purpose of guarding the capital of Feathered Kingdom. Now that the divine idea had disappeared, it also meant that Lin Mu had fallen. Ah, who is it? Surprisingly killed the state master. I, Fei Hua dynasty, will definitely not rest in peace with you. Sitting high on the dragon chair, Yun Sanqiang roared angrily, releasing a morose aura on his body. The pressure subdued the ministers in the hall to kneel on the ground, shivering, looking fearfully at the state master on the dragon chair. What was it that made the lord of the land so angry? Master of the state? Yes, didn't the master of state go to destroy the great Zhou dynasty? Geez, the master of the state is actually dead? The eyes of the ministers were wide and their complexion was filled with shock. They couldn't believe that the incomparably powerful state master had died. The state master was at the 9th heavenly cultivation of the spirit transformation realm. So how could anyone possibly kill the state master? It's over. It's over. The state master has fallen. Now the old ancestor is in seclusion. It must be the great Zhou ancestor who killed the state master. Impossible. There's no way that old thing from great Zhou could have killed the state master. That old thing has long since withered its chi and blood and has little life left. The ministers in the great hall were all of a sudden talking in fear. All shut up for this king. Even if the state master falls, there's still the old ancestor. And when the old ancestor breaks through the cave void realm, that's when the great Zhou dynasty will die. Yun Sangdao's eyes emitted a silky cold aura and hissed in a deep voice. He didn't believe that the state master was killed by great Zhou. After all, that old thing's blood chi was withered. And the state master was a disciple of the old ancestor with a powerful cultivation. Could it be someone from the Tai Chou Holy Land? When he thought of the Tai Chou Holy Land, Yun Sangdao's expression also became alarmed. Just then, an indifferent voice came, and Wang Xian steeply appeared inside the great hall with Luo Lingxue in tow. You are the lord of the feathered kingdom. Boom! A strong and incomparable pressure immediately filled the hall, and even the space appeared ripples to emit a buzzing sound. The pressure caused everyone in the hall to kneel on the floor as if they were about to suffocate. Looking terrified, feeling this terrifying aura, the crowd of the Feathering Dynasty immediately looked fearful and their bodies couldn't help but tremble. Even the lord of Yu Hua Kingdom was no exception as he knelt on the ground, facing the god transformation realm's Wang Xian. His Dao Palace perfection realm was as fragile as a tile, and he couldn't resist at all. Transformation, transformation, transformation. Ah, don't kill me. The ministers of the Yu Hua dynasty were on the verge of not being able to breathe from the pressure of this powerful aura, and desperately voiced out their pleas for mercy. Ah, asterisk 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 asterisk. Who are you? Yun Sangdao roared in anger, his eyes wanting to crack as he hissed towards Wang Xian. Chapter 7, Exterminating the Feathered Dynasty 2. Noisy. Wang Xian's eyes were indifferent, and then he waved his big hand. Thump. In an instant, the bodies of the ministers in the great hall exploded into ashes. Ah, who the hell are you? Watching the ministers die in front of his eyes, Yun Sangdao's eyes were covered with blood and roared loudly. He had forgotten that he was now facing a transformation god powerhouse, and at the moment, he only wanted to break the person in front of him into pieces. Cloud Cthulhu, you Feathered Dynasty also have today. Luo Wuxuan on Wang Xian's side looked at him with a cold smile. Luo Wuxuan was also shocked by Wang Xian's cultivation, another transformation god, but seeing the downfall of the Feathering Dynasty, his heart was excited beyond measure. It's you, Luo Wuxuan. Yung Sengxiang saw that it was Luo Wuxuan, then he understood that it was the person in front of him who killed the state master. After all, in his eyes, the breath of the old ancestor of the great Zhou was withered. It was impossible to be the opponent of the state master. Immediately his eyes wanted to crack and hiss towards Wang Xian. You dare to kill me? Old ancestor will not let you go. Yung Sengxiang faced death. He was afraid, thinking that he could scare off Wang Xian with the feathered ancestor. However, would Wang Xian be afraid? And would the Kunlun sect be afraid? My Kunlun sect is about to enter the world. It's an honor for you, Yu Hua dynasty, to sacrifice your flag for my Kunlun sect. Die. The words just fell. Wang Xian then slapped his palm out. Boom. Ah, Kunlun sect. Old ancestor will not let you go. Bang bang bang. The entire hall collapsed with a bang, and together the cloud vault turned into dust. The poor Yu Hua kingdom lord did not know until his death why this sudden appearance. The Kunlun sect wanted to destroy his Yu Hua dynasty. With the death of the Dao Palace Realm Perfection Feathered Kingdom Lord, Luo Wuxuan began to slaughter the Feathered Clan. Luo Wuxuan was also a Dao Palace Perfection, and at this time, once the Lord of Yu Hua was dead, there was no one in the entire dynasty who could stop him from slaughtering. Moreover, the Wang Xian transformation god realm aura was being released in the air above the royal city, enveloping the entire royal city, leaving the rest to Luo Wuxuan. As the saying goes, if you don't eliminate the roots of the grass, you are afraid that it will come back to life in the future. Luo Wuxuan knew this truth, not to mention the inhumane massacre of Great Zhou's people by the Yu Hua dynasty. If we don't slaughter the Yu Hua clan, how can we stand up to the dead Great Zhou generals and countless people? Wang Xian, on the other hand, was quietly waiting for Luo Wuxuan in the sky above the royal city. Senior, everyone in the Feathered One clan has already been cleared by me. After killing the Feathered clan, Luo Wuxuan's face was agitated and his eyes were grateful as he respectfully saluted towards Wang Xian. Well, this matter has been settled, so I will go back and resume my orders to the Patriarch. Speaking of returning orders to Lu Chen, Wang Xian's eyes revealed a strong sense of respect and loyalty in the depths of his eyes, for all of these summoned powerhouses were absolutely loyal to Lu Chen. In their eyes Lu Chen was their god, and they wouldn't frown even if Lu Chen wanted them to die. The heart of Luo Wuxuan, who saw this scene, trembled fiercely. He saw something. It was surprising that such a powerful god of transformation's eyes would reveal that level of respect and devotion when he mentioned Lu Chen. Even a powerful god of transformation like Senior is doing this to Patriarch Lu. It seems that the origin of this Kunlun sect is by no means as simple as a hidden sect. Luo Wuxuan was shocked beyond measure in his heart. Buzz. Just a short time after the two left, a golden armored figure appeared in the void. Looking at the crumbling Yu Hua royal palace, his heart shook as he said, "Who struck?" Surprisingly, the Yu Hua dynasty was wiped out. After the golden armored figure felt it carefully in the air, his face changed and he was shocked. The person who made the shot actually has the same cultivation level as me. Kunlun sect. Inside the main hall, a cold voice sounded in Lu Chen's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host's subordinate for destroying the Feathered Dynasty, completing the system mission and obtaining the system reward of 1 random draw and 10 pieces of war soldiers. Hearing the clear cold voice, Lu Chen's face was agitated and excited. It's over so soon? This Feathered Dynasty doesn't work either. Lu Chen thought in his heart. 10 battle weapons. Not bad. It can be rewarded to the disciples later when there are more of them. Lu Chen nodded in satisfaction. He also knew the spiritual weapon levels of the immortal martial continent based on the system information. The immortal martial continent's spiritual weapons were categorized into lower grade, middle grade, and high grade spiritual weapons, and above the spiritual weapons were the battle weapons, saint weapons, ancient weapons, quasi-emperor weapons, and extreme emperor weapons. If these 10 pieces of war weapons appeared in the southern desolate region, I'm afraid that they would immediately set off a huge wave, attracting countless forces to snatch them up. In the era where great emperors were not visible, god kings were hidden, and saints were not present, having a war weapon allowed one to fight even against cultivators with higher cultivation levels than oneself. Certainly not Qua realms. Ding! 10 pieces of war soldiers have been stored in the system space. Fixed reward, the Sect's Hall of Feats and Techniques has been perfected successfully. System, are there any feats inside the Hall of Feats? Lu Chen secretly inquired in his heart. If this system gave him a whole empty shell, he'd be pissed off, although he couldn't use it for the time being. After all, He didn't have a bottleneck in this aspect of raising his cultivation. As long as he got more draws, he didn't believe that he couldn't draw a cultivation card. What's more, how can a clan not have a merit hall? Then the disciple who joins Kunlun in the future knows that his clan doesn't even have a merit hall, and it would be strange if he doesn't run away. Ding! The system has already stored the kung fu. Please rest assured. Host, that's good. With that, Lu Chen continued. System, is there a clan panel yet? Ding! Yes. With that, a sight of subtitles appeared in Lu Chen's eyes. Sect, Kunlun Sect. Sect residents, Burial Immortal Mountain Range. Patriarch, Lu Chen. Sect disciples, 2. Clan guards, 3. Sect guard elder, 1. Sect elders, none. Clan points, 1000. Clan elders, none. System, what's the use of clan points? Lu Chen wondered. Ding! Clan points can be exchanged in the system mall for items from the heavens. Divine weapons, divine medicines, immortal medicines, physiques, all sorts of items. After reading the introduction of the system mall then appeared in his mind. 9 Dragon Sea Chariot, 100 clan points, countless zeros in the back. Congenital Sacred Body Dao Fetus, clan point 10. All Things Mother Chi Tripod, clan points 100. Wait, I have a ING umbrella? Lu Chen looked at it and exclaimed that it was awesome. Worthy of being a system, even this kind of artifact has. What a departure from DAP. By the way, system, how do I get clan points? The host only needs to destroy the hostile forces. The stronger the force destroyed, the more clan points you will receive. Oh, the host can also take in vassal forces. The stronger the vassal force, the more clan points you gain. Can only hostile forces have clan points? It's not like he's going to get all the hate. I'm KAM. At this moment, Wang Xian was on his way back to Kunlun Sect with Luo Wushuang. Senior, are you an elder of the Kunlun Sect? Luo Wushuang had not yet recovered from the shock and asked apprehensively. Hear that? Wang Xian glanced at Luo Wushuang and smiled. How could he not know the meaning of Luo Wushuang's words? But still slowly said, I'm not an elder. I'm a guard of Kunlun. After all, my Kunlun came out this time. The Patriarch needed runners, and Wang Ming and I were awakened early by the Patriarch. Buzz. This statement was made. Luo Wushuang's brain buzzed, his expression shocked, and his heart set off monstrous waves. The realm of the transfigured god. Surprisingly, they are just clan guards. Have you ever seen such a powerful realm of transformation as a janitor? The old ancestor is only at the realm of transformation. Is he not even qualified to watch the door? Old ancestor de Zhou, you really want to filialize old me? Even those powerful sect forces of the harmonized god were enough to hold the position of elder. Yet in the Kunlun sect they were just a guard. Hiss. Wouldn't that mean that Kunlun has a great power above the cave realm? The more Luo Wushuang thought about it, the more alarmed she became. Her complexion changed slightly and unnoticeably. A flash of aura appeared in her eyes, as if she had made some sort of decision. In the meantime, Tianzhou, hegemonic power heavenly sword sect, a main peak. An old man sitting cross-legged opened his eyes in admiration, and his eyes exploded with a brilliant aura. All of a sudden, sensing the disappearance of his own bloodline, his body exuded a shocking pressure that swept out in all directions, pressurizing the surrounding space with a buzzing sound. Who is it? How dare you destroy my inheritance? His expression became distorted, and his entire body erupted with a morose killing intent. He was the old ancestor of the feathered dynasty, Yun Long, the existence of the 9 heavens of the transformation spirit. Who would have thought that the old ancestor of the feathering dynasty wouldn't stay properly in the Qingzhou, but instead be amongst a hegemonic level power in the heavenly state? Damn it! If it weren't for the fact that I was about to break through the cave void realm, I would have traveled to Qingzhou to find out who the person who extinguished my legacy was, and would have extracted his divine soul and burned it day and night. Even though he didn't know who had destroyed his inheritance, the harsh words were still necessary. Yun Long's eyes were incomparably hideous, flashing with a fierce killing intent. Chapter 8, The Strongest Technique in the Heavens. Kunlun Sect. Eldest senior brother. You haven't even opened a spirit vein? Lingshue's expression was shocked as her small mouth slightly opened and her eyes stared wide at Lin Yun. It was only just now that he realized that his eldest senior brother hadn't even opened up a spirit vein. Cultivation. First build a mortal body. After the gathering of true chi, with true chi as a supplement to open up the body of the 5 meridians and 8 veins. True chi into the spirit into the body, quenching the physical body, before you can open up the spiritual veins. In the immortal martial continent, those who were unable to open their spirit veins were called invalids. And not having a spirit vein also meant that they were not destined to become strong in this life. Cultivator road is to be able to live with the world. Immortal. Even if the fight with the sky only a ray of hope. My generation of cultivators also dare to fight with the sky. But there are always anomalies in the world. Rumor has it that some of the destiny of life was born with a mysterious and powerful physique. From childhood cannot cultivate. And even can not gather gas. Once the physique is inspired to cultivate up as easy as drinking water. The battle force is the same level of invincibility. Powerful. Could it be that this eldest senior brother of his has some sort of mysterious physique? Spirit Snow was puzzled in her mind. Senior sister. Although I didn't open a spirit vein, but the patriarch said that I have an extraordinary physique. I have the qualifications of a divine king. I'm a future great emperor. Lin Yun's naive face with his hands behind his back overflowed with the aura of a king. I believe in the words of the sovereign, Lin Yun said with a resolute face, as if he was a future great emperor. Aha! At those words, Lingxue's face was filled with black lines. This big brother is really naive. No. Later on, we must find the patriarch and ask if eldest senior brother really has some sort of physique. Moreover, she believed that the patriarch would not let someone without a spiritual vein to be the eldest brother. After all, it seemed to her that Kunlun was so mysterious. It was even more unlikely that it would accept a disciple without a spiritual vein into the sect. Just as Lingxue was puzzled. Buzz. Anon. Suddenly the sky appeared, a true dragon silhouette roaring. Followed by countless ancient races appeared. Visions. There are countless bathed in golden light silhouette waving fists. Although only visions, but gives a great power. As if every fist can knock down the stars. Breaking the starry night sky let a person daunted. This is. The two Lin Yuns looked at the previous scene and were directly shocked beyond words. Sent what? Could it be that a powerful person from the clan has awakened? Just as the two of them were still in shock, the visions in the void moved abruptly, instantly turned into a channel of divine light madly surging into the Hall of Merit. The original dull and lightless Hall of Merit, 3 words, all of a sudden glittering so that people do not dare to look directly at, and finally gradually returned to calm, as if it had never happened. This was after the success of perfecting the Hall of Feats. The department had put the strongest feats of all the heavens inside, and every single feat inside could be called a supreme ancient scripture. Fortunately, there is a system to shield the Kunlun. Otherwise such a vision, the immortal martial arts continent, those old undead are going to rush out of the coffin to explore. Patriarch, what's going on? Seeing Lu Chen come out of the main hall, Lingxue hurriedly went forward to inquire. Lu Chen was also in a daze at this time. He was just thinking about the development of Kunlun, when he was suddenly startled by a loud noise. He thought that someone had hit the Kunlun sect, so he hurried out. System, what's going on? Lu Chen frowned and secretly inquired in his heart. Ding, host, please rest assured. This is the vision emitted by the Gongfu after it was perfected in the Gongfu Hall. A vision? I'm KAM. Holy, I thought someone was beating down the door. Don't worry. This is the revival of my clan's Hall of Feats. Lu Chen said indifferently. The Palace of Merit revived? Hiss. Just what kind of Gongfu could cause such a vision? Could it be the Divine King's ancient method? Or the Great Emperor's ancient scripture? Although none of them had seen it before, the scene just now was too shocking. They had a feeling that even the Divine King ancient laws and the Great Emperor ancient scriptures would never be able to trigger such a vision. Both of them were shaken in their hearts, and their eyes were filled with shock. Steady, steady. As the eldest brother of the Kunlun sect, I'm sure the patriarch will give me a supreme technique. And I can expect a great Lin Yun emperor. The shocked Lin Yun looked incredibly excited, his heart vaguely expectant, and Lingxue's face was equally elated and equally expectant. Inside the Hall of Feats and Techniques are countless ancient methods created by my Kunlun's successive great powers, and the ancient scriptures are all the strongest in the world. Lu Chen looked at the two and faintly said, Hiss, ancient methods, ancient scriptures created by the great powers of the Kunlun sect. Hear that? Both of their bodies were shaken. And they both thought that there was something wrong with their ears. What was an ancient technique? It was a technique that could only be created by a great power above a god king, not to mention the great emperor's ancient scriptures on top of the divine king's ancient laws, which could not be created by a non-great emperor. If this word is spread out, it is enough to shake the entire Xianwu continent, and I am afraid that in an instant those old undead in the self-sealing will be crazy to come out of the world to make a grab. Alright, the two of you can go in and sense the feats now. Seeing that the two were still in shock, Lu Chen reminded, Hey, that's shocking? If he had said that there were countless other immortal laws and immortal scriptures inside, only the two would have been stunned silly. Of course he wouldn't say anything. After all, the two might not believe him even if he did. Patriarch, Patriarch, we can go in and pick a merit technique? When the two men heard Lu Chen's words, their faces immediately became excited. The great emperor, I, Lin Yun, am destined to become a great emperor in this life. Lin Yun cried out in his heart. Excited. He seemed to have forgotten that he hadn't even opened his spirit vein, as if a great emperor wasn't far away. After you go in, you don't have to pick yourselves. You only need to use your mind to feel, and the gong method will choose the right person. Yes, sovereign. The two men's faces were excited as they respectfully spoke towards Lu Chen. At this point, Lingxue seemed to have thought of something and hurriedly said, Patriarch, eldest brother's spiritual vein has not yet opened up. Can he cultivate techniques? Hearing this, Lin Yun, who was still in a state of excitement, froze before he could react. What do you mean? The spirit vein hasn't even been opened? Sister, you're trying to usurp the throne. I'm afraid you won't be able to grasp me. Elder brother, and so on. Reacted Lin Yun also thought of his own lack of spirit veins. Originally excited look, all of a sudden turned into a daughter-in-law ran away with someone else's expression, crying in mourning to Lu Chen. Patriarch, didn't you say that I'm a future great emperor? Patriarch, you must have a way to help me open up a spirit vein, right? When Lu Chen heard this, he was instantly dumbfounded as well. God damn it, the future emperor? I'm just saying that you're a great emperor. When did I say that you're a future great emperor? Moreover, at that time, there was not a system prompt that said that your kid was a genius, and I didn't know that you didn't have a spirit vein. Lu Chen looked at him with a black line on his face. Didn't the system say that this kid was a genius? System? Does Lin Yun have some kind of physique? Lu Chen had read so many red-haired monster novels in his previous life, so he naturally knew that some geniuses who couldn't cultivate and didn't have a spirit vein or something like that mostly possessed a mysterious physique. But how do you look at it? This Lin Yun kid doesn't look like it? Ding. Host, clan disciple Lin Yun is the legendary fighting holybody. Cannot open the spiritual vein because there is no suitable method. Hint, there is a suitable gong method for Lin Yun's physique right in the gong method hall. Note, the fighting saint physique is one of the strongest physiques in the world, and a fully fledged fighting saint physique can be incomparably powerful in battling the heavens, the earth, and the gods and devils. After the system's introduction, Lu Chen couldn't even believe that Lin Yun, this kid, really did have a mysterious physique. Originally, he thought that this kid was judged as a genius by the system because of his high cultivation talent, but he didn't expect to receive a random disciple. He could receive a fighting saint body. Of course, if it wasn't for the system, it was estimated that Lu Chen would have killed himself not believing that Lin Yun possessed such a powerful physique. Looking at Lin Yun's silly big man with a naive face, how do you look at it? It doesn't look like he can battle the heavenly battle god devil. Chapter 9 Subsidiary Power. Great Zhou Dynasty. Lu Chen can't even believe that this kid has such a powerful physique. It's lucky that he's a disciple of my Kunlun sect. Lingxue, your master does have a special physique, the legendary battle saint body. Lu Chen slowly said. Fighting saint body. This statement was made. Lingxue's small mouth slightly opened in shock, her face full of disbelief. She couldn't believe that this naive-like eldest senior brother really had a mysterious physique. Although she didn't know the power of the fighting saint body, she understood that once she possessed the mysterious physique, her future achievements would definitely not be low, and it would definitely be possible for her to become a great power. And these words fell in Lin Yun's ears as like a bolt from the blue. Put him a shock body. Excited cannot help but tremble. Fighting saint body. What an awesome name. I, Lin Yun, am destined to become the man who fights the heavens and the earth and the gods and devils. Elder sister. You can't grasp elder brother me. At this moment, it was already as if Lin Yun could see in his heart that he would be standing at the top of the continent in the future. Of course Lin Yun didn't know the fighting saint body, what it was and how powerful it was. All he knew was that he had this kind of, just give people a feeling of great physique as soon as he heard the name. Your eldest senior brother couldn't open up a spirit vein because he didn't have a corresponding technique. Lu Chen looked at the two and said, Patriarch, without a suitable technique is that eldest brother's physique wasted? Lingxue's pretty face was incomparably serious as she said, Again? God is wasted. Sister, I knew it. You just want to ride on top of elder brother. Although there is no suitable technique for me to cultivate right now, it doesn't mean that you can ride on my head. Senior sister. Yes, to feats? Lin Yun instantly thought of something. His eyes lit up and looked at Lu Chen as if he was seeing a beautiful woman. Patriarch, does my Kunlun Hall of Merit Laws have a suitable merit law for me? Lin Yun looked at Lu Chen with fiery eyes. Patriarch can know about my physique. I guess Kunlun Sect must have such a gong method. Not bad. There are countless techniques inside the Hall of Techniques, and there just happens to be a technique that suits your physique. Lu Chen nodded. Alright, the two of you go in now. Find the right technique and cultivate well. Soon my Kunlun sect will become the strongest force in the immortal martial continent. The two of you. One of you is the eldest brother and one of you is the eldest sister of the Kunlun sect, so you can't let others underestimate my Kunlun in the future. Lu Chen said in a proper voice. Yes, Patriarch, we will definitely not insult the reputation of the Kunlun sect. The two of them returned with firm eyes, secretly vowing in their hearts that they would become strong people who would shock the continent, which would be worthy of the Patriarch's expectations of them. After the two of them went in, Lu Chen was about to return to the main hall to cultivate. Shoo! Two air-breaking sounds came from the air, and it was Wang Xian, who had finished destroying the Yu Hua dynasty, who landed in front of Lu Chen with Luo Lingxue. Patriarch, the Yu Hua dynasty has been destroyed. Wang Xian respectfully said. Alright, I am aware of that. You go down first. Lu Chen nodded. Yes, Sovereign. Wang Xian respectfully said. Patriarch Lu, I, Great Zhou, would like to become a vassal of Kunlun. I wonder if you can agree. After Wang Xian left, Luo Lingxue's complexion was a little tight as she looked at Lu Chen and opened her mouth. On the way back he had already determined that Kunlun was a big leg up. If he could be under the shelter of the Kunlun sect, he might be able to become a top power in the southern wasteland region after Sunday. He was also secretly sending a messenger to his own old ancestor to agree on this. So he wanted the Great Zhou dynasty to become a subsidiary power of the Kunlun sect. But when he thought of the mysterious and powerful Kunlun sect, he was afraid that Lu Chen would not be able to look at Great Zhou. Oh, become my Kunlun affiliated power? Lu Chen's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise as he looked at Luo Lingxue, who did not look like she was joking, and said, It seems like we should have seen two god transformation realms appear in the Kunlun sect to make the Great Zhou Lord think it's a great reclusive sect, and that's what made him think that way. Lu Chen thought secretly in his heart. Ding! The Kunlun sect is bound to become the strongest force in the heavens and the earth. So how can it not have a subsidiary force? Please ask the host to take in the Great Zhou dynasty to become Kunlun's first affiliated power. System, you're teaching me things? You're just going to take it? Ding! The system has detected that the host is very anti-bone. The system is in the process of unbinding 10%, 20%, 99%. Good. This seat agrees. Lu Chen said immediately with a calm face. Just as the system was about to load to 100%, Lu Chen didn't even think about it and immediately promised Luo Lingxue. I'm Nima. Scared the hell out of me. System, are you damned if you can't afford to play? I just made a joke. As far as you're concerned, this system is also joking with the host. Please don't worry about the host. Kaga kaga. God joke. Lu Chen cursed in his heart. Lu, Sovereign, you promised. Luo Lingxue was a little unsure. Nice. Lord Luo, my Kunlun is bound to become the strongest force in the world this time out. And soon my Kunlun sect's strongest will gradually recover. And your Great Zhou dynasty, in addition to Lingxue, if there are still royal children with good talent, they can also follow the strongest of my sect to cultivate. Lu Chen faintly said, drawing a big pie for Luo Lingxue. But this big cake was really fragrant to Luo Lingxue. Patriarch, can my royal children really follow and cultivate beside the clan seniors? Luo Lingxue exclaimed. Even his address changed. His expression excited. He had thought that after becoming a Kunlun affiliated force, he would at most step in to shelter the Great Zhou dynasty when it encountered a crisis. But he hadn't expected to be able to have other royal children besides Lingxue follow the Kunlun sect seniors to cultivate by their side. After all, now that two transformation spirits had appeared in Kunlun, and they were still just clan guards, he believed that Kunlun must have a mighty powerhouse above the cave void realm. When he thought that in the future, the royal children of the Great Zhou would be able to follow the side of a great powerhouse above the cavernous void to cultivate, it was as if Luo Lingxue could see in his eyes that the Great Zhou dynasty would have strong people at the cavernous void realm, or even above the cavernous void, in the future. After all, the lifespan of the transformation god realm was only 5,000 years, and it could shelter a power for 1,000 years without collapsing. But there will be a day when the lifespan will end. Not to mention that this is a world where the strong are honored and the weak eat the strong. If you don't exterminate others, others will also come to exterminate you. Only by continuously appearing one strong person after another could a power be protected to survive in the world for a long time. This was the reason why he was willing to become a subordinate force to Kunlun. But he didn't expect Lu Chen to make such a promise. Patriarch, please rest assured that Great Zhou vows to follow Kunlun to the death. Luo Wuxuang's eyes erupted with a light as he spoke in a proper voice. As if someone dared to insult the three words Kunlun Sect right now, he was going to rush up and give the other party a slap on the face. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving his first affiliated power. Rewarded with clan points, 1,000 points. A clear and cold voice resounded in his mind. Lu Chen's face remained unchanged, and he eeped in astonishment in his heart. System, there are clan points even if someone else delivers them to the door? Ding! Yes host. Both active subjugation and host acceptance can gain clan points. Yo, there's still this operation? That's good. In Lu Chen's eyes there was no such thing as subjugation. Subjugation is just beating. If one beating doesn't work, then two. However, now that the Great Zhou dynasty took the initiative to be willing to become a subordinate force, this was an unexpected blessing. One for the price of one. It seems that this Great Zhou dynasty is indeed very weak. The system only gave 1,000 clan points. But when I think of Great Zhou, there is only one goddess of transformation ancestor. It is also relieved. Well, that's good. By the way, State Lord Luo, what forces are within the Green State? And what kind of strong people are within the clan? My Kunlun sect hasn't been out in the world for too long, so I'm not very clear about the forces in the immortal martial Greatland right now. Lu Chen looked at Luo Wuxuang and faintly said, if you wanted the Kunlun sect to be able to become the overlord of the Qingzhou, of course you had to understand the large and small forces within the Qingzhou. Got to take it one step at a time. This let was also Lu Chen's way of survival. Even though he had a system, right now there was only one cave void realm cultivator in Kunlun, and the other three were only at the transformation spirit realm. But Lu Chen didn't believe that there weren't some old undead in this huge Qingzhou. Sovereign, there are a total of 4 major dynasties within the Green State. Besides my Great Zhou dynasty, there is also the Great Qin dynasty, the Great Xia dynasty, and the Yu Hua dynasty that has already been destroyed by Sovereign. Among them, the Great Qin dynasty is the strongest. It is the absolute hegemon of Qingzhou. The dynasty territory covers half of the territory of Qingzhou, and the dynasty ancestor is rumored to have already stepped out of that step with half of his foot, followed by the Great Xia dynasty with the Cave Void Realm ancestor. Luo Wuxuang's eyes showed thick scorn when he said this. If he hadn't become affiliated with Kunlun in the past, Luo Wuxuang would have only been in awe of the Great Qin dynasty. Now after seeing the strength of the Kunlun sect, he was sure that the Kunlun sect had an existence of the Cave Void Realm or even above. Within Qingzhou, no matter if it was the Great Zhou dynasty or other dynastic powers, all respected the Great Qin dynasty, and every year they had to surrender their cultivation resources to it. This was also the reason why the Great Qin dynasty clearly had the strength to exterminate the other forces but did not make a move. After hearing Luo Wuxuang's words, Lu Chen was also secretly surprised. I didn't expect there to be so many forces within a single Qingzhou, especially the old ancestor of this Qingzhou's overlord, the De Qin dynasty, who was most likely in existence above the Cave Void Realm. According to what Luo Wuxuang said, as long as there was a Cave Void Realm powerhouse present in the power, it could be said that the current Kunlun sect already had the strength to become a dominant power. It's just that there are fewer people. Lu Chen thought darkly. Luo Wuxuang saw that Lu Chen was deep in thought and didn't know what he was thinking about, so he didn't dare to make any noise to disturb him. Well, this seed also understands the situation in Qingzhou, so you go first, Lord Luo. Lu Chen said indifferently. Yes, Sovereign. Luo Wuxuang said respectfully towards Lu Chen. After dealing with this, he also realized that most of the weak forces would look for big forces that were powerful and had a strong background as a backer. As for the Great Zhou dynasty, as long as they help Kunlun properly, Lu Chen will also look at the face of Lin Yun being a disciple of the Kunlun sect, and in the future, he will also help the Great Zhou dynasty to improve their strength, so that they can also do things for the Kunlun sect. Chapter 10, Hegemonic Power. Great Qin Dynasty. The next day, Lin Yun and Lin Yun also came out of the Hall of Feats. Both of their faces were filled with shock, and the joy of obtaining a merit technique. In particular, Lin Yun had sensed the battle's sacred laws and broken the limitations of the holy body, and in just one night's work, he had opened up his spiritual veins and directly broken through to the spirit sea realm, worthy of being a genius with a sacred body. And although Lin Yun didn't have a special physique, she had sensed the Willow God Law, which was the strongest scripture law of a great power of the heavens. Feeling that his hands were filled with power, and that he could drive the surrounding spiritual energy to his own use with a wave of his hand, Lin Yun's heart was shocked as well as grateful to Lu Chen. Senior brother, you've opened a spirit vein and broken through the spirit sea realm? As Lin Yun felt the change in Lin Yun's aura, her small mouth opened slightly and her face was filled with shock. She was at the 9th level of the Spirit Sea realm, so she could naturally sense Lin Yun's realm. Is this the holy body? Sure is hard enough, strong enough. She had always been satisfied with her talent, breaking through the Spirit Sea realm at just 17 years old, and was even ranked on the Qingzhou Heaven's Pride ranking. But today, this scene struck her. Yesterday still did not open the spirit veins of the eldest senior brother, only used one night to open the spirit veins, but also broke through to the Spirit Sea realm. How could this not shock her? Hey, senior sister, now believe in senior brother's words. I, Lin Yun, am destined to be a future great emperor. Senior sister, I'm sure you've also sensed a supreme technique. Yes, master. Very good. Worthy of being my senior sister. Senior brother thinks highly of you. Lin Yun carried his hand on his back in an elder-like manner. A mount. Hear that? Spirit Snow was instantly speechless. Can't this big brother be serious? If you don't know, you'll think you're the patriarch. Just then, a voice that seemed to be irresistibly majestic came. Lin Yun, Lingxue, come meet me at the main hall. Words. The two of them slowed down from the joy of obtaining the merit technique. With a respectful look towards the main hall where Lu Chen was, he respectfully said, Yes, sovereign. Inside the main hall, Luo Wuxuan was also in the hall at this time. Lu Chen sat on the main seat, his eyes slightly narrowed, not knowing what he was thinking. Lin Yun, Lingxue, I'm sure you've already sensed the feats in the Hall of Feats. Lu Chen looked at the two of them and said indifferently. He also felt the change in Lin Yun's aura. After all, he was now also a strong harmonized God Realm Master, but with the system shielding his body's breath, no one in this world could see through Lu Chen's depths. Nice guy. You opened up a spirit vein overnight and broke through the Spirit Sea realm? This is the holy body of battle, worthy of being a disciple of my Kunlun sect. That's good. As for Spirit Snow, he also felt a change in his body's aura. System. Check out Spirit Snow's information. Ding. Clan disciple Luo Lingxue. Realm Spirit Sea realm 9 heavens. Originally practiced the great Zhou dynasty's inherited technique, Luo God technique, and now in the Hall of Techniques, she has sensed the absolute immortal scripture. The Willow God technique. The immortal scriptures? Treadmill. Almost heard it as menstruation. Ryu Shinfa? Ding. Host. This is the strongest scripture law of a great power in the heavens. And like the battle sacred law that Lin Yun sensed, it is the strongest in the heavens. Oh, not bad. Now that both sect disciples had the strongest techniques in this world, Lu Chen believed that they would soon be able to hold up the facade of the Kunlun sect. This way Kunlun would be able to recruit more disciples and he would be able to trigger system quests to gain rewards to raise his cultivation. As for cultivation for Lu Chen, there were just 2 words. The pendulum swings. He was a man with a system, and it was better to let the sect disciples do such a boring and tedious thing as cultivation. He just needs to drain the system rewards. System, are you sure it's not me draining you? He didn't believe that his cultivation would not be strong enough in the future. Yes, Patriarch, Senior Sister and I have both sensed feats. Both Lin Yun's faces were filled with joy as they looked at Lu Chen with a strong sense of awe and gratitude in their eyes. Kung Fu? Words. Luo Wuxuan was a bit confused. It was only at this moment that he realized the change in Lin Yun's aura. Instantly eyes widened. Big shocker. Spirit Sea realm? Wasn't this kid only in the bodybuilding realm yesterday? How did you not only open a spiritual vein but also break through the Spirit Sea realm in one night? Luo Wuxuan was shocked beyond belief in his heart, with a look of disbelief. By the way, feats. It must be the sovereign. Spirit Snow had actually sensed the technique as well. It must have been given by the patriarch. At the thought of this, Luo Wuxuan's expression was very excited. Very well. Now that you have sensed the techniques of my Kunlun's past generations of great powers, you must cultivate them well. And in the future, you must not dishonor my Kunlun's reputation, Lu Chen said in a proper voice. These words were like being struck by lightning in Luo Wuxuan's ears as his body trembled. The successive generations of great powers of the Kunlun sect. It was true that the Kunlun sect was a great reclusive sect. Thighs. It's all about the thighs. Yes, sovereign, we will never let sovereign down, the two said with firm eyes. Lu Chen nodded in satisfaction. A few people came out of the main hall. Lingxue, is what the patriarch said just now true, that you have sensed the gong methods of the successive great powers of the Kunlun sect? Luo Wuxuan's face was delighted as she hurriedly asked. Yes, father, my daughter has sensed a supreme technique in the Hall of Techniques, Spirit Snow said with an excited expression. Words. Luo Wuxuan was even more excited and shocked. The Kunlun sect was indeed a great hidden sect. Otherwise who could make a waste that hadn't even opened a spirit vein, not only open a spirit vein but also break through the spirit sea realm overnight? Lin Yun, are you polite? By the way, father, how do you address the patriarch as patriarch? Lingxue's pretty face was puzzled and confused. After all, this was what the affiliated forces called the main clan. Lingxue, old ancestor, and I have already discussed this. My great Zhou is now a subsidiary power of Kunlun. Luo Lingxue looked at his daughter and slowly said, really? Great father, if my great Zhou can become affiliated with Kunlun, I won't be afraid of other dynasties in the future. Lingxue's face was agitated. Although she was a Kunlun disciple, it didn't mean whether the patriarch would intervene again in the future when great Zhou was in danger. She was well aware that the immortal martial continent had too many weak forces clinging to the big powers to seek refuge. Moreover, many weak forces were often abandoned by the main clan once they had incurred more power than the main clan's forces. After all, the main clan wouldn't defend a power more powerful than itself for a weak affiliated power. Despite this, she believed that Lu Chen was not that kind of person. She was convinced, and so it is, in Lu Chen's eyes, if you dare to move my people, no matter how powerful you are, how powerful your background is, just as destroyed. Father, how is old ancestor's injury? Spirit Snow said with worry. Since that day when Wang Ming killed the Yu Hua dynasty's state master and brought Luo Yuan to Kunlun to help him suppress his injuries and then returned to the Great Zhou ancestral ground to recuperate, she had never seen the old ancestor again. Alas, although the old ancestor's injuries have been suppressed, he doesn't have much longer to live. Unless the old ancestor can break through the cave void realm. Luo Lingxue's face was saddened. He knew that it would be difficult for his own old ancestor to break through the cave void realm unless there was a 9th grade spiritual pill. But the 9th grade spirit medicine, that is the best of the spirit medicine except the very best. Above the spirit medicine is the holy medicine, the divine medicine, the emperor medicine. At this point, Lingxue's face was a bit agitated as she hurriedly said, Father, I'm going to find the patriarch. I think the patriarch should have a way to be able to help old ancestor. Before she could finish her words, she was interrupted by Luo Lingxue, her eyes looking at Lingxue with relief. Lingxue, you must not. Patriarch has already helped the Great Zhou dynasty survive a calamity. Now this calamity of the old ancestor can only be figured out by my Great Zhou itself. At those words, Lingxue's eyes dimmed, and she also knew that her father was right. It was impossible to find Lu Chen for everything. She was only a disciple of the Kunlun sect, and the fact that the patriarch was able to help Great Zhou was already a great favor. However, Lingxue quickly thought of something and her face lit up with joy. Father, isn't there an auction in the Great Qin dynasty? Perhaps there are spirit medicines in the auction that can help old ancestor recover from his injuries. This was the news that came out from the Great Qin dynasty before they even started the national war with the Feathered dynasty. Chapter 11, The Ancient Chamber of Commerce. Words. Luo Lingxue's eyes showed a glimmer, then dimmed again. As one of the 4 great dynasties and the lord of Great Zhou, he was well aware that the auction organized by the Great Qin dynasty this time was not an ordinary auction. It was rumored to be organized by the branch of the desolate ancient chamber of commerce in the Tianqing state. And as for why it was held within the Tianwu dynasty, of course, it was because the Great Qin dynasty was the hegemon of the Qing state. Only a state hegemon like the Great Qin dynasty could allow the desolate ancient chamber of commerce to organize a vast auction within their dynasty. After all, if it was a weak dynasty, the desolate ancient chamber of commerce wouldn't be able to look at it. An auction run by the desolate ancient chamber of commerce was not something that could be compared to those ordinary chambers. Its influence was so great that the great powers of the other great states of the southern wasteland region would come in droves at that time. How could he, Great Zhou, compete with those great powers? Luo Lingxue secretly sighed in his heart. Suddenly, something seemed to come to mind. Luo Lingxue's originally bleak eyes flashed with a hint of essence. I wonder if the patriarch will be interested in this auction. The mind wondered. At this moment, if Lu Chen knew what he was thinking right now, he probably couldn't wait to bring the crowd forward to cause a wave of trouble. Lu Chen was now worried about how to make Kunlun's name known so that it would be famous in Qingzhou. Father, why don't we talk to the patriarch about the news of the auction and see if the patriarch is interested? Lingxue also thought of something at this time. She was born smart and gifted since she was a child. How could she not know that this auction was afraid that it would not be simple when she saw her father's face? That's why she said what she did. After all, Kunlun was too mysterious. Even now that she was a disciple of Kunlun, she was not sure how strong Kunlun was. However, what she was certain of was that this time, if Lu Chen was willing to go forward to the Great Qin dynasty, Great Zhou would be in a position where it wouldn't be too scrupulous of other forces at the auction. Hear this. Luo Wuxuang's eyes looked at her daughter with delighted wisdom. Worthy of being his Luo Wuxuang's daughter. It's just smart. A glimpse of the father's heart. Good. Lingxue will go and talk to the patriarch right now, Luo Wuxuang said with a somewhat expectant look. He also hoped that Lu Chen would be interested in the auction, so that as long as there was really a spiritual medicine that could restore the old ancestors' injuries at the auction, even if it was a holy medicine, he would go out to fight for it, not fearing the threat of those big powers. However, what he didn't know was that this auction, every power that came to participate was not something that the great Zhou dynasty could resist. Inside the main hall. Oh, an auction? Sitting on the main seat, Lu Chen's eyes flashed with a hint of essence as he looked at Luo Wuxuang below. It's true that when you doze off, someone brings you a pillow. He was worried about how to make the reputation of the Kunlun sect a big shock within the Qingzhou. It's not delivered. After hearing the words of the two, Lu Chen also revealed a look of interest. Patriarch, this auction is organized by the desolate ancient Chamber of Commerce, and there are rumors that a heavenly spirit pill will appear at the auction. Seeing that Lu Chen seemed interested, Luo Wuxuang hurriedly said, at that time, the forces of the other great states in the southern wasteland domain will come, so I wonder if Patriarch would like to go to such an event, Luo Wuxuang said with an agitated face, hearing that it was organized by the desolate ancient Chamber of Commerce. Lingxue on the side looked shocked beyond words. She originally thought that it was just an ordinary auction organized by the great Qin dynasty, but she didn't expect it to be the desolate ancient Chamber of Commerce, and the celestial elixir. That was an extremely high-grade spirit elixir that could help a powerful person of the cave void realm to be able to increase their chances by 60% when breaking through the Heavenly King realm. Of course, what they didn't know was that cultivators of the Heavenly King realm who broke through with heavenly spirit pills and those who broke through by their own comprehension were like one heaven and one earth. In the era when saints were not present, the Heavenly King realm was an existence that overlooked the sinking floating domain, and that was an existence that only existed among those great powers. That was something Luo Wuxuang didn't even dare to think about. Oh, the Draconian Chamber of Commerce? Seeing that Lu Chen didn't seem to have heard of the desolate ancient Chamber of Commerce, Luo Wuxuang froze for a moment, shocked in her heart. How is that possible? Isn't the Kunlun sect a hidden sect? Wasn't it a power from the desolate ancient era? Or else how could the sovereign not know about the desolate ancient Chamber of Commerce? To know that the desolate ancient era has passed 1,000,000 years since then. The forces that can inherit from the desolate ancient era to the present day, every one of them is a superpower in the immortal martial great land. The desolate ancient Chamber of Commerce was one of them, and as the largest chamber of commerce in the immortal martial land had countless chapters in every domain. This auction was organized by the Qingzhou chapter. As for the chamber, it was in the Middle Kingdom, which was the center of the continent and the true mecca of cultivation in the eyes of countless cultivators. No way! The Kunlun sect can't possibly be a power from the mythic era. That's an era that has passed tens of millions of years ago so far. The era before the desolate ancient was one of the most glorious and powerful shining eras of the immortal martial continent. It was a golden age in which all the emperors existed side by side and god kings stood, and it was also known as the mythic age by later generations. Moreover, there are ancient records that the great emperors of the mythic era were pulled to the upper realm by a certain powerful force on the same day, leaving behind only their respective Taoist lineages. And to the ancient age, although not compared to the mythical age, but that has also appeared many great emperor. This ancient chamber of commerce is the ancient age great emperor founded. As for whether there was such a thing as an upper realm, it was not for Luo Wuxuang to know. Luo Wuxuang's heart trembled. He didn't dare to think any further. Panic, panic, he's panicking. At this moment, if Lu Chen knew the conjecture in his mind, he would probably give him a big BB. Treadmill. I'm not from this world, so of course I've never heard of it. After easing the shock in her heart, Luo Wuxuang continued. Patriarch, this desolate ancient chamber of commerce was founded by a great emperor during the desolate ancient period, and the legacy has been passed down for millions of years, so no one knows how strong the underpinnings are. The age of desolation? The forces opened up by the great emperor. Lu Chen was also shocked in his heart. Great emperor, this was not something he could reach at the moment. But with the system in place, as long as he developed the clan to receive more talented disciples and kept obtaining system summoning cards, he believed that he would soon be able to summon a great emperor powerhouse. But this auction can be a good place to go. Maybe we can run into one or two geniuses, and it's not certain that we'll be able to trigger a system quest as well. With a decision in his heart, Lu Chen looked towards Luo Wuxuang. Good. We'll leave tomorrow. Words. Luo Wuxuang looked excited. He didn't expect Lu Chen to agree. The old ancestor's injury might have a chance to recover, and Lingxue's face showed delight. The next day, Kunlun clan gate square. The crowd was waiting for Lu Chen to appear. At this point, a voice came slowly. Come on, let's go. The crowd only saw Lu Chen, who was dressed in white and had a superb aura. Walking slowly, taking one step, he instantly appeared in front of the crowd. Greetings, sovereign. The crowd hurriedly bowed respectfully. Qingzhou, the great Qin dynasty, in front of a huge and incomparably ancient and vicissitudes ancient city. If you look carefully, you can find that there are runes hidden on the city walls like a big net covering the entire huge and incomparable ancient city. The gates of the ancient city were wide open, and on both sides of the huge gates stood several great Qin forbidden soldiers in battle armor, each of them faintly emitting a powerful aura. At this moment, countless cultivators had arrived from different places and were entering the ancient city. There were also groups of elders from big powers, or powerful families within the Green State and other states who came in droves with their respective people. Shu, several figures appeared. It was Lu Chen and the others who had come from the Kunlun sect. Several people, Wang Ming, had also been following Lu Chen. And as for Chen Bashan, who was at the cavernous void realm, he was hidden in the shadows. Have you heard? The feathered dynasty has been destroyed. You're looking for death. The Yu Hua dynasty is one of the 4 major dynasties in the Qing state. How could it be destroyed? If the feathered dynasty finds out, you won't even know how to die. A casual cultivator hurriedly covered his mouth. Fellow partner, eyes panicked even as he looked around, afraid that someone might hear him. However, Lu Chen and the others still heard this. It was also unused. Rest assured, the feathered dynasty did perish. My Kunlun sect perished. Sovereign, this ancient city is so big. At this time, Lin Yun looked at the ancient city in front of him with both eyes like he had never seen the world before. When had Lin Yun ever seen such a huge and ancient city? His family was originally a small family, and the strongest person was only at the divine hidden realm. How could such a large ancient city not alarm him? Let alone him. Even Lu Chen's heart was shocked by the ancient city in front of him. After all, Lu Chen was not originally from this world, and it was also the first time he had seen a city built by cultivators on the immortal martial great land. I didn't expect it to be so huge and magnificent. However, Lu Chen's heart was shocked, but his face was always calm and relaxed. His eyes were deep as if the magnificent ancient city in front of him was just like an ordinary city in his eyes. Hearing Lin Yun's words, Lu Chen was instantly filled with black lines. It's true that what you're afraid of is what you get. Never bring this kid out again. It's just too damn embarrassing. Just as Lu Chen was spitting in his mind, buzz. Someone yelled out. Look, hiss. Which power is this that has made such a big show, daring to act like this within the great Qin dynasty without fear of being questioned? The crowd was talking. I didn't expect that this auction would even send someone from the Sky Martial dynasty. 2. Tianwu dynasty? Could it be? That's right. It's none other than the hegemonic power of the heavenly state, the Tianwu dynasty. The crowd in front of the city gates looked at an ancient warship in the air, shocked beyond measure, and an old cultivator who was experienced in the field spoke out the origins of the warship. Chapter 12, Tianji Pavilion Yu Tsang. Hiss. Surprisingly, it's the Tianwu dynasty. But even if it's the Tianwu dynasty, they can't act so recklessly within my Qingzhou. That's right. Those who don't know still think that the overlord of the Green State is his Tianwu dynasty. It's just attending an auction. How dare you make such a big scene? He's damn well here to make things happen, isn't he? This time, the Tianwu dynasty has come in force. I'm afraid it's not just as simple as attending an auction. Just be afraid. What are you afraid of? Speak the up. All the cultivators of Qingzhou in front of the city gates were gnashing their teeth at this move of the Tianwu dynasty, and their eyes showed their anger. Even the several great Qin forbidden guards at the entrance of the city that emitted a powerful aura were at that moment staring at every move of the warship in the void. If it weren't for these forces, they were here to participate in the auction. In normal times, other forces that dared to act like this in the great Qin territory, they would have already struck out to take down the other party. All of them were cultivators of Qingzhou, so they naturally had to maintain the face of Qingzhou, especially since the Tianwu dynasty was acting like this in Qingzhou. Did they really think that there was no one in Qingzhou? Of course, there are other states of the forces can also see the Tianwu dynasty, this time to come raging for fear of stirring up trouble, but also to watch like have been discussing, but it's a side of them that they would very much like to see. After all, if one could see the two hegemonic level dynasty forces go to war, one could also learn about the true depths of the two forces. Inside the Tianwu dynasty's warship, Your Highness, the great Qin dynasty has arrived. A middle-aged man in battle armor said respectfully and incomparably towards a young man in a metaphysical golden python robe on the main seat. Yes, Father and the others must be arriving soon. Humph. This time we must destroy the great Qin dynasty. The young man was none other than Crown Prince Tuo Bafeng of the Tianwu dynasty. And at this time, his eyes were grim as he said, Tuo Bafeng, only 20 years old, has already broken through the divine hidden realm. Is the first person of the young generation in Tianzhou, in the southern desolate region, are famous for the pride of heaven. Even more by the Tianwu old ancestor hailed as the future is expected to heavenly king realm. This time, when he took the risk of coming to the great Qin dynasty, he was afraid that his purpose was very uncomplicated. The arrival of the first state hegemon instantly made the crowd feel that this auction was not simple. After all, many small clans and loose cultivators only thought that this was a simple auction, but they did not expect that even the first state hegemon had been alarmed. Immediately afterward, the next scene caused them to be even more shocked beyond measure, and they immediately stared at the forces of the states that had come with wide eyes. Moon State Cold Family, the Lu family of Yunzhou, Wind State Ancient Family, Hiss, that's, Wasteland State Monarch, the Monarch family. As that old man watched the great powers from the states of the southern desolate domain arrive in droves, especially when he saw an ancient word Jun engraved on one of the bronze warships, he looked so shocked that even his voice, when he spoke, trembled slightly. Obviously this Wasteland State Jun family was afraid that their origins were extremely uncomplicated, or else they wouldn't have let him. The pavilion master of the Tianji Pavilion, show a shocked expression. The Tianji Pavilion was a power established by the Tianji Divine King 500,000 years ago, a top-tier power second only to those holy lands with millions of legacies, imperial dynasties and imperial clans. Tianji Pavilion claimed to be able to pry into the sky to deduce the cause and effect of the world and famous. In 100,000 years ago there is a holy place and a great limit will come to the old ancestor out of the world to Tianji Pavilion to let Tianji Pavilion to help it deduce to look for chance to continue life. As for the results of how, I'm afraid that only Tianji Pavilion know. Of course the Pavilion of Heavenly Chance isn't really able to pry into the heavens and deduce the cause and effect of the world. Even great emperors couldn't pry into the heavens to know the cause and effect of the world. And the Heavenly Chance Pavilion's Heavenly Chance secret method was nothing more than an ancient method of the Divine King. So how could it possibly be done? A large part of it is the Tianji Pavilion itself, which outwardly claims to be able to see through everything in the world. Now hundreds of thousands of years have passed. Tianji Pavilion has long been declining. Otherwise he would not have come to the great Qin dynasty to participate in this auction. After all, the current Tianji Pavilion was only as strong as a state's hegemony level. Alas, I didn't expect even the Jun family to come. I'm afraid it's for that item. Something seemed to come to mind. Yu Tsun's complexion changed slightly as he murmured. Of course, he knew that this auction would not only produce heavenly spirit pills, but also a saint soldier that would be enough to make countless forces in the southern desolate region go out to snatch it up, in addition to the sacred grounds and those imperial dynasties and emperors. If it wasn't in the hands of the desolate ancient chamber of commerce, I'm afraid that these forces would go crazy. After all, they wouldn't dare to take a shot at the desolate ancient chamber of commerce unless they wanted to be exterminated. Oh my god. Is this a war against Qingzhou? The ones who came are surprisingly all hegemonic level forces of a state. What exactly is it about this auction that attracts them? Bro, I know the inside story of this auction. Oh, I heard that there's a small umbrella auction this time. Hey, that's a divine artifact for exploring the forbidden area of the Honey Road. I'm in a big groove. Little umbrella? Dude, true or not? You said the Greenlanders don't lie about the Greenlanders. Really? I see. I'm afraid that these great powers are here for the little umbrella. After all, it's a divine artifact that can prevent the essence from leaking out. The crowd looked at the great powers of the states that were arriving one after another, and were shocked to guess what could make so many hegemonic level powers come together at this auction. One of the sharp-tongued cultivators spoke to the people around him with a serious face about the divine artifacts that would appear in the auction. Not far away, Lu Chen heard the words of the two, instantly froze for a moment, and then hurriedly viewed the system mall when he saw the small umbrella. Not redeemed. 3 words instantly relieved. I'm yet. Scared the hell out of me. Almost thought the system had gone off the rails. Thought this world actually had little umbrellas too? Can he not panic? Lu Chen of course is not concerned about the small umbrella, but when he heard the 3 words of the small umbrella, he thought that the system had run away. After all, the system has been silent for a long time. Luo Lingxue, who was on the side, looked shocked beyond belief at this time. He didn't expect the forces that came to participate to be at the level of a state's hegemon. Now think about if not become Kunlun sect vassal. Great Zhou in front of these one-state hegemonic forces, afraid of the same as a small shrimp. Can only jump 2 jumps? I guess the hare cannot shoot. Despite the fact that the strength that Kunlun was displaying right now wasn't very strong, he trusted Lu Chen very much, believing that Kunlun was far more than what he had seen, with only 2 strong harmonized spirit realm practitioners, and still only clan guards. After all, these hegemony-level forces were not so bold as to be able to have a strong person of the god transformation realm act as an escort. Moreover, to be able to make a transformation god willingly become a clan guard, one could only say that the clan's underpinnings were incomparably powerful. Luo Lingxue gave himself a pill to settle his heart, and then he did not have the same kind of scruples as before. On the contrary, it was as if he had obtained some kind of artifact with a natural look. Chapter 13, The Great Qin Prohibited Guards. With the arrival of the forces of the states, the forces had not yet entered the Great Qin ancient city, and those present had already felt a horrifying aura spreading out from the warships of the forces of the states. The invisible pressure that pressed the crowd in front of the city gates immediately felt a great pressure on their shoulders, causing them to look pale and startled. The realm of the transfigured god. This aura all surpassed the Dao Palace realm and was definitely a transformation god powerhouse. They hadn't expected an auction to have all of the powers coming from the various states to have sent out god transformation realm powerhouses. Originally, I thought that this auction couldn't be any more uncomplicated, and that it wouldn't be surprising that the forces of the various states would have the Dao Palace realm out. After all, the Dao Palace realm might not be considered as a strong person amongst these great forces of the various states. However, in their eyes, they were definitely the ancestor of a party's power, a powerful person who was high above the rest. The spirit transformation realm was an ancestor-level existence in some dynasties or clans. One god of transformation was enough to open up a force that would not fall for 1,000 years. Yet now that so many god of transformation powerhouses appeared in front of them all at once, how could they not be alarmed? Is this a power at the level of a state's hegemon? The underpinnings are really strong. Lu Chen naturally also received this powerful aura of transformation god pressure. Luo Lingxue and several others were also instantly startled, but with a wave of his hand Wang Ming these pressures instantly disappeared. It's true that these forces that can be the overlord of a state are not comparable to these weak dynasties of Great Zhou. Lu Chen's eyes narrowed as he looked at the various state powers and secretly said. Just then, from the Tianwu dynasty's warships came a domineering voice that contained spiritual power penetrating the ancient city and beyond. Poof! Is this the hospitality of the Great Qin dynasty? My family's crown prince has arrived in Great Qin, and surprisingly, there is not even anyone to greet him. The person who opened his mouth to speak was none other than Yang Shan, the god transformation powerhouse in the Tianwu dynasty, who had come to participate in the auction this time. Humph! What a Great Qin dynasty! His Highness the Crown Prince himself dares to be so negligent. Yang Shan stood beside Tuoba Feng with a respectful expression of dissatisfaction with the attitude of the Great Qin dynasty. If this scene was seen by outsiders, it would be hard to believe that a god transformation realm powerhouse would be so respectful to a dynasty crown prince who was only at the divine hidden realm. In the southern desolate domain, a god transformation realm powerhouse could definitely become an elder's existence no matter which major power they went to. Even a prince of a dynasty who was a transformation god powerhouse did not need to be overly respectful, and even the other party would treat him with courtesy. However, in front of this heavenly martial prince, Yang Shan didn't dare to do so, because he knew that the young prince in front of him who was only at the divine hidden realm now. However, he was praised by the heavenly martial ancestor as being expected to be in the heavenly king realm, and in the future, he was even expected to be able to become an existence overlooking the sinking floating domain. At this moment, the eyes that looked at Tuoba Feng were filled with respect. The Tianzhou and Qingzhou boundaries were connected to each other, while the two dynastic overlords, Tianwu and Deqin, were both forces that had been inherited for tens of thousands of years. Over the past 10,000 years, the two dynasties have wanted to destroy each other to expand the territory of the dynasty. But the strength of the two dynasties are almost the same. The dynasty has a hole in the realm of the old man in the town, who can't do anything about it. The forces of the other states naturally knew of the feud between Tianwu and Great Qin, and the two forces had been engaged in a succession of great battles for 10,000 years. 100 years ago, a Great Qin dynasty of the god realm even fell in the hands of the Tianwu dynasty, which makes the two dynasties hate more and more heavy. Now that there was an opportunity to embarrass the Great Qin dynasty, the people of the Tianwu dynasty naturally took this opportunity to lash out. Nice. Humph. It's an honor for your green state to have the forces of our states come together. And not only did you not send anyone to greet us, but instead, you've been so neglectful of us, daring to slow us down like this. Does your Great Qin dynasty have the strength to do so? Buzz. The words just fell. Win state ancient family worship out of a senile old man. The powerful breath of the realm of the god of transformation sparse let go towards the ancient city of Daqin swept away. A suffocatingly terrifying aura, instantly stirring up the surrounding space ripples pressure the void buzzing. All under the spirit of transformation are ants. Put. Just the breath makes the many cultivators who just slowed down in front of the ancient city spit out blood pale and tremble in their hearts. Ah, damn it. Deceive me that there is no one in Qinzhou? Is this a war against Qinzhou? Why haven't the people from the great Qin dynasty appeared yet? Those Qinzhou cultivators in front of the city gates who were spitting blood from the powerful aura of the Wind State's ancient family's old man roared angrily in their hearts. These various state powers never put the cultivators of Qinzhou in their eyes. And in the southern wasteland domain, regardless of the strength or size of Qinzhou's territory, it could be said that it was ranked behind these large states, and there was only one hegemonic level power in the Royal Qinzhou, the Great Qin Dynasty. There could be more than one hegemonic level power in other states, like the ancient family was just one of the hegemonic level powers in the Wind State. Under the ancient city almost all come are the forces within the Green State. As for the states to come to the forces are harnessed warships come. A state is hundreds of thousands of miles apart. Even if it is the realm of the god of transformation, want to cross a state for a short period of time is not easy after all. The spiritual energy will be consumed enormously. Only flying warships can be in a very short period of time to cross the land of a state. Unless it was a cave void realm powerhouse that could tear through the void to cross space. Sensing this powerful aura, the several great Qin forbidden guards in front of the city gates instantly changed in color. And then their faces revealed anger. Bold. Unbridled. A forbidden guards commander stepped out of the Dao Palace realm. 9 days of cultivation at this moment unreservedly released. On the body of the golden armor swings up a road of golden light. Eyes are not afraid to roar. Even in the face of the god of transformation realm, this forbidden guard commander is still not afraid. Daring to strike in the capital of Great Qin is hitting the face of the Great Qin dynasty. This is the capital of my Great Qin, how dare you strike? The commander of the forbidden guard said as he looked at the old man of the Gu family with angry eyes. Ha! Many forces coming from various states have sneered when they heard this. You the Qin dynasty dares to slow us down so much. Without giving you the Qin a bit of color to look at, you still really think that the Qin dynasty's strength can be as strong as it is? Nice guy. I'm Nima. They begged you to come? These state powers are truly shameless. It seems that many of the forces coming from the various states this time have some kind of deal with the Tianwu dynasty, or else the Tianwu dynasty's people would have been hostile to the Great Qin dynasty as soon as they were in trouble. Oof. It seems that the Great Qin dynasty really has no one left. How dare a mole at the Dao Palace realm speak to this seat like that? The old man of the ancient family instantly grimaced when he heard the words of the commander of the forbidden guards, his eyes emerging with murderous intent. Looking for death. The old man of the ancient family raised his hand and slapped his palm towards the commander of the forbidden guards, instantly transforming it into a huge palm print with a terrifying power that fell violently towards the commander of the forbidden guards. Boom! Roar! The commander of the forbidden guards looked at the falling palm imprint and his whole body breath erupted in a loud roar, wanting to block this terrifying palm. But a blow from a transformation god powerhouse Kenben was not something he could block, even if he was in the ninth heaven of the Dao Palace. Bang bang bang! Boom! Put! Forbidden guard commander body battle armor blasted open. A palm force will he directly shot on the city wall. Mouth spitting blood, all breath withered. At any time will go to death. Ah! Old thing. Do you really think I have no one in Great Qin? The rest of the forbidden guards saw that the commander was actually beaten to death by the old man of the Gu family, and instantly their eyes wanted to split and hissed in rage. Rumble! 9 Qin forbidden guards of the Dao Palace realm of the fifth heaven were not afraid of death as they all exploded their whole body's aura and rushed towards the old man. Hiss! The crowd was shocked. They didn't expect the Great Qin dynasty to be so powerful as to allow 10 Dao Palace realm cultivators to guard the city gates. The Dao Palace realm. Each one of them was enough to become the lord of a third-rate power on one side. And I didn't expect the Great Qin dynasty to have so many of them. But right now, even if there were 10 more, they wouldn't be able to stop a transformation god realm powerhouse. The fact that all under the transformation spirit were ants was not something that could be made up for by sheer numbers. Oh, a mole cricket is still a mole cricket after all. The old man of the ancient family looked at the 9 mole crickets with a cold smile at the corner of his mouth, and then spat out a word from his mouth. Extinguish. Chapter 14, What's going on? It's a fight. Boom. A word spit out as brilliant as the heavenly might with a horrible momentum toward the rushing 9 people swept away. Feeling this irresistible powerful momentum, instantly let the 9 Qin forbidden guards face changed greatly. The heart trembles as if facing the god of heaven. In this horrible breath is irresistible. Boom. Bang bang bang. With a loud bang the air exploded into a bloody mist. 9 Dao Palace Realm De Qin forbidden guards were killed by the old man in one word. Hiss. All under the god of transformation are mole crickets. The ancients honestly do not deceive my generation of cultivators. Those were 9 Dao Palace realms, and they were just exterminated with a single word. The crowd of Qingzhou in front of the city gates were shocked by the strength of the old man from the Gu family. And what was even more frightening was that he actually dared to kill someone from the great Qin dynasty. Even the forces of the other states that had just snapped together were confused by this maneuver by the old man of the ancient family. What's the situation? Letting you suppress the great Qin dynasty's momentum. You directly killed all 9 of their Dao Palace realms and crippled one? They didn't want to go to war with the great Qin dynasty right now. Although they were both hegemonic level forces in one state, there was only one hegemonic force in Qingzhou, the great Qin dynasty, and they are in the big state hegemony level forces can be more than one of them. If once the war their own big state of other hegemony level forces will not be indifferent. When the time is bound to the back of the enemy. Originally, it was led by the Tianwu dynasty, and they went along with the situation to deter them. But they didn't expect that the old man of the ancient family in this wind state really dared to kill the person, or kill him in front of the person's house. This is Qingzhou, not their home base. At the thought of this, the faces of the transformation god realm of the other several states forces suddenly changed, their eyes filled with scorn. If the great Qin dynasty really wants to go to war, they can really be cannon fodder now. After all, they are now in Qingzhou. At this moment, including the Tianwu dynasty's crown prince, his face changed greatly. He also did not expect that this wind state ancient family's old man really dared to kill the great Qin dynasty's people. It's over. It's over. It's going to war. I want to go home. I don't want the artifact. The crowd instantly reacted with shocked faces. The old man of the ancient family had killed someone from the great Qin dynasty, or the 9 Dao Palace realms. Isn't this forcing the great Qin dynasty to go to war? And at that moment, Lu Chen was also confused. I'm Nima. What's going on? This is a fight? Where's the promised auction? Should I help Tor in the fight later? After all, that old hanging hair was too arrogant. This made Lu Chen want Wang Ming to step in and directly slap him to death. Buzz. Just then, the crowd instantly felt a powerful aura being released from the ancient city, and sensing that every single one of these auras was actually at the Dao Palace realm. For a moment, the crowd in front of the city gates looked startled. At this moment, even the old man of the ancient family's face changed drastically as he sensed an aura that caused his heart to palpitate. And the transformation spirits of the other state powers all sensed this terrifying aura, and they all looked shocked. Immediately afterward, a figure carrying a powerful aura walked out of the ancient city. Poof! Wind Prefecture ancient family. How dare you! A man in golden armor suddenly appeared in the void. Different from the previous commander of the Forbidden Guards, there was a glittering dragon engraved on the armor. Hiss! That's the Grand Commander of the Great Qin Prohibited Guards, Zhang Han. Some people recognized the battle-armored man. It was actually the Grand Commander of the Great Qin Prohibited Guards, Zhang Han. Boom! Only to see his body's aura explode. The void was instantly pressurized to distort and collapse, and the wind and clouds above the ancient city trembled. Immediately after raising his hand and pressing, a golden palm print appeared in the air with a terrifying might toward the ancient family's warship to suppress it. 9 heavens of transformation. The crowd of the ancient family on the warship was immobilized by this terrifying aura, and their eyes were filled with panic. Feeling this terrifying might, the old man of the ancient family instantly looked fearful. At this moment he didn't have the arrogance he had before, but instead was filled with fear. He was only a transformation spirit 7th heaven. Facing a transformation spirit 9th heaven, he was just like an ant. Ah! Help me! Under the powerful aura of the 9 heavens of the god of transformation, the god of transformation from the various state powers were all suppressed at this point and could only barely stand, let alone come to their aid. Boom! Bang! 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 With a loud bang, the old man of the ancient family along with the ancient family's warship directly blew up without even a dregs left. The great Qin dynasty cannot be dishonored. If you dare to provoke my great Qin dynasty again, even if you are the overlord of a state, I, great Qin, will exterminate you all the same. Zhang Han looked at the various forces and coldly said, the great Qin dynasty had never been afraid of the hegemonic level forces of the states, and although the people of the ancient family that had just been exterminated were also a hegemonic level force of a state, they were still too far behind compared to the great Qin dynasty. Ha! Don't dare! Zhang Commander misunderstood. Just now it was Gu Qian who didn't know what kind of madness suddenly struck out. We also didn't know what to do. Right. Yes. Yes. We came here to participate in the auction. Of course we won't provoke the great Qin dynasty. Yeah right. When the others saw Lu Gu speak out, They all opened their mouths in a moment to clear their relationship with the Gu family.
That had to be bowed down. Who let them be on someone else's territory?
Not to mention that the strongest transformation spirit among their forces who came to participate in the auction this time was that Yang Shan from the Tianwu dynasty,
who only had the cultivation of the 8th heavenly limit of transformation spirit.
Of course, with the exception of the Jun family in the desolate state, but the Jun family would not be involved in these strife of theirs. Perhaps in the eyes of the Jun family these forces were like in a small fight.
Chapter 15, The Rebirth of the Empress of the Upper Realm. Xin Ruoxian. It better be.
How could Zhang Han not know the calculations of these forces? But the great Qin dynasty has been inherited for 10,000 years.
How deep is the depth even he,
the great commander of the Forbidden Guards,
is not very clear. However,
he knew that the great Qin dynasty was by no means comparable to a third-rate hegemonic level power like the ancient family.
The auction will be held tomorrow. Everyone, enter the city.
The city has already arranged rest pavilions for all parties,
Zhang Han slowly said. Having said that, and he turned away.
Phew,
scared the hell out of me. I thought there was going to be a war.
Yes,
but this time, all of the Gu family's people died in Qinzhou, so I'm afraid that they won't let up.
The great Qin dynasty is not simple. The ancient family doesn't have that strength to go to war with the great Qin dynasty yet.
Hearing the words of the crowd Tianji Pavilion's Yutsan laughed,
then slowly uttered a sentence that made the crowd puzzled. Old ancestor has said that the golden great age has come, and that the chance of my Tianji Pavilion is in the middle of the green state.
Old town. Sovereign, that attic is where my great Zhou dynasty rests. Luo Wuxuan looked not far away and said.
Lu Chen sniffed and looked only to see an imposing and luxurious 9-story pavilion appearing in front of him, then nodded his head slightly inside in his heart.
It's true. It's all about context. Whether it was in the blue planet,
or in this strong man respecting metaphysical world. He also knew from Luo Wuxuan that only the forces of the god of transformation powerhouses were qualified to stay in these individual pavilions. As for those casual cultivators, they could only use spirit stones to find a resting place on their own in the city.
When the crowd entered the attic,
Lin Yun began to look like he hadn't seen the world again. This caused Lu Chen to be instantly filled with black lines,
and then kept pleading and letting him hang out. There was really no other way to let the two of them, him and Lingxue, go out in pairs, because he really didn't feel at ease with this naive batch of Lin Yun.
Go on. Lu Chen hurriedly waved his hand.
Hey, senior sister, let's get going.
Lin Yun very smoothly took Lingxue's small hand beside him at this moment.
Sifu.
Lingxue's pretty face instantly appeared 2 blushes. Her face shyly whispered.
Lu Chen's face instantly darkened as he watched the two. Heart. Straight up good guy. It's quick enough to get off the ground.
Of course it wasn't Lu Chen who had a crush on Lingxue,
but Lin Yun,
a kid who usually made slow progress in his cultivation,
was quick enough to get a girl. Actually, it wasn't Lin Yun's fault. After all,
the fighting saint body had only just been awakened. It would take some time. In the latter period of time, Lin Yun's cultivation progress was nothing short of an outlier,
breaking the boundary all the way. And of course that's an afterthought. Wang Xian, go secretly protect the two of them.
Yes,
sovereign. Wang Xian instantly disappeared in place. Let's go. Let's go stroll around this great Qin ancient city as well. Great Qin palace. In a luxurious palace.
A face like a fairy, wearing a white flowing fairy dress. At this time the eyes slightly closed body emanation rode 7-colored divine light.
Let a person look as if the heavenly nymphs in the dance.
She was the princess of the great Qin dynasty.
Xin Ruoxian. She also had an unknown identity. The Empress of the Yaoqi ancient kingdom in the upper realm. Before she was reborn, her cultivation had already touched the threshold of immortality. Just one step away from stepping into the realm of immortality that had caused countless people to pursue it. If it is not in the exploration of a fairy secret realm was backstabbed, accidentally woke up a fairy corpse, and then in the hands of that fairy corpse fell. An origin soul escape accidentally came to the lower realm, just reborn to this Qin princess. I'm afraid there's no more Yaoqi empress in the world. Xin Ruoxian slowly opened her eyes, and her eyes flickered with channeled light. Feathered Song Lei.
If this emperor can return to the top to define the price to be paid by your Wuji ancient kingdom,
it's still too slow.
The rules of heaven and earth in this lower realm are not complete,
and the aura of this southern desolate domain is too thin. Perhaps traveling to the mid-heaven domain is a better option.
Xin Ruoxian murmured softly. It was true that the central domain was the place with the densest aura in the immortal Martial continent, but in a while the aura of the southern wasteland domain would become as much as several times more than the current aura of the central domain.
Knock knock.
Your Highness, the Lord of the land has asked you to make a trip to the Palace of Nourishment.
Outside the palace,
A royal palace guard with a transformation spirit realm cultivation respectfully said. In the hall of the nurturing heart, Qin Zhan's face was domineering as he listened to Zhang Han's report, and he immediately became furious. And the terrifying aura that inadvertently flowed out from his body instantly caused Zhang Han, who was in the ninth heaven of the transformation god, to turn pale, and his heart trembled in fear. The cultivation of the state lord. So terrifying. Oof. A mere third-rate hegemonic power dares to kill my great Qin's people. Really looking for death. If it wasn't inappropriate to go to war at this time, I would definitely destroy the ancient family. Hiss. As expected, the strength of the great Qin dynasty was not as simple as it appeared to be. A hegemonic power became a third-rate power in the mouth of this great Qin state lord. It was important to know that those who could become hegemonic level forces had the presence of powerful people of the cave void realm. State lord, the Yu Hua dynasty has been destroyed. At this time, Zhang Han suddenly said, hear that. Qin Zhan's face didn't show any expression, as if a dynasty was just as dead as the ants under his feet. Why bother to take a look at it? And faintly said, which power made the move? As the absolute hegemon of the Qingzhou, all the large and small forces within the Qingzhou needed to surrender their cultivation resources to Great Qin every year. And when if any other state power wants to destroy a certain power in Qingzhou, that's when the Great Qin dynasty will step in. Of course, if there is a power that is stronger than the Great Qin dynasty, Great Qin will never offend a major power for the sake of a small power. This is the law of survival in the immortal martial continent. Even if the Great Xia dynasty had a cavernous void realm elder, under the might of the Great Qin dynasty, it would never dare to provoke the majesty of Great Qin. It's the Great Zhou dynasty, Zhang Han said after a moment of hesitation. Oh, the Great Zhou dynasty? Do you know what kind of person made the move? A hint of coldness flashed in Qin War's eyes. He knew the strength of both of these dynasties very well. Unless someone was secretly helping Great Zhou. In Qingzhou, other than the Great Qin and Great Xia dynasties, it was almost impossible for other forces to be a match for this feathered dynasty. He suspected that it was a power from another state that had inserted its hand into Qingzhou. My subordinate sensed the breath left behind by the person who struck in the feathered king city. It was very powerful. Zhang Han remembered that aura. His face changed slightly, shuddering in his heart. After the auction is over for this matter, you go and check it out. And if it's a force from another state making a move, don't worry about it for now. Alright, if there's nothing else, you go out first, Qin Zhan majestically said. Yes. After Zhang Han exited the Hall of Nourishment, Qin Ruoxian just happened to come in. Father. Qin Ruoxian's voice was soft and faint. Qin War heard his daughter this faint bang father heart-bitter smile. But he has also been accustomed to this. Who let him have such a great talent like daughterate? He also did not dare to scold. In the Great Qin dynasty, apart from his own old ancestor, it was only this daughter of his who dared to talk to him in any way. If Qin War knew in the future that his daughter was a female emperor of the immortal domain, he would probably be scared to death. Ruoxian, the auction will be held tomorrow. I know you like peace and quiet, but this time, even the Jun family from the desolate state has come. I want you to make a trip for father. Qin War looked at the frosty-faced Qin Ruoxian and slowly said, the Jun family was at the top of the hegemonic level of forces in all the 100 states of the southern desolate domain. The wasteland state Jun family that was in existence that even his great Qin dynasty had to look up to. If not for this, even the Tianwu dynasty, which is comparable in strength to the great Qin power surface, is not enough for this great Qin state lord to treat it with such caution. Of course, Qin Ruoxian also knew about the Jun family of the deserted state and understood Qin Zhan's intentions in doing so. After all, the current Great Qin dynasty was not enough to ignore top hegemonic forces like the Jun family. Her strength was still too weak nowadays, and she was now also the princess of Great Qin. So although she was very reluctant to face it, there was no other way. And since she had been reborn in her De Qin princess, she had also taken on the love of her predecessor. Okay, I'll head back if there's nothing else. These words instantly made Qin Zhan, who had just wanted to speak, swallow his words back down. LOL. If this scene were to be seen by others, it would probably cause their jaws to drop in shock. The lord of the hegemony level power was actually being coy in front of his own daughter. That's too bad. Chapter 16, the auction begins. The next day, in the Great Qin ancient city, in a huge imposing and majestic attic, the desolate ancient chamber of commerce had already created various elegant rooms here, making it convenient for various forces to bid here. The desolate ancient chamber of commerce was the largest chamber of commerce in the immortal martial continent, and although the desolate ancient chamber of commerce of the Great Qin dynasty was only a branch, even the hegemonic forces of a state didn't dare to treat it with the slightest bit of disrespect. With all the forces coming in,
Of course there were also many scattered cultivators who arrived, although in front of these big powers, their little family background really couldn't be taken. Have you heard that this auction? Almost all of the hegemonic level forces from the 100 states of the southern desolate domain are here, except for those few states. What? It's horrible. What exactly is it that the desolate ancient chamber of commerce is auctioning off this time? That it could cause the hegemonic forces of the 100 states of the southern desolate domain to be attracted to it. Some of the casual cultivators were excitedly buzzing about what the desolate ancient chamber of commerce would be auctioning off this time. And I don't know what they're so excited about. You're excited to see what's going on? Although they were casual cultivators, the desolate ancient chamber of commerce wouldn't turn them away. After all, what the merchant house cared about was profit and reputation. In an elegant room, several people from Luchun had already entered as well, and looking at the arrival of so many forces, Luo Lingxue, who was standing behind him, was secretly happy at this time. With Lu Chen in his mind, his worries were much smaller, and if a 9th grade elixir appeared in the auction, he would definitely bid for it. Even if the bidder is a party of great power, he will be a steal to the end. Of course, whether or not Great Zhou had that many spirit stones was another story. Kingdom Lord Luo, what items do the auctions go for? At this time, Lu Chen suddenly asked, though it's to get a wave thing. Ugh, join in the fun. In case some extreme spirit medicine, holy medicine or something like that appeared, he would like to get a few plants to make up for it. Spirit medicines can be categorized into 1 to 9 grades, and extremely high-grade spirit medicines are even harder to find. The holy pills above the spirit pills were hard to find in the world, and as for the emperor pills behind the holy pills, they were the ones that even great emperors would be moved by when they saw them. As for the immortality pill, it was rumored that it could extend the lifespan of great emperors, and great emperors would go crazy when they saw it. Hey, but you don't get either. You can't even get a spirit stone, and you still want to shoot? Wouldn't a man with a system look at these? After all, any of the things inside the system mall taken out would be enough to make those old undead on the immortal martial continent and even the great emperors of the upper realm go crazy. Take the little umbrellas. It could be given to both Lin Yun and Lingxue. After all, there were only 2 disciples now, and one must not give them all the love? After all, Lin Yun, this kid will. It's important to make them feel the love from the patriarch. Behind him, Luo Lingxue froze at his words. It was followed by an immediate reaction. Is it possible that in the age of mythology, spirit stones were not used to cultivate? In Luo Lingxue's heart, he had already identified the Kunlun sect as a power inherited from the mythical era millions of years ago. On the other hand, Lin Yun and Lingxue didn't think much about it, thinking that it was a casual question from Lu Chen. After all, they thought that the Kunlun sect was just a reclusive force, and hadn't thought that Kunlun was a sect that was inherited from that period of time. Could it be a divine source? Hiss. Think about it. Luo Lingxue couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. A divine source. How rare. Divine source wouldn't dare to use it for cultivation even if it was a holy land. Luo Lingxue also really dared to think that the number of divine sources possessed by those holy places, imperial clans, and imperial dynasties during the mythic era was also very small. The divine source possessed a special power that could seal some old undead who were approaching the end of their lives, and those holy land forces might have old undead sealed in the divine source nowadays. Spirit stones have always been a cultivation resource for cultivators in the immortal martial continent. It was no wonder that Luo Lingxue thought this way. After all, the great Zhou dynasty had only been inherited for less than 10,000 years and didn't have much heritage, or else they would have had to tie their hands even if they had wanted to auction off a 9th grade spirit medicine. Luo Lingxue took a deep breath and calmed the shock in his heart. Patriarch, the auction is using spirit stones as bidding items. Luo Lingxue respectfully said. Oh, spirit stones. Lu Chen nodded. Something seemed to come to mind. Then can we use other things besides spirit stones to bid on it? Lu Chen asked again. This time, he came out just to make a name for the Kunlun sect. Isn't this the right time to do so? Now that almost all of the major hegemonic forces of the 100 states of the southern wasteland domain had come, it would be a good choice to show off the Kunlun sect's strong strength in this auction. Lu Chen thought darkly. This? The Kunlun sect is strong? Holy, you're a daredevil. You're killing yourself. Are you dead? Doesn't the author eat dirt? Of course, strong strength. Not to go to death. But financial strength. Although there is no spirit stone. But it's possible to find the system. System? Hit the money. Ding. Hit Nima. The system said back. I'll be damned. Can you live with that? Treadmill. Slutty. Dog system. Hearing the system's words, Lu Chen viciously cursed.
Luo Wuxuan's face instantly became agitated when she heard Lu Chen say that he wanted to use other items. He thought that the other items Lu Chen was talking about were divine origins. Taking a divine source to bid on some junk at an auction? If this was known by those old undead that Luo Wuxuan thought this way, they would slap him straight to death. Patriarch, it's possible. Luo Wuxuan returned. Patriarch can actually give the item to the desolate ancient chamber of commerce to auction it off, but the chamber takes some of the bidding fees. Luo Wuxuan added after some thought. Good. Lu Chen nodded. Just then, a flooding bell-like voice containing majesty rang out. Welcome to the desolate ancient chamber of commerce. You have traveled thousands of miles to attend this auction. I declare that the Qingzhou Desolate Chamber of Commerce auction officially begins. Chapter 17 Heavenly Spirit Pill appears. As the majestic voice fell, the auction has officially begun. The scattered cultivators present had excited faces. They were very curious to know what could come out of this auction that could attract the forces from all the states. Immediately afterward, a woman wearing a purple veil and a long purple dress appeared. She twisted her waist and slowly walked up to the auction stage, and all sorts of voices rang out from under the stage. Asterisk 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 asterisk. That's, surprisingly, it's Fairy Yun. With the appearance of the woman in the long purple dress, someone in the arena yelled out. The woman was Yun, a young pride who ranked in the top 100 on the Southern Wasteland region's Heaven's Pride list. The vastness of the land of a domain possessed hundreds of large states, and each large state boundary was very vast and boundless. Every young genius that could be ranked on the Southern Wasteland region's Heaven's remarkable ranking, that was the best of their peers. And geniuses who could be ranked in the Heaven's Pride list were almost always known in the Southern Desolate region. Yun could be ranked in the top 100 on the Heaven's Remarks list, no matter if it was her own strength or the forces behind her. It was an existence that even the great Qin dynasty didn't dare to mess with. In the Southern Desolate domain, this purple-skirted woman was also known as Fairy Yun. Its influence was huge in the Southern Desolate domain, but this time, for some unknown reason, it suddenly appeared in the Desolate Ancient Chamber of Commerce auction. But that didn't affect the shock of the countless people in the arena. Countless people in the arena then instantly yelled, filled with fervor, Fairy Yun. Lu Chen inadvertently looked at the reactions of the people in the arena who were also confused. And then, after glancing at the purple-skirted woman, his face couldn't help but change slightly, and he was quite shocked inwardly. Divine Hidden Realm. Viewing that this woman was about the same age as Lin Yun, she actually had a Divine Hidden Realm cultivation. It's a genius, isn't it? But why isn't the system prompted? Lu Chen secretly said in his heart, and hurriedly called the system, which if the genius does not enter the Kunlun sect, how can it work? System, is that woman on the stage a genius? Ding! No, she hasn't reached the realm of genius. As for the high cultivation level, it's because of taking pills. Hearing the system's words, Lu Chen also understood why. It's not just drugs? No wonder, sadly, that he got high at a young age and went on to the top of his life. Lu Chen couldn't help but sigh in his heart, and then he didn't continue to pay attention to the purple-skirted woman. Auction table. Everyone, this auction will be hosted by me for you all yo. Yun smiled charmingly at the crowd. The first auction item was then announced. The first lot. The concentration pill. When Yun said the god condensation pill, someone under the field instantly shouted. Surprisingly, it's a 7th grade spirit pill. This statement was made. Those first-class forces were instantly red-eyed. Pills are categorized into spirit pills, holy pills, emperor pills, grades 1 to 9, and extreme grades. As the name suggests, the concentration elixir was a spirit elixir that could help Dao Palace realm cultivators perfectly break through the transformation spirit realm, opening the divine deposit, building the palace of the Dao, and condensing the divine soul are the only ways to achieve the transformation of the divine. In the immortal martial continent, becoming at the god of transformation realm could only be considered a strong person. And all below the god of transformation were ants. A first-rate power was one that had the transformation god realm sitting at its side in order to become a first-rate power. Hegemony-level forces are also divided into first-rate, second-rate, third-rate, and top. The Great Qin dynasty then belonged to the first-class hegemonic power, and the Great Zhou dynasty was located among the first-class powers. It was conceivable that if these first-class forces could obtain a god condensation pill, it would allow another god transformation realm to appear in their forces. At that time, it would be able to become the topmost existence among the first-class forces, and a god of transformation was basically an existence at the level of an old ancestor in a first-class power. The appearance of the god condensing pill made it seem as if these first-class forces could see a god of transformation right in front of their eyes.
I don't believe I need to say more about the usefulness of the God condensation pill. Yunyan looked at the crowd's reactions and smiled gently. Fairy Yunyan, there's no need to say more. We all know the value of the God condensing pill. Those first-class forces could not wait any longer and shouted. Hearing the words of the crowd, Fairy Yunyan also stopped talking nonsense and directly stated the starting bid. Starting price for the concentration pill, 100,000 medium-grade spirit stones. As the words fell, many of the forces couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. Hiss, the starting price is going to be 100,000 medium-grade spirit stones. 100,000 medium-grade spirit stones was definitely the entire family fortune of a third-rate power. It can be said that the third-rate forces are here to play the game. The starting price of 100,000 medium-grade spirit stones was not a small amount for a first-class power. In an elegant room, Lu Chen watched with interest. TSK, the starting price for a single elixir is 100,000 medium-grade spirit stones. Lu Chen was surprised in his heart. Before the auction, Luo Wuxuang had already told him that spirit stones were categorized into lower grade, middle grade, upper grade and extreme grade. Just then, a voice rang out. 500,000 medium-grade spirit stones. The Great Xia Kingdom Lord slowly said. This statement was made. Instantly someone yelled. Hiss. Surprisingly, it's the Great Xia Dynasty. Although the Grand Xia Dynasty was not a hegemonic level power, there were cave void realm ancestors present within the dynasty, and it was the top of the first-class powers in the Qing state aside from the Great Qin Royal Dynasty. However, although there were old cave void realm ancestors within the dynasty, they could only be located in the first-class forces in Qingzhou. Can't call it a hegemonic power because of the Great Qin Dynasty. Therefore, as soon as the Great Xia Lord made his bid, almost all of the first-class forces within Qingzhou gave up bidding. They didn't want to go against the Great Xia Dynasty. However, it didn't mean that the first-class forces in the states would fear the Great Xia Dynasty. 1 million medium-grade spirit stones. The Heavenly State Divine Blade Sect Master glanced at Xia Yang and then said. Xia Yang sniffed and looked in the direction of the Divine Blade Sect and continued to raise the price without hesitation. 5 million medium-grade spirit stones. Hiss. The crowd sucked in a breath of cool air when they heard Xia Yang shout out 5 million medium-grade spirit stones. That's 5 million medium-grade spirit stones, not 5 million rocks. Even the Divine Sword Sect Master was shocked by Xia Yang's words. 5 million medium-grade spirit stones was already the end of the line for a first-class power. As such, the Divine Sword Sect Master did not continue bidding and gave up. There was no further bidding from the back either. Finally, the God Condensing Pill was auctioned off by the Grand Xia Dynasty for 5 million medium-grade spirit stones. Then all kinds of spiritual weapons appeared, and all the forces were bidding feverishly. But strangely enough, the crowd didn't see any of those hegemony-level forces bidding from start to finish. The auction has also come to a close. Strange. Why don't we see any hegemonic forces bidding? How could the hegemonic forces possibly look at this? If I'm not mistaken, the auction is already at the end, and it's almost time to see those hegemonic forces bidding. Some people in the field were talking and their faces were excited. A few moments later, sure enough, the auction had come to an end. Only an old man appeared on the stage. Everyone, there are only the last two pieces left in this auction. The old man laughed. As his words had just fallen, a terrifying aura instantly erupted from those hegemonic forces' elegant rooms. Celestial Elixir. The purpose of their trip was the Heavenly Spirit Pill. As for the two pieces, the old man said, one was definitely the Heavenly Spirit Pill. What was the other? Why they didn't get the message? Could it be that in addition to the Heavenly Spirit Pill, there's an item more important than the Heavenly Spirit Pill in this auction? The people from all the major powers secretly said. In the elegant room of Jun's house, the Holy Soldier, it's finally going to appear. My Jun family is determined to win. An old man's eyes erupted with a brilliant light. Immediately after, the old man on the stage didn't talk any more nonsense and directly stated the starting bid. Celestial Spirit Pill, starting price 1 million top-grade spirit stones. Chapter 18, Hegemonic Power Goes to War. Wow. Oh my god. Surprisingly, it's a 9th grade Heavenly Spirit Pill. No wonder it's able to make all the hegemonic forces of the 100 states come in droves. It's only the desolate ancient Chamber of Commerce that has the strength to put the Heavenly Spirit Pill up for auction. The crowd in the arena was shocked by the appearance of the Heavenly Spirit Pill. One should know that a Heavenly Spirit Pill could help a Cave Void Realm powerhouse improve their chances by 60% when breaking through the Heavenly King Realm. 60%! In a time when saints were not present. Once one entered the Heavenly King Realm, it was an existence that could overlook a domain. And even the Holy Lands were unwilling to go to war with a Heavenly King Realm powerhouse.
although the starting price was 1 million top-grade spirit stones. However, the value of the heavenly spirit pill was no longer comparable to a few million spirit stones. 10 million top-grade spirit stones. A voice came out from within the Sky Marshal Dynasty's elegant room. It was none other than the heavenly Marshal Crown Prince, only to see a glint in his eyes as if he was waiting for something. Look, the hegemony level power has shown up. Which overlord power is it that's bidding 10 million top-grade spirit stones? It's the Tianwu dynasty. The crowd was shocked. They all looked in the direction of the Tianwu dynasty. I didn't expect the heavenly Marshal dynasty to directly call for 10 million upper-grade spirit stones as soon as they made their move. 20 million top-grade spirit stones. Another overlord power voiced out. It's the Lu family from Yunzhou. Before the words fell, another party of hegemonic forces spoke out. 50 million top-grade spirit stones. A voice came out from the elegant room of the Moon State's Cold family, immediately drawing the attention of everyone present. Hiss! That's the Cold family of the Moon State. When the Cold family said 50 million upper-grade spirit stones, the various hegemonic forces couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. Ha! It seems like that old thing from the Cold family is afraid that his time is coming. Otherwise it wouldn't have been possible to take the heavenly spirit pill despite everything. Trying to get another one out of this. Deep within the Chamber of Commerce, an old man with no breath in his body murmured. The Moon Prefecture Cold family. That was a top-tier power that had appeared with a heavenly king realm existence. Thus when the Cold family spoke out, all of these hegemony-level forces fell silent. None of them wanted to offend a hegemonic power that had appeared with a heavenly king realm existence. 1,000 years ago, a first-class hegemonic power went to war with the Han family, and as a result, that hegemonic power was destroyed by the Han family with devastating strength. Countless forces in the 100 states of the southern wasteland domain shook that day. At this point, the old man on the stage saw that there was no more bidding, so he had to announce that the heavenly spirit pill had been won by the Cold family. And after delivering the spirit stones, the Cold family immediately rushed back to the Moon State. Now there's only one finale left. Immediately after that, a long spear suddenly appeared in the old man's hand. Buzz. Boom. Only a terrifying and suffocating aura instantly swept out from the lance. The people present instantly looked terrified, feeling as if they were facing a deity rather than a lance. Put. This, what the hell is this? How can it be so horrible? Some cultivators with weak cultivation were spitting blood from their mouths by this terrifying aura, and couldn't help but have their hearts and souls trembling as they looked at the lance with trembling. Even the god transformation realm felt as small as an ant under this aura, and their eyes were filled with fear. This is a saint soldier. All the transformation gods had their pupils shrunk violently, their expressions showing fear. They were completely unaware that a saint soldier would appear in this auction. It was a good thing that the terrifying aura on the lance disappeared in the blink of an eye. Phew! The people present had, all of them, exhaled heavily. It's horrible. Although this breath is horrible, but Lu Chen has a system and so a few people in the elegant room did not suffer any effects. Sovereign, that was a saint soldier. Behind him, Wang Ming's eyes narrowed slightly as he felt the terrifying aura disappear. This statement was made. Lin Yun and Lin Yun were instantly shocked and their faces changed drastically. Surprisingly, it's a holy weapon. No wonder how terrifying that aura was just now. It's fortunate that the patriarch made a move. Luo Lingxue, on the other hand, looked shocked, his eyes terrified as he said, Elder, you said that it was a saint soldier. It's just a crippled saint soldier. Wang Ming said indifferently, as if it wasn't a saint soldier but an ordinary weapon. Hiss, it's just a crippled saint soldier. Hear that? Luo Lingxue was thrilled in his heart. That was a saint soldier. Even if it was mutilated, if it was outside it would definitely attract countless forces to come out and grab it. Surprisingly, it has become so worthless in the mouth of the senior. It seemed that the Kunlun sect was definitely more terrifying than he thought. Luo Lingxue inwardly shook. Just then, rumble. A shocking sound rang out from the sky above the great Qin ancient city, causing everyone in the ancient city to suddenly freeze. What's going on? Sense something. Immediately after that, a warship was seen appearing in the sky outside of the ancient city, and on each of them stood numerous soldiers in battle armor. Everyone in the ancient city looked at the warships in the sky outside the city. Their complexions changed greatly, not understanding what was happening. And, those are? How? Those are the army of the Tianwu dynasty. How did they suddenly appear in Qinzhou? Is this going to be a war? The desolate ancient chamber of commerce is still holding auctions. The Tianwu dynasty isn't afraid of being exterminated by the desolate ancient chamber of commerce. The desolate ancient chamber of commerce had chapters in every state. and the Chamber of Commerce spoke of interests, but would not care about these power strife. However, forces like the Tianwu dynasty that dared to provoke the Zhang battle end when the desolate ancient Chamber of Commerce held an auction would be liquidated by the desolate ancient Chamber of Commerce afterwards. However, the Tianwu dynasty will not know these, but still not afraid of death still dare to do so, afraid that the reason behind it is not simple awe. In the ancient city, everyone was shocked by the sudden appearance of the Tianwu dynasty's army. There was a lot of looking upwards to see what was happening. Buzz, only to see a tremor in space. A figure wearing a golden augur robe appeared in the void. He was truly the Lord of Great Qin. Qin War, Tuoba Yuan, get your ass out here. Qin War bellowed angrily towards the void. He didn't expect the Tianwu dynasty's army to have appeared in front of his Great Qin royal capital unknowingly. Buzz. As the words fell, the opposite void trembled, followed by a voice, and a figure appeared in front of Qin Zhan. Qin War, today your Great Qin dynasty shall be destroyed. Tuoba Yuan was none other than the heavenly martial dynasty's state lord. Upon hearing Tuoba Yuan's words, Qin Zhan's face sank slightly as he had sensed several auras with the same cultivation level as his in the surrounding void. Cave realm. Looks like someone can't wait to strike? Humph. Tuoba Yuan, just with your Tianwu dynasty you still want to destroy my Great Qin. Do you Tianwu have that strength? Boom. Qin Zhan let out a cold snort. The cave void realm cultivation exploded from him and released. The terrifying pressure caused the void to tremble, and the surrounding space was instantly squeezed and buzzed. Chapter 19, The Five Dynasties. Cave Realm. Tuoba Yuan felt a powerful pressure and immediately changed his face. He did not expect Qin Zhan to break through the cave void realm. Fortunately, he had made sufficient preparations this time. Boom. The same powerful aura of the cavernous void realm erupted from his body as he looked at Qin Zhan and coldly said, even if you break through the cavernous void realm, so what? Today Great Qin shall be destroyed. The Sun Seal. Shun. Tuoba Yuan spoke blatantly out, hands quickly sealing raised hand in the air press. A huge golden sun appeared in the ancient city of Qin above, carrying a horrible might toward the ancient city below the suppression down. Boom. When everyone in the ancient city below saw this scene, their expressions were terrified and their hearts trembled. Even the god of transformation realm could only barely hold on at this aura. Not to mention them, the cultivators below the god of transformation. A cave void realm powerhouse's strike was by no means comparable to that of a transformation spirit realm. The aura alone was not something a transformation spirit could resist. Damn it, what does the Tianwu dynasty want? Is it crazy? I wonder if the forces of our states are still in the ancient city. Isn't the Tianwu dynasty afraid of death? At this point, the transformation spirit realm of the forces in the various states all felt that the heavenly martial dynasty was out of its mind. He dared to send out troops to start a war with the Great Qin dynasty while the desolate ancient Chamber of Commerce was still auctioning, and the Tianwu dynasty's people were also in the ancient city at this time, and so on. Nope. The crowd only then this reaction, where there is still Tianwu dynasty people, has long run out of shadow. Treadmill. Break. Qin Zhan let out a violent roar as a long spear appeared in his hand at an unknown time, suddenly erupting in a terrifying strike. It directly pierced through the void and rushed towards the golden sun that was suppressing it. Bang! The huge golden sun was dispersed by the battle soldier's blow and instantly exploded in the void. In a flash, the air was cleared of clouds. The terrifying aftermath instantly set off a terrifying power in all directions, impacting the surrounding area. And the cultivators under the spirit of transformation were shocked by this terrifying aftermath and spat out blood from their mouths. Countless people looked at this scene in pale horror. Cave void powerhouses, terrifying as they were. Looking at the long spear in Qin Zhan's hand, Tuoba Yuan's eyes shrunk violently as he said incredulously, Heavenly King battle soldier, how is that possible? This was a battle weapon that could only be sacrificed by a Heavenly King realm powerhouse, and he did not believe that the Great Qin dynasty possessed the existence of a Heavenly King realm powerhouse. You know that was an existence overlooking a domain. He was at the same cultivation level as Qin Zhan, both at the first level of the cave void realm. And he was confident that Qin Zhan could not possibly be his opponent. But now is different. You have to know that war soldiers are weapons that Heavenly King realm powerhouses have sacrificed, and each war soldier has the mana runes that Heavenly King realm powerhouses have left behind when they were sacrificed. Moreover, he could sense that the Heavenly King battle armament in Qin Zhan's hand at this moment had not fully revived. Buzz. At this time, the 4 cave void realm powerhouses hidden in the void also appeared and came to Tuoba Yuan's side. After sensing the aura emanating from the Heavenly King battle armor in Qin Zhan's hand, their faces all changed. Heavenly King battle soldier. And as soon as these 4 people appeared, Qin Zhan's face changed drastically. His heart suddenly had a bad feeling. Then he looked at the few people and coldly said, "The 5 great dynasty overlords have joined forces. What exactly does my great Qin have that can make you also? Qin war? As long as you hand over something like that, we can retreat. Or else not only will great Qin be destroyed today, but the entire Qinzhou will be destroyed." One of them directly stated their purpose and sneered coldly. At those words, Qin Zhan's expression changed. Damn! How did they know that the desolate ancient mystic realm token is in my hands? Wanting me to hand over the token is impossible. Even in the face of the 5 hegemonic forces, Qin Zhan was still unafraid. If you guys want to fight, let's fight. At the command of Great Qin, kill the incoming enemy. Boom! The ancient city opened wide and countless Great Qin dynasty armies appeared, carrying shocking killing intent. Kill, kill, kill. Icebreaker, the grand commander of the prohibited guards, Zhang Han, roared with his long spear in hand as his figure charged directly towards the Tianwu dynasty's army. The army behind them followed closely behind, all of their bodies erupting with amazing auras as they killed the Tianwu dynasty army, seeking death. Since you won't obediently hand over the token, I'll exterminate your great Qin and the entire Qingzhou. Tuoba Yuan sneered. Boom! Qin Zhan stopped speaking and directly revived the Heavenly King battle armament, and an icy aura instantly erupted from the lance. Strike together, don't hold back, Topaz yelled. As the 5 great cave void realms exchanged blows, countless warships appeared in the sky above the entire Qingzhou at this moment, having surrounded the entire Qingzhou. In an instant, the forces of the entire Qingzhou exploded. Jiuli Dynasty, Kamikaze Dynasty, the Great Qian Dynasty, Faustus Dynasty, 5 great dynasties joining forces. This is to destroy my Qingzhou. Damn it, what the hell happened? Why did the 5 great dynasties join forces to fight my Qingzhou? So what if the 5 great dynasties join forces? Them, bullying my Qingzhou to be weak? Kill. At this time, the great summer lord Xia Yang roared explosively, and his harmonized god realm cultivation exploded instantly towards the armies of the 5 major dynasties. A warship was exploded in the air by Xia Yang's fist, like fireworks. This scene completely ignited all the forces in Qingzhou. All along the cultivators in Qingzhou had been looked down upon by other forces, and now they were even hitting Qingzhou. At this moment, the killing intent in the eyes of all the cultivators in Qingzhou was monstrous as they madly killed the armies of the 5 great dynasties. Rumble. Chaos. Chaos. Total chaos. Loud explosions continued to resound in the sky above Qingzhou, and Lu Chen, who was in the ancient city at this time, was once again confused. Not only is he even Luo Wuxuang, several people also do not know what happened. All of a sudden the entire Qingzhou are in chaos, but now it was no longer up to them to think about it, because the great Zhou dynasty was also fighting with the 5 great dynasties right now. Luo Wuxuang had also received a transmission from the dynasty and immediately explained the situation to Lu Chen. The great Zhou dynasty is now a vassal of Kunlun. Lu Chen naturally stepped in and immediately said indifferently, Wang Lin, Wang Xian, Wang Mingyu 3 and Luo Wuxuan rush back to Great Zhou. Yes, sovereign. Wang Xian's figure steeply appeared in front of the crowd. Then together with Wang Ming and the two of them, they respectfully said towards Lu Chen. Looking at Wang Lin who had suddenly appeared, Luo Wuxuan's eyes were excited at this moment. Lingxue and Lin Yun were both equally shocked. Another Kunlun sect powerhouse appeared. At this time, Lin Yun saw Wang Ming and the others leave and said doubtfully, Patriarch, the 3 seniors have left. What if they are in danger? My ass, who are you looking down on? Just then, not far away appeared a young girl. She was a white dress, posture beautiful, eyes and eyebrows such as gathering frost and snow, has the temperament of ice and snow out of the dust, muscle like tender jade, 3,000 green silk flowing down in the waist, as if falling to earth fairy. It was none other than Princess Qin Ruian of Great Qin. Ding! The system has detected that the woman in front of the host is a supreme genius. So please take the host into the clan, complete the system mission, and be rewarded with 1 lucky draw, 1 cultivation card, and 1 intermediate summoning card. Lu Chen was just about to leave when a clear and cold voice rang out in his head, jolting him. A Jedi genius? Lu Chen looked at Qin Ruoxian who was not far away and was dumbfounded for a moment. This was definitely the most beautiful woman he had seen so far when he came to this world. However, he quickly reacted. He was the man who wanted to become the strongest man in the heavens and the earth. What was beautiful or not had nothing to do with him. As the saying goes, there is no woman in your heart to pull out a natural god. Chapter 1 of the Sword Score, Sword to the Heart, the final chapter of the Book of Swords. Loveless is God. Chapter 20. Could it be an upper realm great sect? Lu Chen was overjoyed.
It was really worth the trip. No. Genius delivered. Or an absolute genius. Lu Chen remembered that the two of them, Lin Yun and Lin Yun, were only detected as geniuses by the system. One can imagine that this absolute genius must have something different. At this point, Qin Ruoxian also noticed Lu Chen walking towards her. After sensing that there was no aura fluctuation on Lu Chen's body, he withdrew his gaze. Think of it as just a regular guy. Miss, this seat observes that you are related to my Kunlun sect. I wonder if you have a clan. Lu Chen came to her and directly opened the door. As for asking her if she had a clan, it was merely Lu Chen's test. It's good to have a clan. So much for no clan. This woman must be taken today. Hearing Lu Chen's words, Qin Ruoxian glanced at Lu Chen, her eyes like frost, and faintly said, Kunlun sect. What unorthodox sect? This woman is fierce and must be held. It was the first time Lu Chen had been treated with such contempt, and he was very upset, secretly saying, System, is there a way to check her information? Ding, it's possible. This will pull up the information for the host. Immediately after that, Lu Chen's information about Qin Ruoxian appeared in his mind. Human, Qin Ruoxian, 18 years old, Grand Princess of the Great Qin Dynasty. Cultivation, 9th level of the Dao Palace realm. Cultivation of a great emperor before rebirth. Cultivation of less than 1,000 years to prove the destiny of heaven. Just one step short of stepping into the realm of the immortal way. Character experience, the former Empress of the Yaoqi ancient kingdom in the upper realm. While exploring a secret realm where an immortal was buried, she was assassinated by Fei San Lei of the Wuji ancient kingdom, awakened the corpse of an immortal, fell in the secret realm, and by chance, escaped from one of her original souls to the lower realm, and was reborn as Princess of the Great Qin. Read the message. Lu Chen also reacted. No wonder there was a high cold and domineering aura on her. So it was the rebirth of a female emperor in the upper realm. Hiss. Not bad for an empress reborn. At only 18 years old, he already had a cultivation level of the 9th level of the Dao Palace realm. However, on second thought, people were female emperors reborn, and their realm was probably not bottlenecked. But are there really fairies? System, what is the upper world? Ding. Host, you are still a fine dog. The upper world is not yet accessible to you. Please host receive more disciples as soon as possible to grow the clan. Also, give the point host hints the Wuji ancient kingdom is the top power in the upper realm. There is the existence of Xian in the ancient kingdom. As for the Yaoqi ancient kingdom, there is only Qin Ruoxian, a great emperor. Even if Qin Ruoxian returns to the upper realm, it's impossible for her to be a match for the Wuji ancient kingdom on her own. So do you understand, host? Those who get it get it. I don't know what I'm talking about, but I'm not sure what I'm talking about. Oh, my god. I'm Nima, who's talking about fine dogs, but there really are fairies. Looks like we need to speed up the pace of taking disciples. At this point, Qin Ruoxian was already preparing to leave and head to the ancestral lands. Qin War had already asked her to go forward to the ancestral lands to awaken the dynasty ancestors before he went to war with the lords of the 5 great dynasties. Just as she was about to leave, Lu Chen said something that sent chills down her spine. Qin Ruoxian, join my Kunlun sect, and I, Kunlun, will help you destroy the Wuji ancient kingdom in the future. Lu Chen said indifferently with his hands behind his back. Boom. This plain sentence was like a bolt from the blue in Qin Ruoxian's ears. Boom. A terrifyingly inspiring, domineering and noble atmosphere like a great emperor erupted from her body and shrouded towards Lu Chen. A pair of frosty eyes stared at Lu Chen coldly. Who are you? How could you know about the Wuji ancient kingdom? Her eyes were dead set on the young man in front of her who had no breath fluctuation. Only her eyes seemed to be reversing yin and yang, containing endless stars, as if nothing in the world could escape her eyes. How is that possible? Her body jolted. It was actually impossible to see through the person in front of him, although she only had a Dao Palace realm cultivation right now. But don't forget, she was a great emperor who had witnessed the recognition of heaven's mandate in her lifetime. Even the supreme being of this realm could tell a thing or two in front of her eyes, but now she couldn't even see through the person in front of her. The moment. Despite this aura, no matter how terrifying, Lu Chen was not affected in the slightest, still looking at her with a light breeze, and said indifferently, Qin Ruoxian, the female emperor of the Yaoqi ancient kingdom in the upper realm. Just one step short of stepping into the realm of the immortal Dao. It's just a pity that she ended up falling in the hands of an immortal corpse. If the words just now had only caused Qin Ruoxian to be skeptical, then the words now directly made her certain that Lu Chen was also from the upper realm. But she really couldn't figure out how the person in front of her knew her information so well. Who the hell are you? If you don't reveal your identity, I don't care who you are, you'll die.
Qin Ruoxian's stunningly beautiful face was as cold as frost, and her body's aura grew more and more terrifying as she crazily pressed towards Lu Chen. The breath on this little is pretty scary. I am the 1352nd patriarch of the Kunlun sect.
Lu Chen. Lu Chen again began to fool the law.
It is not as long as the more generations to prove that the power of the more ancient well.
The Kunlun clan? Having been a great emperor in his lifetime,
Qin Ruoxian knew all the great sects and religions of the upper realms very well.
But I've never heard of this kind of sect in the upper realm. Could it be an ancient great sect? How do you know who I am? And that you're from the upper realm?
Qin Ruoxian coldly said. You don't need to know that. I'm not interested in your past or present identity.
You just need to know that I won't harm you.
Lu Chen looked at her and said seriously. Even if you return to the upper realm later to take revenge, the depths of the Wuji ancient kingdom are not something you can shake. Am I right? And now that my Kunlun sect has entered the world and is widely accepting disciples, it only took you 1,000 years before you were reborn to certify your heavenly destiny. So it's obvious that you're exceptionally gifted. My Kunlun sect is very serious about this kind of genius. Lu Chen's words were right. Killing intent surfaced in Qin Ruoxian's eyes. How could she not know this? The Wuji ancient kingdom had immortals, and even if she stepped into the immortal Dao, she would never be able to exterminate a party of the ancient kingdom where immortals existed. But she was fearless. So what if there are fairies? She also wanted the Wuji ancient kingdom to pay a heavy price. But this Kunlun sect is not a great sect in the upper realm.
So how could it know so much about the upper realm?
Qin Ruoxian didn't dare to make a rash move against Lu Chen even now, because she really couldn't see past the man in front of her. Moreover, she could feel an extremely terrifying aura hidden in the void. This aura was even more terrifying than the great Qin dynasty ancestor. This was also the reason why she didn't make the first move when Lu Chen spoke of the Wuji ancient kingdom. If it were anyone else, she would have dared to make a move to kill the other party even if it was at the cave void realm. Although she only had the cultivation of the Dao Palace realm right now, she possessed the means of not underestimating a great emperor.
Good. I can enter the Kunlun sect, but I have one condition.
You need not interfere with my actions, nor do I need someone to guide me in my cultivation. She wanted to see what kind of sect this Kunlun sect was, and she could also see that Lu Chen really didn't have any hostility towards her. It was certain that Lu Chen was not from the Wuji ancient kingdom. Moreover, it was not easy for people from the upper realm to descend to the lower realm, and even great emperors had many restrictions. Good. You will know the power of my Kunlun sect in the future. Even immortals can be destroyed with the snap of a finger. Lu Chen inwardly rejoiced. He had finally taken care of this little.
Chapter 21, Sister Qin Ruoxian.
As for this condition, Lu Chen didn't care. After all, he was at least a great emperor reborn. What mattered was that it was enough that she was now a disciple of the Kunlun sect. The Kunlun sect didn't have any very strong powerhouses appearing right now either, so people naturally wouldn't be able to accept it at once. It's just more mysterious to others. And when he summoned more powerful people out, he didn't believe that Qin Ruoxian could be so calm. Lu Chen was in no hurry and believed that soon Qin Ruoxian would be able to completely integrate. For Lu Chen's words, Qin Ruoxian laughed in his heart and did not take it to heart. There was no denying that Lu Chen gave her a mysterious feeling. Even if she had used the Emperor's thoughts in her soul just now, she was unable to see through Lu Chen. Her body was like as if it was covered by a piece of chaos, with no trace to be found. But what is a fairy? Immortal paths are said to be immortal. And who in this world dares to say that the snap of a finger can destroy an immortal? Lin Yun. Lingxue, come over here. I've found you a senior sister. Lu Chen was very happy right now, being able to receive a great emperor reborn. This trip had been very satisfying. Shouting to the two people who were bromancing in the distance. In the distance, the two didn't seem to hear a pretty boy who was calling them like the readers. Lin Yun held Lingxue's small hand and said seriously and incomparably, "The fireworks in the sky that you see in the sky are just like my heart, blossoming the most passionate love for my sister all the time." Spirits know where to hear this level of earthy love words. Beautiful cheeks instantly surfaced to blush as lovely. Shy. Senior brother, you hate. Hearing the words of the duo, Lu Chen was filled with black lines. I'm Nima. Nice guy. Your fireworks with blood? People fight and kill in the air. You guys are showing your love. Shame on you. Oh, Carrot, oh. Senior brother, did you hear the patriarch calling us? Lingxue snapped out of Lin Yun's earthy love story as if she had heard someone calling them. Lin Yun was not moved, but instead went even more overboard, as if no one had directly put an arm around Lingxue and continued. Senior sister, the patriarch is holding the sister. Don't mind him. Let's continue. Lingxue's delicate body trembled at this action of his, and with a swish, her cute and pretty face was covered in shyness. When Lu Chen heard this in the distance, his face instantly turned dark and ugly, and when he looked at Qin Ruoxian he was noticing that she was looking at him with a speechless look that seemed to say, "Is this the Kunlun sect that you claimed could destroy immortals at the snap of a finger?" She kind of regretted it now. At this point, Lin Yun suddenly behind a cold seems to feel a murderous aura, hastily turned his head to look, found Lu Chen is staring at him with murderous eyes, scared and hastily pulled Lingxue to run to the front of Lu Chen. Sovereign, you called us? Seeing that Lu Chen didn't say a word and his eyes kept staring at him with a chill down his spine, he immediately said with a straight face, "Patriarch, just now, my senior sister and I were discussing things on cultivation. We didn't hear you call us. Don't be angry. You call that discussing cultivation? What practice needs to be snuggled up and discussed? There's ing people here. Reader's pretty boy and I would love to know." Elder brother, cut the crap. Seeing that Lu Chen's face was incredibly ugly at the moment, Lingxue seemed to understand something and hurriedly touched Lin Yun. "Patriarch, don't be angry. My senior brother and I are indeed discussing matters on cultivation." Hearing Lingxue's words, Lu Chen's eyes gave a hard look at Lin Yun, wanting even more to slap this LSP to death. Lin Yun was scared into a cold sweat when he was given such a look by Lu Chen, and he said in his heart that it was not good. "It's over. I guess I'll be hung up and beaten by the patriarch when I go back." Lingxue's good, well-behaved and understanding girl was brought astray by him in this way. "Humph. I'll deal with you when I get back." Lu Chen really couldn't afford to lose this face anymore, and looked at Qin Ruoxian as she introduced herself to the two. "This is your senior sister, Princess Qin Ruoxian of the Great Qin Dynasty." The two of them looked at Qin Ruoxian at this time, and it didn't matter if they didn't look. Qin Ruoxian's dusty, fairy-like temperament made Lin Yun instantly forget what he had just said to Lingxue, and with a hefty grin he was about to go forward to show his status as a senior brother. As a result, he was pulled back by Lingxue. "What brother? What are you doing?" Lingxue's brows furrowed slightly as she stared at him with a "you dare to come forward you're dead" look. Lin Yun was so shocked that he felt everything tasteless. Shaking his body, he hemmed and hawed and withdrew his hand. Both of them have stunning looks. Lingxue belongs to the kind of girl next door, while Qin Ruoxian's dusty fairy-like temperament carries the high coldness of a royal sister, allowing people to only look from afar and not blaspheme. "Senior sister. Hello, I'm your second senior sister. My name is Luo Lingxue." Lingxue looked towards Qin Ruoxian, her pretty face happy as she said, "Because the Kunlun sect, finally, is not the only female disciple she has, but the same inner shock is incomparable. I didn't realize that the patriarch was talking about his senior sister. Surprisingly, he was the #1 young person in Qingzhou, as well as the #1 beauty in Qingzhou, and it was said that he had long since broken through the Dao Palace realm. It was rumored in the outside world that she would be the youngest transformation god realm in the southern desolate domain. Although Qin Ruoxian rarely showed up in Qingzhou, her fame was simply too great. Qin Ruoxian nodded slightly at her. After all, she had now joined the Kunlun sect, and she was no longer the empress who ruled a side of the ancient kingdom. Everything had to start from scratch. "Senior sister. Hello, I'm your eldest senior brother Lin Yun." Lin Yun heatedly smiled. "This LSP will just heave." Qin Ruoxian didn't say anything, just looked at him. Lin Yun, in the future, you can communicate more about any cultivation problems, and come ask me if you don't understand anything." At this time, Lu Chen looked at Lin Yun to especially pressurize his tone. Words. Lingxue and Lin Yun respectfully returned. "Yes, sovereign." As for Qin Ruoxian being a great emperor reborn, Lu Chen didn't need to worry about it. Just then, a furious roar resounded through the entire Great Qin dynasty like a flood bell. "Qin war, I want you dead." Countless people in the ancient city looked towards the void. Previously, the warships of the 5 major dynasties had all been blown up by the Great Qin dynasty, and at the moment, the armies of the 5 major dynasties were fighting with the Great Qin dynasty's army. The three of them, Lu Chen, came above the ancient city to look at the Great Qin army that was engaged in a fierce battle with the 5 great dynasties. As for Qin Ruoxian, she went to the Great Qin ancestral land to awaken the dynasty ancestor. Lu Chen glanced at the army of the Great Qin dynasty and couldn't help but say, "No wonder the Great Qin dynasty can dominate a state. I didn't expect there to be so many transformation god realms. It is really strong enough that the 5 major dynasties have joined forces and surprisingly failed to break through Great Qin." And not far away, there appeared countless figures were rapidly sweeping towards the direction of the Great Qin ancient city.
The air caused a stream of light like a rainbow. Look! What are those in the distance? Some people on the ancient city recognized the figures that were rapidly sweeping in, and they were instantly shocked. It's the major forces in Qinzhou. Why are they all rushing toward the great Qin dynasty? It's over. It's over. They're running for their lives. Qinzhou. It's over. They're trying to wipe out all the people. The small cultivator who had said that there were divine artifacts in the auction at the city gates earlier shouted with a face full of despair at this moment. At this point, a nearby cultivator's face was shocked, as if he had seen something terrifying. Look what those are behind. Hiss. That's the armies of the 5 great dynasties. They're hunting down the major forces of the Qinzhou. Just how many people have these 5 great dynasties sent out? I'm afraid this is $10 million. Sure enough, behind the fleeing forces of Qinzhou, countless armies instantly appeared and were heading towards the vast siege this way. Exactly. The 5 dynasties sent out 10 million troops, even the Dao Palace realm. The 5 dynasties of the realm of the God of Transformation realm powerhouses directly sent out hundreds. There are countless Dao Palace realm below the army. Nowadays, almost all of Qinzhou, except for the Great Qin dynasty and the Great Zhou dynasty, which hadn't been conquered, had already been conquered by the 5 major dynasties. The Great Zhou dynasty had the 3 Wangming sent by Lu Chen, and they all belonged to the same realm of invincibility. Moreover, if the 3 of them attacked together, they could fight even at the Cave Void realm. Otherwise the Great Zhou dynasty would never have been breached in a short period of time, and the Cave Void realm state lords of the 5 great dynasties were fighting Qin battle at that moment. Patriarch, my father and mother and old ancestor, they are still in Great Zhou. Disciple is worried. Don't worry. With the 3 Wang Ming they won't be in trouble. Lu Chen interrupted and blandly said, Senior sister, don't worry. With the 3 seniors taking action, the Great Zhou dynasty will definitely be fine. Lin Yun also comforted at this time. Well, Lingxue also believes in Senior Wang Ming and their strength. Lingxue said with firm eyes. It was because the old ancestor had said to her that Wang Ming was very powerful, not an ordinary transformation god realm. Chapter 22 Desolate Ancient Token. Boom. At this time in the void, Qin Zhan was holding the Heavenly King Warrior. His body was dyed with blood, and the lance in his hand erupted with a cold and berserk aura, and the surrounding spiritual energy was madly converging on the lance. Not good. Divine Wind Kingdom Lord, quickly dodge. The Heavenly Martial Kingdom Lord yelled towards the Divine Wind Kingdom Lord opposite Qin Zhan. When the Divine Wind Country Lord felt this heart-stopping aura, his face changed drastically, and he instantly reacted, feeling his scalp numb and an aura of danger hitting his heart straight away. Die! Qin Zhan roared violently. Buzz! A gun stabbed out with a terrifying might toward his suppression. The space in front of him was instantly pierced, and the lance berserk breath terrifying might rushed toward him unabated. Ah! The Divine Wind Kingdom Lord hissed under his breath, instantly constructing a barrier with his spiritual energy. Boom! The long spear directly pierced the spiritual barrier, and the unabated raging and terrifying power landed directly on the Divine Wind Kingdom Lord. Ah! Bang! Only a shocking bang was heard. The Divine Wind Country Lord was directly struck in his body by this terrifying shot and fell from the void, ruthlessly smashing into the ground, immediately raising countless dust, only to see the ground smashed out into a large pit. Put! At this moment, he climbed up from the ground with great difficulty, his eyes looking at his chest in disbelief. A large hole appeared in her, and his breath declined to the extreme, and he fell to the ground, dying immediately afterward. Kamikaze! Asterisk 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 asterisk. The rest of the country lords, seeing this scene, their eyes exploded with murderous intent, and the Tianwu country lord looked at Qin Zhan and angrily said, Qin Zhan, you dare to injure Divine Wind? Shame on you. 5 fought 1, and they were almost killed back, and now they could still say such shameless words. I'm not ashamed to die for you. The crowd looked at such a shameless heavenly martial lord and despised him in their hearts, but no one dares to say it. On the contrary, the hearts of the crowd were extremely shocked by the Divine Wind Kingdom Lord, worthy of the cave realm, stiffly resisting a blow from a heavenly king's warrior soldier and still not dying. Bared. At this point, the pierced space in the void bared its teeth. Everyone looked toward the void, and immediately their eyes widened. Their expressions changed drastically, and they looked at the scene in front of them with inner shock, not daring to believe. Is this the cave realm? Watching the space cracks in the void that had been pierced through were slowly being repaired. Once again, everyone was shocked. The cave void powerhouse was as terrifying as it was in the void at the moment. The rest of the country lords' faces were grim as they looked at the Divine Wind Country Lord who had collapsed on the ground with a shriveled breath.
and then turned their heads to look at Chen Bashan, who had a disorganized breath as they stormed out.
Chen Bashan, say that again. As long as we hand over the desolate ancient token, we'll leave Qingzhou right away.
The words just fell. Suddenly, the several great country lords, who seemed to have sensed something, simultaneously changed their faces slightly, and a hint of fear flashed in their eyes, but no one's paying attention to them right now. The people present couldn't help but exclaim in shock after hearing the words of the several great kingdom lords.
Desolate ancient token. Could it be that the desolate ancient secret realm is coming out? You mean the desolate secret realm left over from the desolate ancient era?
That's right. It's been 100,000 years since the last time the desolate ancient mysteries came out. According to the fact that the desolate ancient secret realm comes out once every 100,000 years, it seems like it won't be long before the desolate ancient secret realm will be revealed. The desolate ancient mysterious realm was a treasure land full of opportunities and dangers, and it was rumored that there were many spirit medicines inside, and that there were even saint and emperor medicines inside. Not only that, there was also the inheritance of the great powers of the desolate ancient era inside. There were even ancient great emperors buried in it, and instead of being a secret realm, it was more like a graveyard of great powers. The person who spoke was none other than Yu Tsong of the Tianji Pavilion. He hadn't left but had been in the great Qin ancient city, and at this moment, his expression was incomparably excited. And the forces of the other big states didn't leave either. They were all watching the action in the sky above Qingzhou. When they heard the desolate ancient token, all of their faces changed drastically, and then they said excitedly, "It's a token to enter the desolate ancient mysterious realm. The desolate ancient token has appeared. Hurry! Inform the family head, patriarch." The major state powers shouted. They didn't expect to come across the desolate ancient token when they came to participate in this Qingzhou trip. The desolate ancient token is the key to open the secret realm. At that time, once the desolate ancient mysteries came out, whoever had the desolate ancient token would be able to enter the desolate ancient mysteries first. You need to wait a year after the secret realm comes out before it opens automatically. Therefore, with the desolate ancient token one could enter the secret realm in advance. That's why it was able to get them this excited. At this point, a few great country lords had also discovered the movements of the forces in the various states, but they didn't dare to make a move to stop it. They didn't have that strength to go against the major state powers. Once they stopped it, what would be ushered in would be the consequences of all the major states coming together against them. That's not something they can afford. Immediately after, several people looked at each other as if they had made a decision. Even the Divine Wind Kingdom Lord, who had fallen to the ground, seemed to have discerned the thoughts of a few people at this moment, and proceeded to support his tattered body as he stood up with difficulty, ready to fall at any moment. This action of the Divine Wind Country Lord instantly caught everyone's attention. "It's all over. Let's not fight." Just when everyone was wondering, only to see several kingdom lords simultaneously saying towards a certain place in the void respectfully and incomparably, "I implore your excellency to make a move." Buzz. A ripple suddenly appeared in a void. Space was shaken, and a figure with an extremely terrifying aura appeared, only to see that he was shrouded in golden light, unable to see his appearance, and he slowly took a step in the void. Boom! A terrifying pressure was released from him, suppressing everyone. At that moment, everyone felt like 100,000 mountains had rumbled down on their shoulders, and their bodies were under immense pressure. Cultivation is even weaker, cannot withstand this kind of pressure. A mouthful of blood spit out. Suddenly pale, the whole body breath withered, directly kneeling on the ground. Life and death do not know. Even if it was the God realization realm under the pressure of this horrible breath, all of them were suppressed and could not move their entire body. Everyone looked shocked and trembled, their eyes looking towards the golden figure with a strong fear. As for Lu Chen, he had a system, and this pressure naturally had no effect on him. But Lin Yun, Lingxue cultivation simply could not withstand this kind of pressure, almost collapsed when, poof, a cold snort resounded in the ears of the two, and instantly the terrifying pressure on their bodies instantly disappeared. The two of them only felt their entire body relaxing, and then looked at Lu Chen with shock in their eyes. Patriarch. The duo thought that it was Lu Chen who had made the move, but then they remembered that the voice that had just entered their ears was not Lu Chen's. The two were just about to inquire when they were interrupted by Lu Chen, who looked at the figure in the void and said coldly, "Humph, dare to injure my Kunlun Sect's disciples, looking for death." At this moment, that golden armored man still didn't know that just because of his appearance, he was on Lu Chen's must-kill list. When the two heard Lu Chen's words, their hearts were suddenly warmed, very touched, not realizing that the usually majestic patriarch would care so much about the clan's disciples. At this moment,
The two were very fortunate to be disciples of the Kunlun sect. Patriarch, don't worry. I will definitely work hard to cultivate and raise my Kunlun divine might, so as not to disgrace you and the Kunlun sect, the two secretly swore in their hearts. Immediately after, the golden light figure looked towards the several great kingdom lords, and then a cold snort swirled around. Put. Several great cave void realm kingdom lords, along with Chen Bashan, were directly shocked by this cold humph, causing a mouthful of blood to spray out of their mouths. The several people who were injured from the original great battle, their breath was even more disorganized at this moment, and their faces were incomparably pale. Looking at the figure, Chen Bashan's pale face carried a strong sense of scorn, but no fear could be seen in his eyes. It was because the terrifying aura of the golden light figure was something he had felt in his own old ancestor. He believed that his own old ancestor had already awakened at this time, and this was also the reason why he was not afraid of the figure in front of him. At this moment, the 5 great dynasty lords, with fearful eyes, looked toward that golden light figure. 5 wastes. The man shrouded in golden light looked at the several people and said coldly, "A small dynasty can't even take it, and you still need this seat to personally take action. What's the use of having you?" A plain sentence that fell on the ears of a few great country lords was like a death trap. "My lord, please give us another chance." The 5 great country lords looked fearful, instantly scared out of their wits, trembling, without the majesty of the previous lord of a party's dynasty, desperately explaining towards the golden armored man, "My lord, this person has the heavenly king's warrior soldier, and we really can't kill him in a moment." Right, my lord. If he didn't have the heavenly king's warrior soldier, we would have been able to get the desolate ancient token a long time ago. The floating slave dynasty lord's voice trembled with fear as he explained. The several great kingdom lords were very clear about the terror of this golden light figure in front of them. If they displeased this one, their dynasty would definitely be wiped out by the other party in a matter of moments. Their several great dynasties were a dominating force in the eyes of others, but only they knew that in front of this figure, the hegemony dynasty they were working for was not even a fart in the eyes of the other party. Hiss. Everyone couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air, looking at this scene are shocked. Unbelievable. A party of hegemonic forces of the Lord, in front of the eyes of this golden light figure before even so humble. Chapter 23, Half-Step Heavenly King Realm. Immediately after, that golden light figure looked towards Chen Bashan, whose breath was in disarray, and raised his hand to casually wave it. A golden palm illuminated by spiritual energy carried a terrifying might and blasted towards him. Bang! Only a loud bang was heard. Chen Bashan was slapped towards the ground without even being able to resist. Put! The crowd sniffed, only to see Chen Bashan fall to the ground dead or alive. Hiss! Everyone couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. The cave void realm unexpectedly couldn't even resist the power of a palm in front of this figure. It's horrible. Who the hell is this guy? Why would the 5 great dynasty lords be so afraid of this figure? And the strength is so terrifying. Could this person be a heavenly king realm powerhouse? But that thought quickly flashed through the minds of the crowd. If a heavenly king realm powerhouse really made a move, the great Qin dynasty would only be annihilated in a single thought. Even the aftermath was enough to blast them into dust. They wouldn't have seen it coming. Just as everyone was speculating about the origins of this golden figure. Boom! A terrifying aura erupted from the direction of the depths of the great Qin ancient city. At that moment, the wind rose and countless spiritual chi suddenly converged, forming a 100 feet spiritual power light pillar in the void, and then it exploded violently in the air. Buzz! Instantly stirring up the void ripples impacted the clouds in 100 miles. Hiss! This breath. Surprisingly, it's just as terrifying as that golden light figure. That direction is the Great Qin Palace. Could it be that Great Qin dynasty ancestor? Looks like the rumors are true. It's said that the Great Qin old ancestor has already half-stepped out of that step. Everyone looked in the direction of the depths of the Great Qin ancient city and was once again shaken to their core as another terrifying powerhouse appeared. I just don't know who is stronger of these two terrifyingly strong people. And after the 5 great dynastic states sensed this terrifying aura, their complexions changed drastically, and their hearts were filled with horror. Even they didn't expect the Great Qin dynasty's old ancestor to be just like that lord, also at the half-step heavenly king realm. However, once they thought of the power behind that lord, the fear in the eyes of several people instantly disappeared. In its place was a deep sense of awe. In front of this lord. So what if the Great Qin dynasty has a half-step heaven realm? It would not be able to escape being destroyed. Jie. The 5 great dynasty lords seemed to have seen the scene of Great Qin's demise in their eyes and couldn't help but sneer in their hearts. In the immortal martial continent, Without entering the Heavenly King realm, one could never be considered a true powerhouse. The Heavenly King realm was different from other realms, and it was extremely difficult to break through because one had to condense the Dharma heaven and earth within the Tao palace of the body. If one could not condense the Dharma image heaven and earth, there was only one possibility to forcibly break through the Heavenly King realm. That would be to use a 9th grade Heavenly Spirit pill, or an extremely high grade or higher. And even if you used a pill, you would only have a 60% chance. Moreover, even if he broke through to the Heavenly King realm, he was simply not on the same level compared to the same realm because there was no Dharma heaven and earth in the Tao palace. The Tao palace in his body even lacked the mana unique to the Heavenly King realm. At this time, the figure in the void had already faded away from the golden light shrouding it, only to see a man wearing a golden battle armor appearing in the crowd's line of sight. He looked in the direction of the depths of the great Qin ancient city. Not the slightest change could be seen on his face, but there was a hint of wantonness in his eyes as he said, "Oh, interesting. I didn't expect a half-step Heavenly King realm to appear in a tiny dynasty." At this point, a voice containing a terrifying might came out. "Junior, you seek death." The crowd only saw a pale figure appear in the void, and a terrifying might immediately erupted from his body, fiercely suppressing it towards the gold-armored man. He was none other than the old ancestor of the great Qin dynasty who had been awakened by Qin Ruian, Qin Lun, an existence at the half-step Heavenly King realm. He looked towards the golden-armored man, and the expression on his pale face changed as his pupils suddenly shrunk. Half-step Heavenly King realm. At this moment, his face was incredibly grave as he spoke in a deep voice. "Who the hell are you? Why are you striking out at my great Qin dynasty?" The golden-armored man did not change his face to the terrifying pressure raging against him, and with a wave of his raised hand, the enveloping pressure instantly disappeared. Immediately after, "You are not qualified enough to know where this seat comes from." The golden-armored man's face was expressionless. Even if the other party was a half-step Heavenly King realm like him, he was not qualified to know his identity. I don't care who you are. If you dare to take action against my great Qin, if you don't give an explanation to the old man today, you won't be able to leave," the great Qin old ancestor coldly said. There was no flinching because the other party was at the same half-step Heavenly King realm. The words just fell. Before the golden-armored man could say anything, a few of the great country lords, their faces unsightly, said angrily to Qin Lun, "How dare you speak to His Excellency in such a manner? What a lapdog! Biting when you're mad. Seek death." To Qin's old ancestor's eyes went cold, not expecting a few cave void realm juniors to dare speak out against him. With that, he raised his hand and grabbed at a few people. Boom! Terrifying power surged out, sweeping towards several people. Several people immediately looked terrified, just wanting to flee but realizing that their bodies could no longer move. With terrified eyes, he hurriedly asked the golden-armored man for help. "My lord, save us. It's true that just now, how arrogant he was is now how lousy he is." Seeing this situation, the golden-armored man's face sank, not expecting Qin Lun to dare to strike in front of him. Immediately, he raised his hand and struck out a terrifying force. Boom! The two terrifying forces instantly collided together and exploded. A huge mushroom cloud formed in the air. A force visible to the naked eye rushed through the clouds in a 100-mile radius of the void. The people present were all shocked as they watched the scene in front of them. A few great country lords were even more frightened and pale. The voice in his mouth trembled towards the golden-armored man and said gratefully, Thank you for your honor's hand. If it weren't for the fact that you few losers are still somewhat useful, this seat wouldn't bother to care if you live or die." Words. Several great country lords were too frightened to make a sound, and the indignation in their eyes could only be vented inwardly on the great Qin dynasty. "Well, this seat's patience is limited. The great Qin dynasty is it? As long as you obediently hand over the desolate ancient secret realm token, this seat may consider keeping you alive. What that means is, whether you hand over the token out or not you have to die." He just didn't want to waste his hands and feet taking on a small dynasty. What a big mouth. Even if you come from an extraordinary background, today the old man will make you pay the price. The words fell. The great Qin old ancestor stopped talking nonsense. With that, raising his hand and grabbing it in the void, the heavenly king's warrior in Qin Zhan's hand instantly appeared in his hand. The Qin old ancestor's terrifying cultivation of half-step heavenly king realm was unreserved at this moment, and it erupted from him. Boom! Being at the same half-step heavenly king realm, the golden-armored man he could sense was not simple. He didn't dare have any reservations. Ha ha, old thing who doesn't know what's good for him. Do you think that a half-step heavenly king realm cultivation, coupled with a crippled heavenly king battle weapon, is a match for this seat? The man in golden armor laughed. With his eyesight, he could naturally see through the fact that the Heavenly King battle armament was not complete. Buzz. Junior. You seek death. Great Qin old ancestor blatantly shot. The light of the war weapon in his hand was great. The mana divine chain wrapped around the gun body. The aura of 100 miles in a radius crazily gathered in the gun, and fiercely struck out a terrifying shot. Boom. Gun out. Heaven and earth change color. Suddenly the wind rises. Berserk power filled with the surrounding space. The long gun terrifying power, directly tearing the void space, instantly appeared countless cracks, carrying the terrifying might towards the golden armored man to suppress and kill. Chapter 24, Bei Xian. Destroy the golden armored man. Wherever this terrifying shot passed, many of the armies of the 5 great dynasties were crushed into a bloody mist before they could exit the battlefield. Everyone was shocked as they watched the shot. The man in golden armor, looking at the terrifying shot that swept towards him, took another step towards the void, and at that moment, a strong and unparalleled force violently erupted from his body. Buzz. Boom. This aura instantly overshadowed the strong might on the Qin old ancestor, only to see him raise his hand and press down. The spiritual chi of heaven and earth suddenly rioted, surged, and madly converged, and a huge golden palm condensed from spiritual energy appeared in the sky above the great Qin dynasty. This is a half-step Heavenly King realm powerhouse well. Too terrifying. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air, their eyes trembling with fear. At the same time, and the green state closer to the major states in the void, suddenly appeared a number of figures. After feeling this breath face changed, have been alarmed said, This aura, could it be that a Heavenly King realm powerhouse is making a move? That's the direction of Qinzhou. Qinzhou is not holding an auction. How can? At this moment, an old man seemed to have seen something. His eyes narrowed slightly as he slowly said, It's the aura of the half-step Heavenly King realm, only that the person who made this move is extremely powerful. The old man received news from the family juniors that a desolate token appeared in Qinzhou. I didn't expect that someone couldn't wait so soon. Desolate ancient token. Words. The others, in turn, looked shocked. The figure then quickly disappeared into thin air. At this point, in the void, the golden armored man pressed his big hand, and a huge golden palm fell with a roar, carrying a terrifying might towards the Qin old ancestor. Rumble, only to see the void space was immediately pressed to the ground broken, appearing countless cobweb-like shapes, vaguely to withstand this kind of pressure to crack. The giant palm's power was unabated and collided with the terrifying gun that came from the impact. Bang! On the head. The terrifying shot was directly dispersed by a huge golden palm, which violently slapped down towards the great Qin old ancestor. Buzz. The Qin old ancestor's expression changed greatly, and his hands quickly waved the surrounding spiritual energy to converge, wanting to block this terrifying giant palm. Bang! Only a loud bang was heard. Ah! The golden giant palm landed on the great Qin old ancestor, directly slapping him towards the ground. The earth trembled violently, and smoke and dust rose in all directions to cover the surrounding space. A moment later, the smoke cleared and calm returned to the surroundings. A huge palm print sunk deep into the ground and appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Hiss! The crowd looked toward the palm print and were shocked, only to see that the great Qin old ancestor was spitting blood out of his mouth. His breath was shriveled, and his pale face was covered with an expression of disbelief. Put, how can you be so strong? You, who the hell are you? The eyes of the Qin old ancestor were terrified. At the same half-step Heavenly King realm, this person was excessively strong. Surprisingly, he couldn't even receive the force of a palm from the other party. How can a mole cricket know the height of the sky? Uneducated old thing. The golden armored man looked at the great Qin old ancestor with shadowy eyes and said coldly, Elder ancestor. At this point, ancient city, Forbidden Guards Commander Zhang Han eyes want to crack. Hissed, despite the other side is very scary, but still not afraid of death as want to rush to the golden armor man, but found that the body has been unable to move. As for Qin Ruian, after awakening the great Qin old ancestor, she came onto the ancient city just in time to see the golden armored man injure Qinzhan, and had wanted to use her own undercard to destroy the golden armored man. However, it was extremely blocked by Zhang Han. Zhang Han couldn't possibly see his own princess go out to die. At this point, after seeing that even the great Qin old ancestor was no match for the golden armored man, Qin Ruian's stunningly beautiful face chilled. Her body's aura changed adamantly, and when she just wanted to use the great emperor's divine thoughts in her soul, Lu Chun, who was beside her, opened his mouth at this time. Ruian,
You are a disciple of my Kunlun sect. It's time to let know the strength of my Kunlun. Chen Ruian heard this and then froze. When the golden armored man appeared,
Lu Chen had wanted Chen Bashan to make a move. After all,
Chen Ruian was now a disciple of his Kunlun sect. It is only right to step in and help the great Qin dynasty. However, after seeing the great Qin old ancestor appear, he also wanted to see how strong the great Qin dynasty's old ancestor was. However, he did not expect that the golden armored man was so powerful despite being at the same half-step heavenly king realm. I don't know if Chen Bashan, who was at the ninth heaven of the cavernous void realm, was the golden armored man's opponent, Lu Chen secretly thought. Although the system had said that the summoned cultivator was invincible in the same realm, but this golden armored man was at the half-step heavenly king realm. Host, please don't worry. This system has already said that the summoned cultivators are the strongest in the heavens, belonging to the invincible powerhouses in the same realm. Half-step heavenly king realm also crunches and kills indiscriminately. Do you know what it means to be in the same realm? Host. The system in his head seemed to have seen Lu Chen's thoughts and cursed. The grumpy system online. System, you do know how to cultivate. Lu Chen said breathlessly. Lin Yun, who can know more about cultivation than me? After hearing the affirmation from the system, Lu Chen didn't care about Chen Ruian's reaction, and spoke to himself towards the void, faintly saying, Bei Xian, make a move to exterminate that golden armored man. The voice was not loud, but it contained spiritual energy that could be heard by everyone present. Apart from the great Qin dynasty, the eyes of the crowd seemed to be looking at the little cuties, as if looking at Lu Chen. Several people, beside Lin Yun, Lingxue saw everyone's gaze toward them could not help but feel a tightening of the heart. The eyes seemed to say, if you're looking for death, don't drag us along. Even Chen Ruian had a hint of surprise in her eyes. The faces of the 5 great country lords even changed drastically. They didn't expect that someone would dare to say such words to the golden armored man. In the void, the golden armored man was just about to strike out to destroy the great Qin old ancestor when he heard Lu Chen's words and couldn't help but be stunned. Then reacted. Destroy the man in golden armor? Isn't that me? The golden armored man's face was slightly angry as he looked in the direction of where Lu Chen was, and a grim voice came out of his mouth as he said, Griffin, you seek death. He didn't think that anyone would dare to provoke his majesty. He was going to exterminate this weak griffin. The golden armored man raised his hand and a terrifying force surged towards Lu Chen. Boom! In the face of the horrifying power of the mat, Lu Chen did not change his face. His expression was calm, and he could not see the slightest fear in his eyes. When the crowd saw Lu Chen's appearance, they thought that he was scared silly and bloated. Serves you right, letting you seek death and almost getting us involved. Just when everyone thought that Lu Chen was going to be obliterated by this terrifying force, a voice filled with terrifying might resounded between heaven and earth. Get out! Boom! That terrifying power was dispersed with a single word. A green-clothed figure appeared in the void, only to see that he was extremely young, but no aura could be felt on his body. All the people present once again changed greatly in color. Their eyes shocked beyond measure and said, Hiss, who is this person? Is he another half-step heavenly king realm powerhouse? Immediately after, in the shocked eyes of the crowd, only the green-clothed figure turned towards Lu Chen, his face respectfully saying, Chen Bashan, meet Patriarch. Chapter 25, Killing Half-Step Heavenly King Realm. Chen Bashan was none other than the Kunlun Sect's guardian elder. He had been hiding in the void, just waiting for Lu Chen to give the word. Sovereign? Hiss. Everyone couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. Their expressions shocked beyond measure. How is that possible? That white-clothed man is actually the head of a clan. And he's so young. Even Lin Yun, Lingxue and the two of them looked at the green-clothed figure in the void with shock in their eyes, their hearts shaking as they said, This is actually my Kunlun Sect's guardian elder. And although Chen Ruian didn't have the slightest change on her face, she couldn't help but be shocked inwardly when she looked at the green-clothed figure. Although she was unable to see through Lu Chen's depths, she was at least a great emperor of the upper realm reborn, so she still had the eyesight she should have. She could tell that the green-clothed figure, although it only had the cultivation of the cave void realm, possessed an incomparably terrifying power within its body. A few moments later, the crowd reacted in shock, and for a moment they were confused about the current situation. Suddenly another strong person appeared, and it looked like it was still from the great Qin dynasty's side. And that person who spoke just now was even the head of a clan? This is going to be a good one. The people from the major state powers seemed to be eager to see the two battle, and their eyes were unusually excited. They also didn't expect that golden armored man to be so strong. Treadmill. Quick, come on, fight. Humph, it is best to lose both.
when the old ancestor comes to the desolate ancient token is. All these forces were thinking of each other, hoping that both sides would lose. At this point, the golden armored man looked towards Chen Bashan and suddenly his face changed. He unexpectedly could not see through the depths of the green-clothed figure in front of him. And what puzzled him the most was that this person actually had no breath fluctuation on his body. Yet he was able to drink away the power of his strike with a single word. Is he also? Just as the golden armored man was feeling puzzled, after the crowd noticed the change on the golden armored man's face, they couldn't help but be shocked, and were inwardly incomparably shocked. Could it be that this man in green is a half-step heavenly king realm powerhouse even more powerful than the great Qin old ancestor? Why else would the golden armored man show such an expression? As for the 5 great country lords, after seeing the change in the golden armored man, their faces were also startled, and a bad premonition appeared in their hearts. Humph, who are you? How dare you make a move to stop this seat? Although the golden armored man could not see through Chen Bashan's strength, it did not mean that he would let it go. After all, the forces behind him were extremely terrifying, so he didn't have to fear any forces in the southern desolate region. Kunlun Sect, Sect Guard Elder, Chen Bashan. Only hearing that, Chen Bashan glanced at the golden armored man before faintly saying, the words fell. The hearts of all the people trembled fiercely, and their expressions were shocked beyond measure. In the southern desolate domain they had never heard that there was such a sect as the Kunlun sect, and what clan was so powerful that it could actually have such a powerful powerhouse as a clan guard. Words. The golden armored man's face changed slightly, then his eyes turned cold. The Kunlun sect he had never even heard of. As for what Chen Bashan said about clan guard elders, he completely thought that the other party was swindling him. At this moment, his face was incomparably ugly, as if he was being teased. He had just assumed that Chen Bashan was from those forces and had also come for the desolate ancient token, and was more or less afraid of it. I didn't expect it to be an unorthodox sect that had sprung up from some unknown nook and cranny. The thought of it made him incredibly angry. Humph, the golden armored man snorted coldly, and immediately said with a grim smile at the corner of his mouth, Kunlun sect, this seat has never even heard of it. Just now you dared to make a move to stop the seat from destroying that mole. You seek death. The man in golden armor blatantly struck out, and in an instant, a terrifying force surged out, instantly causing heaven and earth to lose color, and the vast mighty energy swept up countless hurricanes, carrying a shocking momentum toward Chen Bashan to kill. He went all out. He had only used 80% of his strength even when facing the great Qin ancestor, and now that he was facing Chen Bashan, he had no reservations whatsoever. He could feel as if Chen Bashan had a terrifyingly incomparable power within his body. And if he didn't go all out he was afraid of tipping over in the gutter. Rumble. Wherever the terrifying and incomparable power passed through, the void space was squeezed and ruptured layer by layer, emitting bursts of sound. Bared. Ah! The crowd was pressed by this terrifying power that could tear everything apart. Their scalps were numb, their livers were cracking, their eyes were filled with fear, and they couldn't help but hiss and yell. Ah! I can't stand it anymore. Quick, help me. Cultivation weak body cannot withstand this kind of pressure. Hidden blood from the body outflow, look oozing incomparable. Lu Chen had the system out to isolate this terrifying pressure, and the few people around him were naturally unaffected. However, Qin Ruian glanced at Lu Chen, and a hint of shock flashed through her eyes. Chen Bashan couldn't see the slightest bit of fear on his face in the face of the terrifying power that swept over him, only to see his feet on the void. A step out of the heaven and earth aura, crazy convergence in his feet. Step out of the second step of 1,000 miles in a radius of the void trembled violently. He stepped out of each step or caused by this side of the void is constantly changing. When he stepped out of the 9th step, boom! A terrifying aura that didn't belong to the cave void realm as it should be violently erupted from his body. Buzz! Only to see Chen Bashan merge his fingers into a sword. The heaven and earth's aura seemed to be summoned to surge in, instantly converging on top of his fingertips. He used his finger to form a sword to gently slash towards the terrifying power sweeping towards him, and 1,000 feet of sword chi surged out. Bang! The sword chi directly chopped through the terrifying power sweeping towards the golden armored man and killed him with unabated might. Tear! No! The golden armored man let out a hiss, and before he could resist, he was swallowed up by the Dao shocking sword chi. A few moments later, as the sword chi dissipated, a huge crack appeared in the void, and countless space fragments floated out. The void cracks. Bared. Phew. As the great battle between the two great powerhouses came to an end, everyone present instantly felt the pressure around them disappear. The crowd couldn't help but exhale heavily. It's horrible. I didn't expect to see two great battles between half-step heavenly king realm powerhouses in one day. But Is this really the half-step Heavenly King realm? It's just horrible. But thankfully it's finally over. Everyone present rushed to look into the void, only to see a green-clothed figure standing in the air. Obviously, the golden-armored man died in the middle of that terrifying sword chi. And the huge crack that was cut through by the sword is slowly recovering. In the blink of an eye, this piece of heaven and earth was restored to peace. Hiss! The crowd was shocked by the scene in front of them, and they all sucked in a breath of cool air, their hearts shocked beyond measure. And originally a breath-atrophied great Qin old ancestor also looked to the void, that figure, pupils violently shrinking, face suddenly changed, face emergence of trepidation. A man as strong as the golden-armored man was surprisingly no match for this green-clothed figure. What kind of sect is this Kunlun sect? It's amazing that there are such strong people, but why have we never heard of it in the southern desert region? At this point, when the 5 dynasty lords saw the golden-armored man die, their expressions trembled with fear in their eyes. The heavenly martial kingdom lord's eyes looked towards Chen Bashan in horror as his mouth trembled. You actually killed. Lord, hear that. Once again, the crowd's jaws dropped at his shameless face. No shame in you, can be so cheeky. Soon the crowd also reacted. The golden-armored man, who could make all the 5 major dynasty lords refer to him as an adult, was afraid that his identity and origin was extremely terrifying. Now he died at the hands of this Kunlun sect. I'm afraid that Qingzhou won't be quiet next. Or, the entire southern wasteland region will not be calm. Bei Xian, take down those 5 people. On the ancient city, Lu Chen looked at Chen Bashan and said. The words just fell. The 5 great country lords instantly changed their complexion, only to hear the heavenly martial country lord roar. Run! Shoo! The 4 kingdom lords instantly exploded their entire body cultivation towards the outside of Qingzhou and swept rapidly, transforming into several streams of light. And in the blink of an eye they had already fled 1,000 miles away. Worthy of being a cave void powerhouse, he escaped really fast. Don't ask why they don't just do a void crossing, because the strength isn't enough. In order to do a true void crossing, one must at least have a cultivation level of the 7th level of the cave realm. Wait for me. At this time, the Divine Wind Kingdom Lord, who originally had injuries on his body, froze in place with despair in his eyes, his face incomparably ugly. He couldn't have imagined it. Coming in fine. Can't go back now. Chapter 26, Your Bull ******** ting. I was there. Just then. Oh, trying to escape? The crowd only saw the air that the green-clothed figure mouthed a smile, followed by the direction of the 4 great masters of the country who were rapidly fleeing, raised his hand and grabbed in the air. In the face of him certainly appeared a spatial portal. Immediately afterward, in front of the horrified gazes of the crowd, the green-clothed figure reached out towards the portal. The 4 great kingdom lords, who had already escaped thousands of miles away, were flying in a frantic rush when they suddenly felt enveloped by an unknown force. A few people quickly fled to swipe the body shape of Emil, turned to look at the instant color change, eyes wide-eyed, eyes full of unbelievable buzz. A large hand probed out from space and grabbed several people, and before they could react, they were grabbed by the large hand into the middle of space and disappeared in place. When they reappeared, they looked around in a daze, and instantly reacted to the fact that they just wanted to flee and plunder again. Bang! Chen Bashan raised his hand and waved it, and several people instantly flew backwards and smashed viciously against the wall of the ancient city before falling down. Put! Several people fell to the ground spitting blood from their mouths, and when they looked at Chen Bashan, their eyes were filled with fear. A few moments later, the major state powers had also slowed down from the great battle just now, and after realizing how powerful Chen Bashan was, they had taken out jade slips to quickly send messages. I don't dare to let my own ancestor come again. What a joke! Come to die? Even such a powerful half-step heavenly king realm as the man in the golden armor had now died at the hands of this green-clothed figure. If we let our own old ancestor come again, it would really fulfill the saying, we invite our old ancestor to die. It's dutiful to be able to imagine that image. Among the major state powers, although there were quite a few powers whose old ancestors were at the half-step heavenly king realm cultivation, they were all extremely powerful existences in the southern desolate region. However, it was not necessarily a match for Chen Bashan either. As for the old ancestors of the 5 great dynasties, they were only at the 9th heavenly cultivation of the cave void realm. It was because of the golden armored man's existence that the 5 great dynasties dared to join forces against the great Qin dynasty, and even against the entire Qingzhou. Immediately after, the forces in all the states had left Qingzhou, and the forces within Qingzhou had all left the great Qin dynasty. As for the auction, of course it can't go on, and this time,
The behavior of the 5 great dynasties was completely on the blacklist of the desolate ancient Chamber of Commerce. Even if the desolate ancient Chamber of Commerce didn't make a move to exterminate them, there were many forces willing to make a move on behalf of the desolate ancient Chamber of Commerce. After this battle, the great name of the Kunlun sect was already circulating in the major states of the southern desolate domain. There was a lot of speculation as to what kind of sect the Kunlun sect was. Of course Lu Chen didn't know about all of this, because even he didn't expect that Chen Bashan could make the Kunlun sect famous all of a sudden after he made a strong move to suppress a half-step Heavenly King realm. However, there were also many forces that were completely unconvinced that the Kunlun sect had such powerhouses as the half-step Heavenly King realm. This was because they hadn't even heard of the Kunlun sect as a sect in the southern desolate domain. But some people thought that it was a force from other great domains. Various claims appeared, circulating in the major states of the southern desolate domain. Of course it's a person to person. The more they pass it on, the more outrageous it gets. Outrageous heck to outrageous, open the door, outrageous to the home. What's even better is actually the present law. Have you heard? An ancient clan has appeared in Qingzhou, and it is rumored that there are Heavenly King realm powers in the clan. You farted. I was there at the time. That terrifying aura was definitely a saint making a move. What? Holy saints! It's impossible. How could an existence like a saint appear in Qingzhou? Are you scaring me? I was there. Let me tell you, that day only saw a terrifying green-clothed figure appear in the sky above Qingzhou. Say it fast. After that figure appeared, he was seen using his finger as a sword and chopping away to split all of Qingzhou in half. Hiss. This is so horrible. This Kunlun sect doesn't know if it still accepts disciples. Quickly, don't stop me. I want to go to Qingzhou to become a disciple of the Kunlun sect. At this moment, a figure steeply appeared. Listening to these cultivators talking about all kinds of things about the Kunlun sect, and a killing intent surfaced in his eyes. This Kunlun sect is not simple. I'm afraid we have to hurry back to report to the State Lord before we can do so, or else the desolate ancient token is afraid that it will be obtained by other forces first. The figure said something darkly, and then disappeared into thin air. Moon State's Han family head, how is that possible? Qingzhou has the Heavenly King realm. Yuezhou Yaoqi Palace. Palace Master Lin, she said icily. Nonsense. How could the Heavenly King realm appear in the district Qingzhou? On the Zhangyi Hall of the Exploding Sky sect in Liangzhou, the gang leader, what? A Heavenly King realm powerhouse has appeared in Qingzhou? Brothers, follow me. A half-step Heavenly King realm was enough to affect the balance of the major powers in the entire southern desolate region. In the southern desolate domain, forces that could have a half-step Heavenly King realm presence were all among the top hegemonic forces. In the meantime, deserted states, Jun's family. As a top power in the hegemony class, it was rumored that the Jun family had the existence of a Heavenly King realm powerhouse. At this point, in the Grand Hall of the Jun family, the family head, Jun Wuxie, sat on the main seat, looking down at one of the spirit transformation realm elders who had rushed back from the Qingzhou, and muttered with a slight change in his face, the Kunlun clan? A Heavenly King realm powerhouse? A single sword kills a half-step Heavenly King realm. Jun Wuxie's eyes narrowed slightly as he looked towards the elder. Are you sure that the person who struck was not of the Heavenly King realm? Upon hearing this, the elder shuddered and his voice trembled slightly as he said, Family Master, the aura of that person is very terrifying. It's as if there's a feeling of facing those few existences of my Jun family under his aura. Seeing that elder say so, a glint flashed in Jun Wuxie's eyes as he wondered in his heart, how could such a power appear in Qingzhou? It's really strange. But why is it that we've never heard of this sect in the southern desolate domain? Could it really be a hidden clan? He knew all the forces that had the existence of the Heavenly King realm in the southern desolate domain, and now that a force suspected of having the Heavenly King realm had suddenly appeared, it surprised him. It wasn't that he was afraid of the Kunlun sect. Even if there really was a power that existed in the Heavenly King realm, it couldn't make waves in front of his Jun family. After thinking for a long time, a moment later, he said towards the elder, the matter of the desolate ancient token can now only wait for the 5 ancestors to come out of seclusion before taking action. Jun Wuxie also wanted to head to Qingzhou at the moment, but he was also only at the half-step Heavenly King realm. So if it was really according to what that elder had said, he was afraid that even if he went there, he would not be able to get any benefits. At those words, that elder's heart shook. Then he eagerly said, Family Master, if we don't make a move, the desolate ancient token might be gotten by other forces. Hearing this, Jun Wuxie's eyes were disdainful as he slowly stood up. A sense of overbearing pressure emanated from him. Incomparably amazing. In the southern desolate domain,
My Jun family can't afford to mess with anything but those forces. Other forces are nothing more than that in the eyes of my Jun family. And those forces won't be interested in the desolate ancient token.
Those forces in Jun Wuxie's mouth were none other than the Holy Lands, imperial dynasties and desolate ancient families in the southern wasteland that had been passed down for millions of years.
Those super forces with terrifying depths.
The desolate ancient token was nothing more than a useless piece of scrap metal to them.
As long as the desolate ancient secret realm came out,
they all had their own ways to enter the secret realm in advance.
Moreover,
the desolate ancient mysterious realm was accurately a testing ground,
used by those superpowers to test their disciples. Of course, for other forces that's a treasure trove of opportunity.
Although it was used by those superpowers to try out their disciples, they were all at the outer perimeter of the secret.
The inner perimeter of the secret is the real treasure of opportunity, but want to enter the inner perimeter to meet many conditions. Rumor has it that in the ancient secret perimeter there is a trial of the ancient road,
and to step into the real secret realm you need to step on an ancient road.
Moreover, when entering the desolate ancient mysteries,
if one wanted to seize the opportunities and heavenly treasures, then one would have to compete with the young prides of those superpowers.
Nonetheless,
it also attracted countless people who wanted to enter the secret realm as a way to wrestle some opportunities.
After all,
there was an inheritance left behind by a powerful person from the time of the desolate ancient era inside.
3 days later, the great Qin dynasty, in a grand hall. At this point,
Qin Zhan had already recovered from his injuries.
As for the great Qin old ancestor, he hadn't recovered all of them. After all, that golden armored man was too strong.
As strong as even the great Qin ancestor could not block a single blow from the other party with his full strength. The two were able to recover so quickly thanks to the desolate ancient chamber of commerce in the great Qin dynasty.
The last thing that the desolate ancient chamber of commerce lacked was spiritual medicines, and even sacred medicines. As for the sacred pill above, I'm afraid it's only available at the chamber of commerce in the mid-heaven domain. At this time,
Qin Zhan said respectfully to the great Qin old ancestor.
Old ancestor, do you think this Kunlun sect could be a hidden great sect?
Words. A trace of awe flashed through the pale eyes of the Qin old ancestor. That of the Kunlun sect. He had a vague feeling about the Kunlun sect after seeing Chen Bashan's strength that day, and that the Kunlun sect was likely a great hidden sect. He couldn't help but feel a chill down his spine as a wave of fear struck his heart now that he recalled that shocking sword Qin Zhan saw his own old ancestor's brows furrowed in uncertainty,
and he continued, Old ancestor,
now that Ruian has become a disciple of the Kunlun sect, I feel that this is an opportunity for my great Qin dynasty.
Hear that?
Great Qin old ancestor's eyes narrowed slightly as if he could tell what Qin Zhan was thinking, and he mused for a moment.
You're right.
It's highly likely that the Kunlun sect is a hidden great sect.
Moreover,
that great Zhou dynasty has actually become a subsidiary power of the Kunlun sect.
Speaking here,
an aura flashed in the eyes of the great Qin old ancestor as he continued.
In this case, you call that girl Ruian here. Old ancestor, I have something to say to her. Yes, old ancestor. Qin Zhan respectfully returned. Qin Zhan, who just wanted to leave, seemed to think of something, and said toward the great Qin old ancestor, Old ancestor, the state lords of those 5 great dynasties, kill it.
As for the Tianwu dynasty, when old ancestor me completely recovers from my injuries,
I will personally make a trip to Tianzhou to exterminate it.
The great Qin old ancestor didn't wait for Qin War to finish. Killing intent surfaced in his eyes icy coldly. Hearing that his own old ancestor was going to personally travel to the heavenly state,
Qin Zhan's face flushed with excitement as he said, Yes, old ancestor. With that,
he turned and left the great hall.
Chapter 27 Heavenly King Realm Powerful, Echidna Ah Cheng. The other side, Great Qin Palace. In the other hall, Lin Yun, Lingxue,
and Qin Ruian were all in the hall at this moment, and Luo Wuxuang and Wang Ming and a few others had also rushed back from the great Zhou dynasty. Luo Wuxuang was also quite shocked after learning from Lingxue that the princess of the great Qin dynasty had also become a disciple of the Kunlun sect. I didn't realize that the princesses of the great Qin dynasty had all become disciples of the Kunlun sect.
Luo Wuxuang looked towards Lu Chen on the main seat of the grand hall, his eyes filled with awe.
Then he hurriedly asked Lingxue about what happened behind him,
because at that time,
when he and Wang Ming's few people rushed back to the great Zhou dynasty, several people then sensed 2 terrifying auras erupting one after another from the direction of the great Qin dynasty,
each aura causing Luo Wuxuang to feel his heart tremble. Luo Wuxuang, is this a heavenly king realm powerhouse making a move?
He had originally thought that those 2 auras were enough to make people's hearts tremble. I didn't expect that in the end there would be an even more terrifying breath that appeared.
Even if it was separated by 10,
000 miles. He could still feel that the breath was so terrifying that he couldn't bring up the thought of resisting, especially when he later heard Wang Ming's words.
I didn't expect that elder to make a move. When these words came out, they struck straight to his heart and shook him to the core. He didn't expect that this terrifying aura was actually the Kunlun sect's elder making a move. What shocked him even more was that the Kunlun sect really did have the existence of great powers above the cave void realm. Luo Lingxue's thoughts were almost the same as the other cultivators in the southern desolate domain who weren't present. All of them thought that the Kunlun sect had a heavenly king realm powerhouse present. If they knew that Chen Bashan only had a cultivation level of the cave void realm, they were afraid that their jaws would hang in shock. This was because in the southern desolate domain, there hadn't been an existence that could suppress a half-step heavenly king realm at the cave void realm. And it was still a difference of 9 small realms. At this point, Lu Chun, who was gazing at the main seat of the main hall with his eyes closed, suddenly remembered that Qin Ruoxian had become a disciple of the Kunlun sect, and this dog system had actually not given any rewards. Immediately, the heart murmured, "System, come out of there. Are you squeezing me?" A few moments passed in his head before the system's cool voice came. "Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving a supreme genius and completing the system mission. This will issue the reward for the host." Hear the system voice. Lu Chen hurriedly urged. Fortunately, this dog system did not withhold rewards. "Hurry up and be quick. Don't be a pain in the ass. System, are you fast? Dash. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the system mission and obtaining an intermediate summoning card, a cultivation card, and one lucky draw. Intermediate summoning card. It's finally here. This was a powerful person who could summon the Heavenly King realm and beyond. The thought of a strong person of the Heavenly King realm, or even above, immediately appearing in Kunlun excited Lu Chen inwardly. System, quick, use the summoning card. Ding, the use of the intermediate summoning card has been successful. Congratulations to the host for successfully summoning the clan elder, Echidna Ah Chang. The words of the system resounded in his mind, causing Lu Chen to tremble inwardly. Echidna Ah Ching, could it be? Then the introduction of the Vietnamese girl, Ah Ching, appeared in his mind. Vietnamese woman Ah Ching, cultivation at the 9th Heavenly King realm. Heavenly King warrior, bamboo stick. Avatar, Yu Hua's sword technique. It's really that Vietnamese girl, Ah Ching, with a bamboo stick. He was able to make a great swordplay and swept away several major swordsmen in Wu Kingdom. Ah Ching! Lu Chen was overjoyed, not expecting to be able to summon this supreme sword Dao expert. This is an expert who is good enough to be ranked in the top 10 in that world. Not a bad system. However, Lu Chen also realized that something was wrong. System, how come Ah Ching doesn't have any feats? System. Seeing that the system didn't reply, Lu Chen didn't continue to ask. Since they were summoned by the system, they should all have their own cultivation techniques, and he didn't have to worry. No, a few days ago he had discovered that Wang Ming, Wang Xian, and Wang Lin's cultivation levels were already at the 9th heaven of transformation. It really scared Lu Chen. This realm breakthrough is like drinking water. Can you believe it? I, the one who is the patriarch, is only at the 2nd level of the transformation god realm right now, and this is still the breakthrough he made just the day before yesterday. Ding! May I ask the host if he will present the echidna? Ah Chang, within the Qin dynasty. No need, Lu Chen said. He didn't want to show all his cards just yet. Moreover, Lu Chen could also tell that the identity of the golden armored man that day should not be simple, and he was afraid that the Kunlun sect was about to encounter a big enemy next. However, what Lu Chen wanted to do now was to make the sect bigger and stronger first. That is, a little bit less in terms of disciples, but he believed that the current Kunlun sect should be considered somewhat famous in Qingzhou. Some reputation? No. You have a small grid. Up. It's not just Qingzhou. In the mouths of the southern wasteland domain cultivators, the Kunlun sect had the existence of saints. Various cultivators of the southern wasteland domain. You didn't expect it, did you? Kunlun sect. Lord Patriarch. This would allow the Kunlun sect to start recruiting disciples. After all, how could it work with only 3 disciples within the sect now? Ding! The Yu girl Ah Ching is now in the Kunlun sect's elder hall. By the way, system, is there a system reward if you recruit ordinary disciples? Ding! Host, please don't worry. This is, hearing, please rest assured. Lu Chen directly interrupted the system's words and said with excitement in his heart. Ha ha, system, not worthy of being you. There are rewards on the line. Don't worry, I'll go and recruit disciples right away. Gaga. System. There is none.
Only disciples who are geniuses or above can trigger a system mission and receive system rewards.
White was excited, leaving Lu Chen momentarily speechless. What the hell are you? No or no? Please feel free to. System, you let me finish? Lu Chen did not continue to talk nonsense.
Thinking that there was still a cultivation card and a lottery draw once, his heart was vaguely looking forward to it.
After all, his cultivation was too low now. System, use the lottery opportunity. Ding, the lucky draw was used successfully.
Congratulations to the host for drawing the chaotic holy body. Congratulations to the host for drawing the chaos divine spirit law. Note, the divine spirit law is divided into 9 levels. The first level is to cultivate the holy law. The second level is to open the eyes of God. The third level is to cut off the heavenly finger. The fourth level is to shake the heavenly palm. The fifth level is to step on the 9 heavens. The sixth level is to reverse the yin and yang. The seventh level is to approach the age of the moon. The eighth level is to give birth to all living things.
And the ninth level is to open up the chaos. Reward interface information appeared in his mind, and Lu Chen was thrilled inside after reading it. Chaos sacred body. Chaos spirit law? Chaotic sacred body. This he knows. Simply bunker body.
After all, I had seen those readers on the Blue Star talking about it before, and according to those pretty boys' great powers, the Chaos Sacred Body was a supreme physique that ranked in the top 3 among the many sacred bodies.
As for this Chaos Divine Spirit Law? Treadmill. Guess this system created itself. Lu Chen also hadn't seen those readers' pretty boys talking about it, but it seemed like it looked awesome. System, this Chaotic Divine Spirit Law, you created it yourself? Lu Chen was puzzled in his mind. Ding, if the host doesn't want it, this system will take it back. System, fuse them all and add them all to my body. Lu Chen couldn't wait, and was very eager to know how powerful chaos was. Wait.
At this time Lu Chen remembered something, and in his mind he hurriedly interrupted the fusion.
System, help me cover my breath. Lu Chen knew the power of the chaotic sacred body,
and he was afraid that in case a vision would appear during the fusion process later on, it would be troublesome if he attracted those old undead on the immortal martial Greatland.
Host, you talk a lot of nonsense. Would this system not know? Lu Chen. Ding. Fusion started. Fusion in progress.
The system's voice in his head had just fallen.
Chapter 28, Fusing the Chaotic Saint Body. Buzz. A terrifying force violently appeared within him, and feeling the astounding power within him, Lu Chen was inwardly delighted, and immediately concentrated fully on the fusion. Boom! A terrifying aura permeated out from his body, instantly sweeping towards the entire Great Qin ancient city. This breath. It's hard. Is there another supremely powerful person striking out against the Great Qin dynasty? No, not right. This aura only is frightening, but there is no sense of intimidation? Hiss. This direction is the direction of the royal palace. Could it be?
Everyone in the Great Qin ancient city immediately showed shocked faces and looked above the royal palace. Their eyes widened and their expressions were shocked beyond measure,
only to see countless divine lights appearing in the air, glittering. This was actually the system's trick, as he only covered up part of the chaotic saint body's visage, so that only the cultivators in the Great Qin ancient city could feel it. In the meantime, Draconian Chamber of Commerce. How is that possible? This breath. Could it be?
That Kunlun sect is really a hidden great sect.
In the depths,
an old man was startled. A light burst out from his pale eyes, and runes appeared in his eyes as if he could see through the layers of emptiness. Looking in the direction of the royal palace, in the great hall, the crowd felt this aura and looked at Lu Chen on the main seat. Their expressions shocked and their hearts shook.
At this moment, countless divine lights flowed on Lu Chen's body, and behind him, a vision was born, and a long river filled with an ancient atmosphere appeared, with countless great worlds reflected in the long river stirring up gusts of light. Qin Ruian looked at the scene in front of him, and fiercely his face trembled. His pupils suddenly shrunk, and his voice trembled. This is the river of years. What the hell is he? At this moment, Qin Ruian could no longer remain calm. Immediately after, the crowd only saw the ancient long river appeared a white figure, such as the real fairy in the dust. Actually, and Lu Chen looks exactly the same. His feet on the ancient long river, each step out as if across an epic time and space. Countless great worlds under his feet broken, turning up the long river countless waves. Hiss. Is that the sovereign? Luo Wuxuang's few people sucked in a mouthful of cool air, and their bodies couldn't help but tremble slightly. Senior Wang Ming, is that long river the legendary age? Long river of years?
Luo Lingxue had seen the records of the River of Ages in ancient books, and had thought that it was just a legend. But when he saw the river behind Lu Chen, he couldn't help but have these words naturally appear in his mind.
Wang Ming's faces didn't change much,
except that the eyes looking at Lu Chen were filled with awe. They were all heavenly cultivators who had been summoned over by Lu Chen, and they also naturally knew of Lu Chen's mysterious power.
Not bad, it's none other than the River of Ages.
The Patriarch has reflected the River of Ages. He should be restoring his cultivation. Wang Ming glanced at a few people and laughed. Words. Several people's eyes were filled with horror, and their hearts trembled fiercely. It's horrible. What exactly was the sovereign's previous cultivation level? Recovering his strength, he was actually able to manifest the legendary River of Ages. At that instant, several people looked at Lu Chen on the main seat, and the awe in their eyes was incomparable. And when Wang Ming's words fell on Qin Ruoxian's ears, it was like a thunderbolt from a clear sky, shaking her body to the ground with a slight tremor, her eyes filled with unbelief. Even before she was reborn, with the cultivation of a great emperor, she didn't dare to step into the River of Ages, not because she didn't dare, but because she couldn't even conjure it up. Moreover, she could sense that the River of Ages was not as simple as the vision triggering a reflection. In the upper world can call out the River of the Ages, that is only after stepping into the field of the immortal way to touch one or two, and if you want to put the complete to call out the River of the Ages, only those. Boom! A thought of this, Qin Ruoxian body shook, beautiful face instantly white. She did not dare to think about it, if really as he thought. Buzz. At this point, Lu Chen behind the countless visions of a steep movement, crazy rushed into his body, only the blink of an eye visions, breath all disappeared, the body of the divine light dissipated, the great hall to restore calm, as if nothing had happened in general. Phew, the breath was finally gone. Everyone in the great Qin ancient city couldn't help but exhale heavily when they felt that aura disappear. Although the breath had no sense of intimidation, it was incomparably frightening and chilling, as if there was a god above the 9 heavens looking down on them. In the meantime, Lu Chen perfectly fused the chaotic sacred body. He slowly opened his eyes, a divine light flashed, only to see that there seemed to be a river of stars inverted in his eyes, and countless great worlds were floating in them. That's the fusion done? Lu Chen was puzzled in his heart. There was no feeling whatsoever. Step on the mom. However, soon he carefully felt the changes within his body. The 9th heaven of the transfigured god is up. Not only that, even the body of the Tao Palace, the divine collection, have undergone a huge change. He was originally relying on the cultivation card to enhance the cultivation, which also led to the foundation is not stable. Now that he had fused the chaotic sacred body, he had just made up for this flaw. Lu Chen felt the changes within his body, and his heart was overwhelmed with excitement. Lu Chen seemed to sense something at that moment and looked at the people in the great hall. Only Luo Lingxue, Lin Yun, and Lingxue looked at him with shocked expressions. What is this? Why are you looking at me? Ahem. At that moment, Lu Chen let out a sound. Ah! Lingxue instantly reacted and realized that Lu Chen was looking at them with majestic eyes. Patriarch. Lingxue's pretty face was startled as she hurriedly opened her mouth. Luo Lingxue, Lin Yun and the two of them also reacted quickly and hurriedly said respectfully to Lu Chen, Patriarch, you're done cultivating? Glancing at the three of them, he realized that Qin Ruoxian was not in the hall and couldn't help but ask, well, by the way, where is Ruoxian? After all, the trip to the great Qin dynasty was over, and he was ready to return to the Kunlun sect so that he could recruit disciples for the next. Patriarch, senior sister just now said that she had something to do to make a trip to Lord Qin's place, as if she had gone to meet the great Qin ancestor. Lingxue hurriedly returned. Oh, to see the great Qin ancestor? It should be because he knows that Ruoxian has become a disciple of the Kunlun sect and wants to inquire about my Kunlun sect. Lu Chen smiled in his heart and secretly thought. He also understood the intentions of the great Qin dynasty, presumably because Chen Bashan's power had drawn the attention of the great Qin ancestor. Moreover, this great Qin dynasty was worthy of being a hegemonic level power, and it even had a half-step heavenly king realm ancestor. If there hadn't been a golden armored man that day, then the 5 great dynasties would probably have cooled off a long time ago. Just then, Lingxue shouted happily when she saw Qin Ruoxian outside the main hall. Senior sister, you're back. At this moment, Qin Zhan, the great Qin old ancestor and Qin Ruoxian arrived in the grand hall together. Qin Zhan and the great Qin old ancestor glanced at Lu Chen on the main seat and couldn't help but feel a tremor within their hearts as they immediately spoke respectfully towards Lu Chen. Qin Zhan, old man, meet Patriarch Lu. Seeing that the other party was so polite,
Lu Chen was also quite surprised, but he soon understood why. After all, Chen Bashan had killed the golden armored man, which was considered to have saved the great Qin dynasty. Then he smiled towards the two and said, "The two of you don't have to be polite. Ruian is now a disciple of my Kunlun sect. In the future if you have any difficulties you can come to my Kunlun sect, and if you can help I, Kunlun, will certainly step in." Hear that? A flash of joy surfaced in the eyes of the two. Their hearts were incomparably excited. After all, they had seen the power of the Kunlun sect with their own eyes. In particular, the invincible stance of that green-clothed figure had long been engraved in the minds of the two. They didn't dare to imagine just how strong the Kunlun sect's underpinnings were. Even a half-step Heavenly King realm powerhouse could only hold the position of sect guard elder. It had to be said that Chen Bashan was so powerful that everyone now thought that he was a half-step in the heaven realm. If they were to know that Chen Bashan only had the cultivation level of the cave void realm, there was truly no telling how many people would be shocked. Chapter 29 Hegemonic Dynasty. Becoming a subsidiary force. The two thought about it. He couldn't help but glance at Luo Lingxue on the side, and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. If only Great Qin could also become a subsidiary power of the Kunlun sect. Moreover, the power behind that golden armored man was not something that the Great Qin dynasty could offend. It was a great power from the eastern heavenly domain. This was also learned from the mouths of the 5 great dynasty lords. Now that he died within the Great Qin dynasty, even though he was killed by someone from the Kunlun sect, he could not be separated from Great Qin. After all, that golden armored man had come for the desolate ancient token, and the Kunlun sect had been able to help because Qin Ruian had become a Kunlun disciple. Although they had now received Lu Chen's promise, there was still a feeling of uneasiness in their hearts. He was afraid that when the time came, the forces behind the golden armored man would make a move, and the Great Qin dynasty might be annihilated in the hands of the other party in an instant, and he wouldn't even have the chance to ask for help from the Kunlun sect. As they thought about it, the bad feeling inside the two men grew more and more uneasy. Qin Zhan and the Great Qin old ancestor glanced at each other and decided to speak what was on their minds. Patriarch Lu, this time, I'm very grateful to your clan for stepping in, and only then was the Great Qin dynasty able to escape. Qin Zhan looked at Lu Chen with grateful eyes. Lord Qin is polite. This seat has said that if Xian is my Kunlun sect disciple, it's only right to help out. Lu Chen smiled, not caring about that. This was Lu Chen's protection. As long as a disciple of the Kunlun sect, a disciple's clan was in trouble, Lu Chen would not hesitate to step in. When Qin Zhan saw Lu Chen say this, he could also see that Lu Chen didn't care about this, so he immediately said with a respectful face, Patriarch Lu, my Great Qin dynasty would like to become a subsidiary power of the Kunlun sect. I hope Patriarch Lu will fulfill it. Upon hearing this, Luo Lingxue was quite shocked, not expecting that even the overlord of a state would want to become an affiliated force of the Kunlun sect. Phew! After saying this, Qin Zhan sighed with relief in his heart because he could feel an invisible pressure on Lu Chen. This is the power of the hidden great clan executives. It's horrible. In fact, this was also the reason why Lu Chen had fused the chaotic saint body in his body. Hear that? Lu Chen froze. Wasn't this the same as the Great Zhou dynasty? Step on the mum. Author, what script did you write? But after thinking about it for a moment, Lu Chen understood why. No, you don't have to understand. Just follow my script. Ha ha, good. This seat agrees. Lu Chen laughed and agreed readily. After all, the Great Qin dynasty also had at least one half-step Heavenly King realm ancestor, and their strength was the strongest in Qinzhou. Of course, the strongest right now was the Kunlun sect. The words fell. Qin War and the Great Qin old ancestor were both overjoyed, their hearts incomparably excited. Patriarch, please rest assured that the Great Qin dynasty will never betray the Kunlun sect, the two immediately said in an excited and upright voice. Qin Ruian, on the other hand, didn't have much of a reaction, but only looked at Lu Chen with a trace of awe in her eyes. She was now filled with curiosity about the Kunlun sect, and after seeing the vision that Lu Chen had triggered, she could be sure that the Kunlun sect was not as simple as she thought. Ding! The Great Qin dynasty has become a subsidiary force of the Kunlun sect. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 10,000 sect points. Right after the Great Qin dynasty became a subsidiary power of the Kunlun sect, Lu Chen's system voice rang in his head. 10,000 clan points. It was worthy of being a dominant power in a state. Lu Chen was also shocked in his heart, but the clan points were still a bit low right now. Thinking of this, Lu Chen secretly said, System, open the clan panel. Ding, it's open. Sect, Kunlun sect. Sect residence, Burial Immortal Mountain Range. Patriarch, Lu Chen, Cultivation, 9th Heaven of Transformation. 1 Cultivation card. Sect Disciple, Outer Disciple, Inner Disciple, Core Disciple, 3. Sect Deacon, none. Clan Guards, 3. Clan Guard Elder, 1. Sect Elder, 1. Clan Points, 11. 000. Clan Ancestors, none. LOL. Not a single ordinary disciple. Now we could only wait until we returned to Kunlun before proceeding with the sect's recruitment of disciples. A few moments later. Qin Zhan. What is the use of that desolate ancient token? Lu Chen glanced at Qin Zhan and remembered that the 5 great kingdom lords and the golden armored man seemed to have come here for this desolate ancient token. And he also wanted to know what the desolate ancient token was good for, that it could attract so many people to come. Upon hearing this, Qin Zhan and the great Qin old ancestor were both stunned and inwardly puzzled. Isn't the Kunlun sect a great reclusive sect? How could it not know about the desolate ancient token? As for Luo Lingxue, the several people were even more unaware of what this desolate ancient token was. After freezing for a moment, Qin Zhan didn't think much about it and respectfully said towards Lu Chen, Patriarch, the desolate ancient token is the key to enter the desolate ancient mysterious realm and advance. Qin Battle immediately told Lu Chen everything he knew. It only appears once in 100,000 years. There's still a great power inheritance from the desolate ancient era inside, and it's a secret trial realm? Lu Chen also knew that the desolate ancient mystic realm turned out to be a trial mystic realm after Qin Zhan's introduction. Although it was a secret realm from the ancient age, after millions of years, many of the opportunities inside had been taken away. Lu Chen couldn't help but feel a little regretful. Now that the Kunlun sect really didn't have any other underpinnings except for the Yunua Qing who was in the Heavenly King realm, 10 Heavenly King battle armaments and a few people from Chen Bashan, the items in the system mall had to be exchanged for clan points again, and the Kunlun clan really couldn't take out the rest. Originally, I thought I could enter the secret realm to get some holy medicine, emperor medicine, immortality medicine and other heavenly treasures. No more elixir. Which can no. Step on the mom. I didn't realize that the secret realm had now become a place for those great powers to give their disciples a trial run. Could it be that this is the power of capital? You've taken a secret realm to test the disciples of your clan? Just as Lu Chen couldn't help but sigh in his heart, the voice of hanging hair rang in his head. Ding! The system has detected that the depths of the desolate ancient secret realm have not been penetrated by anyone, so the host can wait for the secret realm to come out and go in to find out what's going on. System, what's all in there? The system's words caused Lu Chen to rejoice, and he secretly said inwardly with excitement, the host needs to go in to find out. Damn it, Harry! If the system didn't say anything, Lu Chen had no choice but to wait for the secret realm to come out and then go in to take a look. Patriarch, this desolate ancient token should still be given to you. Qin Zhan saw Lu Chen's silence and was momentarily confused. Now that De Qin had become affiliated with Kunlun, it was only right that the token should be handed over to the sect. Moreover, right now, only the Kunlun sect had the strength to take this desolate ancient token. Words. Lu Chen reacted and glanced at Qin Zhan, also understanding his concerns. Although the forces of the states had all known that the desolate ancient token was in the great Qin dynasty, but after that battle, Lu Chen also believed that as long as there wasn't a major power above the half-step Heavenly King realm, they wouldn't venture out. They were also unclear about the relationship between the Kunlun sect and the great Qin dynasty, only knowing that the Kunlun sect had made a strong move to kill a half-step Heavenly King realm within the great Qin dynasty that day. Now that the desolate ancient token was placed in the great Qin dynasty, it was undoubtedly letting in self-destruction. Now only the Kunlun sect had the strength to take it. Chapter 30, Heavenly State's New Overlord. Heavenly Sword Sect. Now that the trip to the Great Qin dynasty had ended, Lu Chen was ready to rush back to the Kunlun sect, but Qin Zhan had found Lu Chen and said that he wanted to move the Great Qin dynasty within the Great Zhou dynasty, and that the two dynasties had merged into one, with the intention of opening up a new dynasty. Lu Chen didn't have much of a problem with this kind of thing, so he let him find Luo Lingxue to discuss it, and Luo Lingxue had doubts about this at first. But once he thought about the reasons for it, he understood, but he couldn't make the decision on this matter. He had to go back to the Great Zhou dynasty and discuss it with his old ancestor. Lord Qin, I have to explain this matter to the old ancestor before I can do so. Do you think you should accompany us on a trip to Great Zhou? Upon hearing this, Qin Zhan laughed. Hey, old brother Luo, in the future, we can just refer to each other as brothers. Now that we're all on our own, the matter of the merger of the dynasties should naturally be explained to Senior Luo, and when this matter is over, we must have a good drink. Each dynasty is inherited from the ancestors who opened it up for thousands of years, And if two dynasties were to merge, there are still more things involved. Moreover, the Great Qin dynasty was still a hegemonic power that had been passed down for 10,000 years. Hearing this, Luo Lingxue froze. Then he was excited inwardly and seemed to be in a bit of disbelief. To be able to call himself a brother to the lord of the hegemonic powers, that was something he would never even dare to think about. Previously, he came to the Great Qin dynasty to participate in the Qinzhou General Assembly, which time to see the Qin War is not respectful, for fear of offending the Great Qin dynasty, and now actually Kan and Qin war brother and brother. What he knew was all because of the Kunlun sect, and without the Kunlun sect, the Great Zhou dynasty could have been overthrown long ago. One thought. Luo Lingxue's eyes were filled with awe towards Lu Chen, towards the Kunlun sect. Since elder brother Qin said so, then we'll need elder brother Qin to take care of us in the future. Luo Lingxue laughed. Ha ha, old brother Luo is polite. Qin Zhan returned. As for the merger of the dynasties, Luo Lingxue did think that this was also an opportunity for the Great Zhou dynasty. He believed that the Kunlun sect would definitely become a great power in the southern desolate region in the future. And at that time, the affiliated forces of the Kunlun sect might be able to have the opportunity to become members of the Kunlun sect's outer sect, because there were many such cases in the immortal martial Greatland, where the affiliated forces that contributed a lot to the main clan might not be able to enter the clan, but they could become the outer clan members of the main clan. That's a lot better than an affiliated power. The next day, outside the Great Qin ancient city, a white-clothed figure appeared in front of Qin Zhan, Luo Lingxue, and the Great Qin old ancestor, like an exiled immortal approaching the earth. The white-clothed figure was none other than Lu Chen, followed by the 3 Lin Yuns and the 3 Wang Mings. As for Chen Bashan, he had been following in the shadows. As for Qin Zhan, he also followed Lu Chen to the Kunlun sect, while the Great Qin old ancestor stayed behind to sit in the Great Qin dynasty. Patriarch, we can depart. Luo Lingxue looked at Lu Chen and respectfully said, "Okay, let's go." Shoo shoo shoo. At that instant, several streams of light shot up into the sky and flew towards the Kunlun sect of the burial immortal mountain range. In the meantime, Tianzhou, Heavenly Sword Sect, due to the fact that the original hegemonic power, the Tianwu dynasty, was overthrown by the Great Qin old ancestor right after he recovered from his injuries. The Heavenly Sword Sect, which was also a hegemonic power, and after the Heavenly Sword old ancestor broke through to the half-step Heavenly King realm, strongly suppressed all the forces, and had now become the only hegemonic power in the heavenly state, with an incomparably powerful strength. Ha ha, the old man has finally broken through the cave void realm. An old man steeply appeared in the sky above a main peak, exuding a powerful aura that instantly spread throughout the entire Heavenly Sword sect, causing countless disciples to look towards that main peak. Quickly look, who is that who dares to seek death in my Heavenly Sword sect? Asterisk 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 asterisk. You special don't want to die. That's my Heavenly Sword sect's Grand Elder. What? Surprisingly, it's the Grand Elder. But the aura is so terrifying. Yes, that's right. It's the Grand Elder. Grand Elder has broken through the cave void realm. Just as these disciples were shocked, a majestic voice rang in their ears. Ha ha, congratulations to the Grand Elder for breaking through the cave void realm. My Heavenly Sword sect has added another cave void powerhouse. A figure appeared in the void was none other than the Heavenly Sword sect leader, Zhao Wuji, with a powerful cultivation of the first sky of the cave void realm, looking towards the old man on the main peak with an excited expression. And the old man was none other than the old ancestor of the Yu Hua dynasty, Yun Long, who had now broken through to the first level of the cave void realm. Yun Long, meet sovereign. Yun Long said respectfully towards Zhao Wuji, looking excited, but a shocking killing intent soon appeared in his eyes. Seeing this, Zhao Wuji realized that something was wrong and looked at Yun Long with puzzled eyes. Elder Yun, what's wrong with you? Only Yun Long's face was gloomy as he told Zhao Wuji about the Fei Hua dynasty. Humph, to dare to destroy the legacy of my Heavenly Sword sect's Grand Elder, really looking for death. Zhao Wuji's face was very angry when he heard this, as if it was his bubbly friend who died. Now that the Heavenly Sword sect was the overlord of a state, he didn't expect that the inheritance of the sect's great elder had been destroyed. Wasn't this a slap in his Heavenly Sword sect's face? Immediately, he said, Elder Yun, don't worry, as long as it's not the Kunlun sect of the Qingzhou that's making the move. I, Heavenly Sword sect, haven't put any other forces in my sights. Nice guy, you're so confident. At those words, Yun Long's eyes that were originally filled with killing intent could not help but freeze. Kunlun sect? What kind of clan is this? Zhao Wuji seemed to see Yun Long's disbelief and immediately talked to him about what happened in Qingzhou a few days ago. Heavenly King Realm Powerhouse.
Yunlong's face changed drastically when he heard that the Kunlun sect might have a Heavenly King realm powerhouse, and he could not help but let out a cry of surprise.
Not bad, Elder Yun. I hope that the Yu Hua dynasty wasn't exterminated by the hand of this Kunlun sect. Zhao Wuji's eyes narrowed slightly as he glanced at him before continuing. But if it was the great Qin dynasty that struck out, the Heavenly Sword sect, will definitely help the great elder demand an explanation.
Words. Yunlong didn't think too much about it, only his face was terribly gloomy. The inheritance was destroyed. This revenge he must avenge. He could be sure that the Feathering dynasty was not shot by the two dynasties of De Qin and De Xia, because both of them knew about his relationship with the Heavenly Sword sect and would not have shot for no reason. That would only be the great Zhou dynasty, which was comparable in strength to the Yu Hua dynasty. Think about it. Yunlong's eyes were even more murderous. If he hadn't come to the Heavenly Sword sect in the first place, the great Zhou dynasty would have been destroyed by him. At this point, Zhao Wuji seemed to have thought of something and looked at Yunlong with a bit of excitement. Elder Yun, this time you have broken through the cave void realm. Let this seat celebrate for you. Or let the other forces in the heavenly state know that my Heavenly Sword sect has added another cave void powerhouse. Zhao Wuji didn't wait for Yunlong to make a sound and continued. Elder Yun, don't worry. I'll have a few elders travel to Qingzhou with you in a few days, and also let the forces in Qingzhou know how powerful my Heavenly Sword sect is. Right now, Zhao Wuji couldn't wait to let the entire southern desolate region know that another cave void realm powerhouse had appeared in the Heavenly Sword sect. Nice guy. People are going to get revenge. So you're thinking of having an early dinner? Hearing Zhao Wuji's words, Yunlong also knew that there was no rush for this moment and immediately respectfully said, Then old me, I would like to thank the patriarch in advance. Ha ha, Elder Yun doesn't have to be polite, as it should be, Zhao Wuji said happily. Next, the Heavenly Sword sect held a big banquet and invited all the forces in the heavenly state to come and eat, to celebrate the breakthrough of Yunlong the Elder to the cave void realm. It was no wonder that Zhao Wuji was doing this. In fact, in the land of one state, there were only a handful of cave void realm powerhouses. Of course, with the exception of some large and powerful states, the cave realm wouldn't be so scarce. Chapter 31 Immortal Martial Continent. 3 Forbidden Lands. The Great Zhou Dynasty. At this moment, several streams of light crossed in the void and were speeding rapidly in the direction of the burial Immortal Mountain Range. If anyone saw this scene, they would definitely be shocked and cry out. There is another one who is not afraid of death and dares to break into the burial Immortal Mountain Range. There were 3 forbidden places in the Immortal Martial Greatland. The burial Immortal Mountain Range in the southern desolate domain, the Demon God Mountain in the Demon Domain, and the Immortal Divine River in the eastern heavenly domain. With the exception of the burial Immortal Mountain Range, which was the calmest of these 3 forbidden places, the other 2 were almost unavailable for cultivators to dare enter. Demon God Mountain is the holy land of the Demon Clan. Rumor has it that countless great powers in the Demon Clan are buried there, and it is impossible for human cultivators to enter the Demon God Mountain. And I am afraid that as soon as they arrive at the Demon Domain, they will be surrounded and killed by the Demon Clan. And the Immortal God River. It is said that it existed before the ancient age of the desert. It is full of desolation, death, not a piece of life exists. Rumor has it that 100,000 years ago there were people who went in the great powers. The result was less than a moment. Those who were outside the God River heard the heart-rending screams, and later that power did not come out either. Now whenever the Immortal God River was mentioned, it could give countless people the creeps. As for the burial of the Immortal Mountain Range, can be said to be the 3 forbidden places in the alternative. It is different from the Immortal God, like the river does not exist in any vitality, but instead of the vitality of the rich skyscraping trees with the growth of the beautiful scenery. However, it was such a picture of a paradise-like place that was the most frightening and mysterious of the 3 forbidden places in the Immortal Martial Continent, because it was recorded in the ancient books that the emperors of the mythic era period had inexplicably appeared in the burial Immortal Mountain Range on a certain day and were then taken away by a mysterious force, and it was believed that those great emperors had been pulled by the mysterious force in the Forbidden Land to go to the upper realm. Others believe that there is a great terror in the depths of the buried Immortal Mountain Range. Anyway, there are all kinds of claims. Shu, burial Immortal Mountain Range, under the Kunlun Sect's mountain gate. Several streams of light quickly descended down, instantly causing the birds and birds of prey in the mountain range to shriek. It was none other than the crowd of Lu Chen who had rushed back from the great Qin dynasty. Here is, buried Immortal Mountain Range. Qin Zhan sensed some of his surroundings and was immediately startled. Looking at Lu Chen, his eyes were incredulous. Patriarch, my Kunlun clan is in the middle of this burial Immortal Mountain Range? Not bad,
My Kunlun sect is here. When Lu Chen heard his words, he smiled and didn't care about his reaction. After all, this was a forbidden place, but any person from the immortal martial continent who came would probably have the same reaction as him. Seeing Qin Zhan with this expression, Luo Wuxuang also smiled. Inside the clan, Lu Chen asked Lingxue to take Qin Ruoxian to the clan to familiarize herself with the environment. After all, the multiple clan buildings had not been perfected successfully. As for Qin Zhan and Luo Wuxuang, they went to find the great Zhou ancestor to discuss the merging of the dynasties. These Lu Chen also went along with them. And the stronger the affiliated forces of the Kunlun sect, the greater the reputation of Kunlun would be. Lu Chen, on the other hand, returned to the main hall. He had to plan the development of Kunlun. A main peak. Lingxue, I want to walk around the clan on my own, so you don't have to bring me to understand. Qin Ruoxian's stunningly beautiful face smiled faintly as she whispered towards Lingxue. Alright, Ruoxian, then I'll go cultivate. Lingxue had a little disappointment on her face. She had wanted to learn more about this senior sister of hers and how she was able to break through so quickly in her cultivation. However, she was also very happy that she and Qin Ruoxian had a great conversation just now, and that the two of them didn't refer to each other as senior sisters, like a pair of sisters. After Lingxue left, Qin Ruoxian sensed the Kunlun sect in detail, and his face changed drastically. How? This, the aura here is actually the immortal aura of the upper realm. She had just entered the Kunlun sect and sensed that something was wrong here, which was why she had branched out from Lingxue and wanted to explore. I didn't expect it to shock her. The aura here might be considered just dense to someone from the immortal martial continent, but to her who had been reborn from the upper realm that was different. She had the certainty that she would be able to cultivate here, only that it wouldn't take long for her to regain her cultivation. Qin Ruoxian was now more and more shocked and alarmed by the mystery of the Kunlun sect. She didn't dare to imagine who could have such means to pull the aura of the upper world to the lower world. Perhaps this is my chance to enter a mysterious sect in the lower realm. A light flashed in Qin Ruoxian's eyes, as if she had made some kind of decision in her heart. The other side. Disciples Peak. Lin Yun the girl didn't cultivate either. Her eyes seemed to be melancholic as she looked into the distance. Although Lin Yun usually only is laughing, don't think much. However, since the complete awakening of the fighting saint body, along with the fighting saint law complementing it, his cultivation had now also broken through to the Dao Palace realm. It's worthy of being a battle saint body. As for Lingxue, who had cultivated the Willow God method, her cultivation had also grown by leaps and bounds, and she had also broken through the Dao Palace realm. Just when Lin Yun wanted to make a poem, a voice came to him, making his melancholy eyes instantly dissipate in a flash. Eldest brother, you're being lazy again. Only to see Lingxue's small mouth exasperated. Originally she also wanted to prepare to go back to cultivate, but as a result, how did she know that she saw Lin Yun dawdling? She knew that Lu Chen expected a lot from the two of them, so she had already worked very hard to cultivate. As for Lin Yun, he was usually rushed into cultivation by her like this. After all, Lin Yun will only understand what has to be understood. Lingxue saw Lin Yun staring blankly at her and didn't answer back, her pretty face pretending to be slightly angry. I'll tell the patriarch to go to, said he turned around and was about to walk away. Senior sister, just now senior brother was comprehending the holy law of battle, so he got distracted. Lin Yun instantly reacted when he heard the words patriarch and hastily pulled Lingxue. Lin Yun panicked at Lu Chen. If he let Lu Chen know that he was slacking off again, it was true that he would hang him up and beat him. Thinking about this, Lin Yun couldn't help but shiver. Sense-making kung fu. I'm sorry senior brother. I didn't know that you were comprehending the gong fu. It's my fault for interrupting senior brother's comprehension. Once Lingxue heard that Lin Yun said that he was sensing the gong fu, her pretty face was covered in remorse. It's fine, senior sister. Senior brother, I've already cultivated the battle sacred law to the second layer, Lin Yun said with a straight face. Sheesh, not bad for you. Lingxue still believed in her senior brother's words, so she chose to believe whatever Lin Yun said. If this were to change Qin Ruoxian, it was estimated that a big competition would have passed directly. Really? Elder brother, you're too good. Lingxue was also very happy to hear Lin Yun's words. Senior sister, I won't let the sovereign down. Lin Yun's face was serious and his eyes were firm. Although Lin Yun's mind usually wasn't on cultivation, once he got serious, his cultivation would definitely be far beyond what it was now. But of course it was just an afterthought. But never this moment. Senior sister, it seems like it's been a long time since we've discussed gong methods together.
Lin Yun looked at Lingxue's pretty face and hemmed and hawed.
Senior brother, is it the holy law of battle?
Hearing Lin Yun's words,
Lingxue was uncertain, because before,
Lin Yun and indeed she had talked about the power of the fighting sacred law, which was why she was still a bit in disbelief when she realized that Lin Yun had said that he had cultivated to the second layer.
At this point,
Lin Yun pulled up Lingxue's small hand, and two blushes instantly appeared on Lingxue's stunningly beautiful cheeks with a swish, and coupled with the fact that today she was wearing a long snow-white dress, this moment of Lingxue was incredibly beautiful. It made Lin Yun look dumbfounded.
Senior brother, you. At this time,
Lingxue's pretty face is like a ripe peach,
so that people cannot help but want to bite. This moment she seems to understand what meditation. Of course. Chapter 32 Eastern Heavenly Domain, 9 Spectres Dynasty. In the meantime, Great Zhou Palace, a large hall. Chen Bashan and Luo Lingxue,
the Great Zhou ancestor, were discussing the dynasty and the merger.
Ha ha, good. Since Senior Luo also agrees, then I will return to Great Qin now,
and in 3 days' time I will officially hold a merger between Great Qin and Great Zhou to start a new dynasty. Qin was very happy to see that the merger had fallen into place.
That's how it should be.
We're all affiliated forces of the Kunlun sect now.
We should be united together.
Old ancestor De Zhou laughed.
By the way, the name of the new dynasty should only be decided by the patriarch. Seeing this,
Luo Lingxue hurriedly spoke out,
because it was an affiliated power.
Of course, the consent of the main clan had to be sought. Lu Chen had already agreed to their merger,
but the name of the dynasty would have to be decided by Lu Chen. The two men also reacted,
their faces changing slightly, which was indeed the case, and almost made a serious mistake.
Not bad, brother Luo. I'll go ahead with you to meet the patriarch. Okay, go.
The main hall of Kunlun.
Lu Chen sat on the main seat, looked at the two below,
and slowly said,
well, since you've already decided, then this seat will name your new dynasty. Lu Chen wasn't overly concerned in this regard. After all, his own clan hadn't gotten going yet.
Words. Chen Bashan and Luo Lingxue looked excited as they simultaneously said respectfully towards Lu Chen,
please, patriarch, give the new dynasty a name. To be honest, Lu Chen didn't know what to name it,
but he had crossed over from the Blue Star.
More or less still nostalgic for Blue Star. Let's call it the Kyushu dynasty. Lu Chen looked at the two men.
When the two heard the word 9 states, they couldn't help but look at each other and immediately said respectfully towards Lu Chen,
thank you, patriarch. Glancing at the two, Lu Chen said indifferently, well, with nothing else to do, go ahead and get started. Yes, sovereign, Eastern Sky region, Zhou Yue dynasty.
The 9 Yu dynasty was the top power in the Eastern domain,
and there were Heavenly King realm powerhouses present in the dynasty.
The dynasties of the Southern Wasteland domain were completely on a different level compared to them.
At this point, in the palace of the 9 underworld kings, in a grand and imposing hall, on the main seat sat a middle-aged man with a domineering aura, with a shocking pressure flowing from his body all the time.
The 9 specters ministers in the Great Hall looked at the middle-aged man above them with fear covering their eyes.
Southern Wasteland Domain, Zhou Kunlun Sect? The middle-aged man was none other than the lord of the Zhou Yue dynasty,
Yu Li, and his eyes were ice-cold as he looked at a battle-armored man below him.
Yes, State Lord.
Commander Wu died at the hands of this Kunlun sect. The battle-armored man below was so frightened by Yu Li's terrifying aura that he trembled and said, the Commander Wu in his mouth was the golden-armored man who had been killed by Chen Bashan.
Kunlun Sect?
What kind of no-good clan is this that dares to kill people from my 9 Spectres dynasty? A brocade-robed man from below who emitted a shocking aura stood out,
looked at the battle-armored man, and said angrily.
The battle-armored man was immediately frightened by the aura and broke out into a cold sweat.
Your Highness,
from what I've heard from the Southern Desolate region, the Kunlun sect seems to be a hidden sect.
A bunch of nonsense.
What hidden clan?
Words, that king shouted angrily.
Immediately after that, he said respectfully towards Yu Li,
country lord,
just let me make a trip to the Southern Desolate Domain and directly destroy this Kunlun sect,
then bring back the Desolate Ancient Token.
Words, Yu Li's eyes narrowed slightly and did not speak,
not knowing what he was thinking.
He had thought that it was the Jun family of the Southern Desolate Domain that had stepped in.
After all, in the Southern Desolate Domain,
apart from those forces,
he, the Zhou Yue dynasty,
was not afraid of other forces at all.
Even if it was the Jun family, it was still a bit worse compared to his Zhou Yue dynasty. Moreover,
this Kunlun sect even had a half-step Heavenly King realm powerhouse.
And although the 9 Yu dynasty was in the Eastern Heavenly Domain,
Yuli was very clear about all the forces in the southern desolate domain. He had never heard of any Kunlun sect power. Otherwise, he wouldn't have sent that golden armored man to the southern desolate domain.
Li Mu, go to the ancestral land and wake up one of the clan elders. Just say that the desolate ancient mysterious realm is about to come out. I believe the clan elders will step in.
Li Yu's eyes were cold as he looked at that prince and said that he was planning to have a dynasty underbelly step in just in case.
Hear that?
That prince and all the ministers in the Great Hall couldn't help but have their bodies shaken,
and their hearts couldn't help but be shocked.
They didn't think that the state lord would have to ask a clan elder to step in for the sake of the desolate ancient token.
That's.
The king quickly reacted and respectfully said towards Li Yu,
then exited the hall. Obviously, this 9 Yu dynasty had many old undead. Yes, lord of the land. 3 days later,
the news of the merger of the Great Qin dynasty and the Great Zhou dynasty spread in the southern desolate region, drawing countless people to pay sideways attention.
Have you heard?
The two dynasties of Great Qin and Great Zhou and Qinzhou have actually merged.
What? No way.
The Great Qin dynasty is the hegemon of the Green State.
How could it possibly merge with a first-class power like the Great Zhou dynasty? Is that Great Qin dynasty lord stupid? Shoo, what the do you know? The Great Qin dynasty has long since ceased to be the hegemon of Qinzhou. You are talking about the Kunlun clan. Yes, it's the Kunlun sect, and the two dynasties merged and took the name of the Kyushu dynasty, TSK, and it's even become a subsidiary force of that Kunlun sect. Right now, the overlord of Qinzhou is the Kunlun sect. This Kunlun is really that powerful.
The states are all incredulous about this move by the Great Qin dynasty,
which is also not very strong in the southern desolate domain though. But after all,
there was a half-step heavenly king realm ancestor, and now it had unexpectedly become a subsidiary force of the Kunlun sect.
One has to be saddened. In the meantime, Heavenly Sword Sect, Elder Peak.
Yunlong had wanted to head to Qinzhou today to destroy the Great Zhou dynasty, and after learning that the Great Zhou and Great Qin dynasties had merged,
his face was now incomparably gloomy and extremely unsightly. Great Qin King Dynasty.
Yunlong gritted his teeth and said, seeing that the revenge for the destruction of his inheritance would be avenged immediately. But it happened to merge with the Great Qin dynasty at this time, and he now hated the Great Qin dynasty as well. But he also knew that the Great Qin dynasty was not something he could fight against, not to mention the fact that the two dynasties were now merged, and were still affiliated forces of the Kunlun sect. Even if he was the Grand Elder of the Heavenly Sword Sect, it was impossible for Zhao Wuji to offend the new Kyushu dynasty for him and do everything he could to help him. Not to mention that behind the Kyushu dynasty was the Kunlun sect,
whose strength was unknown. But how does Zhao Wuji know about this? He only knew that Yunlong's inheritance was destroyed in Qinzhou, and Yunlong didn't understand with him who made the move. This also led to the fact that right now, Zhao Wuji, although he knew about what happened in Qinzhou, he didn't care too much about it. After all, in his opinion, as long as the Heavenly Sword Sect didn't take the initiative to mess with the Kunlun sect, it would be fine. However, it didn't mean that Zhao Wuji was afraid of the Kunlun sect, and now that his own ancestor was also at the half-step Heavenly King realm, it made him confident. At this point, Zhao Wuji had already arrived at the Elder Peak and laughed out loud when he saw Yunlong, thinking that he was ready to head to Qinzhou. Ha ha, Yun Changlong, this time, let the fifth elder and the others travel to Qinzhou with you. Zhao Wuji laughed. Since the big banquet, the entire heavenly state knew that the Heavenly Sword Sect was incomparably strong, which made him feel doubly dignified. Chapter 33, The Great War will begin. Sword pointing at Kunlun. Hearing Zhao Wuji's words, Yunlong was still grateful to Zhao Wuji in his heart. But what the? You're so happy. What are you trying to do? A banquet? Yunlong showed a bitter smile on his face and explained towards Zhao Wuji about the Great Zhou dynasty. When Zhao Wuji heard this, his expression froze, and his eyes seemed to have so much disappointment. Can't you eat? No. It was the Heavenly Sword Sect that couldn't pretend to be a pussy. The few elders behind him also had a slight flash of disappointment in their eyes. Treadmill. This pussy, I'm afraid I can't pretend anymore. That. Cloud Elder, I'm afraid that this matter will have to be discussed in the long run, Zhao Wuji said in a hurry, fearing that Yunlong would get hot-headed and directly kill Qinzhou. It wasn't that he was afraid of the Kunlun sect, it was just that it was rumored in the outside world that the Kunlun sect had a Heavenly King realm powerhouse. This forced him to be cautious, and the Daqin old ancestor was also at the half-step Heavenly King realm, and now they had all become affiliated forces of the Kunlun sect. Even if the current Heavenly Sword Sect had a half-step Heavenly King realm ancestor, he wouldn't dare sin against the Kunlun sect. Patriarch, I understand the importance of this matter. Even if I want to take revenge,
I won't go as the Heavenly Sword Sect.
Speaking of this, Yun Long's eyes flashed with a hint of madness. The hatred of extermination is not shared.
Words. Zhao Wuji was also relieved and immediately said a few words to Yun Long before leaving with a few elders.
Deserted states. Jun's family.
As the only hegemonic power in the Wasteland State, the Jun family had been in charge of the vast Wasteland State for tens of thousands of years, and its heritage was one of the strongest hegemons in the southern Wasteland region apart from those superpowers.
Its strength could be described as incomparably powerful.
More than a star and a half more powerful than the Heavenly King family of the Moon State.
At this point, in a gigantic ancient city that covered thousands of miles, an earth-shattering terrifying aura violently appeared, diffusing out from the depths of the ancient city, instantly sweeping towards the entire gigantic ancient city. Buzz. This aura. It's the 5 ancestors coming out. In the center of the ancient city, in an imposing building, Jun Wuxie, who was meditating, felt this terrifying aura and looked excited as he instantly disappeared in place. This huge ancient city is precisely the Jun family's residence, Taishu City. Rumor has it that it is named after the ancient ancestor of the Jun family, and the entire ancient city is even protected by the ancient ancestors' engraved mana runes, so that outsiders can't even get into the ancient city. And even if they are the Heavenly King's realm, they can't possibly break this city. This breath is, it must be the 5 ancestors who have come out of the gate. The Jun family members in the city all looked excited, and at this time, an old man was even more excited and said loudly, "Ancestral land of the Jun family deep in the ancient city." Jun Wuxie stood outside respectfully like he was waiting for someone. Buzz. Suddenly, a space in front of him trembled slightly, only to see an old man in gray clothes appear. No breath flowing from him, just like an ordinary old man, slowly walking out of the space portal. Jun Wuxie. Meet the 5 ancestors. Jun Wuxie's face was agitated at the sight of the old man's appearance as he stepped forward and respectfully said. The old man glanced at Jun Wuxie and nodded. Well, not bad. After not seeing you for 100 years, you were able to break through to the half-step Heavenly King realm. It seems that the old man has not misjudged you. Thanks for the compliment. 5th ancestor. Hearing these words, Jun Wuxie's eyes were excited as he looked at the old man respectfully. 5th ancestor, the desolate ancient token has appeared. Jun Wuxie continued, then carefully glanced at the old man. In the hands of which power? At those words, the 5 ancestors' faces did not change, only glancing at Jun Wuxie to faintly say, as if they did not care about the matter. The 5th ancestor of the Jun family naturally knew what Jun Wuxie meant. It was just that he didn't expect that in the southern desolate domain, apart from those forces, there was any other force that could be a rival to the Jun family. 5 ancestors? It's like this. Immediately after, Jun Wuxie told the 5 ancestors of the Jun family what had happened in Qingzhou. Interesting. This Kunlun sect told me would like to see what the bottom line is. After hearing Jun Wuxie's words, the 5th ancestor's face did not change in the slightest, but instead, he said indifferently, Kunlun sect, the clan square, Lin Yun, Luo Lingxue, and Qin Ruian were exchanging things on cultivation, and the picture could be said to be getting along very well. Qin Ruian explained the problems in cultivation and the bottlenecks that would be encountered to Lin Yun, Lingxue and the two of them very carefully, and both of them felt incredulous after hearing this, as they listened to their own senior sister's various answers, and were inwardly shocked. Senior sister couldn't be the reincarnation of a great power, could she? At this point, Lin Yun looked at Qin Ruian with wide eyes and said, Senior sister, how do you know so much about all realms? Yes, senior sister, you're too powerful. No wonder your realm breakthrough was so fast. Lingxue was also very surprised at this time, and then inwardly sighed. I, as a senior sister, have to rely on my senior sister to take care of me. Alas, no more. Maybe my talent is better. Qin Ruian smiled sweetly. She didn't want to expose her identity so early yet. Although she had already thoroughly integrated into the Kunlun sect, she was still unable to see anything about the underpinnings of the Kunlun sect at the moment. Just knowing that the Kunlun sect residence alone is very uncomplicated. Perhaps hiding a more powerful underbelly is not certain. However, in the future, even if her identity was exposed, then she would no longer be the Empress who ruled over a party of ancient kingdoms, but only a disciple of the Kunlun sect. At this point, Qin Ruian couldn't help but think in her heart, perhaps the Kunlun sect is my final home. As soon as Lin Yun thought of his senior sister being so talented in cultivation, he inwardly began to think again. Junior sister wouldn't want to ride on my face as well, right? No, No, I have to step up my cultivation. Otherwise, when the sovereign knows that my senior sister is so demonically talented, then won't my position as the eldest senior brother be untenable? The more he thought about it, the more panicked he became.
Lin Yun seemed to have thought of something and looked at Qin Ruoxian and asked, "Senior sister,
do you know about the fighting saint body?" Fighting saint body?
Hearing these words, Qin Ruoxian's face suddenly changed. Then she stared at Lin Yun dead in the face.
Battle saint physique. This was a physique that could only appear in the upper realm, and it was simply impossible for such a heaven-defying physique to appear in the lower realm with a deficiency in the heavenly Tao.
Lin Yun's words gave her a premonition.
As if, Lin, senior brother, how do you know about the fighting saint body?
He wasn't that used to Lin Yun's title of big senior brother. After all, this kid Lin Yun often heckled Lingxue modestly, and she was seeing it. But now that she was a disciple of the Kunlun sect, senior brother was something she would have to call sooner or later, and with her eyesight she could also tell that Lin Yun seemed to have something different. Lin Yun was dinged by his own senior sister in his heart a little hairy, did not understand why his senior sister heard the fighting saint body so big reaction, froze for a moment, eyes turned and said, that senior sister, I'll just ask. Hey! Lin Yun could already be certain within his heart at this moment that this senior sister of his family knew about the fighting saint body, and he couldn't help but laugh bitterly in his heart. Sovereign, why is it that the youngest senior sister seems to know everything? It would be humiliating for me to be the eldest senior brother. Lin Yun felt at the moment that his two senior sisters were riding on his face all the time, slapping him in the face as the Kunlun sect's eldest senior brother. This couldn't be blamed on Lin Yun's shallow experience. After all, Lin Yun's family was originally a small family, and in the past, the strongest person he could come into contact with was merely the Dao Palace realm. If he hadn't entered the Kunlun sect and inspired the fighting saint body, it was estimated that if Lin Yun didn't have any other opportunities in his life, perhaps a generation of supreme physique would have been buried. Chapter 34, Fighting Holy Fist, Golden Holy Blood. When Luo Lingxue heard this, the expression on her face changed slightly. Her small mouth slightly opened incredulously as she looked at Qin Ruoxian and said, "Elder sister, you know about the battlefield saint body?" She had heard the patriarch talk about the power of the fighting sacred body, and it was reasonable to say that cultivators at their level could not come into contact with this type of physique. If Lin Yun didn't have this kind of physique, she wouldn't have believed that such a heaven-defying physique truly existed. Nowadays, his own senior sister was not only very knowledgeable about the dilemmas that he would encounter in cultivation, but she also seemed to know something even more mysterious. This couldn't help but make her feel that her demonically gifted senior sister had a mysterious illusion. Naturally, I know that the fighting saint body is one of the 10 great physiques of the heavens, incomparably powerful. With this kind of physique, as long as it doesn't die prematurely, a future great emperor is just the starting point. Qin Ruoxian looked at the two men seriously and slowly said, the great emperor is but the beginning. Words. Lingxue was shocked as her mouth opened wide as if she could stuff down a rod made of meat, and she trembled in her heart. Phew! Elder sister must be joking. Great emperor, that's the end of the cultivation path. How can that be the starting point? For the lower realm cultivators, great emperors are already the last step on the path of cultivation, with an incomparably long lifespan, and the immortal martial continent hasn't had any great emperors appearing for millions of years. So much so that everyone in the immortal martial continent thought that this was an era where great emperors did not exist. As for what realm a great emperor supreme was, perhaps only those forces that had been passed down for millions of years had some old undead that might understand a thing or two. And when these words fell on Lin Yun's ears, it instantly caused his body to shake, his eyes widening as he looked at his senior sister, who didn't look like she was joking, thinking that his ears had misheard him. Are you sure you're not joking? Senior sister? That's right. Senior sister. Regarding eldest brother's physique, patriarch has said that a future great emperor can be expected. The two couldn't believe it, thinking that their senior sister was joking with them. By the way, senior sister, you just said that the great emperor. Spirit Snow just wanted to ask what it meant that the great emperor was just the starting point. The words were not yet finished. Lingxue, you said that Lin, senior brother's physique is the battle saint body? Qin Ruoxian's eyes stared, shocked inwardly, and spoke out to interrupt Lingxue's words. No, how can that be? How could such a physique appear in the lower realms? Moreover, it was surprising that with her eyesight she had never been able to tell that Lin Yun was actually a battle saint body. Right, eldest senior brother's physique is the battle saint body. Lingxue was unimpressed, looking at the stunned Qin Ruoxian and said. Lin Yun also said seriously, Senior sister, I do indeed possess the battle saint body. And the patriarch has also said that my physique is incomparably powerful. Achieving greatness in the future isn't a problem.
Words. Lin, senior brother. You shot at me with all your might. Qin Ruoxian couldn't remain calm any longer. In order to be able to determine if Lin Yun truly possessed the battle saint body, she had to personally verify it. What? Full force at you? Hear that?
Spirit Snow was confused and froze in place for a moment, and Lin Yun was even more confused, his eyes looking at Qin Ruoxian in dismay.
What's going on? Is it possible that once you enter the Kunlun sect, you have to challenge my soft underbelly?
This senior sister of his was a Dao Palace realm while he was only at the 9th level of the Spirit Sea realm now, and this was still a breakthrough not too long ago.
But, look at that. Is that a human thing to say?
Lin Yun had broken through from the Spirit Vein realm to the 9th level of the Spirit Sea realm in less than a month from awakening the fighting saint body, which was damn near like being hung up. If this was known to those young prides of the immortal martial continent who prided themselves on being supreme geniuses, they would have to whack Lin Yun to death.
Isn't that just asking for abuse?
The key was that Lingxue was still watching from the sidelines, so where could he put his face?
Looking at the reaction of the two, Qin Ruoxian knew that they didn't understand what she meant and immediately said, Lin, senior brother,
you should not have actually fought in a real battle yet. She was right. Lin Yun hadn't really fought anyone yet, which led to the fact that Lin Yun wasn't very clear about his own strength yet. The Lin Yun who took was a waste in the family,
the kind that anyone could bully.
Although Lin Yun had entered Kunlun and inspired the fighting saint body,
and his strength had skyrocketed, it was true that he hadn't fought anyone else. However, Qin Ruoxian knew the power of the fighting saint body, which was simply an invincible existence in the same realm. This same realm was not the same realm among ordinary cultivators,
but belonged to the invincible in the sequence of geniuses who also possessed a special physique.
That's right, senior sister. It's true that I haven't fought anyone else.
Lin Yun's old face reddened with a hefty smile,
then said, by the way, why do you want me to go all out on you, senior sister?
Wistfully, he glanced at Lin Yun.
Immediately afterward,
Qin Ruoxian looked at the two and explained, having a fighting saint body will not only make you invincible in the same realm, but even if you meet a powerhouse with a higher cultivation level than yourself,
you will be able to fight. Speaking of this,
she thought of a supreme being in the upper realm who also possessed the battle saint body.
Glancing deeply at Lin Yun, he continued, moreover, the battle saint body is originally a physique born for battle,
and only by constantly refining oneself in battle and comprehending the way of battle can one break through and step into the path of true invincibility. The reason why Qin Ruoxian knew so much about the fighting sacred body was entirely because there was just one supreme being in the upper realm who was also a fighting sacred body. That was a terrifying existence ranked among the realms of the immortal Tao,
and even her enemy,
the peerless ancient kingdom with immortals,
could not even be considered a mole in front of that person.
Words. Lingxue's face was shocked.
Hear that? Lin Yun's eyes flashed, and at the moment,
he was also curious to know his strength.
Sister is right. The only way to become stronger is to keep fighting,
regardless of whether what senior sister said was true or not. It seemed that the only way to find out now was to have some actual combat.
Thinking of this,
Lin Yun secretly resolved in his heart.
He decided to go out and experience. He couldn't keep growing up in a greenhouse. Immediately after,
Lin Yun looked at Lingxue beside him and said seriously,
senior sister, you should back away first. Later on, senior brother is afraid of hurting you.
Elder brother.
Ruoxian.
Then you guys shouldn't take it too seriously.
Just point it out.
Lingxue was worried. After all, Lin Yun and Qin Ruoxian were separated by a large realm. She wasn't worried about Qin Ruoxian, but she was afraid that Lin Yun,
senior sister, then senior brother, I'll make a move.
After Lingxue retreated away, Lin Yun looked at Qin Ruoxian and said,
at those words, Qin Ruoxian nodded slightly.
Just go all out or you'll not even be able to catch a single move from me. In order to make Lin Yun truly go all out without any reservations,
she didn't forget to stimulate a bit. Sure enough,
when Lin Yun heard this,
he couldn't bear it anymore. I knew it.
Elder sister,
you really want to ride on elder brother's head, doesn't that mean, are you any good? Fine dog, can this be tolerated? Immediately after, a powerful aura immediately erupted from Lin Yun's body,
and 100 feet of golden chi and blood erupted from his body, violently rushing straight into the sea of clouds, as if the entire void had been pierced through.
Boom! Golden sacred blood, fighting holy body. Seeing this scene, Qin Ruoxian's heart trembled fiercely,
and at this moment, she was able to determine and believe that Lin Yun truly possessed the battle saint body.
The battle saint body.
If it goes to the upper realm in the future, it might be another strongest person standing in the world. Qin Ruoxian murmured with shock in her heart, just as she was shaken. Senior sister, be careful, Lin Yun shouted, only to see him raise his hand and clench his fist, the golden holy blood in his body surging madly into his fist as he threw a powerful punch towards Qin Ruoxian. Fighting holy fist. Boom click. PS/. Big boys, pretty boys. The author herself is no longer at work, not hammering lemon tea, and will resume updating starting tomorrow. Chapter 35 Ancient Warship, coming across the realm. Boom! A fist blasted out, and the space in front of him violently clicked, as if it seemed like it was about to crack. Ka-ching! The huge golden fist seal charged towards Qin Ruoxian with a powerful force. Is this the fighting saint body? Looking at the power in the golden fist prints that were impacting, Qin Ruoxian's face changed. She could sense that Lin Yun's punch couldn't be blocked even by the divine hidden realm. I'm afraid I can already fight with the Dao Palace realm. You have to know that this is a big realm that has been crossed. It was not unheard of for young heavenly prides in the upper realm to be able to cross the border and fight, and those were all exceptional geniuses with special talents. On the path of cultivation, the difference of a small realm was like a rift valley, not to mention a large realm, which simply broke her knowledge of the fighting saint body. Boom! Qin Ruoxian struck out a palm, and the fist and palm collided and exploded with a loud ringing sound. She was at the 9th heaven of the Dao Palace realm and had been a great emperor in her lifetime. Her combat experience was also incomparably rich, and facing this punch from Lin Yun she still managed to defuse it quite simply. In the distance, Lingxue's small mouth was slightly open, her eyes shocked beyond words as she excitedly said, didn't realize that eldest senior brother was so strong. She could also feel the power of Lin Yun's punch. If it were her, she definitely wouldn't be able to catch it. Alas, it seems that in the future, we can't ride on our senior brother's face. I didn't expect to go all out, but was casually dissolved by a palm of the hand of the senior sister. It seems that the senior sister is right, only constant fighting. Lin Yun stayed in place and murmured. He was not disappointed in his own strength, but recognized his own strength, and now he needed to keep fighting. Fighting or fighting. Senior brother, that punch you just threw was just too strong. Lingxue and Qin Ruoxian walked over and excitedly said, he, junior sister is also very powerful. This big brother of mine isn't as strong as junior sister's cultivation. Lin Yun hemmed and hawed as he looked at the two, but he was sure that he would soon be able to surpass his little sister. He had absolute confidence in himself. It wasn't that Lin Yun was afraid that this position of the eldest senior brother wouldn't be his, but as a disciple of the Kunlun sect, he had to shoulder the face and majesty of the Kunlun sect, and he couldn't let other people make fun of him. More than anything, he didn't want to disappoint Lu Chen. Elder brother, you have the battle saint body, its own strength already can't be measured by cultivation realm. I believe that elder brother is also clear about his own strength. I'm afraid that you can already fight with the Dao Palace realm or not a problem. Qin Ruoxian nodded her head slightly and said slowly, now that she had recognized Lin Yun as her eldest senior brother, even though she said that she was already a disciple of Kunlun. If her senior brother was someone without talent or strength, it wasn't that easy to get her to recognize him. After all, she was already considered a senior in all aspects, and although she didn't have the strength of her previous cultivation, a great emperor's cognition and underpinnings were unimaginable. This time, I'm also thankful to senior sister for being able to let me know my strength clearly, Lin Yun said. Senior brother is polite, Qin Ruoxian said with a faint smile. Senior brother, Lingxue, tell me something about our Kunlun sect. Qin Ruoxian didn't understand the Kunlun sect very well right now. She could feel that in the Kunlun sect, there seemed to be a terrifying existence hidden, and it revealed mystery everywhere. Good. Senior sister, let's go sit over there and talk. With that, Lingxue pulled Qin Ruoxian's hand towards a mountain peak. Senior sister, junior sister, I'm going to look for the patriarch for something, so I won't accompany you. Lin Yun planned to go and talk to Lu Chen about going out to practice now. At those words, Qin Ruoxian seemed to have seen Lin Yun's thoughts, but she didn't say anything. The fighting saint body was never a flower in a greenhouse. She had heard in the upper realm that the supreme being with the battle saint body had defeated countless heavenly prides, holy sons and daughters along the way when he was a teenager, and had stepped into the great emperor in less than 500 years. And if the Kunlun sect was truly an ancient power in the upper realms as she thought, perhaps Lin Yun was afraid that it wouldn't take more than a few hundred years for him to step into the realm of the great emperors as well. In the meantime, Kyushu Dynasty, the original Great Zhou Dynasty king city, has now also become the king city of the Zhou Dynasty. Although this king city has no array protection, Although it is not as good as the original Great Qin King ancient city, but who does not know that the Zhou dynasty is already a subordinate force of Kunlun in the southern wasteland region now? Before determining if Kunlun was a hidden sect, and if there was a heavenly king realm presence, those forces with a half-step heavenly king realm would not dare to venture out against the Kyushu dynasty. After all, that day in the Great Qin royal capital Chen Bashan had powerfully subdued a half-step heavenly king realm, which had caused those first-class hegemonic forces to be incomparably afraid. And there were also two of the Kyushu dynasty's state lords, Qin Zhan and Luo Lingxue. And as for the two men's respective old ancestors, they had also become the common old ancestors of the Kyushu dynasty, and Luo Yuan had now broken through to the cave void realm. After all, the Great Qin dynasty had some substance before, and had taken out an extremely high-grade spirit medicine and a void-breaking dan to help Luo Yuan recover from his injuries and break through the realm. At this point, a warship came across the domain. In the sky above the southern wasteland domain, a huge and incomparable bronze warship permeated with an ancient aura suddenly appeared in the air, only to see two ancient words engraved on the warship, Zhou Yue, and it was heading towards a certain direction in the southern wasteland domain at a rapid pace. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Wherever the warship passed, it immediately impacted the void with countless bursts of loud noises, and the sound of the void rupturing echoed in this part of the heavens and earth, instantly attracting the attention of countless forces below the large states that the warship passed through. At this moment, cultivators from all the major states in the southern wasteland domain were shaken. Asterisk. Look, what was that thing that flew past just now? How could it be so fast? It's really a calf in an airplane. Awesome to the sky. A cultivator let out a cry of alarm, immediately drawing the attention of the surrounding cultivators, who looked towards the void. Hiss. That looks like a warship. That's right, it's a warship. But which hegemony power is this? Warships, that could only be possessed by forces above the hegemony level, so they could tell at a glance that it must be some hegemony level force on that warship. What's going on these days? First a Kunlun sect, which is suspected to be a hidden sect, appeared in the southern wasteland domain, and now an ancient warship has appeared. Could it be that something big has happened again? That direction seems to be Qingzhou. The desolate ancient token seems to be in the hands of that Kunlun sect in Qingzhou. It seems that there are finally forces that can't help but make a move. Yes, does. Quickly, go to Qingzhou. That warship must be going to the Kunlun sect. This is going to be a hoot. As expected, it's not too big a deal if there's a hustle and bustle, even if it's two big powers going to war. At once, countless cultivators from all the major states saw where that warship was going and rushed up into the sky towards Qingzhou. They had long wondered if the Kunlun sect was a hidden sect or not, and now there was an overlord power out there. They also wanted to see if the Kunlun sect could block it this time. Is it really a hidden great clan as rumored? And at this moment, someone among the major hegemonic level forces of the southern desolate domain recognized the origin of that warship and was shocked. That seems to be the overlord of the eastern domain. Ladies and gentlemen, once these chapters have transitioned, the plot will unfold, so please spray it lightly. Pretty boys, thank you for your support. Chapter 36, the third-rate forces in the district don't know what to do. The 9 Yu dynasty. That's right, that warship was none other than the 9 Spectres dynasty of the eastern domain. Over the moon state, an old man with a terrifying aura appeared. He was a half-step heavenly king realm ancestor of the Cold family, the dominating force of the moon state. His face was full of gravity at this moment as he looked in the direction of the green state. So that half-step heavenly king realm that appeared in Qingzhou that day was someone from the 9 Spectres dynasty. It seems like it's time for my Cold family to make a move. Kunlun sect. This time, even if there really is a heavenly king realm presence, I'm afraid it won't be able to stop the major powers. A top hegemonic power coming across the domain was not a good thing for the forces of the southern desolate domain. After all, the desolate ancient token was in Qingzhou. If it was obtained by the forces of other great domains, it would be a real slap in the face for the forces of the southern desolate domain. Of course the Han family, wanted it too, but the hegemonic powers of the state seemed to be waiting. Waiting for what? Of course, they were waiting to see who would make a move against the Kunlun sect first. There were heavenly king realm existences in all the major top hegemonic forces, but they were all in slumber. If it's not a matter of life and death, those old undead won't awaken. Of course, if it was a power like the Jun family that had been passed down for hundreds of thousands of years, its heritage was even more terrifying. This also led to the fact that the sudden appearance of a half-step heavenly king realm was also enough to upset the balance among the major powers. Now, with the 9 Sephiroth dynasty taking the lead against Kunlun,
it would surely draw the attention of the other top hegemonic powers.
The major powers had long wanted to know if there was truly a heavenly king realm existing in Kunlun.
And before,
in the Great Qin King's City auction, that heavenly spirit pill was obtained by the Han family. The Han family and the Jun family of the Desolate State were both top hegemonic forces with the existence of the heavenly king realm, and were enough to rank in the top 10 amongst the major hegemonic forces of the southern Desolate Domain.
It's time to awaken my cold family's heritage, or else the Desolate Ancient Token is feared to be unattached to my cold family.
After the old man finished speaking, his figure instantly disappeared in place.
Just as the old man from the cold family had said, all the major hegemonic forces in the southern wasteland domain were now awakening their respective underpinnings one after another.
Moon State Hegemony Power. The depths of the Yaoqi Palace. A beautiful woman in a palace dress appeared, and the terrifying aura that inadvertently flowed from her body caused the disciples of the entire Yaoqi Palace to tremble. With that, the figure disappeared into thin air, and among the other major state powers, there has also been a flurry of this scene.
The moment one could only see an incomparably terrifying aura permeating the major states.
It instantly made countless cultivators in the southern Desolate Domain feel chilled,
not understanding what was happening.
The other side, King City of the Ninth State, a large hall. Qin Zhan and Luo Lingxue were talking about something, and at this time, the two of them did not know that a crisis had come.
Buzz, rumble, an ancient and huge warship appeared in the sky above the Kyushu dynasty,
heading towards the Kyushu King City, only to see countless cultivators in battle armor appear on the warship,
all of them exuding a powerful aura. It was none other than the people from the Zhou Yue dynasty.
A huge air-breaking sound resounded throughout the entire Kyushu dynasty, causing the faces of the cultivators of the entire Kyushu dynasty to change drastically as they all looked towards the huge warship.
A warship? Which power is this? To actually dare to act like this in the Kyushu dynasty? Is this looking for death? They weren't clear on what was going on,
and thought it was some overlord power that had come looking for trouble.
After all, the strength of the Kyushu dynasty was very strong right now because behind it was the Kunlun sect,
and it was rumored in the southern wasteland region that Kunlun had a heavenly king realm presence. This also made the Kyushu dynasty famous in the southern desolate region.
Being in the great hall of the royal city,
Qin Zhan and Luo Lingxue's faces both changed,
and then their figures disappeared. Swish! The two figures appeared in the sky above the royal city. And looking at the ancient warship that had appeared in the air above the royal city, the two of them immediately had a bad premonition welling up in their hearts. Brother Qin, can you tell where this warship came from?
Luo Lingxue looked at the two words 9 specters engraved on the warship and asked with an incredibly grave face.
9 specters. 9 specters. Qin War murmured.
A terrifying force suddenly flashed in his mind.
His face, swish, ground changed drastically. Shocked. Eastern Heavenly Domain. The top hegemon. The Zhou Yue dynasty, followed by a gasp of surprise. Not good. Brother Luo quickly informed the two ancestors.
The 9 Specters dynasty must be coming for the Desolate Ancient Token.
At this moment,
Qin Zhan already understood the origin of the man in battle armor that day.
No wonder he was so powerful. Although Luo Yuan was only at the Cave Void realm now,
his seniority were there, and Qin Zhan was also referred to as an old ancestor. When Luo Lingxue heard this, he hurriedly took out his summoning talisman to inform the two old ancestors.
On weekdays, the two old ancestors were in seclusion, and usually did not wake up. On the warship,
Your Highness, this is the Zhou dynasty. The previous Great Qing dynasty was the dominant power in the Qing state, and now it has merged with a small dynasty to form a new one. A man in battle armor respectfully said towards a man in fancy clothes beside him. This battle-armored man was one of the forbidden soldiers who had come to the southern wasteland domain with the golden-armored man that day, and the golden-armored man who had died in Chen Bashan's hands was one of the forbidden army commanders of the 9 Yu dynasty.
After he returned to the Zhou Yue dynasty, he came to the southern wasteland domain has been lurking among the Qinzhou,
so he was well aware of the merger of the two dynasties,
Great Qin and Great Zhou.
Upon hearing this, that king said with disdain in his mouth, a third-rate hegemonic power that also dares to kill my 9 Specters dynasty's people.
Humph!
This king would like to see what waves that Kunlun sect can make this time.
This time,
the 9 Netherworld dynasty had sent out a clan elder, which made him incredibly confident. Even if Kunlun really had the heavenly king realm he wouldn't panic.
Go, destroy this Kyushu dynasty and get the desolate ancient token first.
That king said coldly.
Yes, your majesty. This was the top hegemonic power. Even if it possessed a half-step heavenly king realm, it was still like a non-entrant power in his eyes, and he hadn't even glanced at the two of them, Qin Zhan and Luo Wu. Since then,
If it wasn't for the fact that the Lord of the Nine Spectres Kingdom was afraid of turning the ship in the gutter and had to invite a bit of the Dynasty clan elder, this king was afraid that he would have long wanted to come and wipe out the Kyushu dynasty and the Kunlun sect. That king's words fell. The man in battle armor beside him stepped out of the warship, and did not look at the air Qin Zhaoban two people a glance, lifting his hand as violently hit a palm, carrying a powerful might towards the lower Wangcheng pressure. Boom! The palm transformed into a powerful chi palm print and suppressed it, and the cultivators underneath the king's city immediately felt their scalps go numb, their faces pale, and they cried out in shock. Yes, yes, Cave Realm Powerhouse. Ah, why haven't the two lords of the land made their move? Just as the voice sounded, Xinjiang reacted. He did not expect this 9 Yu dynasty to be so strong, and as soon as it came up directly, his eyes were ready to crack, and he roared, "You seek death." A long spear appeared in Xinjiang's hand. He sensed that the cultivation of the man in battle armor was the same as his. Both were at the first level of the cave void realm, and his aura was quite powerful. He didn't dare to hold back, and directly struck out a strong shot. Buzz! Bang bang! The palm print was instantly broken, sending out a loud sound that spread throughout the entire king city. Aha! The battle-armored man's eyes stared, his icy gaze looking towards the two Qinjiaos, his face incomparably unsightly. Who are you? How dare you stand in my way? Luo Wuxuan was directly ignored by him, and only Qinjiang of the cavernous void realm was able to make him look at him. Humph! I'm the state lord of the Zhou dynasty, Xinjiang. PS/. Big boys, pretty boys, the main characters are about to start coming out and punching each other in the face. Please spray gently for the big boys. The author doesn't want water either. The plot unfolds and it's cool. Chapter 37 Heavenly King Realm Powers, showing up one after another. Words. The battle-armored man's eyes were ice cold as he said, "I don't care who you are. If you dare to block me, seek death." As the words fell, a powerful aura erupted from his body and swept towards Qinwar. Buzz. This was the top hegemonic power, casually sending out a person who was a cave void realm powerhouse. Boom! The battle-armored man's aura opened up and his figure instantly disappeared in place. When he reappeared, he had already arrived in front of Qinjiang only to see that he stretched out his big hand with a powerful force and violently grabbed towards Qinjiang. Buzz. Aha! So fast. Qinwar heart trembled. Face changed body power crazy operation infused into the long gun. The former war armor man stabbed. Put. Just listen. Poof. The blood was splattered in all directions with broken flesh, floating in the air extremely eye-catching. The lance directly pierced through the palm of the battle-armored man, directly penetrating to his shoulder. A large hole revealing a morose white bone appeared, and the mana within the Heavenly King's battle soldier burned the battle-armored man's wound, making him unable to help but let out a miserable scream. Ah! The battle armor man screamed miserably. His body quickly fell back, almost falling down in the air. Both of them were at the first level of the cave void realm, but the lance in Qinjiang's hand was a Heavenly King's battle weapon, and although it was crippled it was still not something that the man in battle armor could resist. Ha! So it's a crippled Heavenly King battle weapon. On the warship, that prince took a look at the long spear in Qinjiang's hand. His face changed slightly and said, then his eyes looked at the man in battle armor with a cold look, slightly angry. Waste. After a long time of stabilizing his stance, the battle-armored man heard the king's angry rebuke, which instantly filled his originally pale face with murderous intent as he looked at Qinjiang. Unfortunately, he could only stare viciously and dead at Qinjiang now, trying to kill the other party with his eyes. He also didn't expect the other party to have a Heavenly King warrior, and he almost capsized the boat without pretending. My subordinate is incompetent. I implore the King of Kings to take action. The voice of the man in war armor returned to the warship with the remnants of his body, kneeling in front of the king with a trembling voice. The king didn't even look at him, only to walk out of the warship armor to stand in the void, his eyes looking grimly at the two Qin warriors. Half-step Heavenly King realm. The two opposite Qin warriors immediately felt a chill run down their spines, their hearts trembling in shock. Humph. Hand over the desolate ancient token, then take this king to that Kunlun sect, or else I want you, the Kyushu dynasty, to completely disappear from the southern desolate domain. I don't know what you're talking about, Xinjiang said with a grave expression on his face. The words fell. The king coldly grunted, his body's terrifying aura diluted out, raised his hand and gently waved. Bang! Xinjiang. Luo Wuxuan was slapped off the ground below. The magnificent hall was directly smashed. Put. Luo Wuxuan's cultivation was too low to withstand a casual strike from the half-step heaven realm, and he fell to the ground dead or alive. Qinwar, face pale incomparable at this time, barely supported. Just wanted to open his mouth to speak, followed by a mouthful of blood gushing out. Seeing this, Prince Zhou no longer had the patience to play on. In that case, let's destroy this Kyushu dynasty first. The words are gone, only to see him raise his hand and press it towards the king's city below. A huge palm appeared in the void. A terrifying power surged out from it, and it was as if 100 miles in a radius was covered in a palm. Rumble! A deafening rupture sound was emitted as the huge palm carried a terrifying power to suppress it. Ah! Somebody help me! The countless cultivators below the king's city simply couldn't withstand the terrifying aura, and they screamed loudly. The huge palm was about to fall just then. Get the hell out of here! Two old figures appeared in the void behind Wang Chang and shouted. It was none other than Luo Yuan and Qin Lan, the two old ancestors of the Kyushu dynasty. Immediately after, Qin Lan's body breath erupted and the body strength without reservation surged out of the convergence of the hands toward the huge punch. Bang! A deafening sound rang out. The two forces exploded in the air, horrible energy toward the square 100 miles impact. Seeing that the crisis had passed for the time being, Luo Yuan hurriedly rushed towards Qin Zhan, and Luo Wuxuan took the two away. Old thing, you seek death. When the king saw this, his face was suddenly ugly and incomparable eyes looked at Qin Lan grimly. At this moment, Qin Lan's face was incomparably grave. He didn't expect that someone wouldn't be able to hold back from striking out against the Kyushu dynasty so soon, just as the 9 Sephiroth prince was about to destroy the person in front of him. Enough fun. Old me doesn't have that much time to spend with you guys here. A voice rang out in this part of heaven and earth, filled with majesty between the light words. At those words, that prince's body shook, his eyes filled with awe, bending his head in the air and respectfully saying, yes. The words fell. A terrifying aura that caused everyone to be unable to lift a thought of resistance filled this area of heaven and earth. Buzz! A large invisible hand suddenly appeared in the sky above, gently waving towards the wine city below. When Qin Lan felt this regal breath, his pupils violently shrunk, his face instantly covered with fear. Heaven! Heavenly King Realm! But before he could finish speaking, a terrifying and incomparable power had already enveloped the entire royal city, and everyone was unable to move by the aura. Rumble! Bang bang bang! The countless palaces and buildings of the royal city below were all destroyed by the amazing power, and at this moment, the entire throne has been turned into a piece of rubble. A collapsing sound rang out. Countless cultivators' bodies fell in the ruins of some cultivators too low. Cultivation has no breath, including the Qin Lan people also did not escape, fell to the ground dying. However, it was good that the person who had struck out had only flicked his hand casually, as if killing these weak ants was an insult to him. Go! Take those people with you and ask where that Kunlun sect is located. As the voice fell, all was calm again. That king grabbed his big hand and brought Qin Zhan, Luo Wuxuan and a few others onto the warship. The warship then left the ruined land. In the meantime, the major state forces and those who want to watch the countless cultivators have also been rushed to. Of course, there are still some distance from the green state is far away from the big state scattered still on the road. They do not have warships, can only rely on flight to catch up with the speed, of course. Not so fast. Already arriving over the Kyushu King City, everyone was shocked by the scene in front of them. A huge king city was now in a state of disrepair. Hiss! This is the royal city of the Kyushu dynasty? How come it's in ruins? What's happening? Could it be that a heavenly king realm powerhouse has struck? But before the crowd could react, there was an exclamation of surprise. Look! Some of those people are still alive. The crowds of cultivators in the ruins who didn't die. Thank you. Someone noticed that there were still people alive in the ruins below and shrieked in alarm. Sure enough, the crowd looked. Really, there are a lot of life. Breath is not extinguished, but afraid of all the body flowing blood. Looks like the leader of the eye. Shocking. It's horrible. Countless people looked at the ruins of the king's city below without feeling a chill in their hearts. It's hard to imagine what forces destroyed this place like this. It's mana breath. It looks like a heavenly king realm and the 9 Spectres dynasty has struck. It shouldn't be wrong. The desolate ancient token is in my southern desolate domain. If he, the 9 Spectres dynasty, wants to take it away, I, the Han family, won't agree to it. I haven't seen you in 10,000 years, but your tone hasn't changed at all. Cold song. Whoever gets the desolate ancient token will be based on their own strength. But now, it seems that the 9 Sephiroth dynasty should be going after that Kunlun sect. The desolate ancient token should be in the hands of that Kunlun sect. I didn't expect that a suspected hidden sect's power had appeared in the southern wasteland region after not being out for so long. It's a bit interesting. What hidden great clan? If it wasn't for those juniors of your clan talking nonsense, that junior of my Lin Yun palace wouldn't even need to wake up the old man,
and would have already stepped in to get the desolate ancient token. Let's go. Follow this scent, or else the desolate ancient token will be obtained by the Nine Sepulchre dynasty.
In the void of this heaven and earth, several old and undead divine thoughts were exchanging. Sensing the mana scent left behind here had already guessed that the Nine Hells dynasty had also sent out a heavenly king realm. This was not a good thing for them. For the strength of the Zhou Yue dynasty, even they did not dare to take it lightly. This divine thought was right. If it wasn't for the fact that the major powers had met Chen Bashan and Qingzhou that day saying that he was just a guard elder of Kunlun, and had also made a strong move to kill a half-step heavenly king realm in seconds. This does not let the major forces scrupulous suspicion is strange, and the major forces of the bottom of the sleep, they do not dare to rush to Kunlun. What's even more powerful is that the more the rumor gets more and more outrageous in the mouths of those scattered cultivators in the southern desolate domain.
Kunlun has been rumored to have the existence of a saint. Of course, the existence of saints major forces are killed do not believe. Saints, that is what kind of existence? The southern wilderness region has been tens of thousands of years without a saint in the world. This also led to the southern desolate domain being one of the least powerful in the immortal martial greatland. That's why nothing is scary. Rumors are the scariest. We have to refrain from spreading rumors and disbelieve them. Southern wasteland domain cultivator, you fart.
The Lin Yun palace in the cloud state was a top-tier hegemonic power, but it rarely showed up in the southern desolate region, unless there was something big happening. Even the last draconic auction Lin Yun palace didn't go. Chapter 38, Sage Realm. Lu Chen's breakthrough. Buried immortal mountain range. From the sky is like a dragon lying on the ground. The entrance is like the dragon's mouth opened up to support the two straight into the clouds of the ancient stone pillars stand in the world. From a distance to see the magnificent. At this point, Kunlun Sect, in the main hall, Lu Chen was sitting on top of the main seat with his eyes closed, only to see the divine light flowing around him. Behind him a chaotic scene emerged glittering, looking like a supreme immortal king sitting high above the nine heavens, overlooking all things in the world. Swish! Lu Chen slowly opened his eyes. A divine light burst out of the eyes as if there were countless worlds flowing in the eyes, then disappeared in the blink of an eye to return to normal. Cave realm now, Lu Chen said happily with a joyful face. After this period of time he had already mastered the 9 divine aptitudes in the chaotic divine spirit law. As for the first chaos holy law, it was a supreme immortal scripture that had a complementary effect with the chaos holy body, so Lu Chen could just cultivate it directly. Then thought of something dark in his mind. System, use the cultivation card. Lu Chen's current cultivation is still too low. As the head of a clan, only the cultivation of the cave void realm, how can it work? And he now has the chaos sacred body. The foundation has been armed to the teeth, still afraid of a hammer instability. Although with the system, it can be said that there is no bottleneck to speak of in this aspect of the realm. As long as you get the cultivation card, system can just give you a slam dunk. But if one's own foundation does not work, even if one possesses a heavenly cultivation, once one encounters those terrifying powerhouses that truly dominate the heavens and the worlds, one is afraid that one will have to capsize. Lu Chen's sights were not only on the immortal martial continent. He wanted to lead Kunlun to dominate the heavens and the worlds, to become the strongest supreme sect in all the worlds. Ding! The cultivation card was successfully used, and the host has gained the first heavenly cultivation of the Sage Realm. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Hearing the voice ringing in his head, Lu Chen called out with excitement on his face. Boom! A powerful incomparable force violently appeared within him, impacting the tendons and veins within his body. The vast spiritual power within the Dao Palace underwent a huge change in an instant. The spiritual power metamorphosed into mana, and that wasn't all. Immediately after, boom! Another even more powerful force of laws erupted from within the Dao Palace, and Lu Chen hurriedly suppressed it to prevent this terrifying force from leaking out. The power of the law. The symbol of a saint. Once a saint's lifespan is as high as 50,000 years. At this moment, Lu Chen has stepped into the ranks of the true powerhouses of the immortal martial continent. Even a holy land facing a saint wouldn't dare to offend in the slightest. And the heavenly king realm, longevity is only 30,000 years. Even with the holy medicine will not live, unless you can step into the saint realm. But to break through, the saint must understand the laws of heaven and earth. You can imagine that breaking through the saint is as difficult as climbing up to heaven. Sage realm is different. Comprehending the power of the laws of heaven and earth, even if the end is approaching as long as sealed in the divine source, can slow down the loss of lifetime as a base. A few moments later, as everything returned to calm, Lu Chen felt the changes within his body in detail, and his heart was overjoyed. Sage realm now.
Lu Chen raised his hand and flicked it toward the void in front of him. Hissing, a crack suddenly appeared in the space in front of his eyes, only to see a dark void space appear within the Great Hall. Is this the power of the Saint Realm? It's really powerful. A casual stroke can tear through space. Lu Chen verified the strength of the Saint Realm and was extremely excited. Right now, all Lu Chen had to do was to recruit more disciples as soon as possible. He already had a plan and intended to have the two of them, Luo Lingxue and Chen Bashan, put out the news of Kunlun's recruitment of disciples. After all, he thought that the current Kunlun had a certain reputation in Qingzhou. This would also attract some talented disciples to come. But of course he knew that those who were truly talented might have been disciples of those big powers long ago. And like Lin Yun, Luo Lingxue and the two of them were entirely his luck. As for Qin Ruian, who was a noble great emperor in his previous life, if it wasn't for the fact that Lu Chen had a system that could know the other side's details, even those superpowers in the immortal martial land, Qin Ruian wouldn't have been interested in joining. After another round of Lu Chen's flimflam, it would be hard not to join Kunlun. Bei Xian, come to the main hall. At that moment, Lu Chen let out a soft cry. Buzz. A green-clothed figure appeared in the grand hall, and it was none other than Chen Bashan. Bei Xian, meet Patriarch. Chen Bashan below said respectfully toward Lu Chen, and then inwardly, he was shocked. Sovereign's strength seems to be even more terrifying. You go and tutor Lin Yun and Lingxue's cultivation and see how the two are progressing in their cultivation today. Next to recruit disciples, Lin Yun, this kid is Kunlun's eldest brother. If the cultivation is too low by the time those who enter the Kunlun new disciples inevitably for the strength of the Kunlun have questioned. That's not good. Moreover, he also knew that Lin Yun was always lazy, and from time to time he thought about he with that girl Lingxue. Donkeys don't even dare to rest like this. As for Luo Lingxue, Lu Chen was still very relieved, and Qin Ruian was even more so. Yes, Sovereign, Chen Bashan respectfully replied, then exited the main hall before going to look for both Lin Yun and Lingxue. In the meantime, outside the buried immortal mountain range, on one of the warships, a few people from Qinzhan, who had been brutally tortured by the people from the 9 Yu Dynasty, also painfully spoke out the location of Kunlun. At this moment, the body of Qinzha, several people who collapsed on the deck had already been tattered and broken, like a bloody man with only a breath of air and dead support. I didn't expect that Kunlun sect to be in the immortal burial mountain range. Could it really be a hidden sect? At this moment, that prince's face changed as he looked at the entrance of the burial immortal mountain range and said in shock. Looking at the two ancient sky-passing stone pillars standing in the clouds in front of him instantly made his eyes widen. Kunlun. Two large ancient characters were carved on top of the stone pillar, and just a glance at them brought out a sense of awe. That king whispered, "Your Highness, this place is a forbidden place. Do we still have to go?" The arrogant battle-armored man from before. At this moment, his voice trembled a little and said, "In the ancient books, it was recorded that the burial of Immortals mountain range had some kind of terrifying power that could make people inexplicably disappear, which caused everyone to be filled with fear of this place. Although it looked as if it was a worldly place, everyone would still have an inexplicable fear of the burial immortal mountain range. Perhaps that's what makes rumors so scary. Often, the more powerful the cultivation level, the more afraid of death they were. Big Brother, the author is trying to get a few more. Chapter 39, is this a forbidden place? This is Treasureland. Words. The king did not say a word, pondered for a while with cold eyes and said, "Humph, what are you afraid of? There is that one. And if this Kunlun sect is really in the burial immortal mountain range, it means that not only is there no danger here, but there is also a strong possibility that there is a chance." With a big wave of his hand, the warship rushed into the middle of the burial immortal mountain range. Kunlun Clan Gate Square. At this moment, Chen Bashan was examining Lin Yun's cultivation progress, and Lingxue and Qin Ruian were also watching. Suddenly, Chen Bashan's brows furrowed and his face changed slightly. Buzz. A warship quickly arrived over the Kunlun sect. At that moment, Lin Yun's several faces changed as he looked towards the warship. This was the first time he had seen another power come to the Kunlun sect looking for trouble. Lin Yun, as the eldest senior brother, saw that someone dared to be so unbridled in front of the Kunlun sect, and immediately wanted to reprimand him, but before he could open his mouth, bang bang, 4 wretched figures covered in blood were thrown down from the warship. Bang bang, a few people fixed their eyes on. Face changed greatly suddenly, body-killing intent instantly erupted. It is the Qin War. Luo Lingxue and the 2 old ancestors of the Kyushu dynasty. Father, old ancestor. Father, old ancestor. Qin Ruian, Lingxue's eyes reddened and lost her voice as she cried out. Rushing forward. Shiver. Several air-breaking sounds rang out, and Wang Ming's trio also appeared in the square, staring dead center at the every move of the warships in the upper air. Greetings, Elder Chen. The three of them, Wang Ming, said respectfully towards Chen Bashan. A nod was given in sign. Chen Bashan, Lin Yun, several people rushed forward. Seeing the broken bodies of the four, Chen Bashan immediately checked the injuries of the four. All along, Qin Ruoxian could feel Qin Zhan and Qin Lan's love for her, although she usually called Qin Zhan her father with some resistance. After all, the former noble as a great emperor should still have the arrogance, but now she has slowly accepted it all. At this moment, her body erupted with a shocking killing intent. A cold air gushed out from her body. The air seemed to have been frozen in this instant. Lin Yun and Ling Shui both couldn't help but shiver, and even Chen Bashan glanced at Qin Ruoxian thoughtfully. Spiritual qi continuously transported into the body of four people. Chen Bashuan's eyes you hair cold. Four people's entire body tendons rupture, body Dao palace broken. Also means that four people in this life can only stay in the divine hidden realm. Elder, how are the injuries of the several seniors? Lin Yun said with a worried face at this moment, while comforting the two girls, Ling Shui and Qin Ruoxian. Wha? Elder, Ling Shui begs you to save father and the others. Ling Shui's face was covered with tears, crying and pleading. Qin Ruoxian also saw the injuries of several people. The icy coldness on her face became colder and colder, and the Emperor's thoughts in her divine soul had already been activated by her. Just as she was about to just strike, buzz, a white-clothed figure with no aura flowing out of it appeared, and it was none other than Lu Chen. Just now, Lu Chen was cultivating the chaotic divine spirit law. His own divine thoughts were integrated into it, isolating his perception of the outside world. And when he sensed that the situation was not right after he had finished, he did not expect something like this to happen. After glancing at Luo Lingxue, Qin Zhan's face was unsightly after glancing at the four of them. Now that he was a saint, naturally he could tell at a glance the serious injuries of several people. Sovereign, when the crowd saw Lu Chen appear, they immediately wanted to get up and salute when they heard Lu Chen say, "Well, there's no need to be rude." Lu Chen waved his hand, and then a divine light struck into the four of them, and the divine light flowed throughout their bodies, and their originally broken bodies were miraculously being slowly repaired. This scene caused the eyes of Lin Yun's few people to instantly widen. This was simply a miracle. When had Lin Yun and Ling Shui ever seen such heaven-defying tactics? They were shocked in their hearts. What exactly is the cultivation level of the patriarch? Even Qin Ruoxian's heart trembled. Such means would be difficult to achieve even at her great emperor's cultivation in life, because she clearly felt that the injuries on the four were not only recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye, even the sinews and veins of the broken Dao palace in their bodies were being repaired by an inexplicable force. A few moments later, cough cough cough, the four of them slowly opened their eyes and woke up, looking a bit bewildered after seeing Ling Shui and the others. Ray Yuki, Wakefield, Luo Lingxue and Qin Zhan looked at their own daughters before saying with a bit of disbelief, "Father, old ancestor, you guys are going to scare Spirit Snow to death." Ling Shui cried out in pain. The two old ancestors also didn't react anymore. Suddenly, a few people glanced around, and after seeing Lu Chen, their faces instantly became happy and hastened to respectfully say, "Greetings, Sovereign." Nodding, Lu Chen said, "No need to be rude. Who hurt you all like this?" Words. The original joy on the four people's faces changed, and their eyes revealed a sense of fear as they stared. Patriarch, the other party is the top hegemon of the Eastern Heavenly Domain, the Nine Phenomena Dynasty, and there's a Heavenly King realm out there. They're here for the desolate ancient token. Hearing these words, the faces of Lin Yun's few people were also startled. Heavenly King realm. I didn't realize that even this kind of existence had come out. Even if Qin Ruoxian had an emperor's thought, he would never be a match against a Heavenly King realm powerhouse. Her wisp of emperor's thought was nothing more than a remnant, and could not exert much power at all. The Eastern Heavenly Realm? I didn't realize that it was the forces of other great domains. This was also the first time Lu Chen had come into contact with forces outside of the Southern Desolate Domain. I didn't realize it was still a top hegemonic power. However, the current Lu Chen didn't care what kind of top-tier dynasty you were. As long as there were no forces that existed above the level of saints, he hadn't placed them in his eyes. So what if a top hegemonic power dares to injure my Kunlun's people? No one in this heaven and earth will be able to keep this Nine Spectres dynasty, Lu Chen said with a cold face. Upon hearing this, everyone's bodies shook, and the blood in their bodies boiled. Sovereign, too domineering. Just then, only a raging sound could be heard coming from the warship above. Who is the sect leader of the Kunlun sect? Get the hell out of here. On the warship, the 9 princes of the 9 specters looked at the crowd below with a cold smile at the corner of his mouth. While his heart was overjoyed, he did not expect the aura here to be so rich. What a bull ******* immortal martial forbidden land. It's a ing treasure trove. It's all a ing lie. Rumors hurt me too. This will be the territory of my 9 specters dynasty from now on. At this point, he was already filled with the spirit richness of this place. He couldn't help but laugh out loud as he looked at the attic and a mountain peak standing on top of the mountain below. Ha ha, I didn't expect this is actually a cultivation treasure. Very good. On the plaza, when the crowd heard the disrespectful voices towards Lu Chen coming from the warships high in the air, a few of Wang Ming's faces sank instantly cold. Seeking death. Daring to disrespect the patriarch. Boom! The aura of several people diluted out. Their strong aura pressurized towards the airship. Cave Void Realm. That's right, Wang Ming's trio had already reached the Cave Void Realm cultivation. Cave Realm. Xin Zhan Luo Wuxuang, Lin Yun and several others immediately looked shocked beyond measure. Their hearts startled. Aren't these 3 seniors in the spirit transformation realm? How come you're at the cave realm after not seeing it for a while? Even Qin Ruian was startled. She could tell that the trio's strength was incredibly thick, and they hadn't relied on external forces or pills to break through at all. Kunlun. It's so mysterious. Lu Chen hadn't even glanced at the warship from start to finish. With his current cultivation, he could know the cultivation of everyone in this scene with a single thought. Moreover, Lu Chen had already sensed that several auras had been hidden in this space. However, Lu Chen hadn't put it in his eyes since the beginning. If he guessed correctly, it should all be for the desolate ancient token. Oh, want to play? All want to see what Kunlun is capable of is right. Then this seat will play nice with you. It was also a good opportunity to let everyone in the southern desolate domain know the strength of Kunlun. Wang Ming, Wang Xian, Wang Lin, over to you guys. Don't let him die too quickly. Lu Chen didn't even look at the person speaking from that warship and said indifferently to the 3 Wang Ming. The one with the highest cultivation on the warship was that prince. Half-step heavenly king realm. And after this period of time, Chen Bashan's cultivation had also reached the first level of the heavenly king realm. As for why Chen Bashan and Wang Ming's few people broke through so quickly in their realms, the answer given by the system was, their true realm was suppressed and would slowly regain strength as his cultivation strength increased. At first, Lu Chen thought that they were relying on their own cultivation methods to improve. I didn't expect that. After all, it was I, the patriarch, who resisted all. Yes, sovereign. The 3 of them would understand. And then their figures instantly disappeared in place. Chapter 49 Yu Dynasty. Heavenly King Realm Clan Elder. The faint voice of the words was not loud, but it clearly fell on everyone's ears. Shiver. Wang Ming's 3 figures appeared in the void, and then the strong aura within their bodies rolled out and pressed across the sky. Dare to come to my Kunlun to act recklessly. Stay today. Immediately afterward, Wang Ming took a step in the air and lifted his hand towards the warship and grabbed it violently. Boom! A large hand coalesced from spiritual energy and enveloped towards the warship with a powerful force. Having heard what was said, the face of that prince on the warship changed with a shudder. As a half-step heavenly king realm powerhouse, he hadn't known how long it had been since someone dared to speak to him like that. What made him even more furious was that the 3 actually still so disregarded him, that only one person made a move, which made him incomparably annoyed. Eyes grim. 3 cave void realm mole crickets dare to disrespect this king and dare to strike at him. Looking for death. Boom! The powerful aura of the half-step heavenly king realm erupted out, and a palm imprint made of spiritual energy converged between the lifting and waving of his hand and slapped in the direction of Wang Ming's 3 people. Bang! Ah! A loud sound rang out. The palm print was mercilessly grasped and shattered. The powerful force sent that prince directly flying out. The entire warship was shattered by his impact. Everyone on the warship was innocently affected before they could react. Bang! 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 Put! Worthy of being a half-step heavenly king realm. Almost knocked one of his own to death. Put! How? How is that possible? King, your majesty, are you alright? The man in battle armor rose from the deck with a pale face and rushed to the king's side with a trembling voice. Are you blind? Pust. Another mouthful of blood spurted out of the king's mouth and he almost fainted. At this moment, his eyes were filled with disbelief as he looked at Wang Ming pointing at him, his voice trembling. At this moment, he no longer had the arrogance he had before. His face was filled with fear, and a terrifying thought couldn't help but surface in his mind. The great hidden sect. You are not in the cave realm. You stay away. Ha! Upon hearing this, Wang Ming's eyes went cold. It's you who are too weak, daring to disrespect the patriarch and strike out at my Kunlun's people. You're really looking for death. No, don't kill me. He thought that Wang Ming was going to kill him and immediately shouted in fear. Clan elder, help me. As the pleas for help fell, a chiding voice filled with majesty rang out from nowhere. Useless thing. Even 3 mole crickets of the cave void realm are absolutely no more. Buzz. Somewhere in the void, there was a sudden tremor, only to see an old man with an incomparably thin figure walk out from a spatial rift, his body exuding a terrifying aura as he paid no attention to anyone. What a horrible breath. Heavenly King Realm. Xinjiang Luo Wuxuan. Several people instantly looked panicked and their hearts trembled. This was the first time they had come into contact with a Heavenly King Realm powerhouse. However, after looking at Lu Chen's breezy demeanor, the inner panic quickly disappeared. They believed that Kunlun definitely had Heavenly King Realm powerhouses in existence as well. It is said that the burial immortal mountain range is a forbidden land with great terror. Who would have thought that the aura here would be so rich? Ha ha, not bad, not bad. This trip wasn't in vain. From now on, this place will be mine. The 9 Spectres Dynasty. Sheesh. Another confident and cocky pretty boy shows up. No, it's the old boy. This old man was the clan elder of the 9 Yu Dynasty, the existence of the 5th Heavenly King Realm. At this time, after he felt the surroundings, his withered face showed a color of satisfaction, as if this place was already his 9 Yu Dynasty. He didn't expect to have an unexpected harvest on this trip besides the desolate ancient token, which put him in a good mood. Clan elder, help me. Seeing his own family's old man muttering to himself, that prince's heart instantly cooled halfway. Humph. Upon hearing this, the clan elder let out a cold snort before looking at the crowd with a grim face and said, "Who is the patriarch of this Kunlun sect? Hand over the desolate ancient token obediently and old me will be in a good mood today, so perhaps I can let you live." It doesn't matter if you're in a good mood or not. At this time Lu Chen was in a bad mood. Hearing this, Lu Chen didn't even bother to look at him. Now that the Heavenly King Realm had already failed to enter his eyes, only the presence of a saint or above could make Lu Chen feel a crisis. Bei Xian, kill it. It's time to let everyone in the southern desolate region know the strength of my Kunlun. Jia Jia Jia. Hearing these words, the 9 Spectres clan elder seemed to have heard a heavenly joke. Wantonly grimacing, then his face sank and his eyes clouded over as he said, "Somewhat interesting, kid. You are the sect leader of this Kunlun sect? I can't believe I can't see through you. Your methods are quite good, but after today this so-called Kunlun sect of yours is going to disappear." Oh, he thought that Lu Chen had the means to hide his own breath, and even if he thought about it, he wouldn't have thought that a saint was right in front of him at the moment. What a death wish. Noisy. Bei Xian. Hurry up and kill him. This old thing's imagination left Lu Chen speechless. Wang Ming and the 3 of them had already returned to Lu Chen's side by the time the old man appeared. Looking at the 9 Spectres clan elder in the same way they looked at the dead man, Lu Chen said indifferently to Chen Bashan, "Now it was time to show those who were hiding in this space to watch the show the strength of Kunlun. Otherwise, any cat or dog would come to Kunlun and act as they please." Of course, with Lu Chen's current strength as a saint, with a wave of his hand, he could make this old thing's body and bones disappear, but the compulsion to be the head of a clan still had to be there. After all, if he had to take action for everything, then it would seem to be a bit of a drop in the bucket. "Yes, Sovereign," Chen Bashan respectfully said. A hint of playfulness flashed in his eyes, understanding Lu Chen's meaning, and he certainly sensed several auras hidden in this space. Immediately after that, the figure instantly appeared opposite the 9 Spectres clan elder. An incomparably powerful and terrifying aura erupted from his body, and in just an instant, the incomparably terrifying aura quickly spread out from this place 10,000 miles away in a radius. Boom! The moment all the cultivators in the other states felt this chilling aura, and all of them looked in the direction of Qingzhou. There was a quick rush towards Qingzhou to see what was going on. Chen Bashan smiled at the corner of his mouth. Then he did not have any reservations. The body of the endless majestic power crazy release. This space was squeezed. Click. Countless spatial cracks appeared. Boom! Feeling this terrifying and boundless aura, the 9 Spectres clan elder's face instantly changed drastically. How could it be possible? A trace of fear actually surfaced in the depths of his eyes, and his heart even trembled fiercely in shock. This is the first Sky King realm. Damn it! Why is the aura so terrifying? His face was full of incredulity, knowing that he was in existence at the 5th Heavenly King realm. But no one had answered his question yet. The void, hidden in this space, those old undead of the southern wasteland domain, immediately felt bad.
and hastily exerted their own means to stabilize the intense fluctuations generated by the void to avoid exposing their own breath. Hiss! What kind of sect is this? This Kunlun sect. Why is there would be such a powerful Heavenly King realm powerhouse? Damn it! That person is clearly only in the first Heavenly King realm. Why is the aura so terrifying? Ladies and gentlemen, it's about to go up on the recommendation, so please give me some more urges. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, Chapter 41 Heavenly King Realm Battle, I'm going to write it into the genealogy. What now? It's highly likely that this Kunlun sect has more than one Heavenly King realm. I can feel that there seems to be an even more terrifying aura in those attics. Yes, I felt it too. In the void, a divine thought echoed. Let's wait and see what happens first. The Nine Hells dynasty isn't simple. It's also good to see the strength of this Kunlun sect. Humph. You guys are really living more and more back. Even if this Kunlun sect has more than one Heavenly King realm. So what? Can you still turn over the sky in front of us? A powerful divine thought mocked, and then several other divine thoughts fell silent. Yeah, they had all stepped into the Heavenly King realm 10,000 years ago, and each of them was in existence overlooking the southern wasteland region. And even if they were faced with a powerhouse in the same realm as themselves, they wouldn't have the heart to retreat. But now the aura of that green-clothed figure actually caused their minds, which had remained unchanged for 10,000 years, to be moved at this moment. It was clear that he only had a cultivation of the first level of the Heavenly King realm, but his aura was even more terrifying than their aura when they had stepped into the fifth level of Heavenly Cultivation. They really couldn't figure out if that green-clothed figure was really at the first level of the Heavenly King realm. They were all old men who had lived for tens of thousands of years, and their insight and strength were incomparably powerful, but the more so, the more they were afraid of death. Hiss! Elder Chen is actually a Heavenly King realm powerhouse. Lin Yun, Luo Wuxuang. Several people looked shocked beyond measure, especially Qin Lan, whose eyes were filled with shock. He had clearly felt Chen Bashan's cultivation that day. It was by no means the Heavenly King realm, because at that time, Chen Bashan did not have any mana aura on his body at all. Several people were very glad at the moment that they had made the choice to become Kunlun's people. At this point, they didn't dare to imagine just how strong Kunlun's underpinnings were. It turns out that what they saw was surprisingly just the tip of the iceberg. The void. In the face of Chen Bashan's terrifying and incomparable breath pressure, the Zhou clan's old man's face was filled with gloomy scorn at the moment, and there was no more of the previous lofty look of looking down on everything. Boom! The Heavenly King realm's fifth heavenly cultivation instantly gushed out from his body, and the berserk and incomparable power filled this heaven and earth, only to see the sky suddenly wind up, only for a moment. Two horrors like an abyss, as if it could collapse the heaven and earth and shatter all space with its terrifying aura, violently colliding together under the urging of the two men raising their hands at the same time. Boom! Bang! A deafening sound like a huge thunderclap rumbled through the heavens and earth. Then, two terrifying invisible auras instantly exploded in the void. Rumble! Powerful aura fluctuation power, instantly from the center point of the explosion violently impacted open. The horror of the momentum and the blink of an eye will be the void miles of clouds asweep. The moment. In addition to Lu Chen, Wang Ning's eyes widened violently, shock appeared on their faces, and a sense of fear immediately surged in their hearts. Even Qin Ruoxian's eyes revealed a touch of shock when she looked at Chen Bashan in the void at this moment, and she couldn't help but turn her gaze to Lu Chen, who had a breezy face. At this moment, he wanted to know Lu Chen's strength even more in his heart, because just now, under the two horrifying auras, a wisp of breath that casually flowed out from Lu Chen's body had blocked these two powerful aura pressures. Otherwise even they would have suffered serious injuries under these two powerful auras. The might of the Heavenly King realm was no joke. Just the aura alone was not something the Cave Void realm could withstand. Not to mention that their current cultivation level wasn't even at the Transformation God realm. Clan Elder. Save me. Save us. Obviously, the people of the 9 Dynasty were the best example, and at this moment, that warship had already blown apart long ago under the impact of the two aura power explosions. Bang bang bang, countless channels of blood mist exploded in the air, and in an instant, the air was filled with miserable shouts, and the thick smell of blood filled the surrounding space. Even that half-step Heavenly King realm's Prince of 9 Spectres was blown apart under the force of the explosion and turned into a mist of blood. Seeing the situation, damn you! In the void, the 9 Spectres clan elder, who had managed to stabilize his form with great difficulty, had an incomparably gloomy face at the moment. Looking at the scene in front of him instantly filled his eyes with endless rage and roared angrily. He didn't expect the green-clothed man in front of him to be so excessively strong.
his Heavenly King Realm 5 cultivation aura and its crosspeaks, but was suppressed to death, which makes him incomparably angry potential to destroy the green man in front of him. I want you dead. A snarl roared out of his mouth. At those words, Chen Bashan let out a cold smile. He, impotent roar, with your weak strength you dare to come to my Kunlun to find trouble. You don't know how to die. That's a pussy. When Lu Chen, who had his hands behind his back down below, heard this, he couldn't help but want to give Chen Bashan a thumbs up. Not bad. It's got my style. I, Kunlun, want to be pushy. Hearing the other party's words that did not place him in the slightest, when had the old man of the Nine Spectres clan ever suffered such disgrace after living for tens of thousands of years? Ah, damn. You deserve to die. Buzz. A long, blood-colored blade that captured the hearts and minds of the people appeared in his withered hands, with a blood-red glow up and down its body. It was none other than his Heavenly King battle weapon, the soul-devouring blade. With one knife in hand, the world is mine. At this moment, the Nine Spectres clan elder's internal mana gushed out, his aura once again a few points stronger. The Heavenly King's mana in his body frantically converging on the Heavenly King's warrior. Endless rage surging up in his heart as he fiercely slashed a terrifying slash towards Chen Bashan. Die! The soul-devouring blade transformed into a 1,000 large blade that appeared in the sky under the support of mana, carrying a horrifying blade energy that could split the heaven and earth as if it was falling towards Chen Bashan's location. Boom! Ka-ching! A rupture sound rang out, and it was clearly visible that the space above had been split by 1,000 feet crack. Endless black holes in the void appeared before everyone's eyes. The Heavenly King Realm powerhouse was as terrifying as it was. The strength of this old thing from the 9 Sephiroth dynasty is really a bit strong. I'm afraid that this slash has reached the 6th Heavenly King's heavens. In the path of cultivation, a realm is a heaven. Even a small realm apart is like a moat. However, Chen Bashan was the strongest person of the heavens summoned by the system, and one simply could not use common sense to explain his true battle power. Not bad. Now that Kunlun Sect's people are afraid to die under this blade. Oh, it's about time we made our move. In the void, several divine thoughts exchanged rapidly. Nice bunch of old sixes. They have played the path of go to the fullest extent. Unbeknownst to them, they were also prey in Lu Chen's eyes. A group of juniors are here? Still not afraid to die. A divine thought sensed countless figures appearing in an upper airspace 100 miles away, and were staring daggers at the scene in the air here. Hiss! What a terrifying aura! That is actually 2 Heavenly King Realm powerhouses fighting. No wonder there's a terrifying aura permeating Qingzhou as soon as we arrive. It seems that the rumors are true. That Kunlun sect is truly a hidden great sect. Not only does it have Heavenly King Realm powerhouses, but the sect is actually in this immortal burial mountain range. Asterisk. What kind of bull forbidden land? What kind of is recorded in the ancient books? This is clearly a cultivation treasure land. A cultivator cursed, itching to dig out the person recorded in that ancient book from the earth to thwart his bones and ashes. At that moment, someone couldn't help but shout in excitement. Asterisk. Come on, fight it out. Fight fast. This trip is not a loss. To be able to see Heavenly King Realm powers engage in battle, in the future, I'll be able to brag about it for the rest of my life. What the? Have you no balls? Can you have a backbone like me? I'm going to put it in my genealogy. Countless cultivators looked at the scene in the void 100 miles away, and their faces all showed excitement with shock in their eyes as they kept discussing. It's called watching what's going on. In the void, seeing that the terrifying knife is about to fall, but Chen Bashan's face has never seen any sense of panic. Instead, he grinned, forcing the king's aura to show no condensation in his body at this moment. Big guys, the author is bursting at the seams with yardage tonight. Make up the other chapter from today. Aim for 5 more chapters tomorrow. Chapter 42 Heavenly King Realm Powerhouse. Destroyed with a sword. Immediately after, a breath that was even more terrifying than that of the 9 Spectres clan's old man erupted from Chen Bashan's body, and at this moment, this space was fiercely and violently trembling, only to see a flip of his left hand, and a long sword that revealed an ethereal greenish glow all over the body appeared in his hand. Not bad. Chen Bashan was a sword Dao powerhouse. The majestic mana in his body surged out, and powerful mana visible to the naked eye wrapped around the long sword, the mana light blossoming into a glittering spectacle, only to see Chen Bashan raise his hand in a nonchalant manner. 1,000 feet of green-colored radiant sword chi roared out from the long sword. Sizzle! The green-colored terrifying sword chi instantly cut through the layers of space and broke through the air towards the giant sword. Bang!
A loud breaking sound rang out as the 1,000-foot giant sword collided with the green-colored sword chi, and the sword chi's massive power instantly sliced through the giant sword. At that instant, everyone stared at the void with wide-eyed death stares, only to see the 1,000-foot giant blade instantly rupture apart, the mighty giant blade scattering in a flash, only to see countless fragments of Heavenly King's battle armaments drifting down from the upper air. Ah! No! How? How is that possible? At this moment, the Nine Spectres clan elder hissed with a pale face, and just as he was about to run his body's mana again to fight to the death, a sense of death instantly surged up from the soles of his feet, but before he could react, the terrifying sword chi did not disappear and disperse. Sweeping towards him, the green-colored sword chi instantly drowned him in it. Ah! How dare you! Ah! Don't! Let me go! The old ancestor, is not going to let go of your Kunlun sect. Painful screams continued to emanate from the massive sword chi, and everyone couldn't help but be creeped out and have chills down their spines when they heard it. Not long after, the screams came to an abrupt end, and the huge sword chi dissipated into the air, only to see in the air, where there was still the figure of the Nine Spectres clan's old man, who had obviously been annihilated in the middle of the sword chi. Zip! The two huge cracks in the void were being slowly repaired by the inexplicable power between heaven and earth. Everyone who looked at the 2,000-foot spatial cracks in the void couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. A moment later, calm returned to the void, as if nothing had happened. Hiss! It's horrible. A Heavenly King realm powerhouse had fallen just like that? The plaza. This is my Kunlun's elder. Too strong. Lin Yun. Lingxue. Several people instantly stared wide-eyed into the air looking shocked, and then their faces all showed a color of excitement. At this time, 100 miles outside the air, those southern wasteland domain cultivators were shocked and froze in the air for a long time before they came back to their senses. Some cultivators looked at the green-clothed figure in the distant void, and suddenly their faces changed violently, and their voices couldn't help but tremble. It's him! It's him! It's him! Crowd! Holy! What is he? Say it properly. Mother asterisk 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 her. You scared the out of me. Not long after, someone reacted, seemed to understand what was going on. His face changed, and he hurriedly said, "You mean?" The man was interrupted before he could finish his sentence. Can't be wrong. That green-clothed figure is that guard elder of that Kunlun sect. What? I heaven. King of Heaven realm powerhouse is really just a guard elder. Hiss. What exactly is this? This Kunlun sect. At this moment, everyone here was shocked beyond measure, and couldn't help but fiercely and violently inhale a breath before slowly calming the shock and heart trembling in their hearts. I would never have believed it if I hadn't seen it with my own eyes. What kind of sect could be so magnificent that it dared to use a Heavenly King realm powerhouse as a guard elder? But, at this moment, everyone knew one thing. After today, the word Kunlun will completely shake the entire southern wasteland region. In the meantime, millions of miles away in the eastern heavenly domain, the Yu state, the 9 Yu dynasty, deep within the ancestral land of the 9 Yu dynasty, a pale figure sitting on top of a futon suddenly opened his eyes violently, and from his pale eyes, a heart-stopping divine aura suddenly burst out. Then, he looked towards the ancient hall above the central position. There should have been 5 life source rays, but at this moment, only 4 rays were on, which meant that the person who extinguished that life source had already fallen. And suddenly his face suddenly changed. Boom! A terror like an abyss flowed out of his pale body and hissed, "Looking for death? Who in the world surprisingly killed Spectre?" The Spectre was none other than the 9 Spectres clan elder who had died at the hands of Chen Bashan. The words fell. The pale figure instantly disappeared in place. In an instant, he had already appeared above the 9 Sepulchre King city. An incomparably terrifying aura rolled out from him and released. Glancing at the king's palace below, his face was incomparably gloomy, and he immediately let out a cold cry. The current head of the dynasty, get the hell out of here. Phew! As the words fell, a middle-aged man wearing a king's robe hurriedly rushed out from a large hall and came in front of the old man, and after looking at him, his face instantly changed drastically as he let out a cry of alarm. 3 clan elders. Then, he hurriedly bowed his head and respectfully said. At the same time, he was inwardly shocked. What had actually caused the 3 clan elders to awaken from their slumber? The current state lord, Yu Li, meet the 3 clan elders. The 3rd clan elder glanced at Yu Li and said with a gloomy expression, "Old 5 has fallen. Say, what has happened? Where has old 5 gone?" The words just fell. Boom! 9 Spectres Lord Brain was bombarded a moment. Scared the soles of the feet soft, an unsteady almost fell from the air. Voice trembling in disbelief said,
The old man of the 5 clans has fallen. Fallen? No. How? How is that possible? The 5 clan elders are in the Heavenly King realm. That Kunlun sect how? How is it possible? Say, what Kunlun clan? The 3 clan elders immediately shouted coldly. The 9 Spectres Kingdom Lord's body immediately shook his brain awake, and he hurriedly told the 3 clan elders about the Kunlun and the desolate ancient token one by one. What hidden sect? The Kunlun sect? If you dare to kill old 5, I will make this Kunlun sect disappear completely from the world. The 3 clan elders' faces were grim as they said that they were going to move to the southern wasteland domain right away. 3rd clan elder. This matter needs to be considered in the long run. Seeing that the 3 clan elders were about to break through the air, the 9 Spectres Kingdom Lord's face changed drastically and he hurriedly persuaded them. At those words, the eyes of the 3 clan elders stared at Yu Li with regal eyes. Are you teaching the old man his job? LOL. With just one glance, the Lord of the 9 Spectres was instantly shocked into a cold sweat as he said with a trembling voice. Yu Li, no, don't dare. Just I think that Kunlun clan is extremely not simple. Even the oldest of the 5 clans. The 5th level of the Heavenly King realm has fallen in the hands of that Kunlun clan. I'm only afraid that the Kunlun sect has an existence above the 5th Heavenly King. Speaking of this, Yu Li carefully glanced at the 3 clan elders. Hearing this, the 3 clan elders who were originally filled with killing intent could not help but glance at Yu Li, and then calmed down, and for a while, they actually pondered. What Yu Li said was not without reason. Old 5's strength was able to fight even at the 6th level of the Heavenly King realm, so it seemed that the strength of the person who was able to kill Old 5 had at least reached the 7th level of the Heavenly King realm. He was also at the 7th level of the Heavenly King realm, and if that Kunlun sect was truly a hidden sect, he was afraid of dying without knowing a single Heavenly King realm. Even if he went there, it was highly likely that he would not be able to do any good. It seems that this matter will have to wait for Big Brother to wake up in order to avenge Old 5. Damn Kunlun sect. It won't be long before I will definitely extract the divine souls of everyone in that Kunlun sect and burn them day and night. After a period of deep consideration, in order not to have any accidents, the 3 clan elders still chose to temporarily hold back their monstrous killing intent and did not go forward to the southern wasteland domain. Instead, they waited for the rest of the 9 Sephiroth dynasty's underpinnings to awaken before heading to the southern wasteland domain to exterminate the Kunlun sect. Chapter 43, 10 Top Hegemons of the Southern Desolate Region. At this point, the void. At this time, those old undead hidden in the middle of this space were also exchanging horrified thoughts through their gods. Damn! How could that person be so powerful? What should it be? Strike now or? A divine thought hesitated and inquired. This person's strength is feared to be able to fight with a strong person of the 7th Heavenly King realm. Not bad. Where on earth did this Kunlun appear from? Such a sect shouldn't be unknown in the southern desolate region. Several divine thoughts exchanged with each other. Could it really be a great hidden sect? So what? We 8 Heavenly King realms are here, and he just went through a great battle. The mana in his body is afraid to be 10 out of 10. I alone can destroy him. A divine thought said contemptuously. Oh, this divine thought had underestimated King of Pushers Chen Bashan too much. Even if there is still another Heavenly King realm hidden, it is by no means our opponent. Moreover, this Kunlun can never have 3 Heavenly King realms, and that young man in white who was called the Sovereign. I can't sense any aura on him. It should have special means, but the cultivation level could never be at the Heavenly King realm. A divine thought quickly analyzed. Indeed, if it is really what they think Kunlun is a hidden sect, some special means is normal, and he was in existence at the 6th level of the Heavenly King realm. Hearing this, several other divine thoughts were silent for a moment, and after a moment, it was as if they had reached an agreement. Do it, Buzz. At this time, Lu Qin in the square seemed to sense something. The corner of his mouth slightly raised in a gentle smile, and a touch of playfulness appeared in his eyes. Oh, finally shedding out? Now that Lu Chen's purpose had been achieved, he believed that after today, the entire southern wasteland region would be shaken by the word Kunlun. And it does. The death of a Heavenly King realm powerhouse in the hands of Kunlun was enough to shake the entire southern desolate region. When Lin Yun, Lin Yun and the others heard this, they were unsure and just wanted to speak out. Buzz, Buzz. The void suddenly trembled violently, and everyone present only saw 8 old figures appearing in different positions in the void at the same time, all of them emitting a rolling pressure that filled this heaven and earth, instantly leading to a burst of roaring sounds from this side of the heaven and earth. All 8 Heavenly King realms appeared in the sky above Kunlun at this moment. Rumble, Gollum, that's 8 8 Heavenly King Realm Powerhouses. At this moment, several people below Lin Yun, including everyone in the air 100 miles away, have sucked in a mouthful of cool air, viciously swallowing a mouthful of saliva. Their faces terrified. Their voices couldn't help but tremble. 8 Heavenly King Realm Powerhouses had appeared together, and such a scene hadn't appeared in the southern desolate domain for tens of thousands of years. This simply shocked the world. It's over. It's over. Now that Kunlun is probably going to be removed from the southern desolate domain. Yes, TSK. This Kunlun is really looking for death. Wouldn't it be better to obediently hand over the desolate ancient token? To have to go against these top-tier overlords. As soon as one cultivator's words fell, they were countered by others. You know, if you ask me, these top-tier overlords are the ones who are shameless. The desolate ancient token was obtained by that Kunlun first, and those lords of power didn't dare to make a move against Kunlun, which is why they invited their respective ancestors to encircle this Kunlun. Shoo, you're dead. The people around them hurriedly covered each other's mouths, fearing that someone would hear and involve them. This is going to look good. In front of 8 Heavenly King Realms, even the Jun family of the Desolate Prefecture can't withstand this awe. The Jun family of the Desolate State was the hegemonic power that ranked first in terms of strength amongst the 10 top hegemons. Its heritage was immensely powerful. If it was a single top hegemonic power against the Jun family, none of the top powers would be a match for the Jun family. The strength was simply not comparable to the other 9 powers. Of course, if the 9 top hegemonic forces were to strike at him together, that would be an afterthought, and the outcome would only be known if they actually fought. At this moment, everyone here thought that the destruction of Kunlun had become a foregone conclusion and was irrevocable. After all, in their minds there was no power that could fight in front of the 8 Heavenly King Realm powerhouses. At this moment, Lin Yun's several people were also in a state of shock and trembling. They hadn't seen such a scene either. Qin Ruoxian's face didn't change much, but instead, she looked her beautiful eyes towards a separate ancient pavilion on one of Kunlun's mountain peaks. These 8 Heavenly King Realms were none other than the 10 top hegemonic forces of the southern wasteland domain, and 8 of these top hegemonic forces had old ancestors among them, who at this moment coincidentally looked their gazes at Chen Bashan at the same time, and instantly felt the majestic and strong blood qi within the other party's body, and all of them were trembling with an inwardly horrified heart. Hiss! What a strong blood qi! At this moment, the pale faces of those 8 figures were all startled. They had thought that the person in front of them just now, who had killed the 9 Spectres clan elder of the 5th Heavenly King at the 1st Heavenly King level against all odds, had already shocked people, but they didn't think that it was actually a young Heavenly King Realm powerhouse whose blood qi was as strong as a tidal wave, which Heavenly King Realm hadn't spent nearly 10,000 years before stepping into it with great difficulty. Moreover, Heavenly King Realm powerhouses could be counted on both hands in the southern desolate domain. They who were hidden in the void just now did not even dare to use their divine thoughts to scrutinize Chen Bashan, thinking that the other party was also an old man who had lived for tens of thousands of years just like them, only used a special means to conceal his own appearance. But now, after personally feeling the other party's body like a tide of blood qi, his pupils suddenly shrunk, and his heart immediately set off monstrous waves. Now they could be sure that the origin of this Kunlun was much more uncomplicated than they had imagined, but there was no turning back when the bow was opened. It was absolutely impossible to ask them to retreat just like that. The desolate ancient mysterious realm was about to come out. The desolate ancient token was too important to them. Once they were able to enter the desolate ancient mysterious realm and obtain heaven-defying chances, an existence above the Heavenly King realm might be able to appear in their respective forces. No one can go low in the face of this temptation. At this moment, those 8 Heavenly King realms in the void all had different calculations in mind. At this point, the 8 Heavenly King realms in the void did not make any movements, but instead looked at Chen Bashan with scornful eyes, worthy of being all old men who had lived for tens of thousands of years. Each and every one of them was a human savant. After looking at each other, the eyes seemed to say, "Still not on? You don't say it's one person who can destroy the other side? That Heavenly King realm from before, I'm looking at it. Nice guy. The old face is gone." At this moment, none of them were able to determine the strength of Kunlun's other Heavenly King realm. It was clear that none were willing to be the first to make a move, and all were waiting for the others to make the first move. See this scene, 100 miles away. Everyone in the upper air couldn't help but freeze. What's going on? Playing silent here? Are we going to fight or not? What are you doing? Come on, fight it out. The realm of the 8 Heavenly Kings. And at this moment, Chen Bashan did not show any change on his face when faced with the strong pressure of the 8 Heavenly King realms, and only glanced at the other party indifferently. Seeing the situation, This fellow Daoist, dare I ask who is from the Kunlun sect?
An old man in grey clothes was the first to speak out, his eyes looking scornfully at Chen Bashan as he said,
breaking the long silence. Chapter 44 Heavenly King Mighty Fear. He's a saint. This Heavenly King Realm old man was the old ancestor of the dragon family among the 10 top hegemons.
They didn't have any life and death hatred with Kunlun, and having seen how powerful Chen Bashan was, they certainly wouldn't risk offending Kunlun at this moment.
The desolate ancient token was certainly important,
but no one wanted to offend a power that also had the Heavenly King realm at its helm.
Don't look at their 8 old things are now on the same front, each once and each other really fighting. Each other absolutely will not come to the aid. After all, with one less person, the chances of being able to get the desolate ancient token would be 10% more.
Words. The aura on Chen Bashan's body did not diminish in the slightest, and a smirk surfaced at the corner of his mouth as he faintly said,
I am the Kunlun Guard Elder, Chen Bashan. The words came out. Instantly,
it caused the faces of the 8 Heavenly King realms on the other side to tremble violently,
and inwardly,
they were shocked beyond words.
Hiss. How? The Heaven King of Heaven Realm is actually just a Guard Elder.
Even though they had already mentally prepared and guessed that Kunlun was extremely uncomplicated. Even if the other party said that I was an elder of Kunlun, they could still accept it.
However, at this moment, Chen Bashan's words put them in a dilemma.
As for Chen Bashan's words,
they didn't bother to doubt the truthfulness of what the other party said. After all, a Heavenly King realm wouldn't bother to utter such big words.
Then, Chen Bashan said with a cold look in his eyes, a few of you have been hiding above my Kunlun for so long.
Aren't you going to give my Kunlun an explanation? Fellow Daoist,
we have no ill will towards Kunlun.
We only came for the desolate ancient token.
The Long Clan's old ancestor said bluntly.
Seeing this,
then several other Heavenly King realms also spoke up. It seemed that these 8 Heavenly King realms were trying to use other methods to make Kunlun take out the desolate ancient token to strike a deal with them.
Not bad. We are the old ancestors of the top 10 top hegemonic forces of the southern desolate domain.
And hearing that Kunlun is a hidden great sect that has just come out not long ago, we have specially come to pay our respects.
Look at that. That's what happens when you get old. The old face is gone. Oh, worship? I don't think so. Hearing this,
Chen Bashan let out a cold laugh and continued. The desolate ancient token is indeed in my Kunlun's hands.
What? Are you all going to take action against my Kunlun as well? Speaking here, Chen Bashan's eyes looked at Lu Chen in awe.
Seeing that Lu Chen's face did not change in any way, and then the terrifying aura on his body was released,
rolling towards the other 8 people in a threatening manner. Boom!
Where was this like someone who had just gone through a great battle?
At this time Chen Bashan's aura was still terrifying. Not good. Damn! A few people felt the powerful aura of the other party and couldn't help but curse in their hearts. Angry eyes coincidentally looked at the old ancestor of the Lin Yun palace. Didn't you damn well say that the counterpart method power is 10 to 1? Why is the breath still so horrible now?
That Lin Yun palace old ancestor also had a dumbfounded old face at this moment, his face incomparably scornful as he looked towards Chen Bashan.
Blame me. Seeing the situation. Fellow Daoist, don't misunderstand. We certainly aren't trying to take on Kunlun. We want to make a deal with your clan for a bank.
The Long family's old ancestor hurriedly spoke out, fearing that Chen Bashan would start a war at the drop of a hat. He had already felt a strong sense of crisis in the other party's breath, and did not dare to engage the other party at all.
That's right. Dao friends have something to discuss. This transaction is definitely a good thing for your clan. Several other Heavenly King Realm old ancestors opened their mouths and said, and even that Heavenly King Realm 6th level old ancestor of the Lin Yun palace from before was quick to speak out.
It was impossible for him to deal with Chen Bashan alone.
There was no way around it.
The strength of the opponent was such that even he felt a crisis.
Oh, deal? Chen Bashan's face couldn't help but freeze. What a spoiler.
He just wanted to make a move to have a wave of gaga messy kills to show off his aura of a forced king.
However, since the other party had said so, he couldn't do anything directly. After all, there was no beef between the two sides right now, but Kunlun was not a place to come and go as you please. It's better to ask the patriarch what to do with a few people, Chen Bashan thought. He then turned his gaze toward Lu Chen in the square. At this point, oh, making a deal with me, Kunlun? Not that anyone was qualified,
and he wanted to hear what the other man wanted to say. Lu Chen certainly heard the other party's words, and then his voice faded.
Is this the behavior of several people who want to make a deal with my Kunlun? The faint voice of the words was not loud, but it fell on everyone's ears. As soon as the words fell, the gazes of the 8 Heavenly King realms simultaneously looked towards Lu Chen. Is it that junior patriarch of Kunlun? A junior dares to talk to us like that. Looking for death. Hear that. The faces of the 8 Heavenly King realm ancestors were incomparably ugly. They were all existences overlooking a region. When did even a junior dare to be so disrespectful to them? Although they were afraid of Chen Bashan and the presence of that other terrifying aura from Kunlun, it didn't mean that the white-clothed young man below who was known as the Kunlun Patriarch could be disrespectful to them. On the southern desolate domain, most of the lords of the forces were held by some juniors, but the real power of speech was still in the hands of those power underlings. Just like them, these Heavenly King realm ancestors. For example, if they encountered a truly great event, it would still be necessary for them to come out of the world to decide the course of things. Immediately, his face turned cold, and he was about to speak out to reprimand that white-clothed young man, so that the other party would know that Heavenly King realm powers could not be insulted. Just as they were about to make a sound in annoyance, a voice like a supreme heavenly authority from the 9 heavens resounded through this part of heaven and earth. You guys are standing too tall for this seat's liking. All of you come down to this seat. Boom! The voice of the 9 heavens gently fell, and a majestic voice like the words of a supreme deity resounded through this area of heaven and earth. Only for a moment. Lin Yun's crowd hurriedly looked at Lu Chen with incomparably shocked faces. The sovereign struck out. Even the countless cultivators in the upper air 100 miles away were all shaken to their core at this moment by this godlike voice of supreme majesty. Then, in the midst of everyone's horrified looks, only an extremely terrifying aura suddenly appeared in the sky above Kunlun. Hiss! What a horrible breath! What power that is! Who the hell is out there? Everyone looked horrified and kept shouting inwardly. Immediately after, it was as if the entire heaven and earth could not withstand the supreme grandeur of the owner of that voice. See only, a supreme greatness that was irresistible to the people bombarded those 8 Heavenly King realms in the void. Boom! One moment. The 8 Heavenly King realms immediately changed their faces in shock, their eyes filled with endless fear, wanting to run their body's mana to resist, but suddenly realized that at this moment their body's mana was imprisoned by an inexplicable supreme power lord. Immediately scared their livers and cried out in their hearts with incomparable fear. No! 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 What kind of power is this? Why can't I mobilize my mana? Then, as the 8 Heavenly King realms' fearful pupils shrunk violently, a large hand fell from the 9 heavens above towards them and grabbed them, and in an instant, the 8 Heavenly King realms were enveloped in it before they could react. In a split second, when the 8 reappeared, a young man in white was looking at them with a smiling face in front of them. It's you, Sovereign Kunlun. Looking at the white-clothed young man in front of them, the 8 Heavenly King realms were shocked at this moment, instantly realizing that it was the young patriarch in front of them who had struck. Instantly their eyes were filled with the meaning of endless fear, and their bodies trembled in a cry of terror. Tell me, what kind of deal did you come to my Kunlun to make? Lu Chen, who was dressed in white with his hands behind his back, glanced at the 8 people and asked indifferently. At this time, there was no breath fluctuation on his body, just as if he was an ordinary person. However, in the eyes of the 8, Lu Chen was an incomparably terrifying powerhouse. What exactly is this? This Kunlun Sect, what exactly is his cultivation? Could it be that is above the Heavenly King realm? At this moment, the 8 people's faces were horrified, and they all now looked at each other after a glance, and a horrible thought came up in their hearts. Hiss! Holy saints! No! How is that possible? How could there be such a young saint in the world? No way! The 8 Heavenly King realms were completely scared out of their wits at this moment, their scalps instantly tingling, cold sweat pouring out, endless fear enveloping their entire bodies, and their bodies trembling unceasingly. Chapter 45, You're not qualified. Hiss! It was the patriarch who struck. 8 Heavenly King realm powers were taken down just like that? It's horrible. Sovereign, what exactly is his cultivation level? Could it be above the Heavenly King realm? Lin Yun, Lingxue, Luo Lingxue and Xin Zhan. Several people immediately had their eyes widened in shock, looking unbelievably at the 8 Heavenly King realms trembling in front of them, and at that moment, they were inwardly shocked to guess Lu Chen's cultivation level, because they had never seen Lu Chen make a move before, and had previously guessed that Lu Chen's cultivation might be above the spirit transformation realm. After all, Lu Chen looked too young. They wouldn't believe it if they said that Lu Chen was an old immortal who had lived for tens of thousands of years, because Lu Chen did not have a trace of age-rotting gas on his body at all. It was simply impossible for an old immortal who had lived for tens of thousands of years to be transformed into a young man. At this moment, The awe of Lu Chen in the hearts of several people was beyond compare, and their hearts were incomparably excited, very glad that they were able to become Kunlun's people. And at that moment, a touch of astonishment surfaced in Qin Ruoxian's eyes as she looked at Lu Chen. This was also the first time she had seen Lu Chen make a move, and even she could not remain calm. At this moment, there was a sense of awe in the eyes that looked at Lu Chen. She was even more in awe of Lu Chen's mystery of Kunlun from this moment onwards. Kunlun reveals all kinds of mystery and power all the time. And that's when, hundreds of miles away, countless southern desolate region cultivators in the upper air seemed to be fixed in place by an inexplicable force, and were staring daggers at the direction of Kunlun. A few moments later, hiss, just, what kind of force, power was that just now? Why do I feel that in front of that aura I don't even dare to give birth to the thought of resistance? Us too. That godlike voice and that aura are too terrifying. Everyone who recalled that godlike aura just now couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air one after another. They simply couldn't imagine what kind of terrifying existence the owner of that aura was. The Heavenly King realm is nothing more than that. You guys say that. What kind of cultivation is that terrifyingly strong person making a move? Hiss. At that moment, someone seemed to have guessed something and exclaimed, Kunlun. Upon hearing the words, everyone's faces were horrified, their eyes trembling as they looked in the direction of Kunlun, their hearts unable to resist trembling fiercely. Senior I, we have no intention of offending your clan. Cultivation together. The one who reaches is honored. Although Lu Chen looks incomparably young. But now they simply do not dare to imagine that Lu Chen is not one of those old undead who have lived for tens of thousands of years, and then use a young look to line the world. The 8 Heavenly King realms had long been scared out of their wits at this moment, their voices trembling as they said, A saint was right in front of him. It had been tens of thousands of years since a saint had appeared in the southern wasteland domain. How else would they be able to overlook a region with only a Heavenly King realm cultivation alone? Oh, no offense? Lu Chen said indifferently, not meaning to kill them, but wanting to hear what the deal they were talking about was. Yes, please let us go, senior. At this moment, where would the 8 dare to mention the transaction with Kunlun? What a joke! In front of a saint. Who dares to be reckless? Who dares to negotiate a deal with a saint? Didn't you and the others just say that you want to make a deal with my Kunlun? Lu Chen glanced at a few people and then said, Tell me about it. If you can make this seat's heart flutter, perhaps you can spare your lives. Words. The 8 Heavenly King realms were instantly scared pale. You looked at me and I looked at you, not daring to say anything about the deal just now at all. Say, Lu Chen said in a cold voice, clearly impatient. It's former, senior, me, we'll talk here. The 8 men shuddered, then trembled. Former, senior, we are thinking of letting the juniors in our family enter the middle of the desolate ancient mystic realm along with the disciples of your clan when it comes out. Words. Lu Chen's silent eyes looked indifferently at the dragon family ancestor and seemed to understand something. Shiver. Meeting Lu Chen's indifferent gaze, the Long family's old ancestor's face clamored. The old face that was originally pale with fear was even whiter at the moment, and he was suddenly covered in cold sweat, with a chill running down his spine. The remaining 7 were also scared pale by Lu Chen's invisible pressure. The Long family's old ancestor instantly realized that what he just said was inappropriate, and hurriedly spoke out. Former, senior I, what we mean is to take out the corresponding cultivation resources and exchange them with your sect. The old man's old face is gone. Cultivation resources? Are you sincere? The number of slots to enter the desolate ancient mysteries was limited, and a desolate ancient token could only allow 100 people to enter. Moreover, the desolate ancient secret realm wasn't accessible to anyone of any cultivation level. There was an age limit. Only the younger generation who were no more than 100 years old could enter it. 100 years? I'm afraid it's not even a fraction of a year for a cultivator. The young generation in the respective forces behind the 8 Heavenly King realms were even more numerous, and they actually wanted to use a mere bit of cultivation resources in exchange for a quota to enter the secret realm. It's so whimsical. So I'm afraid that these 8 Heavenly King realms have no intention of actually using the cultivation resources in Kunlun fate conditions. Nice guy. Dare I say that if Lu Chen hadn't shown his strength out, it was estimated that these 8 Heavenly King realms were going to come in and use their power to force their way into a place here in Kunlun. Bull ****** cultivation resources. Kunlun will be lacking? Don't forget that Lu Chen has a system that exists. Of course, now the system can't give Lu Chen some resources for nothing. The problem at the moment is still have to put the Kunlun after the growth of the line. Phew.
After the Long family's old ancestor spoke out his purpose with difficulty, the 8 of them exhaled heavily. It's horrible. Lu Chen merely stood there, and even though there wasn't a trace of breath flowing from his body, it made them feel an endless sense of oppression. Original. After the 8 of them had seen Kunlun's mystery and Chen Bashan's power, they had exchanged words in secret, and it was the matter of wanting to trade the desolate ancient token with Kunlun. When the desolate ancient mysterious realm comes out, let the younger generation in their respective forces enter the middle of the desolate ancient mysterious realm together with Kunlun's people. After all, if they could also enter the desolate ancient mysterious realm ahead of time without offending a powerful sect that didn't know its depths, they would of course choose the latter. It had to be said that their idea was a good one. If it was any other power in the face of the 8 heavenly king realms, perhaps they would be pressured into agreeing. When unfortunately they were facing Kunlun. Kunlun was a terrifying existence so mysterious that they could never see through it. Cultivation resources? Thinking that this seat doesn't know what kind of calculations you're making. Lu Chen coldly snorted. Really think that he is good to deceive not. If not to see his horrible strength. These old things absolutely will not mention what cultivation resources. The words fell. The 8 heavenly king realms were instantly frightened and trembled unceasingly, not daring to make another sound to provoke the Lu Chen at this moment. Chapter 46, The 5 Ancestors of the Jun Family. Previous Palace Master of Yaoqi Palace. Immediately after, Lu Chen's next words completely scared them once again to the point where they almost fell to their knees. Not to mention your district is a top hegemonic power. Even a holy land is not qualified to negotiate with, and with my Kunlun in front of me. Boom! The words came out. It made these 8 heavenly king realm existences that had once overlooked the southern wasteland domain completely terrified and broken-hearted. Their brains were immediately struck by lightning as if they were struck by lightning. Their faces were terrified beyond measure, and a strong sense of fear instantly struck from the soles of their feet straight above their hearts. They heard something. No qualifications? Doesn't the Holy Land even qualify? The 8 heavenly king realm fearful hearts were shaken to the core once again. Did the young sect leader in front of him even disregard the Holy Land? Kunlun! Kunlun! What kind of clan is this? At this moment, the faces of the 8 people's faces were filled with endless shock and fear. They should never have come here. A moment. Lu Chen already didn't want to waste any more words with them when he was just about to prepare to dispose of the 8 people. Buzz. Just then, in the void, a spatial portal suddenly appeared, and everyone only felt that a terrifying and incomparable aura was permeating from among the pitch-black portal. See only. 4 figures walked out of the portal. An old man dressed in cloth, a beautiful woman in a palace dress, and the 2 were followed by a middle-aged man and a stunningly beautiful-looking young woman. The 5 ancestors of the Jun family. The previous generation of Yaoqi Palace's palace master. The 8 heavenly king realms below couldn't help but let out a cry of shock when they saw the cloth-clothed old man and the palace-suited beautiful woman. Then he gloated in his heart. Hurry up and do it. If it's bad for us, it's bad for both of you. A flash of excitement appeared in Chen Bashan's eyes after he glanced at the 2 old men and beautiful women above him who were releasing a powerful aura. 2 heavenly king realm 8th heaven. This wave of pussy, I'm going to pretend. The patriarch can't stop me even if he comes 100 miles away. The countless cultivators in the upper air didn't retreat either. Instead they remained in the upper air and kept looking at the direction of Kunlun. Hiss! Look! Asterisk 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 asterisk. There's another one who's gone to die. No! Another strong person has appeared. A cultivator's face was excited and called out. And he even got a chair from somewhere and was currently lying on it looking up at Kunlun with great interest. Dude! Awesome! That's when someone spoke up. Who are those 4 people? Who are so thoughtful? 4 over Kunlun. Hiss. That seems to be the Jun family's family head. And there's also the Yaoqi Palace's palace master. Lin Shi. What? I can't believe it's my goddess. Numerous famous cultivators looked at the stunning figure in the distance and couldn't help but move on the spot. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Dude, calm down. Yaoqi Palace for the top hegemonic forces in the Jun family, second only to the horror of the forces. And as the palace lord Lin, she not only looks beautiful, cultivation is even have a whole realm. Is the South Wasteland domain all single dog cultivators in the eyes of the goddess figure? It's also not sad that it can get so many people so excited. At this point, Lu Chen glanced at a few people, then withdrew his gaze as his face gradually turned cold. It's really anyone who dares to come to Kunlun and act recklessly. Jun family, Jun Zhantian, Yaoqi Palace, Lin Yu. I have come to pay my respects to Kunlun. The 5 ancestors of the Jun family were none other than Jun Zhantian. Lin Yu was the previous generation of Yaoqi Palace master.
The two of them stood on top of the void and looked at the crowd. Their voices slowly said, "Next." The pupils of the two men suddenly shrunk, and their faces changed violently. How is that possible? They saw something. The 8 heavenly king realms below were looking at the white-robed young man in front of them with fearful faces. Behind them, the Jun family head and Lin Shi were also horrified. Of course, the Jun family's 5 ancestors and Lin Yu knew that those were the old ancestors of the other 8 powers. But what shocked the two of them was that what kind of existence existed in this Kunlun could cause the 8 heavenly king realms to be so fearful. Everyone here, the two had already probed. And other than the young man in white who made them impervious, the rest were not enough for them to worry about. And what could make the 8 heavenly king realm power elders so fearful? Even a 9th heavenly king powerhouse couldn't possibly make the 8 heavenly king realms so hiss. Could it be? A terrifying thought immediately popped up in the hearts of the two men, and then quickly disappeared from their minds, as the two men did not believe that Kunlun could have an existence above the heavenly king realm. But to be able to make the 8 heavenly king realms look like this, I'm afraid that this Kunlun is extremely uncomplicated. Thinking of this, after the two looked at each other, Lin Yu immediately said, "We have come here with no ill will towards Kunlun. Which one of us is the patriarch of Kunlun? May I see him?" The 5 ancestors of the Jun clan had traveled to the Yao Qi palace to talk about certain matters right after their emergence, which was why they were so slow in arriving. The 2 major powers didn't seem overly interested in the desolate ancient token, so there was no rush to come to Kunlun at a moment's notice. And no, as soon as he arrived, he saw this scene. Words. Looking for death. Lu Chen's eyes narrowed slightly. He had long been impatient. One by one really thought that Kunlun was something that anyone could come to, and immediately said to Chen Bashan, "Bashan, over to you." "Yes, sovereign." Just as Chen Bashan's face was about to strike with excitement. "Elder Chen, you just made a move not long after, so let me make a move this time." A pleasant voice came out from a separate mountain peak pavilion. Elder Green." Hearing this voice, Chen Bashan's originally excited face became even more excited. "Looking more or less." The words fell. Lu Chen also smiled slightly. He happened to also want to see Qing's strength. After all, when he summoned Qing, her strength was already in the heavenly king realm. Now that he had broken through the sage realm, he wondered if Qing's cultivation had also reached the sage cultivation. Elder Chang is none other than the Vietnamese girl. Qing. Bashan. Let Qing make a move." Lu Chen said. "Yes, sovereign." Chen Bashan excitedly said back, not really knowing what he was excited about. Chen Bashan, Wang Ming, the 3 of them, and Qing had long since been arranged by Lu Chen, and had long since gotten to know each other over, so they all knew each other. However, Lin Yun's few people didn't know about Qing's existence. At this time, he also had a shocked face, and was incomparably shocked inwardly. "Hiss, Elder Chang? This is another one of my Kunlun's powerful existences awakening." Several people's faces were incomparably excited and shocked. "Is this the bottom of my Kunlun?" Even Qin Ruoxian's beautiful eyes flashed with a flash of astonishment. The words came out. The upper Jun family ancestor and Lin Yu immediately looked ugly, their eyes cold. Although they did not want to offend Kunlun, it did not mean that they would be afraid of Kunlun. Kunlun. What a no-brainer. How dare you ignore them like that? Boom! The powerful cultivation of the 8th level of the heavenly king realm was released from the two of them, and they didn't fear Kunlun in the slightest because they saw what happened to the 8 heavenly king realms. The Jun family had been passed down for hundreds of thousands of years. Its true heritage no one knew, and the Yao Qi palace was rumored to be a holy land behind it. So these 2 top hegemonic forces were by no means comparable to the other 8 forces, and the 2 forces have a long heritage for the world. Some unknown things than the other forces clear more, because the 2 knew that in the northern and western domains there were already 2 ancient families from the ancient times, and there was also news in the central domains that there would be a gradual revival of countless ancient inherited forces that had been silent for hundreds of thousands of years and centuries in this world. This is a golden age, and perhaps in the future the great emperor will reappear in the world. Because of this, the 2 men's fear of Kunlun stemmed from here, and even if they knew that the desolate ancient token was in Kunlun's hands, they didn't venture out at the first opportunity. The pace is getting ready to pick up for the big boys, so spray lightly for the big boys. Sorry for the poor pacing. Chapter 47, Sage of the Jun family makes a move. The void. Seeing that Lu Chen's crowd didn't give them the slightest bit of attention, Jun Wuxie, the head of the Jun family behind the Jun family's 5 ancestors, immediately said angrily, "How dare you? You Kunlun dare to disrespect your old ancestor like this?" Yao Qi Palace Master Lin Shi's beautiful eyes frowned and her face was cold. However, She did not make a sound, but instead looked at the crowd with eyes as cold as frost. The words just fell. Boom! An aura containing extreme terror was released from a mountain peak pavilion. Immediately after, buzz. A young woman with a clear posture instantly appeared in the void, only to see her wearing a long green dress, slim figure, eyebrows cool, beautiful face, a temperament of a weak and luxuriant, giving people as if the girl next door. Brush. When the 5 ancestors of the Jun family, Lin Yun and the others saw the fresh-faced green-skirted woman who had suddenly appeared in front of them, their faces trembled violently and their pupils suddenly shrunk. The woman in the green dress did not look at the few people. It was as if the few people in front of her were not even qualified to enter her eyes, only to see her say respectfully towards Lu Chen, "Ah Cheng, meet the patriarch. It's not bad. It's the Vietnamese girl, Ah Ching." This was also the first time Ah Ching had appeared in front of Lin Yun's few people. Sage Realm. Lu Chen looked at Ah Ching with a faint smile and nodded. Sure enough, Ah Ching's cultivation level was already at the Sage Realm as well. This system, it's practically draining him dry. After all, I'm the one who carries it all. Lu Chen had already cursed the system severely in his heart. Hiss, is this my elder Qing of Kunlun? That's a horrible scent. Surprisingly, it was even more terrifying than the aura of Elder Chen of the Heavenly King realm. Is Elder Qing's cultivation, is above the Heavenly King realm. Lin Yun, Lingxue. A few people had been shocked to the point of being unable to speak, but inwardly they were excited beyond words. Said, Ah Qing turned her gaze to the 4-5 ancestors of the Jun clan, her eyes clear and cold. Dare to disrespect the patriarch, disrespect my Kunlun, all stay today. Boom! Facing the eyes of the green long-skirted woman in front of them, the 5 ancestors of the Jun clan and Lin Yu instantly had their hearts and souls trembling, and a fearful intent appeared startlingly in their eyes. St. Sage, but before a few people could react from their fear, only to see Ah Qing raise her green jade finger and gently point it in the direction of the 4 people, and in a flash it turned into a glittering green beam of light that flew towards the 4 people. Boom! A finger was pointed out, transforming into divine light, and the heavens and earth trembled, as if the power of a random finger could pierce through the space of the heavens and earth. Boom click click. No good. Damn it, how dare you strike at us. Sure enough, the depths of the Jun family and the Yao Qi palace were not at all what the world had seen. Even when facing the Saint Realm's Ah Ching, he actually dared to speak out at this moment. This old boy is really a calf on a plane. Awesome in the sky. Feeling this terrifying aura enveloping them, the faces of the 4 instantly turned white, only to hear the 5 ancestors of the Jun clan shout violently. In a flash, an ancient jade talisman appeared in the hands of the 5th ancestor of the Jun clan and he quickly pinched and broke it. Boom! Immediately after, unbridled, an incomparably old and majestic voice came out from the sky above the dome of the heavens, resounding through this area of the earth and sky. I only heard the voice. I didn't see the person. Then, a terrifying force appeared to instantly break through Ah Qing's green beam of light. Ah Qing's beautiful eyes frowned as she raised her eyes to the dome of the sky, her face changing slightly. Sage, this majestic voice caused all to tremble as they looked up into the sky above the dome of heaven. On the square, Lu Chen's face changed slightly when he sensed the aura in the sky. A saint. This Jun family actually has a saint. This was the first time Lu Chen had come into contact with a power with a sage realm. The Jun family doesn't seem to be as simple as he thought. However, so what if it was a saint? The current Kunlun wasn't afraid of forces with the presence of saints anymore. Unless it was above the saint realm, it could only make him feel pressure. Lu Chen said in his heart. A majestic voice was heard. The 5 ancestors of the Jun family's white face slowed down. Their eyes lost the fear they had felt before, and instead, their eyes turned incomparably awe-inspiring as they looked up into the sky. And Jun Wuxia was almost about to kneel down when the voice rang out. His heart was shocked beyond measure at that moment. It's surprising that it's my Jun family's Yao Qi Palace. Lin Yu looked towards the sky dome seemingly already knowing something. Her face suddenly shocked. Humph! Ah Ching let out a cold snort, then raised his hand and struck a terrifying palm towards the dome of the sky. Boom! The power of the laws surged out. The heavens and earth trembled, and rumbles rumbled, looking for death. Junior! The old voice with annoyance once again resounded from above the sky dome. Rumble! See only! A large, pale hand poked out from the sky above, grabbing towards Ah Ching with a terrifying and incomparable might. Bang! A deafening sound resounded through this heaven and earth. The power of the two instantly exploded, and countless forces of law instantly filled the surrounding space. Humph! Junior! A bit of strength. The old man will remember you. A cold snort sounded above the sky. and it was clear that the owner of the voice didn't seem to want to continue fighting with Ah Cheng. The words just fell. Buzz! A spatial portal appeared in the dome of the sky, and countless void turbulence surged out. Then, a large hand probed out and quickly grabbed at the 4 Jun family 5 ancestors, and in an instant, the 4 were grabbed by the large hand into the middle of the spatial portal and disappeared into the void. Want to go? When Ah Cheng saw this, her green face turned cold, and she was immediately about to break through the endless space in pursuit of the scent. Just then, Lu Chen's faint voice rang out. Ah Cheng, there's no need to pay attention to them. When Lu Chen saw this situation, he could also guess that Jun family and Yao Qi Palace were definitely not as simple as he thought. And if he were to start a complete war with the Jun family Yao Qi Palace right now, it was highly likely that it would draw out some truly old undead. However, right now, Lu Chen wasn't worried that the Jun clan and Yao Qi Palace would immediately make a move against Kunlun. After all, it was already known that Kunlun had the existence of a saint. Words. Yes, sovereign, Ah Cheng respectfully said, then came to Lu Chen's side. At this point, seeing Ah Cheng's Lin Yun, several people rushed forward and respectfully said, "Greetings, elder." Ah Cheng looked over at the few people with a slight smile and nodded in greeting. Seeing this situation, Lu Chen also introduced himself with a smile. "Ha ha, I forgot to tell you guys. This is my Kunlun's elder Cheng, who just awakened not long ago." Hiss! These words fell like thunderbolts from the sky in the ears of Lin and the others. Just awakened and so powerful. What exactly is Elder Cheng's cultivation level? Lin Yun's few people had guessed, but they didn't dare to go up and ask. Although Lin Yun and the others didn't know, Qin Ruoxian was different. Even though her current cultivation level was very low, she could still see Ah Cheng's cultivation level with her eyesight. Sage, this couldn't help but make her mind tremble. She didn't expect Kunlun to have the existence of a saint. Patriarch, are these 8 people destroyed or? At this moment, Chen Bashan said as he looked towards the trembling 8 heavenly king realms. Please, today is the last day of the end of the year. The author would like to wish all the big shots to have wealth and prosperity, and the auspicious year will be a fruitful one. The pace of the plot will pick up later on, so thanks to all the big guys for the great gifts and support. Chapter 48, the word Kunlun, shaking the southern wasteland. The words just fell. No, don't. Former seniors, please let us go. We don't mean any harm to Kunlun. And then has been scared to the liver and gall 8 heavenly king realmen. Hearing Chen Bashan, his face white desperately to Lu Chen begged for mercy. How could they not expect Kunlun to be so terrifying? Not only was the young patriarch in front of him powerful in his cultivation, but there was even a saint in existence. Even the Jun family and the Yao Qi Palace dared to offend. And even more so, they had alarmed the Jun family's underbelly. Of course they couldn't see Lu Chen's cultivation. They only guessed at Lu Chen's strength that the other party was a saint. However, when they saw that the green-skirted woman had appeared, she was actually a saint, and she was still treating Lu Chen with such respect and awe. Now the 8 were even more emboldened by Kunlun's fearsomeness. At this moment, his heart was so remorseful that he could not wait to slap that Lin Yun Palace's old ancestor to death. If he hadn't been encouraging the others to show up together before, he wouldn't have ended up in this situation. Unfortunately, but what they didn't know was that in Lu Chen's eyes the 8 of them had long since become the petals of Kunlun's fame. It's not necessary to kill them. Give them a lesson and let them leave something behind. My Kunlun is not a place where anyone can come just because they want to. Lu Chen looked at the 8 heavenly king realms whose faces were white and thought for a moment before faintly saying. After seeing the Jun family's saints make their moves, he also gained a little more understanding of the depths of these top hegemonic powers. Far more powerful than he had imagined. He had thought that the current strength of Kunlun was already very powerful, but he had still underestimated the depth of these top forces. Lu Chen sighed in his heart and said darkly, "It seems like we need to grow Kunlun as soon as possible before we can do so. The Sect disciples are still too few right now." Indeed, Kunlun is now just 3 disciples now. The system also did not appear quests. Lu Chen simply cannot obtain the summoning card and other rewards to grow in strength. However, Lu Chen already had a plan in his mind and was prepared to put out the news that Kunlun was recruiting disciples. Lu Chen also believed that after this matter, Kunlun's reputation in the southern desolate region would be greatly shaken, and at that time, it would also have a better effect on Kunlun's recruitment of disciples. Hear that? The 8 heavenly king realms thought that their ears were hallucinating, and then their faces were thrilled as they trembled in gratitude. Thank you, senior. Thank you, senior, for sparing us. The 8 heavenly king realms' faces were elated as if they had been reborn, and they took a deep breath as a means of calming their inner excitement and trembling. They thought they were going to fall here today, and it almost scared them to death. If this was seen by the people of the southern desolate domain who saw the scene, they would be absolutely horrified. This is a heavenly king realm powerhouse? It's so humble. This matter has been settled. Bei Xian, they are in your hands. Lin Yun, if you come to the main hall, I have something to explain to you. After Lu Chen faintly said this, he then disappeared in place. Yes, sovereign. Yes, sovereign. Chen Bashan, Lin Yun and the others respectfully returned. At this point, on the void 100 miles away, the many cultivators of the southern wasteland domain had been shocked to the point that all of them froze in place. Their faces were covered in shocked colors, and they couldn't come back to their senses for a long time. Just now that was a holy saint in the making a move? Too terrible. How can it be? Saints haven't appeared yet for tens of thousands of years. Many cultivators felt that it was impossible for a saint to be present. After all, this was the first time they had seen a heavenly king realm strike today, let alone a saint. This is absolutely unbelievable to them. Hiss. This Kunlun is definitely a hidden great sect. Surprisingly, even the Jun family and the Yaoqi palace dared to make a move against him. At this moment, everyone thought that Kunlun was a great hidden sect with terrifying depths, and they were shocked at it. Quickly, get out of here. This is Kunlun's place. If Kunlun's people find out, they're afraid they'll leave us all here. Words. Only then did all of them react, and their faces changed violently. Then they quickly left the burial immortal mountain range, fearing that Kunlun would strike at them in the next second. If Lu Chen had seen this scene, he would definitely have been unable to hold back his laughter, and Lu Chen wanted this effect. Otherwise, Lu Chen wouldn't have wasted so much time with those 8 heavenly king realms. What was wanted was to use the words from the mouths of these cultivators to spread what they had seen and the fame and power of Kunlun throughout the southern wasteland region. This would definitely be of great use for the news of Kunlun's next disciple recruitment. The fact is also true. Not long after the word Kunlun has been in the entire southern wasteland domain has been completely famous. 2 days later, the heavenly king realm ancestors of the 8 top-tier powers left from Qingzhou and returned to their respective powers. When the people from the major powers saw their old ancestors return, their faces were overjoyed. Thinking that their old ancestors had brought back the desolate ancient token, everyone inwardly cried out, "Old ancestor is invincible." But, however, when they saw their own old ancestors return, they found that their respective old ancestors' eyes actually carried a sense of fear, as if they had encountered some great terror. Everyone couldn't believe what they were seeing. Their old ancestor was a heavenly king realm powerhouse. How is that possible? What else on this earth could make an old ancestor afraid? In the eyes of the people of the major powers, their heavenly king realm ancestor was in existence overlooking a region. Just when the lords of the major powers wanted to inquire about their own old ancestors, the old ancestors of the major powers only said one thing to their respective lords of the powers: there is a great terror in Kunlun. Immediately afterward, their respective old ancestors had entered seclusion, not mentioning a word about going to Kunlun in Qingzhou. Subsequently, countless cultivators in the major states of the southern wasteland domain were completely abuzz. Several shocking news came out from the 8 top hegemonic forces. The original message: his family/clan people must not offend the Qingzhou Kunlun clan. Wherever encountered Kunlun disciples are not to provoke and offend. If not expelled from the family and clan, all the consequences are borne by their own. Wow! When several pieces of news came out, it instantly caused an uproar, and countless forces and cultivators were shocked and appalled. Many people didn't understand what shocking event had happened that could cause the other 8 top powers besides the Jun family and the Yaoqi palace to release such news. This day, the word Kunlun shook countless large and small forces and countless cultivators throughout the southern wasteland region. Countless people were filled with conjecture and shock towards Kunlun at this moment. After all, the forces and cultivators that didn't go to Qingzhou that day simply didn't know what exactly happened. But they knew one thing, and that was that even the top hegemonic forces didn't dare to offend Kunlun, and that was enough proof to them that Kunlun was powerful. Soon after, countless large and small forces in the southern wasteland domain had sent out news. That's the same as the original words of the 8 top powers. Let everyone in their respective families/clans not offend Kunlun in Qingzhou. Chapter 49. 3 days later, Kunlun recruits disciples. Buried immortal mountain range. Kunlun, the main hall of the clan. Lin Yun, Luo Lingxue, Qin Ruian, Luo Wushuang and Qin Zhan were all in the middle of the hall. The eyes of the crowd looked at Lu Chen above the main seat in awe. Even the awe in Qin Ruian's eyes towards Lu Chen deepened. Facing Lu Chen no longer had the cold arrogance and nobility of a great emperor, and at the moment, he was like an ordinary Kunlun disciple. Very common indeed. Lu Chen slowly opened his eyes, then looked at the crowd and faintly said, "It's been a while since my Kunlun came out. It's time to recruit more disciples. Luo Wuxuang, Qin Zhan, the two of you put out the news that my Kunlun is recruiting disciples." Words. The faces of the two people below were incredibly excited, and they immediately said respectfully, "Kunlun is going to recruit disciples." This is a shocking event for the two people. Their respective offspring generations might also have the opportunity to be able to become disciples of Kunlun. Even if it was an outer disciple, it was a heavenly opportunity for their descendants. Although both of their respective daughters were already disciples of Kunlun long ago now, who of them didn't want their respective other descendants to be disciples of Kunlun as well? "Yes, Sovereign," the two respectfully said. Then, as if they thought of something, Luo Wuxuang said, "Sovereign, when does the recruitment of disciples begin?" Lu Chen said, 3 days after the official start. I Kunlun recruit disciples regardless of talent, regardless of cultivation. As long as the character and heart can pass the examination can become my Kunlun disciples. Lu Chen certainly wanted to recruit more talented disciples, but he valued a person's character and heart more. Only such a person would be dedicated to the sect and responsible to the sect. Of course, like Lin Yun, Luo Lingxue, Qin Ruoxian Lu Chen is assured of the character and heart of the three. Do not forget that Lu Chen is a man with a system. Hear that? Luo Wuxuang and Qin Zhan looked excited. They didn't realize that the patriarch didn't look at talent and cultivation, but only examined character and heart, which would give their offspring a greater chance of becoming Kunlun disciples. The current king city of Kyushu was destroyed and the new king city was in the process of being rebuilt, but their descendants and wives were not in the midst of the Kyushu dynasty on that day. Instead, it was in that original royal city of the great Qin dynasty. Yes, Sovereign, we'll head to the major states to spread the news, Luo Wuxuang and Qin Zhan respectfully said, then immediately left Kunlun for the major states. Wait for the two to leave. At this point, Patriarch, I want to go out for some training to improve my cultivation and strength as soon as possible. Lin Yun, who had already made up his mind to go out and practice, respectfully said towards Lu Chen, his face determined, as if he was going to have a hard time with Lu Chen if he didn't give him a chance to go out and practice. Now that Kunlun is going to recruit disciples, it also means that there will be more and more disciples in Kunlun in the future. If he, the eldest brother of Kunlun, still has such a low cultivation level, then it is inevitable for other disciples to question Kunlun. Lin Yun didn't want to disappoint Lu Chen, because everything he had was given by Lu Chen, and even more so, he wanted to make his cultivation strength strong. The next time someone dared to disrespect Lu Chen, he also possessed the strength to destroy the other party, and he didn't need to ask the elders within the sect to do everything. What Lin Yun thought in his heart was his motivation to be powerful. Oh, training? Hear that? Lu Chen's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. He didn't expect Lin Yun. This kid's awareness was quite high. In fact, Lu Chen had also long wanted Lin Yun to go out and practice. After all, the flowers in the greenhouse possessed could not be displayed in front of the world. If Lin Yun possessed the fighting saint body, he should have to constantly fight against people. And the more he fought, the higher his perception of the fighting saint body would be. It was also true that in the future, Lin Yun would destroy saints with just his hands, subdue god kings with the flip of his hand, and even great emperors would have to fall when the holy fist came out. Not bad, Lin Yun. This seed hasn't misjudged you. Go. Lu Chen looked at Lin Yun and said with a gentle smile. As for where Lin Yun went to practice, this did not have to go to him to worry about. The so-called experience is to be alone, without fear of hardship or death, and dare to fight with heaven and earth for the luck of fortune, and constantly improve one's state of mind and strength. Lu Chen then added, Lin Yun, this adventure, this seat will not allow anyone within the sect to follow and protect you. Any dangers you encounter all need to be dealt with by yourself. Hear that? Luo Lingxue's face changed, but she quickly reacted. She knew that Lu Chen was right. The truly strong began with the slightest. Qin Ruoxian also glanced at Lin Yun thoughtfully. However, Lin Yun's face didn't change at all. Only a flash of desire for power surfaced in his eyes. Thank you, Sovereign, Lin Yun said respectfully. Then Lu Chen, Lin Yun, go to Elder Peak when you set off. Elder Qing will hand you something when you arrive. Words. Yes, Sovereign. Lin Yun didn't ask much about what it was, and said respectfully towards Lu Chen. Time turns on a dime. 2 days later, another shocking news from the southern wasteland domain spread throughout the major states, causing countless cultivators to have incomparable excitement on their faces. Tianzhou, the closest to Qingzhou, was also the fastest to get the news. At this moment within the heavenly state, brother, have you heard? Kunlun is actually recruiting disciples,"
a cultivator said to the person beside him. And when he heard this, the person beside him immediately jumped as if stimulated all of a sudden and exclaimed,
"What? Is not that Kunlun in Qingzhou? Why the hell do you have to be so excited?
Scare me to death," the cultivator cursed,
then continued, "Not bad.
Right now in the southern wasteland domain who dares to call themselves Kunlun except for Kunlun in the Qingzhou?
Can't you see that those top forces don't dare to offend Kunlun?" Hearing this, the crowd nodded their heads in affirmation.
Then the cultivator,
"Moreover,
I heard that Kunlun is not looking at talent or cultivation to recruit disciples this time, but only testing character and heart." When these words came out, they immediately stirred up 1,000 waves, and the faces of the crowd were incomparably excited and shocked. Because they were all casual cultivators, their talent and cultivation were even more mediocre. And because of this they were all excited beyond measure after hearing that cultivator's words. This also meant that they might also have a chance to be able to become disciples of Kunlun.
A disciple of Kunlun. Just letting people listen to it made them all agitated. The current Kunlun was already stronger than the top 10 top hegemonic forces of the southern desolate domain in their eyes. It was because these top hegemonic powers had not been so in the face of the Jun family either. This had to make them guess at Kunlun's strength had reached a frightening thought. That is, there are saints in Kunlun. Because of this, these casual cultivators were a step up for those who could become disciples of Kunlun. Still, there were obviously people who didn't believe it. And then someone questioned it. "Brother, you don't want to lie to us. Kunlun is now rumored to be an even more powerful existence than the top hegemonic forces. How could it possibly recruit some untalented disciples?" Yes. How could a sect like Kunlun recruit disciples without looking at talent? Then many people chimed in. Guys, if you think it's good, can you please give the author a favorable review? Thank you. Thank you for the gifts. Thank you for your support. Thank you for the gift of love for the author. Thank you. Chapter 50 Desolate Ancient Mysterious Realm. About to come out. Numerous cultivators were in disbelief, because a sect that was so powerful actually accepted disciples without looking at talent? How is that possible? Even though most people were still skeptical of Kunlun's strength right now. However, being able to make countless forces in the southern wasteland region scorn and not dare to offend is enough to show that Kunlun has the strength of a top-tier hegemon. Even if you say that you don't look at cultivation, you can get by. After all, as long as the talent is overwhelming, this aspect of cultivation can be ignored, but Kunlun, surprisingly, doesn't look at both aspects. It's hard for everyone to believe. There was no clan power in the immortal martial Greatland that would accept a disciple without talent. Wouldn't that be bringing down the strength of their clan? Words. The cultivator continued with a serious face. This you guys don't know. That Kunlun is a great hidden sect. The underpinnings are incomparably powerful. People don't care how talented you are. The words came out. Hiss. Everyone present sucked in a breath of cold air. The rumors were true. Kunlun was truly a great hidden sect. That's great. In that case, there is a chance that we can become disciples of Kunlun as well. Everyone's faces were excited and their hearts were incomparably thrilled, and they all moved at this moment. For them, even if they could become Kunlun's outer disciples, that would be enough to walk horizontally in the southern desolate region. No, it's my pattern that's high. Even a journeyman disciple can honor his ancestors. Next, brothers, go ahead. As the words fell, all of the young cultivators who didn't have clans to rely on rushed quickly in the direction of Qingzhou. You guys don't talk about Wendy. Wait for me. That cultivator froze in place dumbfounded, looking at all those far away. Suddenly broke out in curses. At this time could not wait to grow an extra leg to catch up in a hurry. In the meantime, among the major states, this scene was also being staged at this time, and countless cultivators who didn't have clans to rely on were desperately rushing towards Qingzhou Kunlun after learning the news. In a short period of time, countless cultivators appeared in the sky above the entire southern wasteland region as they quickly swept through the air. Its scene was so vast and spectacular that those who didn't know thought that there was some heavenly treasure coming out. Countless people from large and small forces looked at the scene in front of them in awe. Hiss, this Kunlun's influence is really huge. Yes, recruiting a single disciple can cause the entire southern wasteland region to keep coming forward. No wonder the family head/patriarch told us not to offend the people of Kunlun. Yeah, it's better to avoid people from Kunlun if you meet them in the future. They really didn't dare to believe that this Kunlun that came out of nowhere had changed the pattern of the southern desolate domain in less than a month. And that's when the wasteland state's Jun family and the Yaoqi palace, Jun's family, in the middle of a large hall,
The 5 ancestors of the Jun family sat above the main seat, their abyssal eyes filled with gravity and scorn. Fifth ancestor? Are you saying that the ones from my Jun clan suspect that Kunlun is an ancient, hidden sect like those ancient forces that have revived over in recent times? Jun Wuxie said with an expression of horror, his eyes filled with shock. He had also just learned of this from the mouth of the 5 ancestors. It really shook him to his core. Hiss! What an ancient clan! As far as he knew, every hidden great clan was an ancient power, an ancient clan that had been passed down for hundreds of thousands or even millions of years. Even his Jun family had to avoid it, not daring to make an enemy of it at all. Although he didn't believe that Kunlun was a hidden sect before, at this moment, it was not up to him to disbelieve it. These words were coming from the mouths of those true underlings of his Jun family. Think about it. Jun Wuxie's heart trembled fiercely at this moment. Although the Jun family was also a great power that had been inherited for more than 100,000 years, with a very strong heritage even if there was more than one existence above the Heavenly King realm. From that existence that had struck out in Kunlun that day, it was clear that the Jun family's depths were far from being as simple as everyone in the southern desolate region could see. At this point, I'm afraid that in the southern desolate domain, apart from the Yaoqi Palace, all the major top-tier forces had always believed that the Jun family only had the existence of the Heavenly King realm. It wouldn't even occur to one that the Jun family rather had an existence above the Heavenly King. Granted, however, compared to those ancient forces that moved for a minimum of hundreds of thousands of years, the two were not even on the same level. But it had to be said that the Jun family's heritage was indeed powerful. Words. We mustn't clash with Kunlun in recent times. I didn't expect that Kunlun to have the existence of a saint. The 5th ancestor of the Jun family said in a deep voice as he looked down at Jun Wuxie. Then his face slowed down and he seemed to think of something and continued. The desolate ancient mysteries will be coming out in a month's time. And I've learned from the Yaoqi Palace's side that this time, the desolate ancient mysteries will be different from the past. Hearing these words, Jun Wuxie's expression froze. Different? Did the desolate ancient mystic realm have any more secrets? What do you mean? 5 ancestors? The 5th ancestor of the Jun clan, exactly what's different? Old me, I'm not quite sure. The news was spread by the existence behind the Yaoqi Palace. Hiss. It turned out to be the existence behind the Yaoqi Palace. Jun Wuxie was very sensible and did not continue to ask. The existence of forces at that level was no longer something that the Jun family could speak of. In the meantime, in the middle of the Yaoqi Palace, contemporary palace master Lin Yu's face was covered in frost, incomparably angry at Kunlun for daring them to strike that day. Towards the previous generation of palace master Lin Yu said, Master, that Kunlun is really bold. To dare to not put my Yaoqi Palace in your eyes and still dare to strike at you. I implore Master to ask my Yaoqi's saints to come out and teach that Kunlun a lesson. If it wasn't for the fact that the Jun family's 5th ancestor had first conjured up one of the Jun family's underlings to take them away that day, she would have absolutely believed that her own master would have also awakened the Yaoqi Palace underlings to teach Kunlun a lesson. Sure enough, although the Yaoqi Palace ranked behind the Jun family amongst the top hegemonic forces in the southern desolate domain, its heritage was also incomparably powerful, not to mention the even more terrifying background behind it. That's a holy place. It was the true superpower of the southern wasteland domain. This was also the reason why Lin Yun knew that there were saints in Kunlun, but still didn't put Kunlun in his eyes. This was also enough to see that no matter if it was the Yaoan Palace's own heritage or the background behind it was an incomparably powerful existence. Words. The beautiful woman in palace dress, Lin Yun, who was also Lin Yu's master and also the previous generation's palace master, was also looking ugly at this moment. Humph. The desolate ancient mysteries will come out in a month, and this matter is even more important. So let that Kunlun live for a while longer first. Lin Yun said icily. Kunlun dared to strike at her that was looking for death. She also wanted to exterminate Kunlun, but now that the desolate ancient mystery realm was about to come out, she couldn't let a Kunlun put off more important things because of a Kunlun. Indeed, right now, not only the southern desolate domain, but even the great powers of the other great domains were making preparations for the matter of the desolate ancient mysteries, because this time the secrets in the desolate ancient mysteries would appear completely in this life. PS/ Big Brother, the author is in the midst of a yardage frenzy. Bigots who think it's good, please give the author a favorable review and a hyped up update. It would be nice to help the author out with a point for love. Thanks to the big boys for their support. Chapter 51 Nine Spectres Dynasty. The Underbelly Awakens. The Southern Wilderness Region. Sangzhou Tianzan City. In the middle of a restaurant. A body exudes a noble temperament. Face cold looks only 20 years old brocade young man, sitting on a wine table at this time to taste the wine. From time to time the corner of the mouth will also raise a smirk. Was listening with interest to the topic being discussed in the mouths of some cultivators in the restaurant. If any cultivators from the northern heavenly domain were here at this moment to see this honorable young man, they would definitely be shocked. Obviously, this young man with a dignified temperament must have come from an uncomplicated background. But why it appeared in the southern desolate domain was unknown. Brothers, listen to me. On that day, I was watching with my own eyes as 8 heavenly king realm powerhouses were taken down in the void by Kunlun's powerhouses before that Kunlun without even being able to resist. Hiss. Now when I think of that day when that terrifying existence in Kunlun just said a single word and had the 8 heavenly king powers captured from the void into Kunlun, it gives me the creeps. It's horrible. A cultivator with a large sword at his waist looked at the shocked crowd in front of him and said seriously and incomparably. This cultivator was the very person who had witnessed the day's battle between Kunlun and the 8 powers and the Jun family with the Yaoqi palace. Hiss. When the crowd heard this, their eyes widened in shock and they couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Bro, how the hell is the back there? The faces of the crowd were shocked. They all wanted to know what else had happened behind them, urging that, although there had been rumors about Kunlun in the southern wasteland region for a while, but now that they could hear it with their own ears, how could they not be shocked? Cough, cough. That wasted big knife cultivator handcuffed his throat. Heavy cough a sound. Then one of the crowd is very sensible. From the self shua on the wine to go up to the other side poured on the wine, but also did not forget to remind, oops, come. Brother, first cup of wine to moisturize the throat. Looking at the fine wine, the satchel cultivator's eyes lit up and he picked up the wine cup and immediately drank it down. Cool. Nice guy. Turns out he's an alcoholic. However, this wine was not an ordinary wine, but a wine that could raise the blood chi spirit, wine the average person could not really afford to drink. Next, hiss. Later that was even more feared. The Jun family and the Yaoqi palace came too. The words fell and the crowd gasped. What? The Jun family and the Yaoqi palace? Hiss. You don't want to say that Kunlun is even. The Jun family and the Yaoqi palace. The crowd seemed to guess what was going on, and their hearts were shaken. Because there was no news coming out of the Jun family or the Yaoqi palace. No one dared to take the 2 topmost forces. And the old ancestors of those 8 powers hadn't spoken to anyone about the fact that both the Jun family and the Yaoqi palace had suffered losses at the hands of Kunlun. That was why everyone in the southern wasteland domain thought that the Jun family and the Yaoqi palace didn't even have Kunlun in their sights. But who would have thought that this matter would be told by this cultivator in front of him who was going to sidearm? Sure enough, as long as one drinks, if the southern wasteland region is in chaos or not, the old man has the final say. At this point, earlier on the wine table, after the brocade-robed young man heard the 3 words Yaoqi Palace Queen, a trace of surprise appeared in his eyes as he murmured, Kunlun? What kind of power is this? To be able to have such a great reputation in this southern wasteland, it's a bit interesting. The satchel-sword cultivator then continued. That's right. The people from the Jun family and Yaoqi palace appeared in the back. But, yet another terrifying existence from Kunlun has struck. Once these words came out, the crowd was once again in shock, and their hearts were even more horrified. Hiss. What kind of clan is this Kunlun? That existence seems to be a young woman, but the aura is terrifying to the extreme. There is a possibility that it is an existence above the heavenly king realm. Speaking of which, the sidearm cultivator gulped and said with a somewhat trembling voice, wow, above the heavenly king realm. That's not. The people present were completely shocked and stunned beyond words. Oh, it's a bit interesting. Is there a saint in this Kunlun? The brocade-clad young man said in his heart, not waiting for the crowd to return to their senses. He continued, after that existence from Kunlun back there made a move. It seemed like they were going to leave the Jun family and the people from the Yaoqi palace behind. But someone else made a move back there to take them away. Phew. After the satchel cultivator finished speaking, he took a deep breath, shook his head as if he had even sobered up, looked at the shocked appearance of the crowd in front of him, and then realized what was going on and his face changed. Got up and left the restaurant in a hurry, not daring to stay at all. Hiss. In the restaurant, the crowd also took a deep breath back. Then a man suddenly exclaimed, Kunlun. The crowd was dumbfounded, thinking that the man had been irritated after hearing about Kunlun. That's a lot of backbone? Cam. I almost forgot. Kunlun is going to officially start recruiting disciples tomorrow. Ignoring everyone's reactions, the cultivator said a word and directly rushed out of the restaurant towards the direction of Qingzhou. Kunlun is recruiting disciples? Damn storytellers. Nima's harming me too.
Kunlun, here I come. As the words fell, everyone present greeted the 18 generations of the satchel cultivator just now in their hearts. Afterwards, they quickly left the restaurant, and all of them took out their watchful escape skills to rush towards Kunlun. Transient. The restaurant that had been bustling with activity only moments ago was frighteningly quiet at the moment. Only the brocade-clothed young man was left in place with a confused look on his face, not knowing what was happening at all. He only heard Kunlun recruiting disciples and whatnot. What's the situation? What kind of clan is this Kunlun? The young man was also slightly startled in his heart. This was not the first time he had heard the word Kunlun. From the time he entered the southern wasteland domain, the word Kunlun was circulating everywhere, and at that time he didn't really care about it. But now listening to what those people had just said made him even more interested in Kunlun. Kunlun? I'd like to see what kind of clan that is. Subsequently, the young man also left the restaurant, and after understanding a bit in the direction that the crowd had gone, his figure disappeared into thin air. In the meantime, Eastern Sky Region, Zhou Yue Dynasty, deep within the 9 sepulchral ancestral lands, in an ancient hall, the 3 clan elders of the 9 Yu Dynasty seemed to have sensed something and violently opened their eyes, looking deep into the hall with a deep sense of awe in their eyes, only to see the depths of the great hall. There was a terrifying and incomparable aura permeating out from there. Subsequently, hastily rose from the state of cross-knee cultivation, towards the direction of the depths of the great hall, bending down incomparably respectful. His heart is even more shocked. He did not expect that the existence of this sleeping for tens of thousands of years actually awakened. Old ancestor, you have awakened. As the words fell, a majestic voice as old as the abyss came from the depths. A long 30,000 years. How is the 9 Yu Dynasty now? Hearing these words, the 9 Spectres' 3 clan elders shuddered, then respectfully said, back to old ancestor. Everything is fine, only. Just what? Another old, majestic voice came from the depths of the hall. Thanks to the big guys for the reward gifts. The author also saw a lot of Big Brother's comments. There are really a lot of places are not well written. There will be successive contradictions, say it is difficult to read. The author will try to modify. Because it was the first time I wrote it, I really didn't write it well and the writing was poor. The author is working on improving it. Thanks again to the big boys for their support. Give the author a good review if you can. Thank you, big guys. Chapter 52, Lingxue Dynasty. Second Prince Ling Mu. Back to the old ancestor. The spectral specter has fallen. The old man of the 9 Spectres clan couldn't help but tense up in the face of that voice from the depths, not daring to breathe. To know that the 9 Spectres 3 clan old but a king of heavenly king's realm 7 heavens of existence. But even so, in the face of the depths of that old voice master, even the atmosphere did not dare to gasp. Obviously, this was definitely the terrifying underbelly of the 9 Spectres dynasty, or a terrifying existence that was referred to as an old ancestor by the old 9 Spectres 3 clans. The words fell. Boom! An incomparably terrifying aura was released from the depths of the great hall, instantly causing the 3 elders of the 9 Spectres to turn pale and tremble. Humph! What happened? Who dares to kill my 9 Spectres? Looking for death. The owner of the voice there in the depths had clearly become enraged, and a terrifying aura filled the great hall. Back to the old ancestor? Yes. The 3 elders of the 9 Sephiroths paled as they hurriedly told all that had happened. Humph! Kunlun? Seek death. It seems that I've been asleep for too long. The world has forgotten the power of my 9 Spectres. A cold grunt came from the depths. I didn't realize that the desolate ancient mystic realm was going to come out as well. That Kunlun let him live for a while longer. Old ancestor, I'm going to meet those old guys. Obviously, the owner of this voice did not place Kunlun in his eyes in the slightest. Yes, old ancestor. The 3 elders of the 9 Sephiroth tribe respectfully said. Their hearts thrilled beyond measure, and at the same time, their hearts were alarmed. Hiss! Old ancestor was actually going to meet those guys. Of course he knew who those old guys in the old ancestor's mouth were referring to. Those were the true underpinnings of the top hegemonic forces of the eastern heavenly domain. Have all those existences awakened? The owner of that old voice in the depths of the great hall was none other than the old ancestor of the 9 Sepulchre dynasty. A saintly existence. Obviously, the east heavenly domain was much stronger than the south desolate domain, just in the aspect of the hegemonic power base. From the mouth of this old ancestor of the 9 Sephiroths, it could be known that not only did the 9 Sephiroth dynasty have saints in existence, but even the other hegemonic forces seemed to have saints in existence. Compared to that, the hegemonic forces of the southern desolate domain's underpinnings weren't as strong as the eastern heavenly domains, and the overall strength of the southern wasteland domain was indeed the lowest compared to the strength of the other great domains.
because the southern wasteland domain was rumored to have only one superpower that had truly been inherited for 1,000,000 years, while there was more than just one power that had been inherited for 1,000,000 years in the other great domains.
In the meantime,
the southern wilderness region,
Qingzhou,
at the entrance of the buried immortal mountain range, the forbidden land that people were originally too afraid to step into,
countless cultivators had already gathered here.
All of them were wide-eyed and looked at the two ancient stone pillars in front of them with a shocked expression, only to see two words Kunlun engraved on them that emitted an ancient chi, and all of them were shocked to the point of being unable to speak at this moment.
Hiss, how is that possible? This Kunlun is actually in the middle of the forbidden land.
All of them were filled with disbelief. They had thought that Kunlun was just in a certain place in Qingzhou, but when they were brought over by those cultivators who had previously entered the burial immortal mountain range, it completely shocked them to the core.
True enough, Kunlun is a hidden great sect,
a cultivator exclaimed. And then his face was incredibly excited as he also quickly ran towards the inside.
Seeing the situation,
countless people then reacted and also quickly entered them to head towards Kunlun,
because most people had already gone in previously.
At this moment, in association with Kunlun's mystery, countless people had already realized that Kunlun was definitely a hidden great sect. If this kind of front were to be seen by the cultivators of other great domains, they would definitely think that these people were crazy.
How dare you even enter the immortal burial range? He's really not afraid of death.
Not far. A young man looked at the scene in front of him, and his face also showed a shocked look as he murmured,
"This Kunlun is actually in the middle of a forbidden land? Could it be that this Kunlun is really a hidden sect as those people said?"
This young man was none other than the brocade-robed young man who had appeared in the Tianshan City's restaurant earlier.
Subsequently,
the young man was just about to follow the crowd into it when a voice rang in his ears.
"Your Highness, please slow down."
Old slave senses that there is a saintly existence inside amongst this immortal burial mountain range.
Saints!
The young man who was just about to enter the middle of the buried immortal mountain range had his footsteps stuttered when he heard these words, and his expression was slightly startled.
"Elder Mu, then do you think this Kunlun is a hidden sect?"
The voice known as what Elder said.
Your Highness doesn't need to worry. Even if this Kunlun is a hidden sect,
it's still at most a power that has been inherited for more than 100,000 years.
With your Highness's status,
even the patriarch of this Kunlun would have to be respectful when he meets him.
Elder Mu,
this is the forbidden burial immortal mountain range.
How could an ordinary hidden sect appear here if it's an ordinary hidden sect?
The young man slowly said.
And upon hearing this,
Elder Wood's voice once again came out.
Your Highness is right.
But the old slave has already used his divine sense to probe the inside once.
There is indeed a clan inside. Your Highness, you know what this means.
The young man didn't seem to understand what Elder Mu meant.
Elder Mu, what do you mean?
Your Highness, nowadays the great world is coming to the immortal martial continent will appear all kinds of strange phenomena one after another. For example, this burial immortal mountain range now does not have the kind of that it had tens of thousands of years ago. Elder Wood's voice even seemed to change when he said this, and didn't say the words that followed, but the young man could clearly feel from Elder Wood's voice that it was a kind of fear of something or the unknown. His face changed slightly, and it was hard to imagine what could cause him, a protector of the way with the cultivation of a sage, to feel fear.
Elder Wood, you came to the burial immortal mountain range tens of thousands of years ago?
The young man asked,
curious to know what it was that made saints feel fear. Your Highness guessed right. In
30,000 years ago the old slave had followed the one who came here. Then the scene was also so tens of thousands of years, even millions of years. Burial of Immortals mountain range is always a picture of a paradise-like scene. But the real terrible is the unknown power in it. The existence of the one who at that time only wanted to use the divine sense to explore some,
narrowly won and fell here. The one.
The young man couldn't help but suck in a mouthful of cool air when he heard the words. His expression was incomparably shocked. Of course he knew who the one in the wooden old man's mouth was.
That was the of his Lingxue imperial dynasty.
At this time, the young man seems to understand what. No wonder there is now a clan in the burial immortal mountain range exists.
And even more countless people have been desperate to break into.
It seems that the great world is really going to come down.
The first desolate ancient secret realm is about to come out, followed by countless hidden great clans.
The desolate ancient great clans have come out, which all means that heaven and earth has undergone a great change.
No wonder Father had said that a great emperor would reappear in this world,
and had asked me to come out and train to find my own chance. The great world is coming. All the great clans will be coming out of the woodwork. It's truly a time to get hot under the collar. Sure, there were many hidden sects in the immortal martial great land, But the only ones that could be called truly unearthly hidden ancient great powers or great clans were those desolate ancient powers that had been passed down for millions of years, and could be called great clans, ancient great clans, and generally those forces that only have more than 100,000 years and several decades of 10,000 can only be called hidden sects. It was said to be a hidden sect, but in the eyes of those truly great powers in the current world, these hidden powers with only 100,000 and hundreds of thousands of years of heritage were nothing more than a third-rate power. Just like the Jun family, the same was a hegemonic power that had been inherited for more than 100,000 years, but the Jun family did not go into seclusion because the need for secluded clans and families was to better precipitate the power's underpinnings. However, whenever any secret realms came out and heaven-defying opportunities appeared on the immortal martial Greatland, these hidden forces would show up to seize the opportunities. Just like today's ancient secret realm is about to come out. Those hidden sects, big clans are afraid that they will all come out at that time. This was why the Jun family's fifth ancestor had said that hidden sects had already appeared in other great domains in recent times. The young man nodded. Indeed, as he was extremely terrifying. This young man is precisely the North Heavenly Domain, the superpower Lingxue dynasty's second prince. Ling Mu, only 20 years old. Cultivation broke through the cave void realm. Its talent is demonic and unparalleled, and was even hailed by the dynasty's oldest ancestor as being able to become a great emperor demon in this world. The person he called Elderwood was none other than the protector of his path on this trip, a sage 9 heavens existence. This was also why Old Man Mu could sense the presence of a saint in the burial immortal mountain range. Big chapters are 2,000 words or more, so don't tell me I'm short. Big guys, the author is very long. Thank you to the big guys for the gifts of appreciation. Chapter 53, Kunlun Recruiting Disciples. Formal beginning. In the meantime, under the Kunlun mountain gate, an ancient stone staircase through the sky appeared in front of the eyes of countless cultivators, and it seemed like they couldn't see the end of it when they looked up. All enter into the burial immortal mountain range, and the cultivators at the moment who do not dare to step on the stone ladder are frozen in place, dumbfounded. God. Face expression shocked. What to do? Go to. Up there? A cultivator looked at the crowd and said. They wouldn't dare to step on the stone ladder to go up without someone from Kunlun appearing. What's going on? Where's the promised recruitment of disciples? How come no one from Kunlun showed up? It's not a trick on us, is it? At this point someone questioned. Cam, I told you. How could Kunlun just recruit disciples? Mother *********. Which asshole lied to me? Shoo, you're ing looking for death. This is Kunlun. Hearing this, the cultivator realized that he had lost his words and hurriedly closed his mouth, immediately looking around. Phew! Fortunately, no one from Kunlun appeared. Just when everyone didn't know how, a figure appeared above the crowd at an unknown time, and it was none other than Wang Ming, Wang Xian, and Wang Lin, who were responsible for recruiting disciples this time, with Luo Wuxuang and Qin Zhan behind them. At this time, someone spotted Wang Ming and the others above and exclaimed, "Quickly look! Someone from Kunlun has appeared." Wang Ming looked at the countless cultivators below and nodded with satisfaction. It seemed that this time, he was able to complete the task given by the patriarch. Everyone, my Kunlun's recruitment of disciples has officially begun. Wang Ming's voice was light as he looked at the many cultivators below and revealed a smirk. It's not that simple to become a disciple of my Kunlun. Words. The faces of the crowd below were instantly agitated. It seemed that they hadn't made a trip in vain. Countless people were already fantasizing about becoming a disciple of Kunlun's high moment, and they were shouting inwardly, "I'm going to be the big brother of Kunlun." Lin Yun, you pretend I don't exist? For countless cultivators, this was an opportunity for them to be able to leap the Dragon Gate fish. How could they not be excited? Moreover, the crowd also knew that Kunlun was known by countless people in the southern wasteland region as a hidden great clan. And there must be many techniques and magical abilities among the clan. This was even more exciting for them than being able to enter the hegemonic power. This senior, dare I ask if you are an elder of Kunlun? A cultivator couldn't help but ask towards Wang Ming. He was curious to know if Kunlun was as powerful as rumored. As soon as these words came out, countless people got energized and looked at Wang Ming with excited faces. They certainly knew that there were rumors of several guards with powerful cultivation in Kunlun. At that time, when the crowd heard this, they were all filled with disbelief, and now that someone had the audacity to say what they had in mind, it made them even more excited. Hearing this, Wang Ming smiled. How could he not know what that cultivator meant, nor did he care about anything? Then the cultivation of the cave void realm flowed out from him.
A powerful aura instantly permeated the scene. Everyone who made it was stunned and shocked. Hiss. Cave Realm. Is this the hidden sect? A random person was a powerful cultivation of the Cave Void Realm. A Cave Void Realm powerhouse was a towering existence to the people present. In the crowd's impression, a Cave Void Realm powerhouse was enough to open up a hegemonic level power. As a result, a random person from Kunlun was such a powerful cultivator. The crowd couldn't help but look at Wang Lin and Wang Xian beside Wang Ming, and a thought couldn't help but float in their minds. The three dignitaries of the Cave Realm. It's worthy of being a hidden Grey Clan. The crowd had thought that Wang Ming's Cave Void Realm cultivation had already shocked them enough. But Wang Ming's next sentence instantly shocked the crowd even more. I'm not an elder of Kunlun. I'm a guard of Kunlun. Including these two beside me who are also my Kunlun guards. Wang Ming looked at the crowd's reaction and said indifferently, "Wow." When these words came out, the crowd was once again shocked to the fact that the three Cave Void Realm powerhouses were only guards. At this moment, everyone didn't dare to be in doubt about the fact that Kunlun was a hidden great sect. Try. Which power in the southern desolate domain had such a powerful underbelly to have a Cave Void Realm powerhouse as an escort? Even the 10 top hegemonic forces were not so bold. Alright, everything that should be asked has been asked. The disciple examination will now begin. Wang Ming looked at the crowd and said. These words caused everyone to stare blankly. Looking around here was a large empty space. Nothing. Examination? Right here? Shouldn't it be within the clan? Could it be that all of the hidden world great sects assessment methods were so sloppy? The crowd was puzzled and had a vague bad feeling in their hearts. This stone ladder in front of you is your first level, and anyone who can ascend to my Kunlun Immortal Mountain through the stone ladder will be able to stay and continue with the second level of the examination. Soon, Wang Ming's words confirmed the bad feeling in their hearts. As the words fall, wow, everyone's face changed, raising their eyes to look at this ancient stone ladder in front of them. All of them were shocked inwardly. Although the stone ladder looked plain and uneventful, all of them could feel that there seemed to be some kind of mysterious power on the stone ladder. Sure enough, it's not that simple to become a disciple of a hidden great clan. Not even qualified to take a look at what it was like above Kunlun. At this time everyone secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately just now they did not recklessly step directly onto the stone ladder. Otherwise they might have been eliminated by now. The crowd laughed bitterly in their hearts. Chapter 54, the first level of the test, Passage to the Heart Heavenly Stairs. In the main hall of Kunlun, Lu Chen used his divine sense to see the countless cultivators gathered under the mountain gate, a trace of shock on his face. He also did not expect Kunlun's first recruitment of disciples to attract so many people to come. This has greatly exceeded his expectations. There were now a full million people gathered under the Kunlun Mountain Sect. Don't look at the millions of people, but for the entire southern wasteland region this point of people is not even a tenth of the number of people of a small dynasty power. Apparently, although Kunlun's reputation had shaken the entire southern desolate region, there were still very few people who truly believed that Kunlun was a hidden great sect. Otherwise how could only a mere million cultivators come? And like those top hegemonic sect forces in the southern wasteland region which timed the recruitment of disciples is not millions of people to compete for the opportunity. System, what's the purpose of that stone staircase? Lu Chen said in his heart. Because yesterday he asked the system if there were some treasures to test the cultivator's heart and character. And as a result, the system let him use that stone staircase at the mountain gate as the first test. As for what use until now also did not explain with Lu Chen. Just said that the cultivator who can pass the stone ladder to ascend to Kunlun in the heart and character of both aspects are over the top. This was also something that Lu Chen valued immensely. So he also arranged for Wang Ming and the others to go ahead and take charge of it. Host. The stone ladder named Tongxin Tianlian ladder as the name suggests. All the monks who step on the stone ladder, if it is the heart of the evil thoughts, the heart of the corrupt, bad character of the people and did the heavenly Tao cannot be things will be Tongxin Tianlian ladder detected. And thus will be Tongxin Tianlian ladder will be excluded down. It was originally called the stairway to the heart. Lu Chen after the system's explanation also know the usefulness of the stone ladder is very satisfied, thinking that this system finally did something personnel. Because there were no system tasks to do now, Lu Chen couldn't get the system's rewards and summoning cards at all, and had already cursed the system in his heart. Let's hope that among the people who ascend to Kunlun this time, there will be disciples who make the system trigger a reward. Because the recruitment of ordinary disciples system will not have a reward at all. But as for the back of the Kunlun development, the system will not have other rewards. Lu Chen is now quite looking forward to. The only way to find out now is to look amongst these people. Maybe one or two of them could trigger the system rewards as well. In the meantime, under the mountain gate, after Wang Ming's explanation, The faces of all the people present were agitated, non-stop friction, pending fists were ready, just waiting for Wang Ming to give the word. In most people's eyes, this stone ladder in front of them for them did not put in their hearts, thinking that it was just a stone ladder to test their cultivation. Although Kunlun sent out the news that it does not look at cultivation in talent, but there are still very few people who can really believe it. Although countless cultivators had come this time, they were more likely to take their chances. And most of the cultivators who came here thought that their cultivation was good, so they didn't take this to heart. Okay, here goes. Seeing this, Wang Ming looked at the crowd's reaction with a smile on his lips and said, as the words fell, the faces of the crowd at the very front looked at each other with excitement before stepping onto the Tongshin heavenly stairs. The ancient heavenly staircase could not be seen at a glance, giving people the feeling as if it had penetrated the dome of the sky. Step on the heavenly ladder of the crowd is slowly stepping on the ladder step by step up. At first the crowd is still careful step by step, but walked nearly 100 steps after the crowd found that the foot of the heavenly ladder did not have any change. The crowd and the heart are in comparable excitement to immediately speed up the footsteps to go up. Everyone wants to get through this as quickly as possible. Everyone who hadn't yet stepped onto the heavenly ladder looked at this scene and looked at each other before immediately stepping onto the heavenly ladder one after another. But if there are no surprises, the surprises are coming. Buzz. Sure enough, only to see the heavenly ladder under the feet of the crowd suddenly lit up with light, and in an instant, the ancient heavenly ladder shone brightly, and a breath that seemed to flow with age permeated the entire heavenly ladder. The light of the ages enveloped all the cultivators on the heavenly ladder, and their faces suddenly changed drastically, their eyes widening, their faces revealing an unbelievable expression. Hiss! What kind of power is this? Why does it feel as if my whole body is being seen through? There are no secrets to speak of. Everyone was immediately startled and shocked in their hearts, but soon everyone quickly reacted, knowing that this must be Kunlun's way of testing them. As for which aspect it was testing they were unknown, but there were still a few who thought it was testing their cultivation and talent. The crowd, after sensing that the aura, though mystifying to the senses, didn't cause a single harm to them, everyone was relieved to continue lifting their feet toward the top. Behind Wang Ming's trio, Luo Lingxue and Chen Bashan were also shocked as they looked at this scene. The two looked at each other after a glance, then turned their heads to look at in the sky ladder has stepped on 100 steps several young cultivators, a nervous face. Those were none other than the two men's respective descendants, who were also desperately making their way up the heavenly ladder at this time. What the two also didn't expect was that there were a full million cultivators coming, which really startled them. After Luo Lingxue and Chen Bashan had obtained Lu Chen's permission, they had also allowed some of their more gifted juniors to come and take the test in the hopes of becoming Kunlun's disciples as well. Even if they could become Kunlun's outer disciples, top powerhouses might be able to emerge from their respective veins in the future. At this point, just when everyone thought that they could pass through this heavenly ladder without any problems, suddenly, buzz, the steps under everyone's feet once again appeared a ray of light, only this time and just now seemed different. The crowd did not care to continue to go up. Just then, bang, 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 countless voices rang out, only to see countless figures suddenly fall from the heavenly ladder. This was the Tongshin heavenly ladder rejecting those with extremely evil hearts and character. Ah, why? All the faces of those who fell down were ugly. All of them could not understand why they could not pass this heavenly ladder. Shouting, "Humph!" Wang Ming's three eyes looked indifferently at the crowd below who were being rejected by the heavenly ladder and snorted coldly. Just now, Lu Chen had already transmitted his voice to him, and had already told the three of them, Wang Ming, about the role of the Tongshin heavenly stairs. Therefore, of course, Wang Ming and the three of them knew that these people were all people with extremely evil hearts and character. Just this kind of person with an extremely evil heart is not even qualified to look at Kunlun, not to mention becoming a disciple of Kunlun. If it was usual, Wang Ming's three would have long since exterminated these. This was why Lu Chen focused on both. If these people with extremely evil hearts are allowed to become disciples of Kunlun, in the future when Kunlun encounters a great enemy, these people will definitely betray Kunlun. Compared to that, even if the talent is high but the loyal city of the clan are not people, Lu Chen more valued those who have excellent heart and character. At this moment, not far away, Ling Mu did not rush to step onto the heavenly ladder, but instead, his face changed slightly as he kept watching the changes on the heavenly ladder. Elder Wood, can you tell where that heavenly ladder came from? Ling Mu said to himself as his eyes stared at the heavenly ladder. Chapter 55, Chaotic God's Eyes, Destroy the World with One Eye. At this moment, Ling Mu had a vague feeling that his chance was in this immediate Kunlun. It didn't take long.
Elder Wood's voice rang in his ears.
Your Highness, the old slave can't see the origin of this heavenly ladder either.
But I think it should be some of the underpinnings that have been passed down from this Kunlun.
Your Highness,
the old slave feels that a small power like this with an inheritance of only 100,000 years or more is not worth your time here.
Ling Mu's protector, Elder Mu,
didn't seem to want his own highness to stay in this place that he considered to be just a small power place in his eyes. Although Kunlun appeared in the burial immortal mountain range, he didn't think that Kunlun was an ancient great sect, but rather just a small power that had established its sect's residency in the burial immortal mountain range. Although he didn't know when the burial immortal mountain range was devoid of that mysterious power that it had tens of thousands or even millions of years ago, he had always assumed that it was this Kunlun that had established the clan's residence here after discovering the changes in the burial immortal mountain range. In this way, their clan created a feeling that gave people a sense of mystery, as there were many bluffing forces in the immortal martial great land.
It's not worth it. Upon hearing this,
Ling Mu didn't pay too much attention to the situation of the heavenly ladder anymore. He knew that Elder Mu was right, however he didn't leave. Instead he wanted to step onto the heavenly ladder and enter Kunlun to have a look.
Elder Mu, I want to see what this Kunlun has to offer that would make the entire southern wasteland region so eager.
Ling Mu lightly laughed.
A moment later, Elder Wood's voice sounded again.
Everything by your highness to make the decision. There are old slaves in your highness, feel free to rest assured. No matter where you go to do anything in the southern barren domain, there is no force that dares to disrespect your highness you.
This was the bottom line and power of an imperial dynasty.
Who would have thought that a saint was just this young man's protector? It was enough to see that the Lingxiao imperial dynasty's depths were terrifying and incomparable.
And even the top hegemonic power was nothing more than a small power in front of it.
A few moments later, there was no longer the same scene on the heavenly ladder as before. Along with those cultivators outside of the congregation that had been rejected by the heavenly ladder, there were now less than 2,000 people on the Tongxin celestial staircase, and all of their faces were agitated in their desperate attempts to continue walking upwards.
But it seemed as if they couldn't get to the end of the line,
and they could only keep their heads down and scramble up the hill. Of course, there were also people who saw that they had not been rejected down and knew that they would be able to enter inside Kunlun once they passed through the entire heavenly ladder. So many of them were ready to run their spiritual energy in their bodies, wanting to swipe up into the air.
But they underestimated this ancient heavenly ladder, and only after running around for a while did they realize that they couldn't mobilize the spiritual energy in their bodies at all.
Everyone laughed bitterly in their hearts,
but no one wanted to give up such a good opportunity.
At this time, not only was their spiritual power ineffective, even their physical body power corresponding to their cultivation level could not be used.
The higher they go, the more the crowd can feel the physical exertion.
At this time an ordinary person can only rely on their own willpower to climb up desperately.
Not bad, to have so many people stick around. The patriarch will definitely be satisfied when he finds out.
Wang Ming's trio looked at the crowd on the heavenly ladder and nodded and laughed.
Indeed,
as Wang Ming and the three of them had said,
Lu Chen didn't care how many disciples he recruited this time,
but rather valued the cultivator's own willpower,
potential, heart and character in all aspects. In the main hall,
divine light flowed in Lu Chen's eyes as he opened his chaos divine eyes to look at the crowd of cultivators on the heavenly ladder outside the mountain gate, a satisfied smile on his face.
Let's hope these people can hold out until the end, or else Kunlun will have a hard time recruiting disciples in the southern desolate domain.
Lu Chen, for those who may not believe in the strength of Kunlun, also did not hold on to too much hope. Even if the next time to recruit disciples,
Lu Chen will not be in the southern wasteland.
This chaotic god's eyes are truly powerful, able to see through everything with a single glance. It's worthy of the system. The chaotic divine eyes were precisely the divine pupils that Lu Chen had opened up after practicing the chaotic divine spirit law, and of course this was the first time he had used them. It was to try if this divine eye was as powerful as the system said. The chaotic divine eyes would become more terrifying as Lu Chen's cultivation became stronger. According to the system, as long as Lu Chen's cultivation was truly powerful, a single glance from his eyes would be able to pierce through a large world, and a single glance would be able to destroy immortals. One eye of the world to perish,
one eye of the immortal fall. Divine eyes into a great yin and yang years also reversed.
Lu Chen let out a soft cry and actually discovered two powerful and incomparable auras appearing in the burial immortal mountain range. It was simply impossible to dodge in front of the chaotic god's eyes, and he didn't expect that even with Lu Chen's current cultivation level he wouldn't have discovered the existence of these two auras.
Two saints. Surprisingly, they're both also saints of the 9th heavenly hallmark. No wonder even I didn't realize it. Hidden deep enough. Lu Chen's face instantly turned cold.
If these two saints were here to find trouble with Kunlun,
Lu Chen would definitely make the other party pay a serious price. Even if the other party was at the powerful cultivation of the ninth heaven of saints, Lu Chen was now a sage first heavenly hallmark, and Ah Qing was now a sage first heavenly hallmark as well. But Lu Chen now has the chaos divine spirit law. This law has 8 divine powers or powerful and incomparable cards. Even if it is a Saint 9, Lu Chen is also fearless. What's more, Ah Qing's battle power couldn't be measured by cultivation at all. Humph! If you dare to sabotage my Kunlun's recruitment of disciples this time, no matter what your origins are, this seat will definitely make you pay a serious price. Lu Chen's face was as cold as frost. His eyes were incomparably cold and said, although he sensed that those 2 breaths were not hostile, but dared to hide on Kunlun's territory, this was undoubtedly looking to provoke Kunlun. Seeing this, Lu Chen chose not to move those 2 saints first, wanting to see which power wanted to make a move against Kunlun. Under the Kunlun mountain gate. At this time, those who have no chance to be able to become Kunlun disciples, numerous cultivators also did not leave. All eyes enviously looked at the remaining people on the heavenly ladder, sighing in their hearts. They simply didn't know why they were rejected by this heavenly ladder in front of them. And naturally there were individuals among these people whose cultivation was still relatively strong and high. There were even young cultivators at the Dao Palace realm, while there were countless cultivators below the divine hidden realm. Countless people's faces were ugly and their hearts depressed to the extreme, feeling that it was Kunlun who was teasing them, and many people cursed Kunlun's badness in their hearts. What the heck, hidden great sect Kunlun? What did it say about not looking at cultivation? Harming old me to come all the way here, and as a result, I didn't even see what Kunlun was like. Old me. A 20-something-year-old Dao Palace realm cultivation cultivator hated Kunlun in his heart and thought that Kunlun was playing a trick on him. But of course he wouldn't have dared to say this in front of the 3 of them. Wang Ming, if he was given 10 guts. It wasn't just this cultivator who had hatred for Kunlun in his heart. Most of the cultivators were also cursing Kunlun in their hearts at this time. Sheesh, this is the behavior of a person with a very bad heart and character. And once these people don't get the results they want, they are evil about it. That's what's scary. If this kind of cultivator entered the sect, he would be a proper rebel. I'm afraid that other forces would definitely betray the clan for the sake of benefits. As long as they give a little benefit, you might as well go wreak havoc on some other power. Coming to Kunlun will only get you slapped to death. At this point everyone had already stepped onto the heavenly ladder, and those who hadn't were ostracized and eliminated. But now there are still 2 people present who have not stepped on the heavenly ladder, but are looking on as if the heavenly ladder in front of them is an ordinary stone ladder in their eyes. One was Ling Mu, who had come from the northern heavenly domain to the southern desolate domain to train. There is another one is wearing a purple long dress, has a stunning face. Its body posture, cultivation, beauty, temperament out of the dust age, looks only 20 years old young woman. At that moment she also stopped and watched from a place farther away from the crowd. Although the young woman had a stunningly beautiful face, everyone present didn't seem to notice her. It's like standing right in front of you but you can't see it. Obviously this young woman, if it is not their own cultivation, is strong. That is, there are strong people for its cover body breath so that people cannot detect her existence. Even Wang Ming's trio did not discover the young woman. Obviously, the origin of this purple-skirted young woman was feared to be extremely uncomplicated. Chapter 56, Purple Moon Dynasty. Grand Princess Zhi Yunyan. Seeing this situation, Ling Mu was just about to walk towards the heavenly staircase in front of him when Elder Mu's shocked voice rang in his ears. I didn't realize that people from the Purple Moon Dynasty were also getting together. Purple Moon Dynasty. Ling Mu's face changed slightly when he heard this. What was the Purple Moon Dynasty doing here? Now Xianwu continent, heaven and earth, big change. Take over. There will be a lot of big forces of the inheritance of the people appear one after another in the major domains in search of opportunity and experience itself. And he was one of them. Regarding this, Ling Mu was aware of it, but he didn't expect that people from the Purple Moon Imperial Dynasty had actually come to the southern desolate domain as well. The Purple Moon Imperial Dynasty and the Lingxiao Imperial Dynasty were both one of the 5 great superpowers of the northern heavenly domain, and their underpinnings were both incomparably terrifying existences. Your Highness, look in that direction. Ling Mu followed Elder Mu's instructions to look in a certain direction, and immediately had a slightly shocked look on his face. It's her, Zhi Yunyan. The young woman in the purple dress in the distance seemed to sense that someone had discovered her, and her beautiful eyes turned just as Ling Mu's gaze collided towards her, instantly causing her face to change. The second prince of the Lingxiao Imperial Dynasty, Ling Mu. The purple-skirted young woman was none other than the Grand Princess of the Purple Moon Dynasty, Zhi Yunyan.
who had stepped into the cave void realm cultivation at only 20 years of age and was one of the 10 great celestial pride of the northern heavenly domain along with Ling Mu. It was rumored that he was even carrying a special physique that made people from the major powers in the northern heavenly domain fearful. For a moment, the two gazes turned away also did not pay attention to each other. Like them this kind of big power out of the people although each other know each other, but indeed rarely meet not to mention will go up to greet each other. This was a normal phenomenon. Although the two imperial dynasties, Lingxiao and Purple Moon, were not hostile, they were by no means friendly either. Ling Mu then stopped paying attention to Zhi Yunyan and his figure disappeared in place. In an instant, he appeared under the heavenly ladder. His eyes were bland, his feet stepped forward to ascend the through heart heavenly ladder. Wow! At this moment everyone looked at the suddenly appearing Ling Mu's face changed slightly. Look, there's actually someone else stepping onto the heavenly ladder? All the people below were talking about it. Who is he? How come it feels like the aura on this person is so powerful? Hiss! Not only that, why does the aura on this person seem so honorable? Is this someone from any big power coming over to smash the scene? Many people's faces were incomparably excited, hating the fact that the young man in front of them was sent by some great power to sabotage Kunlun's recruitment of disciples. Hiss! Looks like to me. But why haven't I seen this person in the southern wasteland domain? Not bad. There doesn't seem to be this person among the major heavenly prides of the southern wasteland region. The crowd all speculated about the identity of the young man who had suddenly appeared on the heavenly ladder. At this moment, Wang Ming and the three of them also noticed Ling Mu who stepped onto the heavenly ladder, and with just one glance, they could tell Ling Mu's cultivation level, and their faces changed slightly. Ha! Such a young cave realm. This was the first time that the three of them, Wang Ming, had seen someone with such a cultivation level at such a young age. This also made the three of them, Wang Ming, doubt the identity of the young man on the heavenly ladder. It was reasonable to say that having such a cultivation at such an age would never be as simple as an ordinary cultivator. The three of them then exchanged glances and did not stop the young man. Wang Ming and the three of them knew that Lu Chen had been paying attention to this place, and now that Lu Chen did not have any hints, the three of them did not have anything to worry about. In the distance, when Zhi Yunyan saw that Ling Mu had actually stepped onto the heavenly ladder, a flash of surprise surfaced in her spirit eyes. Interesting. I didn't expect that His Royal Highness, the most talented second prince in the Lingxiao dynasty, would also go to participate in a disciple recruitment test for a small power. In that case, I'd like to see what this Kunlun has that can attract you, Ling Mu. Seeing this, Zhi Yunyan also came to be interested, seemed to want to step onto the heavenly ladder as well, to conduct Kunlun's disciple recruitment test. Zhi Yunyan was also like Ling Mu. Both had just entered the southern wasteland region when she heard rumors of Kunlun's strength and power everywhere, so she also wanted to come and see what kind of sect Kunlun was. However, after Zhi Yunyan came to Qingzhou and realized that Kunlun was actually forbidden in the burial of Immortals mountain range, she was also shocked. However, later on, her Taoist protector gave the same explanation as Ling Mu's Taoist protector. Just then, an old crone's voice came from none other than her protector, a sage 9 heavens existence. Princess, you can't. What kind of status are you? How can you go to be a disciple amongst such a small force? Her Taoist protector seemed to have seen Zhi Yunyan's thoughts. Elder Lan, you don't have to worry. I just want to see what kind of sect this Kunlun is. Zhi Yunyan laughed lightly, unimpressed. Of course she didn't really have any thoughts of being a disciple of Kunlun. Even if this Kunlun wants this princess to stay as a disciple, we still have to see if this Kunlun's patriarch has the guts to do so. Indeed, what is the status of Zhi Yunyan? Even the southern desolate domain's superpower Tianxian Holy Land wouldn't dare to be silk disrespectful to her. Among the 5 superpowers in the northern heavenly domain, the strength of the Purple Moon Imperial Dynasty was the third, while the strength of the Lingxiao Imperial Dynasty was the last. In the immortal martial Great Land the major superpowers were aware of each other's strength. Thus, no matter which great domain these superpowers went to, no one dared to show them the slightest disrespect. This, princess, though, but if the Imperial Lord knows, I'm afraid he'll blame the old body. Lan Lao's voice came again, extremely disapproving of the princess's behavior. Elder Lan, don't worry, that's it. If father blames it, everything will be explained by me to father. In that case, it's all up to the princess. If this Kunlun dares to disrespect you, my old self will destroy this Kunlun. A moment later, came Lan Lao's voice. Destroy Kunlun? It would be good not to be scared to death by the might of Kunlun when the time comes. Of course Zhi Yunyan's protector had similarly sensed the presence of a sage in Kunlun, which was why he hadn't forcefully entered Kunlun. A saint with a powerful aura.
Even this Elder Lan did not want to fight with it. Certainly not that Elder Lan was afraid. However, if Kunlun dared to disrespect Zhou Yunyan, this Lan Elder would inevitably make a strong move against Kunlun. Zhou Yunyan laughed softly helplessly and nodded. She knew the strength of this Lan Elder. As long as someone dared to show the slightest disrespect to her, they would have to pay a serious price. Turn the moment. Zhou Yunyan appeared at the bottom of the heavenly ladder and looked at Ling Mu, who had already stepped onto the 1,000 steps, with a gentle smile. Ling Mu, let me see if your strength is as powerful as the rumors today. Ling Mu and Zhou Yunyan were the same as the Northern Heavenly Domain's top 10 young prides, but the two had never fought, although Zhou Yunyan was rumored to have a special physique. In the eyes of everyone in the Northern Heavenly Domain, Ling Mu's strength was stronger than Zhou Yunyan's, so this time, she also wanted to use the simple disciple testing method of Kunlun to have a simple contest with Ling Mu. Zhou Yunyan didn't hesitate to take a step onto the heavenly ladder, then quickly chased after Ling Mu's figure. Chapter 57, 72 Floating Peaks, Kunlun Wonderland. As Zhou Yunyan stepped onto the celestial ladder, everyone present also noticed her appearance. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Look, there's another one up there. At that moment, the crowd let out a gasp of surprise. Everyone wondered when the purple-skirted woman on the heavenly ladder had stepped onto the ladder. In a moment, the purple-skirted woman in the eyes of the crowd had already stepped up 100 steps. Asterisk 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 asterisk. So, when did the woman in the purple dress appear? Don't you ing it? Someone said angrily, seemingly affecting his ability to see the beauty of the purple-clad figure. Hiss, it's beautiful. Who is this fairy? There doesn't seem to be this person in the Southern Wasteland Domain at all. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Do you guys have any talent? How can a cultivator of my generation be influenced in his Tao by a female sex child? A cultivator looked very angry. Road. The crowd heard, froze for a moment, but did not wait for the crowd to react. The cultivator continued to say, do you guys realize that you and others are still young, are not able to grasp it? It's better to let me do it. Afterwards, the cultivator took out a spiritual weapon similar to a telescope from somewhere, ignoring the crowd's strange gazes, and directly cast a physical spell to watch. Crowd. Then the crowd stared at the purple figure, saw a pair of worldly looks, especially that figure in a purple skirt under the package of moving body assets show no condensation. At once let all the lechery out of the expression. Very lewd. And at this point, Wang Ming and the three of them also saw the purple-skirted woman, and their faces changed slightly. Ha! Another one so young at the cave realm. At this time, Wang Ming seemed to have seen something, and immediately his eyes turned cold as he looked at the purple-skirted woman who was already on the same step as Ling Mu. It's kind of fun. Is it taking my Kunlun test ladder and comparing strengths? I'm not sure if you're from other forces or not. Regardless of whether or not you are from other forces, once you pass through my Kunlun heavenly stairs and enter Kunlun, it won't be so easy for you to quit. Half of the original less than 2,000 cultivators on the heavenly ladder had now stepped to the top. At the top of the heavenly ladder, there were two people, Qin Ruian and Luo Lingxue, who were in charge of passing the cultivators on the heavenly ladder and would arrange for them to wait on the side. Hiss, is this fairyland? It was spectacular. Is this Kunlun? Hiss, wait, the aura here is so rich. Kunlun does not deceive me. It really is a great hidden sect. Already through the heavenly ladder ascended the Kunlun Tianmen peak of the crowd, dumbfounded, eyes shocked at the appearance in front of a floating independent peaks. Each peak is forested with ancient attics and halls. At a glance it is like a world of its own. At this time in the sea of clouds under the backdrop of the fairyland generally, the crowd was shocked in their hearts. Who could have such means to create such a powerful sect? No wonder they couldn't see Kunlun's shadow at all at the bottom of the mountain. It turns out that only those who are recognized by Kunlun can see the real Kunlun. 72 peaks, surrounding an even more imposing main peak, presenting a star-studded scene that could inspire awe with just one glance. Before the Kunlun is not this scene, although there are also independent peaks, but only the main peak, disciple peaks, elder peaks, and independent placement of the Hall of Merit of the Heavenly Book peak. So before is this scene. Can imagine that the 8 top forces of the heavenly kings of the Old Man and the Jun family, the Yaoqi palace of the Old Man, to see I am afraid in Kunlun as an enemy of the heart do not dare to arise. I'm afraid that when someone from the Holy Land came, they would have to give a gasp of surprise. What kind of person could have such means to create such a clan? This was actually the system removing the cover from all the peaks. It was so that Kunlun could recruit more disciples and develop Kunlun as soon as possible. System, host, I've helped you to zoom in. If you don't fight again, it's your problem. Luchan, you want face? Give me as many summoning cards as I receive disciples if you can. System, you're noble. You're marvelous. Senior brothers and sisters. You should wait over there first, and when everyone on the heavenly ladder comes up, you will be tested for the second level. Luo Lingxue and Qin Ruian walked up and looked at the crowd's reaction with a slight smile. A pleasant voice rang in the ears of the crowd. The crowd rushed to see at the words and exclaimed, "It's beautiful! Are these two fairies also disciples of Kunlun?" Everyone's eyes only marveled and appreciated the two stunningly beautiful and worldly looks, not even daring to have a hint of blasphemy in their eyes. Obviously, those who had passed the heavenly ladder would not have evil intentions like those who had been ostracized from going down. My generation of cultivators should not be influenced by women to be firm in their morality. Lin Yun, I have good reason to suspect that you guys are talking about me. Sure fu? Could it be that we are already Kunlun's disciples? Hear that? The crowd froze and looked at each other in disbelief, thinking that they had heard wrongly. And this became a disciple of Kunlun? A few moments later, the crowd instantly reacted, looking at Luo Lingxue, who didn't look like she was joking. Her face was incomparably excited and apprehensive as she returned. Yes, two masters and sisters. Sure enough, Kunlun really does not care about talent or cultivation. Kunlun. The image in their hearts at this moment was instantly taller. Not long, slowly on the sky ladder, in addition to Ling Mu and Zhou Yunyan, everyone has come up. In the sight of appearing in front of them like a fairyland-like scene, are all look incomparably shocked. The eyes are more excited. Their efforts were not in vain. Kunlun was indeed a great hidden sect. In the meantime, on the heavenly ladder, Ling Mu's eyes surfaced a touch of playfulness. Watching tiny beads of sweat emerge on Zhou Yunyan's forehead couldn't help but flirt, while his heart had already been greatly shocked. I say, Great Princess Z, if you don't stay properly in the Purple Moon Dynasty, why did you also come to this southern wasteland domain where the aura is thin? This Kunlun was indeed, as he thought, extremely uncomplicated, but it also verified his idea that his chance might be in the middle of this Kunlun. Hear that? Humph! Ling Mu, you don't provoke me here, or I'll have you. Zhou Yunyan's face was a bit unsightly, her eyes cold as she said, while her heart was greatly alarmed. This Kunlun doesn't seem simple. To have such a divine object, she really didn't expect the seemingly ordinary heavenly ladder to make cultivators lose their cultivation and physical strength, turning her into an ordinary person. The first 1,000 stairs of the Tongshin heavenly staircase tested the cultivator's heart and character, and above the 1,000 stairs would cause the cultivator to lose his cultivation and physical strength, turning him into an ordinary person. This was also why Zhou Yunyan had gone up to the top of the 1,000 stairs as soon as she stepped onto the heavenly stairs in only a few moments. Although you are fast, everything is still not hidden in front of the Tongshin celestial staircase. This was what made both Zhou Yunyan and Ling Mu so horrified. Both of them could clearly feel at that moment as if there was a mysterious force that saw through them all. There were no secrets to speak of in front of that force. Hearing this, Ling Mu suddenly wanted to laugh before continuing to provoke. Great Princess Z, you and I have both lost our cultivation now. If you don't want to fall, come and hit me. You, Ling Mu. Zhou Yunyan gritted her teeth and looked at Ling Mu with angry eyes. She knew that Ling Mu just wanted to see her make a fool of herself. Chapter 58, 1,600 people. Becoming Kunlun disciples. Humph. Ling Mu, you'll just show off your mouth. I'm too lazy to bother with you. Zhou Yunyan no longer paid attention to Ling Mu, took a deep breath and proceeded to climb upwards. She was more interested in seeing what kind of sect this Kunlun was at this time. Seeing this situation, a hint of a smile appeared on Ling Mu's face, and he didn't make any more remarks to provoke Zhou Yunyan as he proceeded to catch up. It didn't take long. Ling Mu and Zhou Yunyan also stepped onto the last ladder, and what appeared in front of the two of them when they walked up was a scene like a fairyland. 72 floating peaks, accompanied by a sea of clouds, stood in the void. The two men's faces were shocked. Their pupils suddenly shrunk, and the two of them looked at each other, both seeing the color of incredulity in the other's eyes, and their hearts were shocked. What a rich aura! Then, the two sensed what the complexion changed violently, exclaimed in shock, and their hearts were even more incomparably shocked. Hiss! How is that possible? The aura here was surprisingly more than several times denser than that of the northern heavenly domain. The two men's faces slowed, and a question couldn't help but appear in their minds. Could it really be that, as they thought, it was this Kunlun who had taken this place for himself after discovering the changes in the buried immortal mountain range? This idea came up but was quickly ruled out again by Ling Mu. As for Zhou Yunyan, of course, she had also thought of this. Just these 72 floating mountain peaks alone were not something that an ordinary power could create. With such a rich aura, If I were to cultivate here, I would definitely be able to break through the Heavenly King realm in the shortest possible time. Zhu Yunyan's face was slightly agitated. She didn't expect this trip to the southern wasteland domain to be so rewarding. What? You're going to be a disciple to Kunlun? Great Princess Z. Ling Mu seemed to have seen Zhu Yunyan's thoughts and flirted. He didn't believe that Zhu Yunyan would be a disciple of this Kunlun. If the Grand Princess of the Northern Heavenly Domain's Purple Moon Dynasty were to become a disciple of a small sect in the Southern Desolate Domain, I really don't know how the people of the Northern Heavenly Domain would feel when they found out. As for his Lingxiao dynasty, which was about to face a great enemy, as long as he could make himself strong, he wouldn't care about what others thought. Now that he could come across a place with such a rich spiritual qi, he would be willing to become a disciple of Kunlun even if he became one. Of course he wouldn't let Kunlun give this place away in his own capacity. He had a feeling that Kunlun was very uncomplicated, and was by no means what the wooden old man had said, and he didn't want to bring another powerful sect of unknown strength to the Lingxiao dynasty for this reason. Thinking of this, Ling Mu still chose the better option of not revealing his identity with Kunlun. As for Zhu Yunyan, he also believed that the other party should not be that stupid. It was also true that Zhu Yunyan had no desire to reveal her identity. Ling Mu, you'd better not expose our identity. This Kunlun is afraid that it's not that simple. Her view of Kunlun at this time changed some more. With a hint of caution, her and Ling Mu's special identity if known by the people of Kunlun, I'm afraid it would cause unnecessary trouble. Of course I know, Grand Princess Z, don't worry is all, Ling Mu said as he looked at Zhu Yunyan. He could certainly tell that Kunlun was by no means as simple as he thought. Ha! There's someone else. At this time, the distant Luo Lingxue see even there are people up. Pretty face slightly happy hastily went forward to greet. This can be her future senior brother. Senior sister As a senior sister of course she should take care of these just come in the disciples. Not bad. The people who had all ascended to Kunlun now numbered 1,600. From the moment they passed the heavenly ladder test to ascend to the top these people were already disciples of Kunlun. But unfortunately there were still a small number of people who still managed to make it to the top, couldn't hold on and fell off. As for the latter two levels of the test, Lu Chen was only testing the disciple's state of mind and enlightenment. 2 senior brothers. Senior sister, please go over there. You will be my Kunlun's disciples from now on. Luo Lingxue looked at the two said smiled, especially after seeing Zhu Yunyan's stunning beauty heart cannot help but marvel. Wow, this senior sister is so beautiful. But it's still not as good looking as Ruian. It's really because Ruian's aura is too immortal. Luo Lingxue heart secretly compared some, but always felt that Qin Ruian that fairy-like temperament and worldly looks really not ordinary people can have. However, the three, all have their own beauty. Qin Ruian is like a fairy on the mortal world, immaculate fairy in general. Luo Lingxue is more like a neighboring little sister, naughty and cute. And Zhu Yunyan is like a high cold imperial sister, rejecting people outside of the 1,000 miles. Ling Mu and Zhu Yunyan's faces froze when they heard each other's words. What's the situation? This makes you a disciple of Kunlun? Could it be that all the sects in the southern wasteland region were so hasty in accepting disciples? This makes us disciples of Kunlun? Ling Mu looked at Luo Lingxue with a bit of disbelief, and at the same time sensed the other party's cultivation, causing him to be disappointed for a while. Dao Palace Realm. This woman couldn't be this Kunlun's senior sister. It is reasonable to say that this Kunlun's disciple shouldn't have such a low cultivation level. A power that could have a saint was at least a very strong power in this southern desolate domain where aura was thin. It's really not right for a disciple to have such a low cultivation level, Ling Mu said in his heart. Low cultivation? If she knew that Luo Lingxue had used less than a month to break through from the 9th level of the Spirit Sea realm to the Dao Palace realm, I wonder how he would feel. I'm afraid that Ling Mu wouldn't believe it even if he said it. That's right, Luo Lingxue's cultivation had already broken through the Dao Palace realm now, but she really hadn't paid attention to the cultivation situation of the two. However, even if Luo Lingxue wanted to sense the cultivation of the two, she wouldn't be able to tell. Ling Mu and Zhu Yunyan were at the Cave Void realm. As for, Zhu Yunyan also did not think so much since this Kunlun already take her as a disciple, then she simply adapt to this identity in this cultivation. And so on the future if Kunlun has difficulties, she for will Kunlun once. Zhu Yunyan glanced at Luo Lingxue who was also a bit disappointed that this cultivation level was too low. Yeah, senior brother, senior sister, don't freeze first, there are still 2 more tests behind you that will determine whether you are outer or inner disciples. Okay. Ling Mu froze for a moment and returned, thinking to himself, my hallowed second prince of the Lingxiao imperial dynasty will wait. I won't become an outer disciple of Kunlun, right? Well, that's a big shame. As for Zhi Yunyan, she didn't care that much and just nodded without saying anything. Seeing this, Luo Lingxue smiled faintly and didn't care, then led the two of them in the direction of the Sect square. Great Princess Zhi, I'm looking forward to you calling me senior brother. Lingmu looked at Zhi Yunyan and laughed, and in his heart, he was curious to know what method Kunlun would use to test them. Humph, no one thinks you're dead if you don't speak. Stop calling me princess. At those words, a flash of anger surfaced on Zhi Yunyan's face. If it wasn't for her not wanting to expose her identity, she would have to teach Lingmu a hard lesson right now. Ah, okay, Great Princess Zhi. Lingmu returned with a proper face. Lingmu, if you dare to call me princess again, don't blame me for making a move. Zhi Yunyan's eyes went cold as she threatened. Okay, Great Princess Zhi. Lingmu said, not the least bit afraid of the other party making a move. As expected, Zhi Yunyan was being held to death by Lingmu. She really didn't want to make a move with Lingmu here. Not that she didn't dare, but she didn't want to. Zhi Yunyan just looked at Lingmu fiercely and didn't speak again. Seeing the situation, Lingmu instantly smiled in his heart, suddenly feeling that Zhi Yunyan wasn't as cold and aloof as the people of the Northern Heavenly Domain had said. It's kind of fun. Even Zhi Yunyan herself didn't know why, but she actually had a strange feeling in the face of Lingmu's provocation. Not that kind of real anger. If it was someone else who dared to speak to her like that, she would have destroyed the other party long ago. But it didn't matter what place or occasion it was. Zhi Yunyan hurriedly threw away the random thoughts in her mind and calmed down a bit. She was afraid that she wouldn't really be able to resist giving Lingmu a slap in the face later. Chapter 59, The 9 Secrets and Yellow Springs Illusion. Heavenly Tablet Measurement of Enlightenment. As Lingmu and Zhi Yunyan arrived at the Sect square, the others also glanced towards the two of them. Their hearts startled. It was because both of them gave off a very powerful feeling no matter their aura or breath. It was as if the two were not like them at all, just some ordinary casual cultivators. At this time, Qin Ruoxian also noticed these two, and after her beautiful eyes glanced towards them, a glint of stern light flashed in her eyes. Cave Realm. To have such a cultivation level at such a young age. It seems that the identities of these two are not that simple. Humph. This is coming to my Kunlun to seek a chance. She was a great emperor in her lifetime after all, and she still had the eyesight and vision that she should have, and she could tell a lot with a single glance. With Qin Ruoxian in charge here, Lu Chen was also very relieved about this. There was no need for Lu Chen to pay too much attention to the situation here at all. Unless a disciple appeared that could trigger a system reward, Lu Chen would only show up. And Qin Ruoxian had now completely melted into the Kunlun disciple's identity, and was in awe of Kunlun, and even more in awe of the mysterious Lu Chen. She was no longer that upper realm empress, just an ordinary disciple of Kunlun. As a disciple of Kunlun, if anyone dared to be unkind to Kunlun, she would definitely make the other party pay a serious price. However, when she thought about the fact that Lu Chen didn't stop the two from ascending to Kunlun, which meant that Lu Chen was aware of it, she didn't pay too much attention to the two. To be honest, Lu Chen was unaware of the two. This would be when Lu Chen was cultivating in the main hall. At this point, Lingmu and Zhi Yunyan, who had just arrived at the plaza, instantly felt a stern gaze toward them and their faces suddenly changed slightly. That gaze made both of them feel a pang. The two of them followed their senses towards the direction of their gaze, and the two of them only saw that a woman with an aura like an immortal was sitting cross-legged next to a huge stone monument, and it was none other than Qin Ruoxian. The two men couldn't help but exclaim in their hearts. Hiss, how could there be such a dusty, fairy-like woman in this world? She's actually a disciple of Kunlun as well. The two then looked at each other with a somewhat shocked expression. As the prince of the Lingxue dynasty, Lingmu definitely did not have a person who could have such an aura amongst those he had seen. Qin Ruoxian was like a female emperor, giving off the impression that she was sitting cross-legged on top of a cloud overlooking everyone. Even though Zhi Yunyan had always had absolute confidence in her own peerless looks, she couldn't help but marvel and be shocked at this moment when she saw that Qin Ruoxian's body was like a fairy on earth, just as if she was a female emperor. Kunlun. To have such disciples, it's never as simple as a hidden sect. The two were even more certain in their hearts at this moment that Kunlun was not simple. Immediately after, it was time for the second and third levels of the test, which were to test the cultivating disciple's state of mind with illusions, and the heavenly monument to test enlightenment, respectively. There were 18 layers in the 9 Ghosts Yellow Springs illusion realm. Those who could pass through more than 3 layers were inner disciples, and those who passed through less than 3 layers were outer disciples. The 18 layers of the 9 sepulchral Yellow Springs. As soon as you heard the name, You could think of the same 18 layers of hell that Lu Chen had been in when he was in the blue planet. Yes, it was that 18 layers of hell. A place that terrorized those gods and goddesses of all those mythological eras on the blue planet. Not to mention using it to test the disciples. I'm afraid that even if a great emperor came, he would never be able to pass the 10th floor. The system had told Lu Chen that any cultivator who entered the Nine Hells Yellow Springs illusionary realm would encounter the hellish figure that should appear on that level of the illusionary realm, whichever level they were on. This was also what the system had given Lu Chen to use to recruit disciples in the future. And at the same time, there was also a heavenly tablet, which was used to test a disciple's enlightenment. As for the celestial monument to measure enlightenment, it is a monument of enlightenment that all disciples can go to at any time to test whether their enlightenment has improved or not. But now it was used to better see which of the disciples in this first batch were less enlightened and which were better. Of course, no matter if they were better or worse, they wouldn't be able to differentiate between inner and outer disciples like the illusion test. Lu Chen had a system, and when the clan grew to gain more system rewards in the future, he would naturally be able to exchange treasures that could be used to enhance enlightenment in the system mall. At that time, no matter how poor the disciple's enlightenment was, he would be able to instantly improve several companions. Senior brothers and sisters. My name is Luo Lingxue, is Kunlun's second senior sister, and this is your third senior sister, Qin Ruoxian. At this time, Luo Lingxue walked over to Qin Ruoxian's side and looked at the crowd and said, "Wow." When these words came out, the faces of the crowd were agitated. To be able to have two such stunningly beautiful senior sisters, no matter if they were junior brothers or sisters, they all felt honored to the core. Meet second senior sister. Meet third senior sister. At that moment, all the disciples were very aware of the etiquette towards the two of them arching their hands and saluting in a hurry. And when Ling Mu saw this, he also arched his hand towards the two and shouted, not seeing any reluctance at all, "If someone threatens you, you blink." Ling Mu, "No, absolutely not. I volunteered." Seeing this scene, Zi Yunyan's eyes instantly widened. Her face filled with incredulity. She really didn't expect that the imperial son of the Lingshao dynasty of the northern heavenly domain would be so spineless that he would just call out to his senior sister? Backbone? What's the use of backbone? I want great strength that can protect my people. Ling Mu. You. What? This is our future senior sister. Why are you still standing there? Why don't you quickly call out to senior sister? Ling Mu said in disbelief, not caring in the slightest about Zi Yunyan's surprised expression, while secretly saying in his heart, "It seems there's still a big senior brother. I wonder how strong that eldest brother is. I really want to spar with him." Lin Yun, this new senior, this is a very dangerous idea of yours. Ling Mu had already taken himself as a disciple of Kunlun quite naturally at this point. Ling Mu, you leave me alone. I'm not going to shout. If you want to shout later, you can do it yourself. Zi Yunyan had her own condescension, although the feeling Qin Ruoxian gave her was shocking, but to have her, the Grand Princess of the Purple Moon Dynasty, shout the word senior sister to a disciple of a sect, she just couldn't do it. What's more, she only became a disciple of Kunlun so that she could cultivate here. For her to completely allow herself to melt into this Kunlun disciple status, she was a bit unable to accept it. This is what you said yourself. In the future, if you want to leave, do so on your own, don't expose my identity, and don't talk to anyone about Kunlun. Ling Mu looked at the reluctant Zi Yunyan and said seriously. He was aware of the power of the Purple Moon Dynasty. It was not a star and a half stronger than the Lingshao Dynasty. If Zi Yunyan left later and accidentally exposed the Kunlun matter, the Purple Moon Dynasty would definitely send out strong men to take this place for themselves. This was not something he wanted to see. Not to mention that he had no ill will towards Kunlun, and she could tell that Zi Yunyan did as well. He also knew that Zi Yunyan was not the kind of person who held the strong and weak with a heart full of indifference. It didn't inform the people of the Purple Moon Dynasty of the situation because of the richness of the spiritual chi here. Otherwise I'm afraid that this place would already be the place of the Purple Moon Dynasty by now. Kunlundu may have been destroyed. Although he felt that Kunlun was very uncomplicated, it was only limited to the forces in the southern wasteland domain. If compared to the terrifying forces such as the Purple Moon Imperial Dynasty, it was a big crow meeting a small crow. There was no comparison at all. Seeing this situation, Luo Lingxue and Qin Ruoxian smiled faintly, their smiles charming. Senior brothers, senior sisters don't need to be polite. In the future we will all be fellow disciples and should take care of each other. Chapter 60, this is not a small world, is it? The faces of the people are very excited. Can be in for Kunlun's disciples in the future, they also have a backer. Do not have to suffer from those who have a background to suppress. This is the cruelty of the cultivation world. No background, no power to rely on. Once encountered those cultivators with clans and powerful families, cannot even lift the heart of resistance, even if their own cultivation is powerful, but always only one person. Good. All senior brothers and sisters will now proceed to the second level of the test, the 9 Secrets Yellow Springs Illusion Realm, which means that everyone will be allowed to enter into the illusion to test your state of mind. Luo Lingxue looked at the crowd's excited expressions and smiled faintly. At the same time, in her heart, she was also a little worried for these disciples who had just entered. She and Ruian had already entered, therefore know the horror of the illusionary realm. Said illusionary realm, but it is as if the real general every living being encountered in it makes her heart and soul tremble dramatically, and fear, and she also just passed the 5 layers. Qin Ruian was also the same. Even if she was a great emperor in her lifetime, but in the living beings she had seen, there was absolutely nothing as terrifying as those living beings in the illusionary realm. Just the breath made her heart and soul tremble. It was a terrifying living being that she had definitely not seen before, and now looking back on it, it could all make Qin Ruian show fear in her eyes. Qin Ruian also only struggled to pass the 6th floor. Wow! 9 Ghosts and Yellow Springs Illusion. As soon as I heard this name, let people cannot help but creep. All the faces have changed greatly. They certainly have heard of the illusion of the realm, but no one has ever really seen. I did not think that Kunlun actually has a realm of illusions. This was something that no one had expected, and it was surprising that it was only here to test their state of mind. The 9 Secrets Yellow Spring Illusion Realm. Ling Mu, have you ever heard of this kind of illusion realm? Zhou Yunyan said with a shocked expression. She didn't expect Kunlun to have an illusionary realm. Of course, with her Purple Moon Dynasty's heritage, she naturally had treasures that could create an illusionary realm. But the forces that could have this illusion were some super forces. Some ordinary hidden sects didn't have this kind of heritage. Kunlun is too mysterious. Moreover, the illusionary realm can be used for the disciples of those big powers to practice, and it will not be opened randomly. Kunlun's handiwork is so big? No, but it should be Kunlun's inherited underpinnings. Ling Mu's face was also incomparably shocked. It was normal for a clan that seemed so uncomplicated to possess some uncommon underpinnings. This is definitely not the heritage of a power that has only been inherited for more than 100,000 years. Ling Mu's heart was thrilled at this moment. It seemed that he hadn't come to the wrong place. There was definitely a chance for him here. Sisters, may I ask if there's anything to be aware of here? The crowd is still a little panicked, opening the mouth to ask, or ask a clear point of good, in case later in the illusionary realm was not able to come out of what to do. At those words, Qin Ruian nodded towards Luo Lingxue in a gesture. Don't worry everyone, there will be no danger in entering the illusionary realm. The illusionary realm is divided into 18 layers. Anyone who can pass more than 3 layers is an inner disciple, and those below 3 layers are outer disciples. Luo Lingxue looked at the crowd and said. Hearing this, the crowd was relieved and their faces were a little excited. Passing more than 3 layers would make them an inner disciple. This is a rare opportunity for them. Ling Mu and Zhou Yunyan also froze when they heard this, their expressions changing slightly. There are 18 layers of illusions, and you can become an inner disciple if you pass 3 or more layers? That easy? More or less looking down on people. The 2 of them were the top 10 heavenly pride of the northern heavenly domain. Not ordinary cultivators. Now senior brothers, senior sisters, please meditate in place. The illusion test has officially begun. As the words fell, the crowd hurriedly meditated and waited quietly. Later, buzz, only to see that a divine light instantly enveloped the crowd, who then disappeared into thin air. No one knows where they went. Looking at the disappearing crowd, Luo Lingxue said to Qin Ruian with a palpitating heart. Ruian, how many people do you think can pass the 3rd floor? Qin Ruian couldn't help but shiver as she recalled the living beings inside the 9 sepulchral yellow springs and said, it should be extremely few people who can pass the test of the 3rd floor. That inside I don't look like an illusion. It's very likely that it's my Kunlun's previous. Speaking here, Qin Ruian did not say anymore. Ruian, you are saying that the inside there is my Kunlun. Luo Lingxue heard the meaning in Qin Ruian's words. Her face was shocked and her voice trembled a bit as she said, it's highly likely that it wasn't an illusion at all. It was more like some unknown world. Qin Ruian could sense that there seemed to be a multitude of terrifying existences in that part of heaven and earth in the 9 sepulchral yellow springs illusion realm, and it wasn't like being made up. The beings inside seemed to have autonomous consciousness. The things or beings that exist in the illusionary realm cannot have a conscious existence because it is all made up. Some world. Luo Lingxue's expression was shocked, and she immediately let out a cry of surprise.
The words were so shocking to her that they simply weren't accessible to her anymore. What a world! How is that possible? If someone else said this, she would never believe it, but coming from Qin Ruoxian's mouth, she would involuntarily believe in the other party's words. As to why, she herself didn't know. Perhaps it was because Qin Ruoxian was more knowledgeable than her. In the meantime, in the 9 sepulchral Yellow Springs Mirage realm, the crowd appeared in a desert filled with desolation. There's no end in sight except the desert sands. The crowd was in the middle of the desert, looking at the scene in front of them, shocked and already speechless. That's the illusion? How this is so true. Countless winds and sands blew, and the crowd hastily blocked their eyes, their hearts incomparably shocked. No, didn't they say there were 18 floors? What's the situation here? Nothing. Someone reacted with a trembling voice. The crowd kinda reacted after hearing this and nodded their heads, dumbfounded and looking ahead, not knowing what to do next at all. Behind the crowd, Ling Mu and Zhi Yunyan's faces changed drastically when they sensed their surroundings. This is an illusion? Zhi Yunyan said with some disbelief. She could clearly feel that everything here was real, not an illusion at all. More like a world somewhere. This can't be a small world, can it? Ling Mu released his divine sense to feel the surroundings and said in a somewhat trembling voice. Small world. Not even a holy land could necessarily possess a small world. Not to mention a hidden sect in the southern desolate domain. Small world. Zhi Yunyan was instantly shocked. No way. What kind of clan is Kunlun anyway? Great Princess Zhi. I feel like we've really gotten lucky. Kunlun is definitely more mysterious than we thought. Ling Mu was looking very agitated at this time. Chapter 61 The Yellow Springs Pass. Words. Ling Mu. Remember, now we are disciples of Kunlun. I'm not some Zhi de princess. Zhi Yunyan said with a serious face as she looked at Ling Mu, forgetting that she had said before that she wouldn't be a disciple of Kunlun. Hearing this, Ling Mu was also speechless. I say, Great Princess Zhi, but from the moment I ascended the heavenly stairs, I've considered myself a disciple of Kunlun. I'm waiting for you to call me senior. A hint of playfulness appeared on Ling Mu's face as he looked at Zhi Yunyan and flirted, secretly wanting to laugh in his heart. If he could get the Grand Princess of the Purple Moon Dynasty to call himself senior brother, he wondered what the expressions of the other young prides of the northern heavenly domain would be when they found out. What anticipation! Humph! If you want to shout, it's you who shouts at my senior sister. Want me to shout at your senior brother? Unless you can beat me. Although the people of the northern heavenly domain all thought that Ling Mu was stronger than her, Zhi Yunyan herself didn't believe the words of those people in the northern heavenly domain. Who is she? Possessing a special physique. He was even hailed by the old ancestor of the Purple Moon Dynasty as being able to become the youngest goddess king in the future. Oppressing the northern heavenly domain's many peers' heavenly prides, he ranked third on the top 10 heavenly prides list, because everyone in the northern heavenly domain ranked her after Ling Mu. This also caused Ling Mu's strength to be rumored to be stronger than hers, something she didn't believe in. Although she hadn't fought with Ling Mu had fought with that first-ranked imperial clan's heavenly pride. And even though the two of them were tied, it was enough to show how powerful Ling Mu was. It was because that heavenly pride in the first place was the emperor's son of the emperor clan. Its power was an existence that everyone in the northern heavenly domain had to look up to, and the fact that Ling Mu was able to fight it to a draw was enough to see how strong Ling Mu was. At this point, just when everyone didn't know what to do, they saw a sudden gust of wind in the distance. Countless sand and dust were swept up by the hurricane, drawing everyone to raise their eyes. What's going on? What happened? Is the test about to begin? The faces of the crowd were a bit agitated, wanting to enter the middle of the test as soon as possible and then leave this place, because the feeling that this place gave them was really a bit scary, and one couldn't help but feel a chill in one's heart. A few moments later, the wind and sand receded, and a city gate that emitted an extremely ancient aura appeared in front of everyone's eyes. At that moment, it caused everyone's face to change as they exclaimed, "Look, that's a city gate! Senior brothers! Senior brother, I'll be leaving first." Seeing this, some disciples quickly headed towards the city gates, not the least bit afraid of some scary things inside. This disciple believed that there was no way the sect would let anything happen to them, and that this was just a test, so he couldn't wait to complete the sect's test. This senior brother, wait for me. Then another disciple quickly rushed off. The crowd reacted at this point, where they didn't know what they were thinking. Yeah. It turns out that you want us to call you senior brother later. The crowd that reacted also quickly rushed towards the city gates, fearing to be one step behind the others, all thinking of being able to be a senior brother. Ling Mu and Zhi Yunyan revealed shocked expressions as they looked at the city gates that exuded an ancient patched aura. The two of them looked at each other and quickly rushed off as well.
A few moments later, everyone came under the city gates.
Their eyes were shocked as they looked at the ancient city gates in front of them and froze dumbly in place.
That's right, a city gate. There's only the door, nothing else.
It was just a single huge city gate standing in the yellow sand of the desert. Above the city gates were three large ancient characters that emitted an ancient aura as if they could take the life of any living being just by looking at them.
Yellow Springs Pass. Is this a level? Why do I have a feeling as if I just have to pass through this gate? My life will be gone.
A disciple trembled, and the crowd nodded at his words, their faces slightly fearful. All of them felt this way, especially the three big ancient words in front of them. They just looked at them as if their lives were draining away. It's too scary. If it wasn't for the sect saying that it was a test for them, they would have wanted to leave this place right away, and they wouldn't want to come back in afterward even if they were killed. That's still such a scary first level.
Ling Mu and Zhi Yunyan's faces also changed drastically when they felt this terrifying aura,
and a hint of fear surfaced in the depths of their eyes.
What kind of sect is Kunlun anyway? Zhi Yunyan said in a somewhat trembling voice. Even she, the Grand Princess of the Purple Moon Dynasty, could not remain calm at this time.
Knowing that the Purple Moon Dynasty's depths were incomparably strong, something that could make her feel terrified had yet to appear.
Kunlun is too mysterious. I wonder what kind of character the Patriarch of Kunlun is,
Ling Mu said with anticipation on his face. He was more interested in knowing what kind of strong person established Kunlun than the horrors of this place.
Perhaps, this time, the calamity of my Lingxue dynasty can be safely passed.
Ling Mu thought darkly in his heart.
Go on, get in.
Ling Mu looked at Zhi Yunyan and said that he was curious to know what other terrifying things existed behind him.
Words. Zhi Yunyan nodded. Both of them knew that there would be no danger occurring.
Of course there was nothing to be afraid of, and immediately came to the bottom of the city gate.
After taking a look, then, as if he had thought of something,
Ling Mu turned his head towards the crowd.
Let's not stand around. It should be the only way to know what's behind us is to go through these gates.
Although this place looks terrifying, the clan will never let us be in danger.
Don't worry everyone, Ling Mu then added. At this moment,
he was like a Kunlun senior brother, thinking about his brothers and sisters in the sect.
This senior brother is right. Come on, let's go in. When the crowd heard this, they followed Ling Mu and Zhi Yunyan as they walked through the city gates together.
As the crowd disappeared through the city gates, the 9 sepulchral Yellow Springs ordeal officially began.
In the meantime, Chapter 62 Southern Desolate Regions 2 Great Sacred Lands, Tianxian Sacred Land. In the meantime,
the main hall of Kunlun. A screen of light appeared in front of Lu Chen, and within it was the very image of the disciples testing their minds in the 9 specters and Yellow Springs illusionary realm. As he watched the crowd of disciples traverse the gates of the city that had Yellow Springs Pass written on it, Lu Chen revealed a hint of a smile.
Not bad for a system. Surprisingly, we even got the hell out. I don't know if we can summon the strongest person from the hell in the future.
In fact, Lu Chen also knew that this was the 9 sepulchral Yellow Springs world.
Not an illusionary realm, but the strong people inside could not come out. Unless one waited for Kunlun's strength to grow,
it would be possible to call forth a powerhouse of the level of hell.
These two disciples are actually at the Cave Void Realm cultivation level?
Lu Chen's gaze stared at the two disciples leading the front of the crowd in the light screen, and his face said with some surprise.
Lu Chen's eyes glowed with light.
His majestic gaze seemed to be able to penetrate the light curtain in front of him, and he carefully surveyed the two men,
one with an extraordinary temperament,
and the other with a stunningly beautiful appearance.
It's a bit interesting,
to have the cultivation of the Cave Void Realm at such a young age. It seems to be related to those two saints coming here.
Lu Chen was also eager to break the identity of the two men,
and he also wanted to see what kind of powerhouse could actually make a saint follow and protect them. Of course, if these two were sincere in wanting to become disciples of Kunlun,
Lu Chen wouldn't bother too much with the two saints behind them. In the meantime,
in the 9 specters and Yellow Springs illusion,
Ling Mu and Zhi Yunyan,
who were walking in the Yellow Springs Pass,
suddenly had their hearts and minds violently shaken,
and they couldn't help but shiver, and both of them coincidentally looked up to the dome of the illusionary sky. Just now the two of them suddenly felt as if a terrifying gaze like that of a supreme god was watching them from above the heavenly dome. The two men were alarmed in their minds.
What a terrible gaze.
Could it be that Kunlun's people have discovered something? Although the two never had any malicious intent towards Kunlun,
due to their special status behind them was an imperial dynasty.
If they messed up, Kunlun's people thought that they were here to cause trouble.
If it was before, the two would not have been so worried, but now after seeing the mystery of Kunlun, the two did not want to offend a strong enemy of a mysterious sect with unknown depth and unknown strength because of themselves to their respective dynasties. Although both of them had strong confidence in the strength and heritage of their respective imperial dynasties, it was the Holy Land of the Southern Desolate Domain that both of them were not afraid of. But now that Kunlun was able to possess a small world, this had to make the two of them pay attention. Ling Mu, do you think it could be someone from Kunlun who discovered our identity? Zhi Yunyan said with some trepidation. Even she felt a palpitation. What Kunlun people? That's our clan's strongest, Ling Mu said seriously on his face, looking at Zhi Yunyan and couldn't help but feel helpless. This Zhi Yunyan is soft in everything, just too hard-mouthed. Obviously can see the mystery of the Kunlun, and he himself wants to stay in the Kunlun cultivation. It's just a hard mouth that won't admit it. Hearing this, Zhi Yunyan's entire body was dumbfounded. She really couldn't be as shameless as Ling Mu. That makes it your own clan? Where's the arrogance of your second prince of the Lingxue dynasty? Zhi Yunyan looked at Ling Mu without any good humor. You're right about everything. Alright, remember, now that we're disciples of Kunlun, we can't discuss the clan senior's faults here, Ling Mu said to Zhi Yunyan in the tone of a clan elder brother, then looked at the crowd behind him. Senior brothers, I'll go in first to give you all a head start. Ling Mu walked to a portal that led to nowhere and then stepped in. Zhi Yunyan saw this and also chose a portal, then disappeared in front of everyone's eyes. This senior brother is righteous. We wish senior brother and that senior sister well in passing the levels. The crowd looked at the disappearing two people, shouted, and then looked at the appearance in front of countless portals that appeared out of thin air. There was no hesitation, crowd one after another into the portal. In the meantime, in a certain region of the southern wasteland domain, here mountain peaks stand. The aura is sufficient. Countless jeweled buildings perched on top of the peaks. If you look from the air, it will definitely be incomparably shocking. A magnificent majestic atmosphere of the ancient hall is even with an aura phantom made of aura ladder connected to each other and the peaks together. This is not part of any state. It was as if it existed independently in the middle of the huge southern desert region, but it was invisible to people. Obviously, there was a powerful spell formation here to cover up in a territory. It made it so that cultivators from the southern desolate domain couldn't enter at all, unless the people inside took the initiative to remove the spell formation. And this was exactly where the Tianqian Holy Land was located among the superpowers of the southern wasteland domain. As one of the two great holy lands in the southern wasteland region, the heavenly Xian Holy Land's depth was only surpassed by the Taichu Holy Land. Above the main peak, in a grand and ancient hall, a middle-aged man with a domineering face, eyes slightly closed, and an incomparably terrifying aura emanating from his body at all times sat on top of the main seat. He was none other than the sacred lord who was in charge of the vast Tianqian Holy Land, Chen Bashan, with a terrifying cultivation of the Saint Realm. Reporting to the Holy Lord, the Holy Son and the others have already departed. Below, an elder with a powerful cultivation of the Heavenly King Realm looked at the Heavenly Xian Holy Lord above the main seat and respectfully said, very good. Now that the great world is approaching, the greatest opportunity in the desolate ancient mysteries is about to appear, and my Tianqian Holy Land is bound to become one of the strongest forces in the immortal martial continent in this life. Xian Kanglin's eyes opened and a regal light violently burst out from his eyes, as if a single glance could kill a Heavenly King Realm powerhouse. Sacred Son Qin Wu Dao, the most powerful talented person ever in the Tianqian Holy Land, stepping into the Heavenly King Realm cultivation at only 27 years of age. In this regard, Xian Kanglin had absolute confidence that Sacred Son Qin Wu Dao could get the greatest opportunity in the desolate ancient mysteries. After all, only the younger generation can enter the desolate ancient mysteries, and the older powerhouses can't intervene at all, or else I don't know how many old undead will come out of the world to snatch them. The greatest hidden secret of opportunity in the desolate ancient mysteries was something that all the superpowers in the immortal martial great land knew. As such, all the superpowers in the immortal martial great land had now allowed the strongest of the younger generation in their respective powers to go out and train, hoping to raise their cultivation and strength within the most period of time. A month later would be the time when they would really fight, and at that time there would be countless young generation prides that would fall. Under the leadership of the Holy Lord, my Tianqian Holy Land will definitely stand at the top of the continent. Upon hearing this, the elder below had an agitated face and shouted loudly, hurriedly patting his ass. Although the current Saint Son Qin Wudao had a powerful talent, he had never really grown up yet, and the Tianqian Holy Land was still dominated by Xian Kanglin. He still knows the difference between who to compliment. They are all old things that have lived for tens of thousands of years. If they don't even have this kind of eyesight, then they have really lived in vain. Ha ha, not bad, Elder Gu said it well. My Tianxian Holy Land will definitely stand at the top of the continent. This is not. On the contrary, Shen Kunlun likes this set. Not only did not resent, but also ruthlessly and the other party to carry out a wave of business mutual admiration. Chapter 63, Tianxian Holy Sun. Southern Desolate Region Training. Elder Gu. Has anything happened in the Southern Wasteland domain recently? At this moment,
Shen Kunlun seemed to have thought of something and looked at Elder Gu and slowly said,
if it was usual, Shen Kunlun would definitely not pay attention to anything that happened in the Southern Wasteland domain. After all, as the lord of the superpower Tianxian Holy Land, there was nothing that could be worth his attention besides the Taichu Holy Land. But today was different. The Great World had descended, and those ancient great clans on the immortal martial Great Land, the desolate ancient family, and even the great imperial Dao had come out one after another. His heavenly Xian Holy Land's Saint Sun was again practicing in the southern desolate domain, and it was inevitable that he would run into some of the stronger younger generation. And at that time, he was afraid that his heavenly Xian Holy Land's Saint Sun would kill someone by mistake, causing unnecessary trouble. However, he had absolute confidence in the strength of the Saint Sun Qin Wudao, believing that no one in the younger generation could be Qin Wudao's opponent. Of course, he also knew that although the southern wasteland domain did not have any hidden great clans or great sects, those superpowers from other great domains would inevitably come to the southern wasteland domain. And although the Tianxian sacred ground was not afraid of it, this was an extraordinary time. Everything would have to wait until the chance of the desolate ancient mysteries appeared. And when the Holy Sun Qin Wu Dao got the chance, then the Tianxian Holy Land could be said to be fearless of any power. At those words, the ancient elders below froze, not understanding when the high and mighty Holy Lord also cared about the southern desolate region. After pondering for a while, Elder Gu seemed to have also remembered a recent incident in the southern wasteland domain that had people talking about it. Then he respectfully said towards Shen Kunlun, reporting to the Holy Lord, something has indeed happened in the southern desolate domain in recent times. Oh, what is it? Tell me. Shen Sonlan's face changed slightly. He also didn't expect that something had actually happened. He knew that something that could make one of the Holy Land's elders hold it in his heart was definitely not that simple. Yes, Sacred Lord. A sect named Kunlun has recently appeared in the southern wasteland domain's Qingzhou, and rumor has it that there seems to be a saintly presence within the sect. Hearing this, Shen Kunlun couldn't help but stare. Kunlun? What kind of power is this? Or a force with a saintly presence? It's kind of fun. Only the Jun family had saints among the forces he knew of, and the others only had heavenly king realms at best. As the lord of the sacred land, he knew all about the depths of the many forces in the southern wasteland domain he was aware of. Of course, a power that only existed as a saint in the district could be destroyed with a single move of the Tianxian Holy Land's finger. Elder Gu. A power with only saints in existence doesn't have to pay too much attention to it. Shen Kunlun looked at Elder Gu faintly and said, he thought what was the big deal? It could make the elders of the Holy Land all remember it. As a result, just one saintly power in the area? Elder Gu's face instantly changed at this look from Shen Kunlun, instantly knowing that his words had disgraced the Tianxian Holy Land. When did the Tianxian Holy Land need to pay attention to a small power that only had saints? Not to mention that he was an elder of the Holy Land to care about such trivial matters. It simply dropped the face of the Tianxian Holy Land. Seemingly thinking of something else, Elder Gu hurriedly said, hoping that his next words would satisfy the Holy Lord. Sacred Lord, that Kunlun is rumored to be a great hidden sect. The hidden clan? It was fine if he didn't say it, but the moment he did it made Shen Sonlan's face even more ugly. Hearing these words, Shen Kunlun's face instantly flushed with anger, and a terrifying aura emanated from his body, as he felt that Elder Gu was talking nonsense now. A Holy Land elder actually went to believe the rumors from the outside world? What a disgrace to the Tianxian Holy Land. Humph, Elder Gu. I think the Sacred Land Elder is going back more and more. If there was a hidden great sect in the southern desolate domain, would this Holy Lord not know about it? Shen Kunlun's face was ugly and his voice was cold. What a hermit clan. A load of crap. The Tianxian Holy Land had stood in the southern desolate region for almost 1,000,000 years, so what forces could be hidden in the eyes of the Tianxian Holy Land? It's simply not possible. Looking at the enraged Shen Sonlan, Elder Gu's legs softened at the terrifying aura, and he almost couldn't even stand up. Elder Gu's face turned white as he hurriedly said, please calm your anger. Holy Lord, it was my subordinate who was overly concerned. At the same time, he laughed bitterly in his heart. Holy Lord, isn't that what you told me to say? You'd think I'd want to memorize that, Kunlun. You're the one who had to hear it. Elder Gu hadn't cared much about Kunlun, favoring Chen Bashan, who wanted to know what was going on. But it was true that only Kunlun's affairs had been making a lot of noise in the various states lately in the southern desolate domain, and nothing else had happened beyond that. Seeing this, Chen Bashan didn't bother to chastise Elder Gu and faintly said, "Alright, go down if there's nothing else. As for the Holy Son's trip, make sure to ensure his safety. Yes, please don't worry, Holy Lord. This time there are 5 Sage Realm Elders who have volunteered to follow beside the Holy Son. No matter where the Holy Son goes, no one will dare to disrespect the Holy Son." Speaking of this, Elder Gu's face changed slightly. The Saint Son's talent was truly terrifying. Just by going out on a training trip, he was able to make many Sage Realm Elders voluntarily follow him around. Well, that's good. Of course Chen Bashan knew the purpose of those elders. The talent shown by the Holy Son Chen Wuda was destined to be the next generation of Tianxian Holy Lord. Following around now would be a great enhancement to the status of those elders in the future. And he would also become the underpinnings of the Tianxian Holy Land when he retired in the future, which was something that all generations of Holy Lords had to go through. He also hoped that Chen Wuda would be able to bring the Tianxian sacred ground to a higher place in the future, so that the Tianxian sacred ground would stand at the highest point of the continent. Holy Lord, then I will go out first. Well, go ahead. When Elder Gu left, Chen Bashan's abyssal gaze seemed to penetrate through the layers of space to look at a certain place in the Holy Land and murmured, "A great world is approaching, and my Tianxian Holy Land's underpinnings are about to truly emerge. Old ancestors said that the passageway to the upper realm is about to reopen, and the pattern of the immortal martial continent is about to change, and even that supreme being from my Tianxian sacred land may return to the world." Speaking of the one he spoke of, a deep sense of awe surfaced in the depths of Xian San Land's pupils. That was a supreme existence that was so terrifying that it could overthrow a holy land, an ancient great clan, or even a desolate ancient family with a single hand. Chen Bashan was deeply shocked at that time when he heard old ancestor Tianxian talk about the Tianxian sacred ground's true depths. Ah, the upper world. It was a place he couldn't even think about. He didn't expect that as the Holy Lord of the Tianxian Holy Land. If it wasn't for the Tianxian old ancestor talking to him about this, he would have killed himself not to believe that the Tianxian Holy Land was even related to the people of the upper realm. As one of the superpowers on the immortal martial great land, the Tianxian Holy Land certainly knew some of the hidden secrets of the world that were unknown. For example, when he said that the passageway to the upper realm was about to reopen, no one knew what this meant except for the executives and underlings of the major superpowers. Obviously, it was highly likely that the immortal martial continent had existed a long time ago, connecting to a passageway leading to the upper realm. Perhaps millions of years ago, perhaps millions of years ago, perhaps hundreds of thousands of years ago was also possible. But in all the ancient books on the immortal martial land there is not the slightest record of the 2 words of the upper world, which seems to have been erased. This also led to the fact that the people of the immortal martial continent now didn't even know that there was such a thing as the upper realm. Chapter 65, The Illusionary Realm ends. All the disciples are terrified. In the meantime, the other side. Buzz. A divine light suddenly covered the Kunlun square, and then a figure appeared in the square. It was the crowd of disciples testing in the 9 sepulchral Yellow Springs illusion realm. When Luo Lingxue and Qin Ruian saw this, a smile appeared on their stunningly beautiful faces. They're out. Is it finally over? I wonder how many disciples can pass more than 3 layers. The 2 women's gazes simultaneously looked towards a huge stone monument in that square, where there would be information that would record how many floors a disciple had passed through. The 2 had already registered the crowd of disciples beforehand, and now they only had to wait for the information to appear on the stone tablet to know the results. At the same time, this stone tablet was also a heavenly tablet, which was precisely used to test a disciple's enlightenment, only to see that the faces of the disciples were all as if they were in shock, as if they had encountered something horrible. Phew, it's over. After the disciples glanced around, their faces relaxed and they took a deep breath for a long time before recovering. It's horrible. No one knows what they encountered. Why can you make everyone look so scared? Obviously, what was in the 9 sepulchral Yellow Springs illusion caused them to feel chills in their hearts. Even if Ling Mu and Zhi Yunyan had the powerful cultivation of the cavernous void realm, at this moment, a flash of shock appeared on their faces as well. The 2 of them could hardly imagine that there were even living beings inside. What a horrible plan this is. Surprisingly, there are small worlds that allow living beings to exist. Both of them were from superpowers, so of course they knew something about small worlds. At this moment, the 2 hearts have long been scared. If not seen with their own eyes, the 2 can never believe. Ruian. Look, the information is out, Luo Lingxue said with some excitement when she saw a light appear on the heavenly tablet. The crowd froze when they heard this, unsure. What came out? Aren't we out already? Elder sister. What's that thing coming out? A disciple asked. Senior brothers and sisters. Of course the information that you passed through several layers in the illusion came out. There will be information about you all on that heavenly tablet, so we'll know if you're outer or inner disciples later. Luo Lingxue looked at the crowd with a smile and pointed to the heavenly tablet in front of them and said, words. No wonder. The expressions on the faces of the crowd were agitated. They were inside without knowing which floor they were on and which floor they had passed through. I didn't realize it could only be seen on the sky tablet. This is also to test the disciples' state of mind. In order for those who enter into the illusionary realm to be unaffected by other factors, those inside only have to go all the way until they are teleported out when they can't pass a certain level. The light dispersed and the information of the disciples had come out. 500 people made it through 3 levels. 1098 passed through 2 levels. The 2 passed the 5th floor. Ruian. 2 disciples have actually passed the 5th floor. Luo Lingxue excitedly looked at Chen Bashan and said that this was really great. She had also passed the 5th floor, so she naturally knew what it meant. Chen Bashan nodded. Her beautiful eyes flashed with a hint of essence as she looked towards Ling Mu and Zhou and she naturally knew it was these 2. Other than them there wouldn't be anyone in here who could pass the 5th floor. The crowd watched as their information was displayed on the huge heavenly monument and hurriedly found out their results. All of them were very excited because it didn't matter if they could become outer disciples or inner disciples. As long as they were disciples of Kunlun it was enough. Of course those who could become inner disciples were even more excited. There were many disciples in here who knew each other, and at this time happily shouted senior brother to those around them. When everyone saw that in the end there were actually 2 people who had actually passed the 5th floor, the crowd looked shocked and froze in place, not realizing that someone would be able to break through the 5 layers of such a terrifying illusion. At the moment the crowd was very impressed with the 2 men. The mind thinks, these 2 senior brothers or sisters are really brave. If they were to know that Chen Bashan had passed the 6th floor, they really didn't know what their expressions would be. Ling Mu looked at the information on the celestial tablet and smiled bitterly in his heart, knowing how he passed these 5 layers. That's all heartbreaking. If it wasn't for the fact that he came from a superpower and his insight and state of mind were stronger than ordinary cultivators, he probably wouldn't have been able to withstand the test inside. Zhou and did the same and let out a bitter smile. She had really underestimated everything in the middle of the illusion, and had thought that she could get through all of it with her overwhelming talent and state of mind. But she couldn't help but feel a sense of fear when she saw the terrifying beings and things inside. Next, it's the test of enlightenment, a level that lets the disciple know how enlightened he is. This would better stimulate the potential of the disciple, and if the disciple knew which aspect of his cultivation he was deficient in, he would be in a better position to make up for that aspect. Of course enlightenment is not something you can just go and make up for. If there is no such thing as enhancing enlightenment, it is simply impossible for a cultivator to make up for it on their own. Others might not have it but Kunlun did. Lu Chen was the one with the system. Only now Lu Chen was unable to take it out. Senior brothers and sisters, now everyone line up and place your palms on this heavenly tablet, which detects your enlightenment and deficiencies in all aspects of cultivation. The words fell. Everyone's faces were incomparably excited, not realizing that the sect still had this kind of divine artifact. Then wouldn't their predicament in cultivation be solved? Immediately after, the disciples hurriedly lined up and came one by one to the heavenly monument to test their enlightenment and flaws in various aspects of their cultivation. At the very back of the crowd, Ling Mu and Zhou were equally shocked in their hearts, and both had some disbelief in their eyes. Kunlun really gave them the once-over. First, there was the 9 sepulchral Yellow Springs illusion realm. To be precise, that was a small world. Then another divine object appeared that could detect the cultivator's own dilemmas in cultivation. And Kunlun gave the 2 of them a mind-blowing shock that was stronger than ever. Great Princess Z, you don't have any cultivation difficulties, do you? Ling Mu looked thoughtfully at Zhou whose face was actually a bit nervous and couldn't help but laugh. Zhou was touted to be going to be the youngest goddess king of the northern heavenly domain. It would be wonderful if the other party had some sort of dilemma with their cultivation. Will be the youngest goddess king. This was something that the entire northern heavenly domain knew. So don't look at the fact that Ling Mu was ranked above Zhou on the Heaven's Pride list. But everyone knew that Zhou's physique hadn't even really grown up yet, and once it did the strength would be terrifying in the future. Being said so by Ling Mu, Zhou's face slightly changed, giving the other party a hard look and not speaking. The heart murmured, I hope Kunlun won't find out about my physique. Otherwise I'm afraid it will cause trouble. Zhi Yunyan was worried that heavenly tablet in Kunlun would be able to detect her physique and thus discover her identity. If she hadn't entered the 9 Ghosts and Yellow Springs illusion realm, Zhi Yunyan believed that no one in this Kunlun could tell about her physique. But now the more she found out about the mystery of Kunlun, the more it made her heart uneasy. She still wanted to cultivate within Kunlun, but she also didn't want to start unnecessary trouble with Kunlun because of her status as a princess of the Purple Moon Dynasty. Chapter 64, Summoning 10 Great Sage Powers. At this time, Wang Ming and the others were also waiting and watching from the side. Behind them, both Luo Wu and Qin Zhan's faces were agitated as their respective juniors had not only passed the heavenly staircase test, but also passed the 2 levels in the illusionary realm, and were now Kunlun's outer disciples. Even if it was an outer disciple of Kunlun, it was enough to make the 2 of them incomparably excited. The 2 believed that the future Kunlun would definitely become the strongest force in the southern desolate region. As the disciples in front finished testing one by one, it was soon the turn of Ling Mu and Zhi Yunyan. However, the 2 didn't seem to notice the expressions on the faces of the crowd that had already finished testing were all very excited and euphoric. It's almost more exciting than finding a daughter-in-law. Looking at the heavenly monument in front of her that emitted an ancient aura, Zhi Yunyan gritted her teeth and placed her hand on it. Buzz! There was a flash of light, and then a divine light suddenly surged into Zhi Yunyan's mind. Moment! Zhi Yunyan's face changed, but before she could react, then a stream of information suddenly appeared in her mind. It was actually the flaws and dilemmas of her cultivation, as well as the issue of her physique. Hiss! How is that possible? After reading the information that suddenly flooded into her mind, a trace of panic actually surfaced in Zhi Yunyan's eyes, and her heart was horrified that this heavenly tablet had actually detected even her physique. Zhi Yunyan was completely nonplussed. Ling Mu also noticed something was wrong at the back, but he didn't go up to ask. A trace of uneasiness also appeared on his face, and he prayed in his heart. Oh great Princess Zhi, if Kunlun's people discover my identity later, you mustn't arch me out. Ling Mu didn't want to be suspected by Kunlun that he had another agenda because of his identity. He just wanted to quietly cultivate in Kunlun for a while. Zhi Yunyan looked at the heavenly monument and realized that there was no change. Her heart was quite relieved and thought to herself, phew! Fortunately, it seems that this heavenly tablet will only transmit information into the tester's mind. I didn't expect Kunlun to have such a magical treasure. Zhi Yunyan then walked aside as if nothing had happened. Although she hit it extremely well, but still Qin Ruoxian saw a hint of something wrong. Qin Ruoxian's beautiful eyes flowed as she lightly glanced at Zhi Yunyan and did not speak. Facing the gaze cast by Qin Ruoxian, Zhi Yunyan suddenly felt a slight shock. This Kunlun's 3rd senior sister doesn't seem simple. Obviously, she is also at the Cave Void Realm cultivation level, but with a glance it seems as if she can see right through me. It's really unexpected that she's only the 3rd senior sister. At the same time, a question arose in his mind. Could it be that 2nd senior sister has hidden her cultivation? Why can a cultivation at the Dao Palace realm be Kunlun's 2nd sister? Of course she couldn't imagine that she would know Luo Lingxue's terrifying talent in the future. With the help of the strongest willow god law of the heavens, Luo Lingxue would completely display a magnificent appearance in the future. Glancing at Ling Mu, Zhi Yunyan wanted to see the other party's expression. How dare you laugh at her just now? As expected, the expression on Ling Mu's face similarly changed in shock after he placed his palm on the heavenly tablet. There was a look of disbelief in their eyes. It wasn't his fault that he hadn't seen the world. After all, every disciple was like that. A few moments later, all of them had finished testing and also knew their own situation in the heavenly tablet, and it was believed that all of the disciples' cultivation would see a great change soon. At the same time, at this moment in the hearts of all the disciples, the awe of Kunlun could hardly be compounded. All of them did not expect that they would not only be able to become Kunlun's disciples, but also only just entered the sect. The sect helped them in cultivation to solve the problem. This was definitely impossible for the southern desolate domain. No, it was impossible for all the sects in the immortal martial continent to do so. Those big sects would only value the talented disciples. As for the outer disciples, these simply wouldn't be valued. But now they could be treated so well in Kunlun. I have no regrets about entering Kunlun in this life. The people secretly vowed in their hearts that they would swear loyalty to Kunlun. Even Lu Chen hadn't expected that it was this small incident that allowed these disciples who had just become Kunlun to be this loyal to the sect. This was the result Lu Chen wanted. At this point, in the main hall, Lu Chen had been observing the crowd as far as he was concerned. But of course he wouldn't show his face easily. Patriarch's compulsion still needed to be there. and it was enough to leave such things as recruiting disciples to Luo Lingxue, Qin Ruoxian and Wang Ming. Moreover, with Qin Ruoxian's eyes, he was relieved. Looking at the fact that Kunlun was finally not just a few scattered people, a hint of a smile appeared on Lu Chen's face. Not bad, more than 1,000 disciples. Although it's not as much as 1% of the disciples of those great powers, I believe that in the future, Kunlun will have more and more disciples. Then, Lu Chen obtained the information in the heavenly tablet through the system, and his face changed slightly after taking a look at it. Surprisingly, 2 disciples passed the 5th floor. Not bad. Immediately after, Lu Chen's eyes flashed with divine light as he looked at the people in the square, and finally his gaze rested on Ling Mu and Zi Yunyan. So it's these 2 little guys. Previously, Lu Chen had seen the cultivation of Ling Mu and Zi Yunyan, reaching the cave void realm cultivation at a young age, and had not thought about the 2, because in the 9 sepulchral Yellow Springs illusion realm, the test is the state of mind, not a strong cultivation to pass more levels. Strange? It's reasonable to say that these 2 should belong to the genius level after passing the 5th floor. Why doesn't this system react? At that moment, something seemed to come to mind, and his face turned cold. Lu Chen was just about to find the system and ask for clarification. Just then, a voice that made Lu Chen excited rang in his head. Ding! Congratulations to the host clan for receiving 2 talented disciples, obtaining 2 intermediate level summoning cards, 2 random draw opportunities, given that the host has recruited many disciples, rewarding the host with an immortal level clan protection formation. Note, all areas of the clan have been perfected successfully. Ding! The system additionally rewards the host with 100,000 sets of disciple clothing, which have been stored in the system space. After reading the rewards given by the system, Lu Chen froze on the spot, and after reacting, his heart was incomparably excited. Coming. That's a system with a bit of a conscience after all. 2 mid-level summoning cards, 2 random drawings. Sure enough, those 2 are in the genius class. That's good. Lu Chen's face was excited. The summoning card had finally appeared. Although it was only an intermediate level summoning card, it had 2 chances to draw. He couldn't draw a great emperor powerhouse. There are also 100,000 sets of disciple clothing. He was worried about this, but he didn't expect the system's rewards to appear in a timely manner. System, use 2 summon cards. Lu Chen said excitedly. What Kunlun lacked right now was strong people, and he had a premonition that something big would happen next in the southern wasteland region. Give me out 10 great saints. Ding! The summoning card was successfully used. Congratulations to the host for summoning 5 Great Sage 7th Heavenly Hallows and 5 Great Sage 9th Heavenly Hallows. Is it possible to view the character information? 10 Great Saints. 5 Great Saints of the 7th Heaven. 5 Great Saints of the 9th Heaven. Hearing the system's voice, Lu Chen was so excited that he almost jumped up from his main seat. The system finally has a conscience. It used to be that a summoning card killed up to 1 strong summoner. Now 1 even summons up to 5. It's something he can't even think about. Lu Chen was so excited that he hurriedly said, check. Those who could be prompted by the system to view their character's information with his understanding of the system were definitely not ordinary strong people. Chapter 66, Sword Dao Masters, Gathering in Kunlun. Moreover, the powerhouses summoned by the system all belong to the same realm of invincibility, and I'm afraid that the 5 Great Sage 9 Heavens might be able to fight with the God King. What anticipation! Ding! The characters of the Great Sage 7 Heavens are Simon the Snowblower, Cool Sun Ye, Xia Xiaofeng, Yen 13, Yen Nantian. Note, the characters summoned by the system have their own cultivation techniques, holy weapons, divine powers, and the character's cultivation will increase with the host's cultivation breakthroughs and thus enhance their cultivation. Looking at the information of the characters in his mind, Lu Chen was dumbfounded. This is all the absolute strongest people in that world. In particular, Yen Nanshan's strength was extremely powerful, the Enlightenment Zen Sect, and the Marrying Clothes divine skill out of his 3 overwhelming divine abilities. It was the Marrying Clothes divine skill that was the most perverse. At the same time, Yen Nantian was also known as the world's first divine sword. Next up, Simon the Snowblower, Cool Sun Ye, Xia Xiaofeng, and Yen 13, for masters of the sword Dao, which is not to the sword without a sword is better than a sword of the sword realm. Simon the Snowblower even reached the grass, wood, bamboo and stone can be the realm of the sword. Together with Qing now Kunlun had 6 sword Dao powerhouses. Lu Chen was looking forward to which characters the other 5 Great Sage 9 Heavens powerhouses were. System, quick, check the information of the other 5 Great Saint characters. Soon, The system then rang in his head. Ding! The characters of the 9 heavens of the great sage are Sword Saint Gaini, Sword Demon Dokoroku, Sword God Li Chungang, Peach Blossom Sword God Deng Taie, and Sure Badian. Seeing these 5 big-shot characters, Lu Chun couldn't help but exclaim in his heart, Sword Saint Gaini, a profound rainbow sword. Who can be defeated when the 100 miles of sword intent is out? Sword Demon Dokoroku, self-created Dokoroku 9 swords is a unique martial arts, so that countless people are in awe. There is also the Sword God Li Chungang, not to mention a handle of wooden horse cattle, a gas brake armor 2006, 2 sleeves of green snake is to let the world of that world in amazement. The back is a sword to open the door of the sky. Li Jiangang when the first person of the sword rode, and the peach blossom sword god Ting Taie, and Li Chungang is the same world of the sword strong. The sword of the strong stunned everyone in the world. A peach blossom branch, standing in the place of the heavenly gate, enough to cut down 81 immortals. Gently a sentence, ask the heavenly immortals who dare to come to this earth. The peach blossom sword god when the first person in the sword Dao after sword godly, Lu Chen was inwardly incomparably excited. Worthy of being a system, even such characters were summoned. Dog Brother Stonebreaker. Seeing this name, Lu Chen's heart was even more excited. The existence of a human being known as a hangman. Dog Brother Sure Badian had cultivated the Tai Xian Jing, and was simply an existence that could be called invincible in the martial arts on earth, and was already on the verge of surpassing the horrors of the scope of martial arts in that world. It was better to say that it was martial arts cultivation rather than immortal cultivation. If Dog was placed in the world of Li Chungang and Deng Taia, I'm afraid that with Dog's perversion it would be enough to ascend to that top 10 masters in the world. It's almost like one is stronger than the other. Ding! Please ask the host if he will materialize immediately. Embodiment, now. Lu Chen hurriedly said. 10 great saints. Kunlun didn't have to cower even when encountering a holy land now. Ding! The manifestation is successful. 10 great saints are on their way to the host. After completing the summoning of characters, Lu Chen saw that there were still 2 more chances to draw, and chose not to use them for the time being, so he could keep them for his base card. After all, the raffle is a way to draw characters and all sorts of godly things. A few moments later, Lu Chen's face suddenly glowed as he sensed 10 incomparably powerful auras appearing in Kunlun. Here we go. Of course no one else can feel it. Turn the moment. Buzz. 10 figures with incomparably powerful auras instantly appeared in the main hall. Precisely the 10 great sage figures summoned by Lu Chen. Seeing the situation, Lu Chen immediately waved his hand, isolating the entire hall so that these powerful auras could not escape. He didn't want to reveal all of his cards just yet, although there were already 10 great saints now, and there was nothing to fear even if it was a holy land. Lu Chen knew that it was never that simple to become a holy land. Next, the 10 great sage powerhouses that appeared in the great hall simultaneously looked toward Lu Chen on the main seat immediately. Their faces were respectful and incomparable as they said, "Greetings, Sovereign." At the same time, the eyes of the 10 people all carried a deep sense of awe in their hearts. Sovereign strength is terrifying. They could all be at the great sage level of powerful cultivation, but they couldn't even tell the cultivation of the patriarch. So one could imagine to what extent the patriarch's cultivation was terrifying. No wonder they were allowed to show up. Looking at the faces of the 10 people, Lu Chen was a little excited inside. It was really the same as he remembered. Ha ha, you don't have to be polite. Elders, it's an honor for Kunlun to have you. Lu Chen was right. These 10 were all first-class powerhouses. It was really an honor for Kunlun to have these 10 become Kunlun's people. Hearing these words, the 10 people's hearts were incomparably excited. It was unexpected that the patriarch valued them so much, which immediately made the 10 people somewhat flattered. While they hurriedly bowed their heads and said, "Sovereign is serious. It's only an honor for us to be the ones from Kunlun to serve Sovereign." At these words, Lu Chen opened a smile, gently lifted his hand. 10 people bent their heads. Posture uncontrollably restored the original appearance. Ha ha, you all don't have to be so quick to get up. Yes, Sovereign. The 10 people spoke in a respectful tone, while their eyes all looked at the people around them with a hint of wariness on their faces. There was even a look of excitement in their eyes, as they were eager to fight the strong people around them at the moment. As for Simon the snowblower, a few people were originally acquaintances. Not to mention, now that we are all together again, we are of course very eager to split the difference again. They were all characters who had no fear of anything in their hearts, and the more they fought, the stronger they got. So naturally, they were very excited about being able to fight with strong people. Looking at the wariness that surfaced on the faces of Shiman blowing snow, several, Yi Ku Cheng, and Xia Xiaofeng, Lu Chen's face also gently smiled. did not say anything about the people of everyone Kunlun nowadays. Lu Chen knows that a few people will still have to fight sooner or later. He wasn't worried that a few people would actually hurt each other. They were all sympathetic people, and it was rare for them to get together now to exchange cuts. At this time, Lu Chen looked at the sword god Li Chungang and saw that both arms were in his heart. It seemed that the system had repaired all of the sword god's broken arms. That's a system with a bit of a conscience after all. Lu Chen couldn't help but be eager to see the sword god's demeanor now. Immediately after, under Lu Chen's introduction, the 10 people quickly got to know each other, and also learned about each other's cultivated Dao after their faces had all revealed a very strong battle intent, especially the 9 strong sword Daoists Li Chungang, Deng Taiye, Simon the Snowblower, Yi Kucheng, De Kuro, Xia Xiaofeng, Gai Nya, Yen 13, and Yen Nantian. Powerful sword intent erupted from their bodies at the same time as they looked at each other, and their eyes both carried a strong battle intent. One moment, the entire hall was filled with the powerful sword intent that flowed out from the 9 people. Buzz, if it wasn't for the fact that Lu Chen had previously isolated the entire hall, I'm afraid that a random strand of sword intent in the hall would be able to cut a 10,000-foot gully through all the space outside right now. This was the terror of a strong sword Daoist. PS/. Thank you to the big guys for the rewarding gifts. Thanks to the big boys for their support. The author is getting ready to speed up the stanza. Thanks again to the big boys for their support. Chapter 67. What exactly is the cultivation level of the Kunlun Patriarch? The main seat. Lu Chen's face changed slightly, and as he looked at the powerful sword intent bursting out around the 10 people, especially the aura on Li Chungang that seemed to open up the sky with a single sword, he couldn't help but let out a gasp of amazement in his heart. Worthy of being the number 1 in the world's sword Dao. Buzz. The sound of the sword ringing, resounding throughout the hall. Sword intent across the board. This is a true sword Dao expert. Just a random wisp of breath from his body can be transformed into a terrifying sword intent. If it wasn't for Lu Chen being here, I'm afraid that the 9 of them would have long ago had to spar with each other's sword paths. See the situation. Lu Chen smiled gently and then spoke, not blaming the 9 for their behavior, but instead understanding their actions. After all, there were very few strong people in the Dao of the Sword, not to mention that they were the absolute top strongest in the Dao of the Sword, so I'm afraid that anyone would not be able to resist wanting to see them. Alright, elders, this seat understands your feelings. It's rare to meet a rival, but there's plenty of time later on, there's no rush. Next, Lu Chen raised his hand and waved it, and an inexplicable force instantly made the terrifying sword intent in the Great Hall disappear. Seeing the situation, soon the 9 people reacted. Their faces changed, realizing that they had acted in such a way that they dared to almost move in front of the Patriarch. And at this moment even Badian simultaneously rushed towards Lu Chen to respectfully say, I still ask the Patriarch to chastise us for our reckless behavior. Smiling, Lu Chen looked at the 10 people and said, Ha ha, nothing, elders, my Kunlun still has 2 more sword Dao experts. In the future you will have plenty of opponents who are not afraid of not having the chance to spar. There are also Kendo masters. When the 9 of them heard this, excitement appeared on their faces. The sword Dao was a difficult realm for them to have someone cultivate to a level like theirs. Bushan's face was also a little excited. Although he wasn't cultivating the sword Dao, he was also eager to spar with the 9 elders in front of him. This is a rare encounter with a strong man. Yes, Sovereign. There was some excitement on the faces of the 10 people as they hurriedly and respectfully returned. Alright, all the elders. You will first go to the Elder Peak and each choose a pavilion as your place of cultivation. That is where my Kunlun elders reside. Then, seeming to think of something, he continued, I believe that soon I, Kunlun, will meet my match, and then all the elders will be able to battle to their heart's content. Hearing this, the 10 people's faces were all agitated. Letting them cultivate in peace could not stay. Yes, Patriarch, then we will retire first. Lu Chen nodded. The 10 people then instantly disappeared in place as if they had never appeared. Elder Peak, where all Kunlun's inner sect elders and above reside. Although Chen Bashan was a sect guard elder, he likewise resided on Elder Peak, as the position of guard elder was not something that anyone could hold. However, the outer gate elders would not be able to reside on the Elder Peak. Lu Chen was trying to collect some strong cultivators from the immortal martial land as outer gate elders in the future. Similarly, if there were people with good strength in Kunlun's subordinate forces, they could also take up the position of outer gate elders. For example, Qin Zhan and Luo Wushuang, Qin Lun, Luo Yuan and the others. Wait for the 10 to go. Lu Chen's eyes flickered with divine light as he looked towards the crowd of disciples outside the Kunlun square.
The plaza. The disciples had all finished testing, and now it was time to arrange for them to choose their residence on the disciple peak. Disciple peaks, of course, were also divided into outer disciple peaks and inner disciple peaks. One of them was also the true disciple peak, which was where people who could be accepted as disciples by Kunlun's elders lived. Up until now, no disciple had been able to reside on the true disciple peak. Even Lin Yun, Luo Lingxue, and Chen Bashan only resided on the outer disciple peak. Because at the beginning of the clan are not perfect success, many peaks have a ban. Now the clan side all have been perfect success. Disciples also more of course to distinguish. There are no rules. The expressions on the faces of the crowd were very excited at the moment, looking around them like a fairyland. Finally they had a clan to rely on. There was no need to be bullied by those cultivators with powerful backgrounds. At this moment, the crowd wanted to shout, "I am a disciple of Kunlun. Who dares to touch me?" That was the bottom line from Kunlun for them. Right at this moment, Luo Lingxue and Chen Bashan were just about to prepare to lead all the disciples to the disciple peak. A voice as majestic as a god's resounded throughout Kunlun. "Lingxue, Ruian, you bring the two disciples Ling Mu and Zhou Yun to the main hall." The light voice was as if the words followed the law, so that people listening to it instantly couldn't help but feel a deep sense of awe. "Yes, sovereign." Upon hearing this, Luo Lingxue and Chen Bashan respectfully said in the direction of the main peak, and the three of them, Wang Ming, and Luo Wushuan, Chen Bashan also hastened to respectfully bow. The words fell. The disciples' legs were actually slightly bent, as if they were going to kneel down, and then their faces were instantly covered with shock, and their hearts were shocked. This voice is my Kunlun's patriarch. The impact that this voice brought to them was just too great, just a voice that they couldn't help but worship when they heard it. Luckily, there was an invisible force behind them that gently lifted the crowd up. At this moment, the disciples were incomparably shocked inside. The cultivation of the patriarch was too terrifying. Neither of them noticed at this point that there were two people whose faces were quite off. And hear this. Ling Mu and Zhou Yun had frozen in place. A touch of shock actually surfaced in their eyes. There was disbelief and a hint of panic. Both of them exclaimed at the same time in their hearts, "No good! It's the patriarch of Kunlun! Could it be that Kunlun's patriarch has discovered something?" The two looked at each other, both seeing a hint of trepidation in the other's eyes. Two people just heard that majestic voice also in other disciples like, to be unable to help want to kneel down. It was important to realize that none of them would develop such a heart when facing their own ancestors. What level of cultivation their old ancestor had. That was an existence that could wipe out saints and great saints with a single word. Imagine. Even their old ancestor couldn't bring them this kind of feeling. How could this not make both hearts tremble? What exactly was the cultivation level of Kunlun's patriarch? How can it be so horrible? At this point, walked up Luo Lingxue and Chen Bashan looked at the two people's complexion seems a bit wrong. Chen Bashan heart already has an answer. But Luo Lingxue did not know also thought that the two people are excited and do not know what to do. So he said with a smile, "Senior brother, senior sister, congratulations. It must be because you guys passed the 5th level of the 9 sepulchral Yellow Springs illusionary realm that alarmed the patriarch. Let's go. And we're going to meet the patriarch here." She was aware of the fact that the two had passed the 5th level of the 9 sepulchral Yellow Springs. So at the moment, she thought that it was Lu Chen who had seen two outstanding disciples appear and wanted to meet them. Okay, two senior sisters, Ling Mu hurriedly said. Now he only hoped that it was the same as what Luo Lingxue had said. Zhou Yun also nodded. At this time, there was a trace of panic on her face. Where was the kind of demeanor of that supreme heavenly pride of the northern heavenly domain? Even with the purple moon dynasty behind her, she couldn't help but feel a hint of uneasiness in her heart at the moment. It was her instinct. Chapter 68, Passing the 5th level of the illusion realm. Future achievement above a great emperor? Next, all the other disciples were taken by Wang Ming and the others to the disciple peak to arrange for accommodation and explain some of the do's and don'ts of Kunlun. There are no rules. This is every clan are particularly focused on. The outer disciples want to promote to the inner disciples not only cultivation to meet the standards of the clan and contribute to the clan outside. Kunlun also has a mission hall, but also to complete the mission standards set by the clan to be able to do. There were no miscellaneous disciples in Kunlun. What Lu Chen wanted to create was a supreme sect that would dominate the heavens and the worlds. In the future, every disciple of Kunlun would have to be unique, and would even become a party hegemon. There must be a Kunlun shadow present in any world, so that the word Kunlun would be extolled in all the heavens and all the worlds. However, it is still too early to say this, but I believe that soon Kunlun will have to dominate the entire southern wasteland region.
and even the immortal martial continent. In the main hall, above the main seat, a white suit without any breath flow of Lu Chen, eyes slightly closed, and do not know what to think. A few moments later, Luo Lingxue and Chen Bashan walked in with Ling Mu and Zhou Yunyan. Once in the great hall, Ling Mu and Zhou Yunyan's eyes couldn't help but look towards the white-clothed young man above the main seat, and then their pupils violently shrunk, their hearts suddenly alarmed. Hiss! This is the Patriarch of Kunlun. How? Lu Chen was really too young. No one could believe that such a young man was the head of such a powerful clan. Both of them had a look of disbelief in their eyes. They really couldn't believe that such a mysterious Kunlun, the Patriarch, was actually served by someone so young. Greetings, Sovereign. Without waiting for the two to react, Luo Lingxue, Chen Bashan respectfully said towards Lu Chen. This cry of Patriarch even caused Ling Mu and Zhou Yunyan's hearts to tremble, and after the two of them exchanged glances, they also shouted out in a hurry. Greetings, Sovereign. At the moment they only feel in front of the young man above the main seat, as if there is an invisible pressure. The pressure of their hearts actually do not dare to give rise to the slightest disrespect. How can it be so terrible? The main seat. Lu Chen, who had been wandering in the heavens, slowly opened his eyes, which seemed to have countless stars floating in them, and then disappeared in the blink of an eye. And then his majestic gaze looked downwards at Ling Mu and Zhou Yunyan. Boom! Like a godlike gaze fell on Ling Mu, Zhou Yunyan, two people. Instantly the two people suddenly felt an endless chill throughout their bodies, and a touch of horror actually surfaced in their eyes. Hiss! What a horrible gaze! Even facing the old ancestor had never felt this way. The two couldn't help but feel a slight tremor in their hearts. The reaction of the two men Lu Chen took in his eyes. It seemed that it was indeed as he thought. These two men wanted to practice in Kunlun in the name of disciples in Kunlun after seeing the mystery of Kunlun. Not bad. Being able to pass the 5th level of the 9 sepulchral Yellow Springs illusionary realm, the future achievements of the two of you will reach above that of a great emperor. Lu Chen said indifferently, and did not immediately reveal the identities of the two. He wanted to see if the two would take the initiative to reveal their identities. Previously, he had already communicated with the system, and had already known the identity of the two men. And in front of the system there was nothing in this world that the system didn't know. Of course, the system will not really inform Lu Chen of all the things in this world and even the heavens and the worlds of anything you want to know, but also the same need to match your own strength in order to know. Everything in this world has a cause and effect, and when one's own strength has not reached that level, knowing certain things in advance is not a good thing. This Lu Chen also knew, of course. What Lu Chen had to do now was to improve his own strength and the strength of Kunlun as soon as possible. The words fell. Luo Lingxue and Chen Bashan's two women's faces changed slightly. Above the great emperor? The two women quickly reacted. For Lu Chen's words they were absolutely convinced, because they had also passed the 5th level, and even Chen Bashan had passed the 6th level. Lu Chen had already said the same thing to them, but these words, falling on other people's ears, would definitely think that the other party was crazy. See only. Ling Mu, Zhou Yunyan and the two of them both changed their faces violently, both thinking that they had heard wrong. Above the great emperor? They heard something. Isn't the great emperor the strongest man in the world? No way. How could a realm even more powerful than a great emperor exist in this world? They were from a superpower, and even their old ancestors didn't dare to say that there could be an existence in the world that was stronger than a great emperor. This Kunlun's patriarch was afraid that he wasn't talking nonsense. However, these two people do not dare to say this to their faces. Now they are in someone else's territory. Even if they come from superpower, but after seeing the mystery of Kunlun at this time do not dare to directly offend Kunlun. What's more, the fact that Kunlun's patriarch was actually the young man in front of them to take up the position was enough to show that the young patriarch in front of them was by no means the true age that they had seen. It was very likely that it was an old antique that had lived for an unknown number of thousands of years, and was now only seeing people in a young appearance. The two men secretly thought about it in their hearts, and both thought about coping with Lu Chen's words first, and then both of them said at the same time, Patriarch, aren't great emperors the end of cultivation in this world? Regardless of whether the other party's words were true or false, it would be right to go along with the other party's words right now. Even though they all had a sage realm protector behind them right now to protect them in the dark, it was still better to be careful. Oh, Lu Chen secretly laughed in his heart. Would he not be able to hear the meaning of the two men's words? He also knew that the great emperor was already the end of cultivation for the people of the immortal martial continent. Anyone who heard this would not believe it. Indeed, whether there were any other realms above the great emperors,
Perhaps only those extremely ancient and terrifying forces on the immortal martial Greatland or those truly old and undead would know a thing or two. Lucian did not make a reply to the words of the two men, and glanced lightly at the two men as he continued. Not bad. At such an age you've already reached the cave void realm cultivation. Tell us where you come from and what you are. Hear that? LOL. A trace of panic surfaced in the eyes of Ling Mu and Zhou Yun. Not good. Where did the two of them not understand at this moment? I'm afraid that this young patriarch had been paying attention to them for a long time. Patriarch? I come from a heavenly king family in the northern heavenly domain. This time I came to the southern desolate domain to practice, and on the way I met senior sister Z, so I traveled all the way. And it just so happened that I heard that Kunlun has a saintly presence and is recruiting disciples, so that's why I came to Kunlun. Ling Mu said with an incomparably serious face, which really didn't sound wrong. At those words, Lu Chen lightly glanced at Zhou Yun. Yes, sovereign. When Zhou Yun saw Lu Chen looking at her, she hurriedly said. In her heart, she had gained more knowledge about Ling Mu. She could not imagine that the second prince of the hallowed Lingxue dynasty could achieve such a realm when he spoke big words. Ling Mu, why don't you do it? Words. Lu Chen just glanced at the two and did not speak, seemingly thinking about something. Seeing the situation, the two people held back a bitter laugh in their hearts. It was really that their identity origins were too powerful. If they were to tell the truth, it was inevitable that this young patriarch would think that they had other purposes towards Kunlun. May I ask if a second prince of the Lingxue dynasty and a great princess of the Purple Moon dynasty came to Kunlun from millions of miles away just to be a disciple? I'm afraid that no one in the northern heavenly domain would believe this when it was said. If they were not facing the mysterious Kunlun right now, they would be so there, directly speaking out the identity of the imperial dynasty that power in the southern wasteland domain dared to disrespect them. True, but they were now facing Kunlun. At this point, looking at the two men who were still unwilling to truthfully reveal their true identities, Lu Chen lightly grunted. Humph, do you think this seat will not know your true identities? Was going to give the two a give chance. Because, a cultivator who could pass through the Tongshin heavenly staircase would never have a problem with his heart and character. And also because the two people mistakenly came to participate in the Kunlun recruiting disciple test, only to be able to let the system decided that the two people are talented disciples to give rewards to obtain 2 summoning cards and 2 lottery opportunities. Lu Chen for the two people are still very satisfied. How can you not be satisfied with what you get for nothing? Don't even need your freedom to go out and fool around. Flip-flopping? Lin Yun, you can just pronounce my name. Although he had concealed his identity, Lu Chen would not pursue anything. After all, the two are now disciples of Kunlun, even if there are other forces behind them, but into the Kunlun that will always be a disciple of Kunlun. Who dares to object? PS/. The big boys are going to pick up the pace soon after a few transitions here and there. It won't drag out the plot later. The big boys understand. Thanks again to the big boys for their support and reward gifts. If you can, please give me a little extra hyping and a good review. Thank you. Chapter 69, Supreme Bone. God King Body. Hear that? A hint of hesitation flashed in the eyes of Ling Mu and Zhou Yun, and after some internal struggle, they still chose not to reveal their true identities. Patriarch, we are indeed cultivators from the northern heavenly domain, and what we said is the truth. Ling Mu said with an unchanged face, and Zhou Yun hurriedly opened her mouth when she saw this. I don't dare to deceive the patriarch. There is absolutely no falsehood in what the two of us have said, so please be clear about it. Patriarch. They didn't dare to gamble on whether or not this young patriarch would make a move once they revealed their true identities. Although this time they had a Saint Realm powerhouse escorting them, Kunlun was simply too mysterious, and just the cultivation of the extremely young patriarch in front of them was absolutely terrifying. Even facing their own ancestors wouldn't feel this way. At this moment, a terrifying thought could not help but surface in the minds of the two men. Above the great saints, what the two of you said is indeed true. They are cultivators from the northern heavenly domain, but the two of you are not unusual cultivators. The forces behind it are one more powerful than the other. Aha! Seeing the two of them say this, Lu Chen's face did not change in any way, but only gave a soft words. Ling Mu, Zhou Yun and the two of them were stunned, and then reacted with a sigh of relief, thinking that Lu Chen wouldn't pursue their identities any further. For a few moments, the great hall fell into a silence. The two men looked at Lu Chen, who had closed his eyes on the main seat, and after exchanging glances, they were about to bid Lu Chen farewell and leave the hall. Just then, Ling Mu, the second prince of the Lingxue dynasty, was born a supreme being, carrying a supreme bone, and was born with a great power using a supreme secret method to conceal his own supreme bone for him. making it so that no one in the northern heavenly domain can know about it so far.
Zhi Yunyan, the Grand Princess of the Purple Moon Imperial Dynasty,
carries the Divine King body,
but unfortunately,
she failed to stimulate the true potential of the Divine King body.
Lu Chen slowly opened his eyes again and faintly uttered two words,
directly causing the two to instantly feel as if they had been hit by a bolt from the blue. The words fell. The two men's faces changed violently. Their bodies suddenly froze. Their pupils suddenly shrunk. Their hearts were horrified,
instantly setting off endless chills.
No! How is that possible? What the hell is he? How could you possibly know that I was born with supreme bones? Ling Mu couldn't believe that the young patriarch in front of him not only knew that he was born with supreme bones, but it seemed that he even knew about the existence of that person.
At this moment,
Ling Mu only felt chills all over his body, and a burst of trembling arose in the bottom of his heart. He was born with a supreme bone.
The entire Lingxiao dynasty, only his father and old ancestor knew about it. And in addition to that,
there was also the existence of the one who had used a secret method to help him cover up the supreme bone.
Lingxiao dynasty, Purple Moon dynasty. Luo Lingxue's pretty face changed and she couldn't help but let out a cry of shock.
She really didn't expect her senior sister to be from the Imperial Dynasty forces.
And surprisingly, he had a special physique. Supreme bone, God King body.
Then she looked at the two with a shocked look in her eyes.
Although she didn't know what kind of physique it was,
those who could possess it would definitely be incomparably powerful in the future. This was the case with her eldest senior brother,
Lin Yun.
Qin Ruoxian's face also changed slightly when she looked at the two of them. She didn't think that this kind of physique could appear in the lower realms.
Originally,
Lin Yun's sacred dipper battle body had already made it difficult for her to accept. And now there were actually two more people with body types who were now also disciples of Kunlun. It seems that this lower realm of heaven has changed.
Qin Ruoxian, before he was reborn, knew that 1,000,000 years ago,
hundreds of thousands of years ago, there was a channel between the upper realm and the lower realm. At that time, the lower realm of the cultivators to reach the limit of this realm will be able to go to the upper realm of the cultivation. But I do not know what the reason is. Later on, the channel was collapsed. It seems to be that there is a immortal Taoist mighty person shot to completely cut off the upper realm of the lower realm of the connection. So far, Xianwu continent appeared in 1,000,000 years no longer existed, and the great emperor said. And even after hundreds of years, the world has never seen the great emperor.
I'm sorry, Patriarch. Regarding the concealment of our identities, we have no choice but to do so. So please, Patriarch, don't kick us out of Kunlun. Ling Mu took a deep breath,
easing the shock in his heart. A hint of awe surfaced in his eyes as he looked at Lu Chen and respectfully said,
at this moment,
how could he not know that the young patriarch in front of him was definitely an extremely terrifying existence?
If not, how could one know about the existence of the one in his Lingxiao dynasty?
It also reinforced the fact that Kunlun was his chance perhaps to become a disciple of Kunlun.
Words. Lightly glancing at the direction too, Lu Chen did not say anything. At this point,
in the face of Lu Chen's majestic gaze,
even Zhi Yunyan did not dare to show the slightest bit of disrespect.
After hearing every word Lu Chen said, she had long been shocked in her heart, and simply couldn't believe that the young patriarch in front of her had seen their origins and physique with a single glance. She also didn't expect Ling Mu to be someone who was also in a physical body, and it was also a supreme bone.
Supreme bone. No wonder he was able to battle that emperor son of the emperor clan.
And she was carrying a god king body in the northern heavenly domain was not a hidden thing. Because the Purple Moon dynasty's underpinnings were incomparably strong, there was no need to worry about this.
Patriarch, we don't have any ill will towards Kunlun. We don't mean to hide our identities.
I implore Patriarch to allow us to be Kunlun's disciples. With a bitter smile in her heart,
Zhi Yunyan said towards Lu Chen.
The more she discovered the mystery of Kunlun, and the frightening of the young patriarch in front of her, Zhi Yunyan didn't dare to have any other purpose in her heart towards Kunlun at the moment, and only wanted to become a disciple of Kunlun. It would definitely not be a bad thing for their imperial dynasty if they could become a disciple of a sect that was so mysterious and powerful.
Glancing at the two, Lu Chen faintly said,
this seat can tell that you don't have any other purpose towards Kunlun.
And as for whether it's a royal dynasty behind you or an ancient great clan,
it's enough that the two of you are my Kunlun's disciples right now.
The majestic gaze fell on the two men, instantly causing them to be in awe.
Then their faces became excited and their hearts were filled with joy.
That's great. The sovereign is recognizing us for what we are. Turns out we're the ones with the small grids. Also, Kunlun is so mysterious. Will not care whether they are behind the imperial dynasty or not. Ancient families or not. As long as the Kunlun is a disciple of the clan.
Patriarch, don't worry. We are all disciples of Kunlun in this life and will never do anything to betray Kunlun. The two men's faces were excited as they now felt honored by the word Kunlun disciple. The heart was thrilled, even if they came from imperial forces and had seen a lot. At this moment for Lu Chen and Kunlun's mystery, they believed that this was definitely just the tip of the iceberg. It was by no means far from being as simple as they had seen it. Looking at the reaction of the two, Lu Chen nodded in satisfaction. With two geniuses with physical qualities, of course Lu Chen would not let the two leave. Looking at the four people in the large hall, Lu Chen sighed slightly in his heart. Together with Lin Yun, who was practicing outside, now Kunlun only had 5 disciples belonging to the genius category, and although there were now over 1,000 disciples, the vast majority of their cultivation levels were still too weak. It seems like we need to improve Kunlun's overall strength as soon as possible. Big guys, this storyline transition is done, and the pace is going to pick up later. Don't worry big guy, the plot has unfolded and the author is working hard on the code. Chapter 70 Eastern Heavenly Domain, 5 Saints out in force. In the meantime, in the Southern Wasteland Domain, countless forces and cultivators had long since exploded because the Tianqian Holy Land had come out of the world. And what made everyone even more alarmed was, what? The Holy Son of the Tianqian Holy Land has actually come out. The faces of the cultivators in the various states were incomparably shocked and they were discussing. All the cultivators in the Southern Wasteland Domain hadn't seen anyone from the sacred ground for who knows how many tens of thousands of years. Although the Taichu sacred land that truly dominated the Southern Wasteland Domain before had an elder who had gone outside of the Qingzhou, no one from the sacred land had walked in the Southern Wasteland since then. Otherwise, how could the Southern Desolate Domain have been dominated by the 10 top hegemonic powers for tens of thousands of years? Oh my god, the Holy Land's Holy Son has even come out. Have you guys noticed that lately? Not only the Southern Desolate Domain, but even the other great domains seem to have countless great powers, ancient great clans, and even the desolate ancient family rumored to have come out. A cultivator said seriously. Something big is going to happen here. When these words came out, it instantly caused everyone present to look incomparably shocked. Everyone had guessed what big event was going to happen. Surprisingly, even that kind of power had come out. Even if the desolate ancient mysteries were to come out, it wouldn't be enough for that kind of power to come out. It was because in the past, when the desolate ancient mysteries came out, they had never seen the figure of those forces. What they don't know is this. At this moment, not only was the Southern Desolate Domain surging with wind and clouds, all the great domains on the immortal martial Greatland were already secretly raging. Even in the demon domain that had been silent for tens of thousands of years in a distant region, there were countless terrifying auras permeating the vast demon domain at this time. If someone were to feel it in the skies above the highest part of the immortal martial continent, they might find countless powerful auras or powerful figures in all the great domains heading towards the Southern Desolate Domain. Just then, over the Southern Wasteland region, all of a sudden, roar! Ho ho ho! A hissing sound of demonic beasts like thunder was roaring, instantly resonating throughout the Southern Wasteland region, causing the faces of cultivators in all states to change greatly. No matter if they were at the Spirit Transformation Realm or the Cave Void Realm, or even the Heavenly King Realm powerhouses were all greatly changed in their expressions at this moment. No good. It's the sound of a demonic beast. Everyone's faces couldn't help but show a hint of fear, and a Heavenly King Realm powerhouse instantly appeared to roar in anger. Damn! Is the demon race about to start unrest again? How dare they tear up the agreement with my human race? Everyone's eyes were dead set on a certain spatial location in the sky above the Southern Desolate Domain, where an extremely powerful demonic aura filled out. The Southern Wasteland Domain was also the closest to the Demon Domain among the major domains of the human race, and the Demon Domain had initiated turmoil 50,000 years ago, with countless demon armies attacking the Southern Wasteland Domain. On that day, the Southern Wasteland region was shattered, countless powerful people fell and almost fell, and finally, some people's great powers stepped in to negotiate with the demon race before the crisis could be lifted. Thus, such a loud hissing sound of a demonic beast instantly made everyone in the Southern Wasteland Domain tense up. See only. That space violently trembled violently, and countless spatial cracks instantly appeared, as if it couldn't withstand some kind of powerful force squeezing it, and was about to collapse at any time. Ho ho ho! Hearing this terrifying demonic beast hiss, everyone stared at the void in death. See only. The 5 heads of demonic beasts exuding the powerful aura of the Heavenly King Realm and with huge bodies pulled an extremely luxurious chauffeur out of the space. And around the chauffeur there were also 5 old men with incomparably powerful breaths, looking just like 5 old servants. Hiss! Heavenly King Realm demonic beast. It was still a 5-headed green sky thunder demon tiger.
Everyone had sucked in a mouthful of cool air, and when they saw the seating chauffeur behind them, their pupils even shrunk violently. That's what people are. The handiwork is so big. 5 Heavenly King Realm Green Sky Thunder Demon Tigers were actually used to pull a cart. At this point, that Heavenly King Realm powerhouse's gaze looked towards the several old men surrounding the seat chauffeur, instantly causing his face to be covered in panic. Sage, 5 saints. That Heavenly King Realm was instantly covered in cold sweat as a figure surfaced in his mind. Tianxian Holy Land. The suns traveled. Ho ho ho. The 5-headed demon tiger hissed again and again. And there was a young man with a demonic face sitting in the seat whisk behind him. Feeling the terrified gazes of all the people below, he smiled evilly. Is this the strength of the southern desolate region today? It's too bad. Hearing this, one of the elders beside the seating chauffeur hastily flattered him. This is because you are powerful, Saint's son, and these people naturally cannot be placed in your eyes. Qin Wudao nodded and didn't say anything, but inwardly, he was extremely enjoying these flattering words. Moreover, the other party was still a Saint Realm Elder of the Holy Land. He was none other than the Holy Son of the Tianxian Holy Land, Qin Wudao, with a powerful cultivation of the Heavenly King Realm. At such a young age, he had reached the Heavenly King Realm cultivation. Naturally this made Qin Wudao arrogant from birth, empty-eyed, thinking that no one in the younger generation of the immortal martial continent was his rival. For example, in this experience, the aspect of rehearsal was especially important to him, and he enjoyed the kind of gaze that made people look at him in awe. Subsequently, under everyone's horrified gazes, the 5 Green Sky Thunder Demon Tigers pulled the seat whiskey and disappeared in everyone's eyes. Phew! Everyone let out a heavy breath of relief. It's just too scary. 5 Heavenly King Realm demonic beasts as pulling carts. Just who on earth could be so capable? Just then, someone suddenly exclaimed, as if they had thought of something. Hiss! That must be the Holy Son of the Tianxian Holy Land. Holy Son! Immediately, all the cultivators in the various states reacted to the fact that the one who could have such a row in the southern wasteland domain in addition to the Holy Son of the Tianxian Sacred Land, they really couldn't think of a second person. In the meantime, over Qingzhou, Buzz, only 5 pale long figures appeared in the void, each of them exuding a terrifying aura. You too, are you sure that Kunlun only has one saint? A figure looked in the direction of the burial immortal mountain range and let out a hoarse sound as if it hadn't spoken in tens of thousands of years. There should be no mistake. Humph. You too. That Kunlun can be established in the burial immortal mountain range. Can you be sure that there is only one saint? Another figure said. It was obvious that these several pale figures with terrifying auras seemed to be making a move against Kunlun. The desolate ancient token is in the hands of that Kunlun. And since Kunlun dared to kill my 9 Spectres Dynasties people, the old man must exterminate this Kunlun. Yu-Tu's voice was cold and bloodthirsty. Yu-Tu was none other than the old ancestor of the 9 Yu dynasty, an existence at the 3rd level of the Sage Realm. Previously, he had just awakened and didn't immediately come to the southern wasteland region to exterminate Kunlun, believing that a small Kunlun wasn't worthy of his attention and could be exterminated with his hands. But at the back, Kunlun shook the entire southern wasteland region, causing the people of the Zhou Yue dynasty in the southern wasteland region to learn the news as well. Returning to the 9 Yu dynasty to inform the 9 Yu kingdom lord of what had happened in the southern wasteland domain. In the back, the lord of the 9 specters hurriedly informed the matter with the 9 specters' old ancestor, and after some understanding, he also knew that there was a saint in Kunlun. The 9 Sephiroth ancestor didn't dare to take the risk, and after informing the ancestors of several other top hegemonic forces in the eastern heavenly domain about the desolate ancient token, they came together to the southern desolate domain to deal with Kunlun. Chapter 71, Disciples Costume. The 9 Heavenly Birds. Have to say, Old Man 9 Specters was simply too steady. It's true, death to the poor is not a death to the friend. Frozen pulled a couple of old buddies aboard. You too, don't forget your promise after getting the desolate ancient token. Seeing the 9 Specters' old ancestor say so, one of the old men whose entire body was shrouded in black robes said with a deep voice, "You can rest assured that is." Of course the old man will not forget. A trace of ruthlessness flashed in the depths of the Yu-Tu's eyes. If it wasn't for the fear that there were still other saints hidden in Kunlun, he wouldn't have cooperated with a few people. The condition of this trip is that after getting the desolate ancient token, the 5 forces will use the desolate ancient token together. And not only that, but the Zhou Yue dynasty will also give to let 5 top-grade spirit stone mines to the 4 major forces. This was the law of survival in the cultivation world, where profit was always at the forefront. If it wasn't for old ancestor Zhou Yue giving such conditions, these 4 would never have offended a power that also had saints. Jia Jia Jia. Hurry up and destroy that Kunlun. I still have to go back to pamper my beauty. A grim old man with a grim smile said, seemingly not putting Kunlun in his eyes. This was the old ancestor of the East Heaven Domain's top hegemonic power, the Yin Yang Hall, which was rumored to specialize in sucking the essence blood of young maidens to enhance their strength. It can achieve the complementary effect of yin and yang, and can greatly enhance one's chi and blood cultivation. Looking at this Yin Yang Hall's old ancestor's face full of evil aura, one could guess that he didn't know how many innocent young girls had died in his hands. The words fell. A few people's silhouettes instantly disappeared. Kunlun. In the main hall, Lu Chen took out 1,600 sets of disciple costumes from the system space and placed them in a storage space ring before handing them over to Luo Lingxue. This is my Kunlun's disciples' attire. Outer disciples were the ones engraved with 1 Xianbird. Inner disciples are the ones with 2 Xianbirds. And true disciples are the ones with 3 Xianbirds. Wow! Sovereign, this disciple's costume is so good looking. Looking at the blue and white intertwined in her hand, with a Xianbird costume on top as if it had lived, Luo Lingxue's face said happily, while her heart was slightly shocked. How does this basilisk feel alive? Looking at Luo Lingxue's surprised expression, Lu Chen smiled and explained. Once this garment is worn in the event of real danger, the 9 heavenly Xianbirds engraved on it will be activated, providing you with a layer of protection. This disciple costume system said that it was the 9 heavenly Xianbird clothing, and the 9 heavenly Xianbird on the top of the costume was an extinct and powerful species in the heavens and the worlds. As for whether it was what the system said, Lu Chen didn't know, but what the system gave definitely wouldn't be bad. It is estimated that the 9 heavenly Xianbirds are the ones that the system has made extinct. System, I'm not a third brother. Hear that. Qin Ruian, Ling Mu, and Zhi Yunyan in the main hall looked at the disciples' clothing in Luo Lingxue's hand, and their faces also showed a surprised expression. Sure enough, there was much more to the clan's heritage, be more mysterious than they thought. I'm afraid that there is no other power that can offer this kind of disciple treatment to the disciples of the sect. Maybe it's just us. Kunlun. At this moment, several people were very glad in their hearts that they were able to be disciples of Kunlun. Moreover, several people had a vague premonition in their hearts that the true powerhouses of the sect would soon appear. Luo Lingxue and Qin Ruian didn't need to be told, already knowing that Kunlun now had 2 excessively strong elders. As for Ling Mu and Zhi Yunyan, they also knew that there was a saint in Kunlun, but at this time, the 2 of them wouldn't think that Kunlun really only had 1 saint. Glancing at a few people, Lu Chen nodded with satisfaction. Although Kunlun didn't have any true disciples yet, it wasn't too bad to have 5 demon-level disciples. Ling Mu, you will be the 4th senior brother of Kunlun in the future, and Yunyan will be the 5th senior sister, Lu Chen said as he looked at the 2. Hear that? Yes, sovereign. The 2 of them had happy faces and hurriedly said. Ling Mu glanced at Zhi Yunyan and wanted to laugh in his heart. Ha ha, who would have thought that the Grand Princess of the hallowed Purple Moon Dynasty would become my senior sister? I don't know what father would look like if he knew. Imperial Lord Ling Xiao, letting you kid practice, you took down someone else's Purple Moon Imperial Princess? Not bad for my seed. Ling Mu. Looking at Ling Mu, who had a wishful face as usual, Zhi Yunyan instantly wanted to give the other party a hard punch. At that moment, Lu Chen suddenly remembered something. It's a forest cloud. With this kid gone, Lu Chen always felt like there was less fun. Then he looked at the 2 men and said, your eldest senior brother is out practicing. It should be some time before he returns. Ling Mu, when the time comes you can communicate more with your eldest senior brother. Lin Yun was a battle saint body, and Ling Mu was a born supreme, and Lu Chen was curious to see who had the stronger physique of the 2. After all, this kid Lin Yun was always lazy in this cultivation aspect. It just so happened that he could also make Ling Mu look for Lin Yun to spar more often. Big brother. Upon hearing this, both of their eyes revealed a hint of anticipation, eager to see just how strong the cultivation and strength of this eldest senior brother was. After all, the sect was so mysterious, so it must be that the eldest senior brother must be a supreme demon, or else how could he have become Kunlun's eldest senior brother? Yes, sovereign, the 2 respectfully said. Then Ling Mu suddenly asked, Patriarch, I wonder what realm the cultivation level of eldest brother is. Hearing this, Zhi Yunyan was also interested, but Lu Chen's next words made the 2 of them directly dumbfounded. Your eldest senior brother's cultivation level when he went on his training trip was the 9th level of the Spirit Sea realm, Lu Chen said. Although Lin Yun only had a Spirit Sea realm cultivation when he went on his training trip, he was sure that his cultivation would have risen a lot by the time Lin Yun returned. What? 9th level of the Spirit Sea realm. This This big senior brother's cultivation is so much. The two of them were a bit disbelieving, but looking at Lu Chen, who did not look like he was joking at all, they were a bit stunned. It's not at all what they thought it would be. This, sovereign, eldest brother's cultivation. Both of them said at the same time. They knew that Luo Lingxue's cultivation was at the God Transformation realm, and Qin Ruoxian's cultivation was even at the Cave Void realm. But who would have thought that eldest senior brother's cultivation was so low? Lin Yun, elder brother. You see, elder brother, I'll come back to scare or not scare you to death is finished. Luo Lingxue and Qin Ruoxian looked at the stunned expressions of the two and smiled faintly. If they knew about eldest brother's physique, they didn't know what their expressions would be. Looking at the reaction of the two, Lu Chen smiled, or he didn't know what the two were thinking. Your eldest senior brother's physique is the battle saint body, which has not yet been fully activated, so it's a bit lower. As soon as these words came out, the two men looked incomparably shocked and exclaimed, "The holy body!" Surprisingly, it's the sacred body. The two certainly knew of the existence of the sacred body, but they didn't expect that the clan's eldest senior brother would be of this type of physique. As for the fighting saint body, the two of them hadn't heard of it, but they knew that people with saint bodies were incomparably terrifying. No wonder. Let's just say, how could the patriarch just let someone with a low cultivation level be the eldest senior brother? The two of them laughed bitterly in their hearts. I'm afraid that this senior brother's cultivation would definitely be incomparably powerful once he fully stimulated his saint body potential. PS/. Thanks to the big guys for the gift. Thanks to the big boys for their support. It would be nice for the big guys to give the author a positive review and a push. Thanks again, big guys. The episodes will come together faster later on. Don't worry, guys. Chapter 72, Kunlun, not afraid of anyone, any force in the world. A flash of anticipation also appeared in Luo Lingxue's eyes, very much looking forward to what realm Lin Yun's strength would rise to when he returned. Qin Ruoxian was the same, a hint of essence in her eyes. With Kunlun and the fighting saint body possessor, Lin Yun would definitely not die prematurely. In the future, it will definitely be an absolute powerhouse that will shake the heavens. And the battle saint body in the upper world is like that. No, one in attacking and destroying, ranked among the supreme existences in the realm of immortal Tao. One man is a clan, and one man is immortal. Now that Kunlun had so many special physique possessors, Qin Ruoxian was very sure that in the future, Kunlun would definitely leave this realm for the land of the upper realm. Think about it. Icy killing intent surfaced under Qin Ruoxian's eyes. The ancient kingdom of Wuji. When I return to the upper realm, it will be the day your Wuji ancient kingdom is destroyed. She was curious to see what late Sangdao's expression would be when he saw her again. If it was before, she might not have the chance to take revenge again in this life. Even if she returned to the upper world with her alone, she would never be a match for the Wuji ancient kingdom. But now that she was a disciple of Kunlun, and had also obtained supreme techniques in Kunlun's hall of techniques that were unimaginable to her, she believed that in the future, she would break through the realm that had made her long for it in her previous life. That's Sendo. At this moment, Qin Ruoxian's eyes were filled with awe as she looked at Lu Chen. A few moments later, Lu Chen suddenly thought of something and looked at the several people and said, Ling Mu, Yun Yan, the two of you will go to the Hall of Merit Laws later to choose a merit law. Inside there are ancient laws and ancient scriptures left behind by my Kunlun generations of great powers, and inside there will be a merit law suitable for your physique to cultivate. Ancient laws, ancient scriptures, left by the great powers of Kunlun through the ages. Hiss, did a great emperor ever appear in Kunlun? Hear that? Ling Mu. Zi Yunyan violently sucked in a mouthful of cool air. Her expression was shocked beyond measure. Her eyes instantly widened and froze, and her heart was even more trembling. Ancient methods, ancient scriptures, they certainly knew what it meant. It is precisely because of that knowledge that they are so shocked. Looking at the reactions of the two, Lu Chen smiled faintly. Thinking of Luo Lingxue and Lin Yun's expressions at that time, they were the same. It must be said that just by virtue of the fact that Kunlun has an ancient law and ancient scriptures, once this matter is spread, the entire Xianmu continent will have to be shaken. That's the bottom line for Kunlun. And the system had said that the Hall of Merits had the strongest merit laws in all the worlds. One would think that there should be supreme laws and scriptures suitable for Zi Yunyan's divine king body to cultivate. The god king body he was aware of was slightly worse compared to the born supreme bone. But with Kunlun's kung fu in place, it can definitely reach its maximum potential. A few moments later, it was only then that the two men reacted from Lu Chen's words, their faces incomparably agitated. They believed that Lu Chen would never cheat them. Yes, sovereign, sovereign. Then, the two of them hurriedly said respectfully, the shock on their faces hard to hide. It is not shocking. That's a great imperial ancient scripture. Even if a god king came, he would be excited to have a set of mixed 5 consecutive whips to help out. Snap. A hand of God King Law. Snap. A handful of great imperial scriptures. Snap. Left foot on right foot. Fly up to the immortal world in the daytime. Nice guy. Master Ma had to call straight to the inner circle when he came. Even if there wasn't really a great Empress ancient scripture, there was definitely a divine king ancient law in existence. This was Ling Mu and Z Yunyan's intuition. Kunlun felt more and more mysterious to them. The two of them didn't even dare to imagine what kind of existence the real Kunlun really was. The ancient method is also known as the Divine King's ancient method, and the ancient scripture is the Great Emperor's ancient scripture. At this moment, the two were incomparably excited. Sure enough, Kunlun is my chance. Ling Mu's heart was incomparably excited. The Divine King ancient laws Lingxiao dynasty also had them, but what really shocked him was the Great Emperor ancient scriptures. That was a supreme ancient method that could only be created by a great emperor. Z Yunyan had the same thing in her heart, and simply couldn't believe that Kunlun actually had a great empress ancient scripture in existence. Even her Purple Moon Imperial Dynasty didn't have a great emperor ancient scripture. That was something that could only be possessed by a terrifying power that had produced a great emperor's existence. However, the two of them no longer cared if it was true or not now. They believed in Lu Chen's words. Next, Lu Chen and a few people said something about the disciples of Kunlun, the threshold that needed to be promoted and the fact that all disciples could go to the task hall to get sect tasks to do. Because, as long as a disciple completed the clan mission, Lu Chen could obtain the clan points given by the system. Lu Chen would then be able to exchange the sect points for various items in the system arcade, which would be used as rewards for the disciples after completing their quests. This would not only quickly improve the strength of the disciples and the overall strength of Kunlun, but more importantly, it would sharpen the disciples themselves, being able to go outside to train and improve their combat experience more. It wouldn't be like other forces where the disciples were all in the sect and practicing hard every day. Of course, most of the disciples of other forces will give their disciples cultivation resources, but they are given to some core disciples, and the difference is much greater for outer and inner disciples. Unlike Kunlun, Lu Chen would not only give equal resources to all disciples, but also treat all disciples equally, regardless of whether they were outer disciples or inner disciples or true disciples. Take for example the matter of what disciple can enter the Hall of Feats to choose a feat. You guys remember, all disciples of my Kunlun, no matter if they are outer or inner disciples, can enter the Hall of Merits to go and choose their own suitable techniques. Yes, I honor the words of the sovereign. Hear that. The awe of Lu Chen deepened in the eyes of several people, while they sighed in their hearts. I'm afraid that only I, Kunlun, can do so, treating all my disciples equally. Yes, it could be said that it was unlikely that a clan in the immortal martial Greatland would allow all of its disciples to cultivate some of their own clan's unspoken techniques. But Kunlun is not the same. The Merit Hall are all the heavens and the world's strongest merit. Every kind of takeout is enough to shake the immortal martial arts continent, and disciples go in the merit will choose the right person. Do not have to worry about the disciples themselves do not know their own suitable kind of merit cultivation. Next, seeing that everything was almost arranged, Lu Chen looked at a few people and said, "Alright, there's nothing more to do. You guys, as Kunlun's senior sisters and brothers, should give more guidance to the other senior brothers in terms of cultivation. There is nothing more to do, so you will go and arrange everything that this seat has just said." "Yes, Sovereign." A few people's faces were respectful. Then, Lu Chen looked at the few people and continued, "There is one more thing that you should remember." Upon hearing this, several people looked towards Lu Chen and listened carefully and respectfully. "You all remember, whenever anyone dares to injure my Kunlun's disciples, no matter who the other party is, my Kunlun has no fear of anyone or any force in this world." Speaking here, Lu Chen's entire aura changed, as if he was a supreme deity towering above the 9 heavens looking down on all living beings. Wow! This statement was made. Several people looked at Lu Chen, who was seated high above the main seat, and instantly their eyes were filled with awe, and their hearts were incomparably marveled. Sovereign is too domineering. Just ask, who in the entire immortal martial continent would dare to utter such words? It's only the patriarch, right? Next, several people bowed deeply towards Lu Chen and turned around to exit the hall. Disciples' Peak. All the disciples had already made arrangements and were now watching the magnificent main peak that stood out of thin air from the Disciple Peak. There was a look of awe in their eyes. Senior brother, that's where the patriarch lives, right? It's really too spectacular. Yeah, yes. All the disciples looked at the magnificent and majestic main peak with shocked expressions and marveled. I wonder if there's any chance we'll be able to meet the patriarch once.
A disciple's eyes floated with a flash of excitement as he continued.
Chapter 73, This life is not regrettable entering Kunlun. Hear that. Excitement appeared on all the disciples' faces, which quickly turned into bitter smiles. What a character the patriarch is. How could it be easy to see?
I'm afraid that only those two senior brothers and sisters are talented enough to allow the patriarch to meet them.
Indeed. In all the clans,
and great powers on the immortal martial great land,
many disciples from the time they entered the clan might not see the clan leader once in their entire lives.
And even if something happened to a sect disciple,
the sect master wouldn't show up for ordinary disciples or even inner disciples. Naturally,
there would be other people from the sect to deal with this kind of small matter.
How could the head of a sect easily show his face? But Lu Chen wouldn't be like that.
If something happened to a disciple, Lu Chen would definitely show up right away and destroy the other party with a thunderous force.
Of course Lu Chen wouldn't be able to do everything. After all, he was the head of a clan. So naturally,
there would be clan powerhouses who would come to the rescue. What the disciples needed was a sense that the sect valued them. Someone valued them. This was enough proof that the sect would not give up on them.
Even if they accidentally incurred a powerful force, Lu Chen would not be able to let his disciples suffer. Because Lu Chen was an extremely protective person. In the face of absolute power,
there is never a word for wrong or right.
Rules? That was meant to be enacted by the strong. Not a moment too soon, Luo Lingxue, Qin Ruian, Ling Mu, and Zhou Yunyan then arrived at the disciple peak.
It's sister. The brothers are here. It immediately caused all the disciples to look excited,
because they knew that these four were their senior brothers and sisters. Greetings to the three senior sisters.
Greetings, elder brother. The disciples hurriedly shouted out, looking at the few people who came closer,
somewhat unsure. Senior brothers and sisters, there is no need to be polite. The four nodded and smiled. Next, Luo Lingxue and all the disciples introduced the identities of both Ling Mu and Zhou Yunyan. Sure enough, all the disciples' eyes looked enviously at Ling Mu and Zhou Yunyan.
They knew that with the skills of these two senior brothers and sisters, they were definitely their senior brothers and sisters.
Envy was envy, but everyone was happy in their hearts.
It was their honor to have a few such demonic senior sisters.
Senior brothers. Look at all the brothers and sisters.
Luo Lingxue took out her spatial ring and had the disciples line up to receive their disciple clothing.
Not a moment too soon.
After all the disciples got their costumes, they all went back to their residences to change and appeared in front of the four. Looking at the excited faces of the senior brothers and sisters, Luo Lingxue smiled faintly and explained the role of the disciples' clothing to everyone again.
Moment.
All the disciples had a shocked look on their faces. They didn't expect the sect to be able to treat them so well.
Once you enter Kunlun, you can be treated like this. Just ask. There can be that clan that can do so.
Then, all of them hurriedly raised their hands in the direction of the main peak and bowed with incomparable respect.
Thank you, Patriarch.
A loud voice that traveled to the main peak.
In the middle of the main hall,
Lu Chen gazed towards the disciple peak and smiled gently.
Not bad. This is what a clan should look like. Subsequently, because Luo Lingxue was now the eldest senior sister of Kunlun,
naturally numerous things needed to be handled by her. For example, leading all disciples to the Hall of Merit.
Senior brothers and sisters,
you will follow me to the Hall of Merit techniques later to choose your merit techniques.
Luo Lingxue looked at the crowd and said.
The words fell.
Kung Fu.
All of the disciples were stunned, thinking that they had heard wrongly.
This just entered the sect and could cultivate the sect's techniques?
Eldest sister.
You say we can cultivate the sect's techniques now?
This is really,
an inner disciple said with some disbelief, while being a little excited inside. Looking at everyone's reactions,
the four of them smiled softly.
Afterward, Luo Lingxue continued. Senior brother, of course it's true. My Kunlun's heritage is incomparably strong,
and the merit laws inside the Hall of Merits are all left by my Kunlun's past generations of great powers.
The words came out. Hiss, clan mighty, the feats left by the mighty.
Looking at the incomparably shocked faces of the crowd, Luo Lingxue smiled faintly and continued.
Alright, senior brothers,
senior sisters, everyone go with me to the merit hall now to choose your own merit technique.
The words fell. Really? It's true. The clan has been too good to us. Surprisingly, he was able to cultivate the sect's techniques as soon as he entered the sect. That's great.
All the disciples reacted with incomparable excitement on their faces, and there were even disciples who cried tears of joy that were hard to hide.
Yes,
eldest sister. The disciples hurriedly returned, not expecting the sect to be able to treat them equally.
although there is a distinction between outer and inner doors. But none of that mattered. An eldest sister had also told them that the cultivation resources given by the sect were all the same. And you can also pick up clan quests to do, and receive clan rewards for completing them. Nowadays, they were even allowed to directly cultivate the sect's techniques. And it was also left by the clan's successive generations of great powers. What power can be treated like that? The clan has treated me so well, I must return the favor. In this life, I was born a Kunlun man, and I will die a Kunlun ghost. At this moment, determination appeared in the eyes of all the disciples and they secretly made a vow. I have no regrets about entering Kunlun in this life. This life is bound to be with Kunlun. They were all some of the most ordinary cultivators on the immortal martial Greatland. Some were from small families on one side, some were from weak villages, and some were weak casual cultivators. The techniques practiced were some of the lowest level ones, and the cultivation level they could achieve was limited. Without a good technique, they would only end up stopping below the transformation god realm in this life. The god transformation realm is a threshold for cultivators, and once crossed, one is transformed from a mortal to a god. It's only then that you get your foot in the door of cultivation. Countless cultivators on the immortal martial continent could only do nothing in the face of the threshold of the god transformation realm. For no other reason. It's the feats. As such, just a small gesture from Kunlun could make the disciples feel the importance the sect placed on them. This is something you don't see in any of the powers. A few moments later, Luo Lingxue and Chen Bashan were just about to bring all the disciples forward to the feat peak. Just then, buzz. Suddenly, in the sky above Kunlun, countless ripples appeared throughout the space and swung away, just like ripples in water. Immediately after, a spatial portal quietly floated in the void, and 5 pale figures with powerful auras emanating from their bodies walked out of it. It was none other than the 9 Spectres' old ancestor and the others. Boom! At once, a terrifying aura filled the air, directly causing the faces of all the disciples to turn incomparably white all of a sudden, and with great difficulty, they raised their eyes to look at the 5 terrifying figures in the void. But not a trace of fear could be seen in his eyes, even hate to kill each other with their eyes. Who are these 5 people who dare to act recklessly in front of my Kunlun? Turn the moment. All of the disciples' white faces instantly turned to anger as they stared at those 5 pale figures in death. Despite knowing the terror of the other party, it still didn't show a trace of timidity. That's what a disciple of Kunlun is. Fearless of anyone, any power. If Lu Chen saw this scene, he was bound to be quite pleased. Lu Chen wanted disciples who could defy everything and be fearless. Thanks for the gifts from the big guys. The author will speed up the updates and the pace. The plot is already unfolding. Thanks again to all the big guys for the gifts. It would be nice to give the author a hyped and favorable review. Thank you big guys. Chapter 74, Old Fine Dog. Are you any good? The Void. After the 5 old ancestors of the 9 specters felt their surroundings for a while, their pupils shrunk violently as they looked at the Kunlun below them, which was like a fairyland. Hiss. How? Here. What a rich aura. The 5 9 specters' old ancestors' faces changed drastically as they were shocked. They knew that this was a forbidden place, so they had previously stayed outside the burial immortal mountain range for a long time. And then, numerous cultivators within Xinzhou were captured for soul searching and understanding before they dared to come in. Sure enough, the longer these old things live, the more they fear death. If they didn't know that Kunlun was in the burial immortal mountain range, they would never have dared to come in. It was because they still didn't know that something had changed in the burial immortal mountain range. The moment. Greed surfaced in the eyes of the 5, clearly wanting to take this place for themselves, totally forgetting about the fairyland like Kunlun below. The clans with clear eyes would never be foolish enough to be so death-defying as the 5 of them once they saw such a sight. Is this something an ordinary power could build? Jia. I'll take this place. Yin Yang Hall. The Yin Yang Hall ancestor gave a morose smile that sent shivers down one's spine. Humph. Old Yin Yang. Don't forget what we're here for. 9 Ghosts old man dissatisfaction. Open mouth you Yin and Yang Hall to be? You're treating us like we don't exist? Open your mouth. Who gave you the courage? You too. Hurry up and destroy this Kunlun and get the desolate ancient token. This will be the territory of our forces from now on. The rest of them also showed excitement on their faces, and their eyes were grim as they said that they were completely without the kind of scruples they had before. Under the temptation of such an aura, they were already close to madness. The words fell. Boom. The 9 specters' old ancestor didn't speak nonsense. The terrifying aura on his body poured down, like a rolling torrent pressing downwards. Boom. Layers of space shattered and countless void cracks appeared. Click. No good. These are 5 saints. Qin Ruoxian's face turned a little pale as she hurriedly said, and then, with slightly startled eyes, she looked toward one of the 72 peaks. That's Elder Peak. Luo Lingxue and Zhi Yunyan. Ling Mu's three faces were pale. Of course they also sensed that this horrible aura was something only a saint should have. Icy killing intent flashed in the eyes of Ling Mu and Zhi Yunyan as they looked into the void. Just 5 saints? They dare to come to my Kunlun to seek death. They were already planning to have the protector of the Tao behind them make a move. And at the moment, hearing Qin Ruoxian's words, the originally pale and colorless faces of all the disciples were violently startled. Sage, this was also the first time they had seen and felt the terrifying and incomparable aura of a saint. And still 5 saints. But, so what if there are 5 saints? At this point, all the disciples still couldn't see any fear on their faces. They believed that the sect must have even more terrifying existences than saints, because right now they hadn't seen the patriarch show up at all. It could show that the patriarch didn't place these 5 saints in his eyes at all. And it does. In the middle of the main hall, Lu Chen's eyes were incomparably cold, and his terrifying gaze pierced through the layers of space to look at the 5 saints in the sky above Kunlun. The voice was icy cold. Humph. Seek death. A mere 5 saints dare to come to my Kunlun and act recklessly. However, Lu Chen did not make a move, but instead turned his gaze towards all the disciples of Kunlun. Not bad. Didn't disappoint the seat. Upon seeing all of the disciples facing the saints' terrifying pressure, there was not a trace of fear on their faces or in their eyes, but rather a fearlessness. In a hard, strong hold not to fall. This was the benefit of having entered the 9 sepulchral Yellow Springs illusionary realm, allowing all disciples to not have their minds instantly crumble in the face of a terrifyingly strong person, but rather subconsciously allowing their minds to gradually become stronger. Any random being in the Yellow Spring illusion realm would be even more terrifying than the aura on these few saints. Now how could the pressure of a mere sage possibly cause the Kunlun disciples to show fear? Lu Chen was relieved, and his icy eyes took a glance at the 5 saints before withdrawing his gaze. 5 saints were not worthy of Lu Chen's hand. Among the Kunlun, someone naturally stepped in. Moreover, Lu Chen also intended to use this opportunity to let all the disciples know that Kunlun's enemies would grow stronger in the future, and that the saints were only the beginning. What Kunlun would have to face in the future was a stronger force. A more terrifying powerhouse. Only under strong pressure will Kunlun grow stronger. Not only was this the case with Lu Chen, but the 12 elders in the Hall of Elders thought the same way. Otherwise, for a mere 5 saints to appear in Kunlun, how could those 12 elders not know about it? Even if 10 great sage powerhouses came to the current Kunlun, Lu Chen would not put them in his eyes. The 12 elders of Kunlun wouldn't put it in their eyes either. Just then, the terrifying aura pressed all the disciples' faces to be incomparably pale, and even blood appeared in their mouths, but they still couldn't see a trace of fear. Instead, they roared at the 9 specters' old ancestor. You old fine dog, hear that? Swish! The 9 specters' old ancestor's face turned incomparably gloomy all of a sudden, and instantly his eyes were covered in eerie coldness. Looking for death. Looking at the mocking colors on the faces of these mole crickets, the pale face of the 9 specters' old ancestor was terribly gloomy. Having lived for tens of thousands of years, when had he ever suffered this kind of shame? And it's still a bunch of molehills. Just as the 9 specters' old ancestor was about to exterminate this group of mole crickets to vent his anger, the remaining 4, with their eyes ravagingly looking at all the people below, none of whom had even died under the 9 specters' old ancestor's pressure, immediately scoffed a bit. Jia, you too, I think you're really old and can't make it. A group of mole crickets in the district didn't even have a single one of them fall under the pressure of your sage's might. Jia, you too, are you good or not? Don't waste your time. Ha ha, if you can't let this seed do it. Did the 4 have the chance to see the 9 Sephiroth's old ancestor suffer defeat in front of a group of mole crickets? So they naturally wanted to taunt them. At this moment, the gazes of the 4 of them looking at the 9 specters' old ancestor all seemed to be saying, gee, sure is an old fine dog. Ah, damn. ING mole cricket. Upon hearing the 4's mocking words, old ancestor 9 specters' already incomparably gloomy old face instantly became extremely eerie and terrifying. It's unnerving. You can say he's not strong enough, but you can't say he's a fine dog. It's a matter of dignity. Or a 10,000-year-old fine dog. No, a 10,000-year-old bastard. See only. The 9 specters' old ancestor seemed to have been severely stimulated, being spoken to in general. His gloomy face turned extremely twisted and hideous, incomparably terrifying, his voice hoarse and angry. A bunch of mole crickets, you seek death.
The words had not yet fallen. The terrifying aura of the 9 specters' old ancestor's body exploded. Lifting his hand up, his withered thin hand. Not. The withered old hand fiercely pressed downward. Mole cricket. Dead. Boom. A terrifyingly large hand coalesced and fell downward violently with a terrifyingly incomparable might. Click. Click. See only. Layers of space instantly shattered. And dark, regal void space exploded into view, appearing extremely terrifying. Rumble. Looking at the terrifyingly large hand that fell, the faces of all the people below changed violently. Their originally pale faces turned even whiter, and the terrifying aura made them on the verge of suffocating. Just then, unbridled, a cold shout came out, sounding like a big bell and shaking the heavens and earth. It resounded throughout the entire space. Boom! Only to hear a shocking sound, like thunder falling. Bang! That terrifyingly large hand exploded. The horrifying aftermath of power that was visible to the naked eye was as if it had been forbidden. And in a split second, it stopped in the void and could not move. It's the Saint of Kunlun. See this scene. The faces of the 5 specters' old ancestors changed, thinking that it was the Saints of Kunlun who had struck. Then, the 9 specters' old ancestor's face was gloomy as he bellowed, "Seek death. Get out." The words fell. Unfortunately, there was no answer to his words. It was as if, by virtue of the fact that he was not yet qualified to speak to the owner of that voice, and at this point, seeing the horrible big hand was even drunk by a word scattered, all the disciples' face slowed down, suddenly only felt a whole body loose. At the same time, the heart is incomparable excitement. It's the strongest man in the clan. They knew that this was the strongest person from the clan striking out. As expected, the sect had the presence of a powerhouse even more terrifying than a saint. All of the disciples' faces showed excitement at the means to drink away the saint with a single word. They didn't dare to imagine what kind of existence it was. All the disciples looked towards Luo Lingxue and Chen Bashan with excited expressions. Ling Mu and Zhou Yunyan had the same look of astonishment on their faces, and a hint of anticipation flashed in their eyes, because this was also the first time they had come into contact with a strong person from Kunlun. 2 senior sisters, may I ask which one of my Kunlun's existences has struck? In the face of the crowd's words, Luo Lingxue froze, her face incomparably shocked, as she also didn't know that this was the one from Kunlun who had made a move, because that voice was not Elder Cheng's, nor was it Elder Chen's. She could hear that the voice was like nothing she had ever heard before. Seeing that Luo Lingxue didn't say anything, a hint of shock flashed in Chen Bashan's eyes. Then she looked at the crowd and said, "No need to worry. That one is an elder of my Kunlun. PS/. Thanks to all the big guys for the gifts. Thank you. Here, the author wishes the big boys a daily dose of good things. Auspicious year, auspicious events, auspicious wealth and prosperity, and birth of wealth and children. Thanks again for the gifts from the big guys." Chapter 75. The district's saintly forces. How dare they call themselves a hidden great sect? The words fell. Hiss. Sect elder. All the disciples looked incomparably shocked, and their hearts were shocked that such a powerful existence was only an elder of the sect, an existence that could drink away the means of a saint with a single word. Surprisingly, they were only clan elders. It was difficult for them to imagine what kind of existence the powerhouses above the sect elders had. One must know that an existence such as a saint was an ancestral figure of a top hegemonic power. In Kunlun it was actually only possible to be an elder. Hearing Chen Bashan's words, Ling Mu and Zhou Yunyan also had a trace of shock surfacing on their faces. And at this point, Luo Lingxue returned to her senses and Chen Bashan exchanged glances, both seeing a hint of astonishment in the other's eyes. The 2 women knew that this was the awakening of the clan's other powerhouses. Lu Chen had told them that the strongest members of the sect would gradually awaken, and this strange and cold voice that rang out now was definitely the awakening of the strongest members of the sect. The void. The faces of the 5 specters' old ancestors were incomparably gloomy, not expecting that person to dare to ignore them so much. Is this not taking them seriously? Seek death. Since you won't come out, Kunlun shall be destroyed today. The 5 specters' old ancestors looked down below with grim eyes, and in an instant, terrifyingly powerful auras blazed out angrily from the 5 of them. Boom! Below, all the disciples only felt a sense of suffocation once again surging to their hearts. Their faces instantly became incomparably white, supporting their bodies with difficulty to prevent themselves from collapsing. When a saint is angry, heaven and earth change color. A terrifying aura pressed across the sky for tens of thousands of miles, rolling pressure straight into the clouds. Rumble! In just an instant, tens of thousands of miles of clouds were swept away, and a terrifying aura filled tens of thousands of miles of sky. Buzz!
The moment. Countless old things in the southern wasteland domain sensed this terrifying and boundless aura and instantly appeared above the void, their abyssal gazes looking away in the direction of Qingzhou, their faces changing violently. Sage, it's the saints striking out. Who the hell is it? And at this point, previously, those 8 heavenly king realm old ancestors were also listed, and their eyes were even more incomparably fearful as they looked in the direction of Qingzhou, their voices trembling. Kunlun. Yes, it's Kunlun. Hiss. Kunlun again. Everyone's faces snapped in shock when they heard the words, and their eyes floated in fear as they looked at Qingzhou from afar. And it's not just them. Above the desolate state, there was also a pale figure whose eyes were incomparably scornful as he looked in the direction of the distant green state. And that's when, in the upper air of Tianzhou, the closest to Qingzhou, 5 green sky thunder demon tigers pulling a seat whisk appeared. And on the seat whisk, Tianxian Saint Sun Qin Wu Dao felt this saintly aura, and his face changed slightly, and a hint of evil flashed in his eyes as he was somewhat startled. I didn't realize that other than the Jun family and the Yaoqi Palace, there were other forces in the southern desolate domain that had saints. Kind of. He certainly wouldn't put a mere saintly power in his eyes, but he was just suddenly interested and wanted to see what kind of power the other side was as well. Saint Sun. That's coming from the direction of Qingzhou. I sense that it's 5 saintly auras making a move. Elder Fish hurriedly said. As he was a sage 9 heavens naturally wouldn't sense any mistakes, but at the same time, there was some doubt on his face. It's not just him. The remaining 4 elders also revealed a puzzled expression. Logically speaking, apart from the southern desolate domain where the Jun family was a saintly family, and the Yaoqi Palace which naturally had a saintly presence because of a holy land behind it, it was impossible for other forces to have saints. Moreover, it was still 5 saints striking at the same time. I'm afraid that those who can make 5 saints strike at the same time are afraid that the other party's strength is at least of the same strength. Oh, 5 saints. That's a bit interesting. This whole way over here, I've been hearing that there's some kind of Kunlun sect in that Qingzhou, or a force with a saint at the helm, so it seems like it should be related to that Kunlun sect. Qin Wudao smiled evilly and seemed to be interested in that Kunlun. Yes, Saint Sun. I heard that what's-his-name Kunlun sect seems to be in the middle of the burial immortal mountain range. And the desolate ancient token is also in the hands of that Kunlun sect. The 5 saints who struck this time should have done so for the desolate ancient token. Elder Fish explained that the desolate ancient token was useless to the Holy Land. Naturally they will not be interested. Now that the great world has descended, the burial immortal mountain range is afraid that changes have long since occurred. And it seems that Kunlun sect has discovered something before establishing a sect in the burial immortal mountain range. As the holy son of the Tianxian Holy Land, he was naturally able to know some hidden things. Speaking of this, Qin Wudao let out a cold snort. Humph. A mere saintly power dares to claim to be a hidden great sect. I don't know what to do. This was not putting him. Tianxian Holy Land. In his eyes. Holy Son, rest your anger. That Kunlun is ignorant. How could he know what a hidden great sect means? The 5 sage realm elders saw that the Saint Sun was annoyed over a small power in the district, so they immediately rushed to say, fear of affecting the mood of the Holy Sun. That's something they can't afford. Don't look at them as Saint Realm elders. But who dared to be reckless in front of Qin Wudao? Saint Sun Qin Wudao was already the internalized next generation of Tianxian Saint Lord. Otherwise wouldn't it be possible to have 5 saints accompanying them? And it was also these saintly elders who took the initiative to follow around. A mere saintly power is not worth this Saint Sun's concern. Let's go. Let's just see what can bring up this Saint Sun's interest in this heavenly state. Speaking of this, a touch of lechery surfaced in Qin Wudao's eyes. He had a special hobby of liking IU women that other people toyed with. Know it all. Connect the dots if you don't. That's what made the trip so much fun for him. Instead of practicing, it was more like Qin Wudao was getting horny. Who would have thought that the hallowed heavenly Xian Saint Sun would still have this kind of preference? Passing on the spirit of Chao Meng along the way is truly a model for our generation. And at this point, when the 5-9 Spectre's old ancestors saw that the person who had spoken out had yet to show up, their faces were covered with eerie and terrifying killing intent. Immediately, the eyes of the 5-9 Spectre's old ancestors were filled with bloodthirsty expressions, and they were about to strike out to exterminate the group of mole crickets in front of them to vent their anger. Boom! A terrifying and incomparable aura exploded out from one of the 7 or 2 peaks. A terrifying abyss-like aura swept through the entire heaven and earth, instantly overpowering the saintly might of the 5-9 Spectre's old ancestors. Only for a moment. The pressure on all the disciples below all disappeared. Immediately after,
A terrifying and overwhelming aura instantly enveloped the 5-9 Spectre's old ancestors.
The scent. This is.
Feeling this terrifying and overwhelming aura that landed on their bodies, the faces of the 5-9 Spectre's old ancestors were instantly covered in shock. A wave of fear hitting their hearts.
No! How is that possible? This is the great saint.
The 5 bodies of the 9 Spectre's old ancestor trembled unceasingly, frightened to the point that their livers cracked and cold sweat broke out, their eyes filled with fear.
And at this point,
all of the disciples' expressions were incomparably shocked as they looked at the 5-9 Spectre's old ancestors who were trembling in the void, and their hearts were greatly shocked.
Hiss! What a terrifying aura! Just what kind of existence is this elder of the sect? Just the breath alone makes 5 saints tremble in fear.
It was difficult for them to imagine just what kind of existence it was that could make even saints fear immensely. Luo Lingxue was also shocked to the point of being unable to speak, her small mouth slightly open,
frozen in place,
while her heart was incomparably excited.
At this moment, she could be certain that this was the awakening of an incomparably powerful powerhouse from the clan. And Qin Ruoxian's face was also startled, a trace of shock flashing through her eyes before she looked towards Elder Peak, her heart alarmed. Great sage! Another clan powerhouse has appeared.
Even the Kunlun she saw at the moment was just the tip of the iceberg, and she was more and more looking forward to how many strong people existed in Kunlun. It wasn't just Qin Ruoxian who sensed that the aura was a great sage.
Ling Mu and Zhi Yunyan did the same, their faces even more alarmed.
The two naturally sensed that this terrifying and overwhelming aura was a great sage. The two of them came from an imperial dynasty, and there were certainly great saints present in the imperial dynasty,
and more than one.
At this moment, the two were incomparably grateful, as they knew that this was definitely just the tip of the iceberg of the sect.
Thanks for the gifts from the big guys.
The author must strive for 4 more chapters a day.
This is the 3rd chapter of the day. Thanks again for the gifts from the big guys. Thank you.
The big boys could use a little more prodding,
and a little help with the author. Thank you big guys. Chapter 76, one word. Killing 5 saints. Phew. The two of them let out a deep breath.
Fortunately they hadn't let the protector of the Tao behind them make a move earlier.
Otherwise, the patriarch would definitely chastise them. How could the affairs of Kunlun be meddled with by outsiders? After all, with 2 more saints suddenly appearing in Kunlun, it was feared that the clan's powerhouses would directly strike out at their protector. At that point, it would be a wasted headache. No wonder, from the beginning to the end, he did not see the patriarch appear.
So it turned out that he did not place these 5 saints in his eyes at all. The two of them laughed bitterly in their hearts after glancing at each other.
At this point,
humph, a mere 5 saints dare to come to my Kunlun to act recklessly.
They don't know how to die.
From the Elder Peak came another indifferent voice,
sounding like 9 feet of cold ice,
so that people listening to it couldn't help but be in a cold ice world,
hitting everyone's heart and soul, and couldn't help but hit a cold shiver. Buzz! An invisible and terrifying force suddenly appeared.
The sound was like a sharp sword, charging straight at the 5-9 Spectre's old ancestors.
Boom!
The 5-9 Spectre's old ancestors' faces looked fearfully towards the mountain peak from which the sound was emanating,
and felt their hearts and minds cracking dramatically.
A feeling of death instantly surging straight up from the soles of their feet, their horrified gazes snapping wide.
No! Feeling death coming.
The 5-9 Spectre's old ancestors shouted desperately with fear in their voices.
Ah! No! Bang bang bang! Spare! Spare! Life! Bang bang!
The words had not yet fallen. The 5-9 Spectre's old ancestor instantly turned into a massive blood mist that violently exploded in the void. Even the divine soul was instantly obliterated in the power of that icy cold voice.
Sage cultivators,
with extremely powerful divine souls, were capable of taking rebirth if their divine souls were undying.
However,
even the divine souls of great saints couldn't possibly escape in front of the Kunlun's powerhouses, not to mention the sage divine soul of the district.
To this point, called by the Lord of the 9 Spectres, the extremely stable 9 Spectres' old ancestor, Death,
along with the old ancestors of the remaining 4 top hegemonic forces of the Eastern Heavenly Domain, they paid the Yellow Springs together.
See this scene. Luo Lingxue's face was incomparably shocked and her heart was excited. This was definitely an even more powerful existence than Elder Qin Ruoxian, Ling Mu, and Zhi Yunyan similarly showed a hint of shock on their faces.
Hiss! And all the other disciples have even been unable to resist sucking in a breath of cool air, all froze in place.
At the same time,
the excitement on their faces is difficult to hide, and their hearts are incomparably shocked.
It's too powerful. It's horrible. Is this my Kunlun strongman? With just a single word, 5 saints were destroyed. With this strong man in the clan, who would dare to bully us?
All the disciples cried out with incomparable excitement in their hearts, and some of them even wept tears of joy and pain.
Father, mother, and uncles, did you see this? This is the Sun's clan powerhouse. Don't worry, you all. Soon, my son will be able to help you all take revenge. An inner disciple fell to his knees, with a look of grief and indignation on his face, crying out in pain, and a deep desire for strength surfaced in his eyes. He craved strength and wanted to become powerful to avenge the deaths of his people. See this scene. All the disciples felt the same way, and at this moment, they could no longer hold back, and a mist of water appeared in their eyes. They had all been bullied and suppressed by those cultivators who had backgrounds and powerful forces to rely on, and their hearts had long since been filled with hatred for those who thought they were above the rest, and they hated to cut those people down to the bone. But there's nothing they can do about it because they don't have a powerful force to rely on. Their own strength was even weaker, and even more so, no clan was willing to accept them as disciples. Senior brother, we can't let the clan down. The clan has given us merit and shelter. We must raise our strength. In order to repay the sect for the grace of passing on the law and sheltering us. That disciple stood up and looked in the direction of the main peak with eyes filled with awe. All the disciples seemed to feel something in their hearts, and with a sense of respect and awe on their faces, they turned around and made a deep bow in the direction of the main peak. Thank you, Sovereign. It was the patriarch who gave them a chance. Gives them the chance to kill their enemies with their own hands later. At this moment, all of the disciples' hearts were filled with gratitude and awe towards their unseen patriarch. Lu Chun, senior brothers and sisters, don't worry, with the clan around, with senior brothers and sisters we are here, no one will be able to harm you in the future. Luo Lingxue, Qin Ruoxian, Ling Mu, and Zai Yunyan also had a difficult feeling in their hearts when they saw this scene, and they all spoke at the same time, with icy cold auras appearing in their eyes. These are their senior brother, senior sister. The four also did not expect them to suffer so miserable. The heart is very sad. The four gazed towards the main peak with awe in their eyes. The four knew that without Lu Chen, there would be no Kunlun. I'm afraid these brothers and sisters, in this life, there is never a chance to put those who have bullied and suppressed, or even the hand-to-hand killing of the abomination that killed their people. This is the cruelty and brutality of the cultivation path. The way of heaven is not kind to take all things as ruminants. Qin Ruoxian knew better than anyone else that the land of the upper realm was even more cruel and incomparable, with countless living beings being mercilessly exterminated every day. This is the world's heavenly cycle of cause and effect. Cam. Screw the Tendo. Cultivators are meant to compete with heaven and earth for their lives. And if heaven were sentient, how could there be afflictions in the world? The only way to get stronger is to keep getting stronger yourself. One day to transcend above. Feet on top of everything in the world. Above all the ways of the heavens. Then, holding the sun, moon and stars in his hands, he reverses the yin and yang and holds the 10,000 paths. The heavenly Tao can also be transformed into the palm of your hand. This is transcendence. The sect that Lu Chen wanted to create was a supreme sect that would be above all realms, above all things, and even above all paths. And that's just the beginning. Kunlun's disciples will face stronger enemies in the future. Lu Chen still had a very long way to go. After a long time, with the demise of the 5 saints, all the disciples recovered from their grief and shock. Immediately after, Luo Lingxue led all the disciples to the Hall of Merit Techniques, and was now also letting all the disciples choose their merit techniques and raise their strength as soon as possible. Strength always counts. Qin Ruoxian, on the other hand, had gone to cultivate, and her current cultivation level had already reached the 9th heaven of the cave realm. It was about time for Qin Ruoxian to break through the heavenly king realm, worthy of being reborn as a great emperor of the upper realm. Qin Ruoxian had used an extremely short period of time after arriving in Kunlun to break through 2 major realms in a row from the Dao Palace realm, and now she was even about to break through to the Heavenly King. If Ling Mu and Zhi Yunyan knew, I'm afraid they would be incredulous. But, the two of them had special physiques and their cultivation levels were at the 9th level of the cave realm, so they believed that after choosing the right technique in the Hall of Techniques, it wouldn't take long for their cultivation levels to rise. As for Luo Lingxue, she cultivated the Willow God method, and now her cultivation level was the 9th heaven of the spirit transformation realm, just one step away from stepping into the cavernous void, with the help of the Lu divine law. I'm afraid that it wouldn't take long for Luo Lingxue's cultivation to catch up with Qin Ruoxian's trio. PS/. Thanks again to all the big guys for the gifts. Thanks to the big boys. The author is in the middle of trying to code, trying to get a few more chapters in.
I hope the big boys can give the author some prodding and positive reviews. It would be nice to give the author a nod for love. Thank you big guys. I wish the big boys daily wealth and good things. Chapter 77 Sage Falls, Eastern Heavenly Domain Shakes. As for Lin Yun, there was even less to say. Having a battle saint body, I'm afraid that his cultivation level has also reached an astonishing level by now. When he returned, he would absolutely shock everyone in Kunlun. In the middle of the main hall, Lu Chen could be said to be very satisfied with the performance of the disciples and said with a slight smile as he nodded, "Not bad, this is the kind of blood and the kind of pride that my Kunlun disciples should have. Even in the face of saints still fearless of life and death. I hope you guys can raise your strength as soon as possible. I'm afraid that soon Kunlun, will have to face an even more terrifying enemy." Indeed, almost all of the superpowers on the immortal martial continent, the ancient clans, the desolate ancient families, and even the imperial clans were now coming out in droves. Even the saints that had not been seen for 10,000 years were even walking around the immortal martial continent. Follow those superpower heirs as protectors, like the 5-9 Spectre's old ancestors this time. If it wasn't for the 9 Sephiroth's old ancestor, I'm afraid that the remaining 4 saints wouldn't have dared to come to Kunlun to seek death without knowing what they were doing. Subsequently, Lu Chen waved his hand and a divine light flew out from his hand. Buzz. See only. A curtain of light glowing with divinity appeared in the sky above Kunlun, instantly enveloping the entire Kunlun, causing all the disciples to look at the scene in the sky above with an incomparably shocked expression. They all wondered what had happened. However, Ling Mu and Zi Yunyan could tell a thing or two, and their expressions were somewhat shocked. The spell formation, of course, was also present in their imperial dynasty, but the two could feel the extremely terrifying aura of this spell formation of the clan. It was as if it contained a horrible and terrifying power. On the disciple peak, a flash of aura surfaced in Qin Ruoxian's eyes, and when she felt the aura permeating out from the immortal level spell formation, her pupils contracted violently, and her heart trembled even more fiercely. Hiss! This breath! This is, looking towards the main peak. At this moment, Qin Ruoxian calmed the shock in her heart, and her eyes were filled with awe towards Lu Chen. At this point, she no longer dared to imagine what kind of existence the Real Kunlun was. Not bad. This was an immortal great protector formation given by the system, which Lu Chen had not previously used. It was also time to give Kunlun an extra layer of protection. With the immortal level spell formation in place, even if Lu Chen and the elders of Kunlun were not present, as long as there was an incoming enemy, the spell formation would naturally open. According to the introduction of the system, this is an immortal level spell formation, already beyond the immortal martial continent of the gods. Even if the great emperor descended could not shake the slightest point. Immortal level. With the word one immortal, one can imagine what such spells are like. Not only was there an overwhelming defense, but there was also an extremely terrifying offensive power present. In the meantime, millions of miles away in the eastern heavenly domain, at this moment, the 5 top hegemonic forces in the eastern heavenly domain were like an explosion, because the soul lamps of their respective ancestors had already gone out. They didn't dare to think of believing that the old ancestor was in existence of the Saint Realm, and even more so, he was the old ancestor figure of the sinking floating domain. How could anyone in this world kill the old ancestor? Deep within the 9 Spectres dynasty, a large hall with an ancient atmosphere, the color of fear instantly appeared on the faces of the 3 old 9 Spectres, staring stonily at the soul lamp in front of them, which had originally lit up the fire of life, but was now completely extinguished. It's like a dead, vast ocean without even a single drop of water left. No way. Old ancestor is a saint. How can? The voice of the 9 Spectres' 3 clan elders kept trembling as they shouted in disbelief and horror. If the divine soul of a saint is not extinguished, the flame of life will not be completely extinguished. Now that the flame of life had been extinguished, it proved that the old man had even had his divine soul worn out. No! The 2 pale-faced, black-clothed old men beside the old man of the 3 tribes of the 9 Sephiroths also shouted with panic on their faces. The 2 were the 2nd clan elder and the grand clan elder of the 9 Yu dynasty. With the strength of the 9th heavenly king realm, it had to be said that the strength of the Zhou Yue dynasty was incomparably powerful. If this was placed in the southern wasteland domain, it was definitely an existence that rivaled the Jun family. Unfortunately, the only sage ancestor is now dead. The Zhou Yue dynasty is about to face the danger of annihilation. Even if Kunlun didn't destroy the 9 Sephiroths, the other hegemonic powers would step in to destroy the 9 Sephiroth dynasty. There was no telling how many people were staring at the boundaries of a hegemonic dynasty.
However, Lu Chen wouldn't easily let go of the 9 Yu dynasty and the other 4 hegemonic forces. As for when he would destroy the 9 Yu dynasty, I believe that Lu Chen would soon make his move. The majesty of Kunlun must not be dishonored. At this point, Kunlun. Yes, Kunlun. The 3 elders of the 9 specters seemed to have thought of something, and their bodies kept trembling. It's over. What to do, now that the old ancestor has fallen? If the other forces know, the second elder of the 9 specters said with a trembling voice, a look of horror on his face. None of the 3 had expected Kunlun to be this terrifying. Spectre, inform down. Everyone in the dynasty is not allowed to go out. The fall of the old ancestor cannot be known to anyone. Zhou Yue Grand Clan Elder slowed down the panic in his heart and hurriedly said to the 3 clan elders. At the same time, his heart trembled and chilled. His heart was getting more and more fearful, and he had been able to guess that the rest of the 4 saints who had gone to Kunlun with the old ancestor must have died in the hands of Kunlun as well. This was because Old Man 9 Spectre's cultivation was the highest amongst the 5. It was the 3rd level of the Sage Realm. There were likewise 10 top-tier hegemonic forces in the Eastern Heavenly Domain, and each of the hegemonic forces' ancestors were all Sage Realm existences. Now, the old ancestors of the 5 top hegemonic forces had fallen. It was conceivable that the Eastern Heavenly Domain would set off a bloody storm. There would be top hegemonic forces that would disappear from the Eastern Heavenly Domain, and among the remaining 4 top hegemonic forces. Similarly staging this scene, the Heavenly King underpinnings among their forces panicked, fearing, and trembling with chills in their hearts, fearing that the next moment, a strong person from Kunlun would appear to exterminate them. They all knew that their own ancestors were heading to Kunlun and the southern desolate domain for the desolate ancient token. There were even 5 saints out there. I thought that if I dealt with a small Kunlun, my own ancestor could be destroyed with just his hands. Who would have thought that Kunlun was so terrifying that even his own ancestor had fallen? The moment. They were all clear about one thing, and that was that Kunlun had more than one sage in existence. Immediately after, soon, the remaining 4 top hegemonic forces blocked off and disappeared. He didn't dare to let other forces know about the fall of his own ancestor. But, paper could never wrap fire, let alone the matter of 5 saints falling. Saints fall. It had been tens of thousands of years since there had been a shocking event of a saint falling in the Eastern Heavenly Domain, or even the Southern Desolate Domain. Not to mention the 5 saints who fell together. Soon. It didn't take long. This day, the Eastern Heavenly Domain shook as countless cultivators and forces learned of the disappearance. Moment. Countless cultivators' faces were incomparably horrified and their hearts were in shock. The old ancestor of the 9 Yu dynasty, the old ancestor of the Yin Yang Hall, the old ancestor of the Heavenly Devil Palace, the old ancestor of the Divine Underworld Sect, and the old ancestor of the Ghost Killing Hall. 5 saints had unexpectedly fallen in the southern wasteland region. Thanks for the gifts from the big guys. Thank you. The author wishes all the big boys a daily dose of wealth, beauty, and good things. Thanks again for all the great support. Thank you. Chapter 78, My Laws of Kunlun. You are not qualified to touch them. The other side. In the meantime, an unknown mountain range in a distant part of a certain domain. Rumble. Suddenly, several thunderous sounds rang out violently in the mountain range, and a powerful force exploded in the center of the mountain range. Bang! Countless sky-high trees were instantly turned into powder and floated around in space. Just listen. Humph. A cold snort escaped from the mouth of a teenager with a somewhat naive face. See only. He exuded an astonishingly powerful aura all over his body. With cold eyes, he looked at the opposite group of cultivators and roared angrily. Get out! Whoever dares to come up here, dies! The sound was like thunder and exploded. Bang bang! Explosive sounds rang out one after another, and some of the other party's spirit transformation realm cultivators instantly turned into several bloody mists that violently exploded in the air. Hiss! Upon seeing this scene, everyone's faces immediately changed drastically, and their figures violently fell backward by 100 miles. After stabilizing his stance, eyes looked at each other. Face have revealed a trace of fear, the heart some big shock. Hiss! How could it be so powerful? Just then, oh, yeah! Behind the crowd of opposing cultivators came out a young man with an extremely powerful breath, exuding a dignified temperament and revealing disdain for the naive teenager between his words. Duke! As soon as he appeared, awe appeared in the eyes of all the cultivators, and they all turned towards the young man with incomparable respect. Eyes indifferent to the naive teenager. A trace of satisfaction flashed in the young man's eyes. That gaze, as if to say, good, your strength qualifies you to follow me. Heavenly King Realm. After sensing the other party's powerful aura, the naive teenager's face changed slightly. His eyes were like a swarm of ancient ferocious beasts flooded with icy cold aura, staring at the young man's every move. Humph. Brat. Obediently hand over your cultivation method or you will die a miserable death. The group of cultivators on the other side shouted when they saw the young man appear. If it was just now they would never have dared to be so arrogant. It was really the strength of that naive teenager on the opposite side that was too perverted. A golden chi in blood was strong and terrifying in the extreme. The strength of the physical body was even more terrifying and chilling in one's heart. It was clearly only the first level of the cave realm. Yet, he was able to hang and beat those of them who had the cultivation of the third or even the ninth level of cave void. Even with a single roar, the spirit transformation realm cultivator was even directly transformed into a mist of blood. They all even wondered if the other party was a human cultivator. I'm afraid that even the physical strength of the demon race, none of them could compare to the terror of the teenager across the street. The chi and blood were like rainbows, and the physical body was perverted. That's right, this was none other than Kunlun's eldest senior brother, Lin Yun, and he was currently located in a certain mountain range within the boundaries of the northern heavenly domain's Faustus imperial dynasty. Worthy of being a battle saint body, in such a short period of time Lin Yun had already broken through from the spirit sea to the cave void realm. One could tell that Lin Yun must have worked very hard during this time. Not only did the cultivation increase greatly, he was also getting stronger in terms of battle experience, and it seemed that Lin Yun's potential for the battle saint body had been greatly stimulated. Of course this was by no means the greatest potential of the fighting saint body. Granted, Lin Yun was already perverted enough, even if he faced so many enemies, even more with cultivation levels stronger than his. However, Lin Yun was still able to swim around and even counterkill his opponent. Humph, get the hell out of here. Lin Yun's icy gaze looked at the other party as if it could take the heart and soul. Extremely terrifying. These people were really shameless. Seeing that he was in the middle of a battle with a cave void realm demonic beast. Seeing that the Gongfu aptitude he used was incomparably powerful. Results, when he failed to ask for it, he chased after him all the way, aiming to seize his cultivation method. You seek death. How dare you be rude in front of the Duke? The group of cultivators on the opposite side of the street immediately looked furious, their eyes looking at Lin Yun as if they were looking at a dead person. This person dares to act recklessly in front of His Excellency. He really doesn't know how to die. Ha ha, a bit interesting. You're very good. As long as you hand over the cultivation method on your body, this male can give you a chance to follow me. Instead of anger, the young man laughed, his eyes looking condescendingly at Lin Yun and said, "Wow." Hearing this, everyone's faces were shocked thinking they had heard wrong. Then, all of them looked at Lin Yun with deep envy in their eyes. Hiss, to be able to follow His Excellency. What an honor. It could be a step up to heaven. You should know that the Duke is from. But, they had to admit that the strength of the naive teenager on the opposite side was indeed frighteningly strong. If one person fought the other, they would absolutely not dare. Everyone couldn't help but shiver at the thought. Hear that? Lin Yun let out a cold laugh in his heart as he looked at the other party with a somewhat scornful gaze. Oh, my Kunlun's supreme technique. Is it not something you are qualified to touch? As for what the other party said about following him, Lin Yun wanted to laugh even more. Just the other guy doesn't even deserve to shine his shoes. Not bad, with the young man's feeble strength. Still wanting to take Lin Yun as a follower was ridiculous. Although he was afraid of his opponent's strength, Lin Yun wasn't afraid of his opponent if it really came down to a fight. Humph, my Kunlun's law. Just you are not qualified to touch it. If you don't want to die, you can fight. Lin Yun's gaze flickered with murderous intent as he looked at the other party and let out a cold snort. The words just fell. Unbridled. You seek death. Everyone's face suddenly changed drastically, and they shouted angrily, "What an unknowing person. How dare you say that the Duke is not qualified?" Next, rushed to look at the young man, found that the other side of the face is a little ugly. The heart was startled hurriedly. Your Excellency, don't be angry. This person is a frog in the bottom of a well, and simply doesn't know how honorable your son's status is. Hearing this, the young man's face looked slightly better, knowing that they were right. His status was extremely honorable. It's more from the mid-heaven domain. These weak cultivators in this northern heavenly domain, how could they know about his honorable status? If he hadn't seen Lin Yun's powerful cultivation method and become interested, he was not going to waste his time here. Go, take him down, ask for the cultivation method, and then kill him. The young man didn't have the patience to waste any more time, and then his voice was cold. Yes, my lord. The words fell. These cultivators, excluding the dozens killed by Lin Yun. There were still close to 100 people here. Boom! One after another. Their entire body's aura erupted, rolling like a tidal wave of aura pressing down on Lin Yun. The lowest of their cultivation levels was the ninth sky of the spirit transformation realm. Boom! At this moment, there were even several half-step heavenly king realms that erupted their entire body's aura and bore the brunt of the attack, killing towards Lin Yun and shouting angrily, "Humph! Don't know how to die. Dare to disrespect the prince. Die for me." Several half-step heavenly king realms madly gathered powerful forces in their hands and struck powerful killing moves at the same time. Boom! PS/. Thanks for the gifts from the big guys. Thank you. Chapter 3 today. Chapter 79, with the first level of Cave Void, against the Heavenly King Realm. Boom! Several powerful mites poured out, transforming into morose killing moves. Just then, boom! Lin Yun finally made a move. His body shaking as an incomparably powerful aura violently erupted from him. See only. Lin Yun raised his hand and turned his palm into a fist, and all of a sudden, powerful strength surged out of his body, and a faint golden light covered his fist. Get out! Lin Yun's eyes roared with murderous intent as he raised his hand and threw a terrifying punch. Boom! Click! The space in front of him was instantly shattered by a blast, and the terrifying power of the golden fist prince blasted away without decreasing in strength. Bang! Only a loud bang was heard, instantly resounding throughout the thousands of miles of the vast mountain range. Those several powerful mites were instantly dispersed in a single blast. Hiss! This scene instantly caused the faces of those cultivators who rushed to attack to be startled. No good! Strike! Don't hold back! Someone hissed and shouted. At this point, even the young man's face showed a hint of shock, but he did not make a move and instead quietly watched the scene in front of him. Quick! Block! This punch everyone felt a sense of death, and they all erupted their whole body's aura, wanting to block this horrible golden fist print. They had underestimated Lin Yun's strength too much. Only a shocking bang was heard. Boom! The golden holy fists, stirring the air, instantly shattered all obstacles and blasted at everyone. Bang! Ah! No! Help! Help me! Spray spray spray! A body was instantly submerged within the golden fist prince. Several fearful and miserable cries kept coming out. Bang! A few moments later, the golden light receded and the space returned to calm, only to see that there was no cultivator's figure anywhere in that space. Only the strong smell of blood filled the surroundings. Obviously, the power of Lin Yun's mighty punch had caused everyone to turn into a bloody mist, completely obliterating the world. That's what happens when you're looking for death. The might of the holy body. How could an ordinary cultivator in the area resist it? At this point, Lin Yun didn't have the slightest change on his face after exterminating 100 people, as if he was used to it, as if every day he passed through this situation. Indeed, this wasn't the first time Lin Yun had encountered a situation where he was surrounded by numerous cultivators, because as soon as the cultivation method and divine ability in his body was used, any cultivator with a bit of eyesight would know that it was not an unusual method. It is not possible to refrain from greed, as if this time, too. But this was the largest number of people Lin Yun had ever encountered. There were even numerous cultivators who were several small realms above his cultivation level. Crucially, there was also a young heavenly king realm powerhouse still staring intently from the side. At this point, the young man didn't have a single change on his face regarding the deaths of those cultivators who followed him. Instead, he turned his gaze toward Lin Yun, and a look of greed appeared in his eyes. Ha ha, very good. I didn't expect my lord to encounter such a chance on this trip. The young man's face showed excitement as he smiled broadly, as if Lin Yun's cultivation method was already in his pocket. Then continued, Kid, tell me what power you come from. The young male's gaze was greedy and his tone was commanding as he looked at Lin Yun. To be able to have such a powerful cultivation method, one's strength was even more powerful and excessive. With the cultivation of the first sky of the Cave Void realm, he was able to manage to kill numerous Cave Void realm and half-step Heavenly King realm cultivators with a single punch. If he were in his place, it would never be possible for him to do this. Of course he wouldn't be foolish enough to think that Lin Yun was just an unusual cultivator. Although he came from the middle heavenly domain, the power behind him was nothing more than a medium power in the middle heavenly domain. But for the cultivators and forces of other great domains, he's just beyond scary. The mid-heaven domain was the center of the human race on the immortal martial continent, with a strong spiritual chi, and there were even many ancient great clans, desolate ancient families, ancient holy places, and great Emperor Dao lineages entrenched, each of which was a terrifying and incomparable force. Any superpower in a large domain would not dare to offend too much in front of those terrifying forces in the middle heavenly domain. Hear that? Oh. Lin Yun let out a cold smile. Wouldn't be able to hear the meaning in the other party's words. Bullying? It was nothing more than seeing how powerful he was and wanting to know what power he came from. It's only then that you can decide whether or not you want to go ahead and take a shot at him. Humph. What's the harm in telling you? I come from the southern wasteland Kunlun. Lin Yun wasn't afraid that the other party's power base could match the terror of Kunlun. The patriarch once said that I, Kunlun, have no fear of anyone or any force in the world. These words were the most domineering and majestic words he had ever heard. If there is no enemy in the world, it is my Kunlun patriarch. In his mind Lu Chen was the entire Kunlun, the most mysterious and terrifying existence. This also allowed Lin Yun to spend this time in his training. No matter where anyone asks where he came from, Lin Yun would even utter the word Kunlun. He wanted the word Kunlun to spread throughout the entire immortal martial continent. It's good. It's good. If Lu Chen had known, he would have been very pleased. Of course at the same time, he would want to give Lin Yun a slap in the face. You were told to go on an adventure, but you ended up pulling in business. It doesn't. Lu Chen was precisely the one who lacked clan points. Lin Yun, this kid, just defend all the forces he can. As long as others came to the door, Lu Chen didn't even have to go out. The clan point doesn't just come to the door of its own accord. The system had said that as long as you destroy a power, you would get the corresponding clan points. Alas, it's really hard on Kunlun's senior brother Lin Yun. As a big brother, you have to come out and run the business yourself. Words. Kunlun? What kind of power is this? The young man's brows furrowed as his mind desperately searched for a power related to the word Kunlun. But no matter how much he searched, there was just no information about the word Kunlun in his mind. A few moments later. Humph. Good boy. This Gongzi was almost bluffed by you. What Kunlun? My lord has never even heard of it. Speaking of this, the young man's face was slightly angry. What kind of status he had. He didn't expect to almost give a weak mole cricket a scare today. This made him very irritated, and his eyes looked at Lin Yun grimly. Now either you obediently hand over the cultivation method yourself, or this Gongzi will do it himself. Boom! After saying that, a terrifying aura was released from the young man's body, instantly enveloping him towards Lin Yun. Humph! Facing the powerful aura that swept over him, Lin Yun snorted coldly, running the golden holy blood in his body. His body violently erupted a powerful might around him, and then, his footsteps heavily and violently stepped forward. Click! The earth instantly cracked 100-mile gully with the force of 1 foot. Powerful auras like ripples in the water instantly rippled out from beneath his feet. Bang! The two powerful auras violently collided together, instantly shattering all of the 100 miles of skyscraping trees. Boom! There was another loud bang. See only. Lin Yun's powerful aura was ferociously devouring the aura that the young man had erupted. In an instant, it impacted towards the young man. Damn! The young man's face changed, and before he could react, he was instantly forced back 2 steps by the powerful aura that impacted him. Tap! Ah! Griffin! You seek death! After stabilizing his stance, the young man's face was furious, his eyes bloodthirsty as he hissed. He was a heavenly king realm first heavenly being, but he was actually forced back 2 steps by the aura of a weak mole in the cave void realm. It's a disgrace to him. Thanks to all the big guys for the gifts. Thank you. The author is very grateful for the support of the big boys. Thanks again big guys. It's every gift from all of you great people that makes authors more motivated to write. Thanks to the big boys. Thank you. Chapter 80 Arm is busted. Still so excited? Ah, damn. Such a shame. If those opponents in the Middle Heaven region were to know, it was estimated that he would never be able to raise his head in the Middle Heaven region again. Boom! Ah, Griffin, I want you dead. The young man's face instantly turned incomparably hideous, the terrifying aura of the Heavenly King realm erupting from him as he roared angrily towards Lin Yun. The powerful breath might instantly blasted down on top of his shoulders, and Lin Yun suddenly felt as if he was carrying 100,000 mountains. His voice stifled a grunt, and his face looked a little pale. Next, boom! Facing such a large gap with the Heavenly King realm, Lin Yun didn't dare to hold back and hurriedly turned on the majestic golden chi and blood power in his body to add to it, and an unprecedentedly terrifying aura instantly erupted from him. In a split second, vast golden chi and blood filled the sky. The entire space was instantly covered in golden light. At this moment, Lin Yun looked like a golden god of war. Come and fight. Then, Lin Yun let out a violent roar that sounded like the sound of thunder, resounding through hundreds of miles of mountains. Swish! Without waiting for the other party to react, Lin Yun's figure instantly disappeared in place.
It turned into a golden meteorite that impacted towards the young man. The difference between the Heavenly King realm and the Cave Void realm was like one heavenly and one earthly. Once he entered the Heavenly King realm, his body's spiritual power transformed into mana, condensing the Heavenly King's Dharma image, which was incomparably powerful. It was simply not something that could be compared to the cave realm. However, Lin Yun possessed the Battle Saint body, which was known as the #1 offensive power in all the heavens, so he wasn't just an ordinary cavernous void realm. Lin Yun was very clear about this and could only grab the first opportunity to strike. Today, he was going to use the Cave Void realm to defy the Heavenly Kings, to verify what level of strength you have actually reached. Transient. The golden glowing figure appeared in front of the young man, only to see that the golden figure raised his hand into a fist and violently blasted out a terrifying strike. Boom! Ka-ching! Space shattered with a loud bang, and a powerful force struck the young man straight on. Die for me! Feeling the shocking aura from Lin Yun's body in front of him, as well as the terrifying punch, the young man's pupils contracted violently, turning back into a fierce killing intent in an instant as he hissed and struck out with a thunderous force. Boom! The young man's body man, a crazy convergence of hands, raised his hand into a huge palm shot to the front of the body to blast out a horrible power. Bang! Only a loud sound was heard as the golden holy fist and the mana giant palm violently blasted against each other. Bang! Two powerful forces. Instantly in the center point of the two people exploded. Terrifying power, crazy impact came. Raging power instantly will be 100 miles in a radius of everything is sweep. Just then, only to hear a miserable scream. A young figure was blasted out tens of miles in the golden light among them. Put! The young figure fell backward in the air in a sorry state, and managed to stabilize his body. His face suddenly turned pale, and a mouthful of blood gushed out directly from his mouth. No! No! It can't be. At this time, the young man cloaked hair appeared to be extremely wretched, completely without a previous dignified temperament. His face became extremely distorted to look at the not dead Lin Yun. Suddenly could not accept the fact, madly hissed and shouted. Suddenly, Put! Feeling a burst of heartbreaking pain coming from his heart, and hastily looking down at his already bloody left arm, the young man was suddenly furious and spat out another mouthful of blood. No! It can't be. The young man shook his head desperately as if he had been severely stimulated. Unable to accept the facts in front of him, he had been defeated in the hands of a mole cricket in the first sky of the Cave Void realm, and even one of his arms had been blown out by the other party. At this point, the golden light receded in the distance, only to see Lin Yun's face turn pale. Then intuitively his throat turned sweet and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Then his eyes stared at the young man with a deadly stare. Worthy of being a battle saint body, it was as terrifying as it was. A golden blood chi, a long rainbow through the sun. With an anticlimactic stance, he defeated the Heavenly King realm across a large realm. To use Cave Void to reverse the Heavenly King and even nearly blow up the other party. I'm afraid that no one in the entire immortal martial continent would be able to do such a thing, regardless of whether it was the holy sons of those holy lands or the heirs of ancient lineages, or even the heirs of the emperor clans. I'm afraid that asking them to do this at Lin Yun's realm would never be possible. The key was that this wasn't even a minor or even a major battle saint body. This was merely Lin Yun, having inspired 1/1,000,000th of the potential of the fighting saint body and nothing more. Otherwise, with just the power of a single punch, he would be able to blow up a Heavenly King realm powerhouse. One could imagine how terrifying and powerful Lin Yun would be in the future. Damn you! Who the hell are you? You can't be an ordinary power. At this moment, the young man's gaze was hideous as he looked at Lin Yun dead on, his voice hoarse, at this moment, beating him to death. There was no way he could believe that Lin Yun was from that Kunlun. If it wasn't someone from a great power, it could never be so counterintuitive. Such terrifying strength was never possible for anyone in the younger generation of the Middle Heaven domain to achieve. That's why he could be certain that Lin Yun was by no means from the Mid-Heaven domain. And since he wasn't from the Central Heavenly domain, he wasn't afraid of offending the other party at all. The forces behind him were not comparable to the forces in these great domains. When you come out, it's all about background. It's no use if you're strong. Think about it. The young man's eyes were eerily ruthless as he stared at Lin Yun, and his gaze even revealed his burning desire for Lin Yun's cultivation methods and divine abilities. Hear the words. Like I said, I'm from Kunlun in the southern wasteland. If you still want to fight, I will kill you. Lin Yun's gaze looked towards the other party with murderous intent. His tone was cold and terrifying. He wasn't the least bit afraid of what kind of identity the other party had. As long as the other party dared to strike again, he would definitely kill the young man even if he had to pay a serious price. Along the way Lin Yun had been chased by several waves of people in succession, basically killing his way over. And now after 2 big battles. So, Lin Yun didn't have much spiritual energy left in his body, and he just used the power of the fighting saint body's chi and blood in his body again. He now needed time to recover before he could return to peak condition. And now, in a short period of time, it would be difficult for him to strike again at his peak strength. Unless, as Lin Yun himself said, he paid a serious price. That was to burn all the power of the holy blood of the fighting saint body in his body, blasting the young man to death here with absolute terror. The golden holy blood of the fighting saint body was the foundation of the saint body, and if all of it burned out, it would be an irreversible cost against the heavens. It was like a lesson of an ancient tree with superb vitality. If it was cut in half, it wouldn't die. If it was uprooted, it would be completely no more growth. Lin Yun would never do so until he had to. Of course, let's not forget that Lin Yun had gone to the Hall of Elders before he came out to practice. Ah Ching had given Lin Yun the means to save his life, but Lin Yun didn't want to use the power of the clan, because it's a battle between the younger generations. Lin Yun wanted to rely on himself and hone his already body as a way to break through the layers of obstacles. More than anything, I want to be able to stand on my own without external support later on. Hear that? Kunlun. Damn. What kind of power is this? How could there be such a powerful young generation? The young man looked at Lin Yun grimly, a trace of scorn flashing through the god in his eyes, while in his heart, he cursed at Lin Yun for mouthing Kunlun. Humph. Ignorant mole cricket. Do you think this is the true strength of this Gongzi? I don't care what kind of bull Kunlun you're from. Today, your life, and the cultivation method on you. I'll take this gentleman. The young man's face was furious as he said, his hands quietly moving. It can be seen. It's come to this. The scorn in the young man's eyes was towards Lin Yun, and it wasn't towards Kunlun. Up to this point, the young man still thought that the Kunlun that Lin Yun spoke of was just an unknown power. As for why Lin Yun was so demonic, the young man always thought that it was Lin Yun himself, who had acquired the chance somewhere. He knew all about the many terrifying forces on the immortal martial Greatland, not to mention that there was no such thing as this so-called Kunlun. Since it wasn't those terrifying forces, what did he have to fear? This kind of cultivation method, he must obtain it. Who would be his opponent in the desolate ancient mysteries at that time? The young man's eyes revealed an incomparable excitement when he thought that he would soon be obtaining such a cultivation method. It seemed that he had already forgotten the pain of having his arm blown out by Lin Yun. The entire person's face gradually became extremely excited and agitated, even with a hint of madness. It was as if he had seen a peerless beauty, his eyes blazingly staring at Lin Yun. What's the situation? This can't be exciting. Not really. It's not just the loss of an arm. Lin Yun, who was on the opposite side of the room, froze in disbelief when he saw the young man's reaction. How is it that if you say a few words to yourself, you give yourself a whole orgasm? Hiss. Lin Yun looked at the other party's blazing eyes and didn't even have time to think about it much before he couldn't help but shiver all over. PS/. Thanks for the gifts from the big guys. Thank you.